My name is the YouTube Schizophrenic, and Queen of Karma / Queen of Spade has made a video about me, completely twisting our interactions, and I just want to come over here and untwist them. She only showed some of our DMs. I intend to show them all, spill all the tea, and let it all be out there, because I have nothing to hide. So we're going to pull up her video and get right to it.
So did you know Pretty Little Lies got evicted from her apartment? She wasn't paying rent. Someone told me that. Ha ha.
Let me explain a few things to you, Carly.
Now this is from my my Carly video, and it had nothing to do with Queen of Karma at all. Now hello Valkyrie420 and hello M60. I see you popping up now. So she is inserting herself into something that has nothing to do with her already. Now let's continue.
First off, what you did, that was against the law. It's called slander. If I want to, I could easily go to the courthouse and get a cease and desist and serve you. If I wanted to be a bigger bitch, I could file a lawsuit.
Pretty Little Lies and her complete lack of understanding of the law aside, let's actually look into the claim of whether or not she has been evicted in the past. It would appear she has not one, not two, but 3 evictions.
Have you ever stuck up for a group of people that claim that they don't go in real life just for them to turn around and go in real life with you? As all of the people who are claiming that they go in real life are sending you messages telling you, see, told you it happens. Well, I have. Quite a few times, actually. And the latest one has been the most odd. So I just want to get some things off of my chest.
What's the implication there, though? That, like, all of these people started going real life on her? Like, I would love to see some proof of all these people going real life on you. From what I can tell is that this community disavows all of that.
Without further ado, I'll roll that intro and let's get right into it.
She had no children, only dogs. And if you see her in your dreams, be sure you never, ever stray.
And what's with this creepy-ass intro?
I have a bigger one.
I'm coming for you.
Well, M60, they definitely have in the past, but it looks like they've moved on from that. Pretty Little Lies is the main one that I've seen being guilty of it recently, and even that was a little bit ago. So we will see. I'm keeping an eye on the community, and you know, if I start seeing IRL stuff again, I'll definitely call it out.
I was enjoying my evening when all of a sudden my husband came out and he said, the YouTube schizophrenic who has recently interviewed Bells of Nevermore after she called.
My Bells of Nevermore interview, by the way, was almost a year ago now. Oh, and just an FYI, the StreamYard is broken. I cannot pop the comments up, but I am still able to read them.
The police to our home at midnight, and it was about me. I'm not sure what everyone else was allegedly hearing. Is now doing a video about Carly, and he is going after all of the reactors. And I was like, oh, that's weird. So I went to check it out. Check out a clip from it here.
Fuck this. Bye, bitches.
With an award-winning personality like that, she's gained a fair number of trolls and commentators following her. Now, I love laughing at the village idiot as much as the next guy, but a line has been crossed here. Many of these content creators have started to invade her personal life and appear to have some actual malice towards her. They've called her personal number and recorded the calls to be posted to YouTube.
So, are you going to be able to talk to somebody that knows YouTube that can get it taken down? I mean, YouTube's not doing anything.
I don't know anybody about YouTube. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I just wish malice would just stop. People in my live today on her side, and they were being nice to me.
They were?
Yeah, they were in my live earlier being nice to me, and then they go over the malice and make fun of me. I don't understand that.
I don't either. And Malice should not be making fun of you like that. I'm sorry that she's doing that to you, and it's not right for her to do that.
Another creator, Pretty Little Lies, even went as far as to contact her school to verify whether or not she was a cheerleader.
I was in dance class for 4 years in high school.
Along with that video, there was the short that played at the beginning of this video here. And you see, I am of the personal belief that if you look up somebody's personal information, such as their evictions, and blast them out to the world, then that is going in real life.
So, how I got this information, for one, I'm not the one who looked it up. Somebody else did it and then posted it to Kiwi Farms. And I stumbled on it in my research for the Carly video. And two, I don't think researching things online is going in real life, okay? It's not like contacting someone's school or calling them up and recording it to put it online. It's not even close.
I approached YouTube Schizophrenic about this, he assured me in his messages he was dead against people going in real life.
Hello, Paris Love Dolls. Welcome in. And hello, M. Welcome in.
And you see, that was what his problem was with Pretty Little Lies, Emma, Malice, myself, and etc., all of us that covered Carly. He states, "Hello, it's been a while. I heard from Brain in a Jar, Wiz, the Wizard, that you had an issue with my Carly video. Our issues in the past."
So, like, I'll go ahead and show that off. This is what I got. This is why I reached out to Queen. Because she apparently tags a friend of mine in a server. And you will see that all right. Here, I'll zoom in on it so that you can read it a little better. He never left. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's talking about Hanson. All right, here we go. Also, at Thorson the Struggler, my husband just came out to let me know that your pal, the YouTube Schizophrenic, is streaming to stick up for Carly. He is taking this as a direct fuck you to he and I personally, due to the current circumstances of Val and RSN and etc. sticking up for Carly just to upset me. Is this about me, or is he beefing Hatman and Emma or some BS? Because either way, I am not going to be happy with it, I'm sure. Well, that's part's right. Either way, you're not going to be happy with it. See, this is how all this started. She thought I was sticking up for Carly, which was, if you watch the video, clearly not the case. I'm kind of calling out both sides, okay? So what she's going to say here in this video is about how she had a problem with me going IRL and blasting PLL's evictions out there. That's not how this started. And she thinks she can twist shit when, dude, you're not as smart as you think you are. The evidence is right here. This is why I reached out to you. This Thorson the Struggler is Brain in a Jar / Wiz. Anyway, let's go back to the video.
have been from a lack of communication, in my opinion. So I wanted to be upfront with you. I'm not sticking up for Carly in any way. Half of my video is spent attacking her, and the other half is attacking the channels going in real life on her. Creators going in real life has become a pet peeve of mine.
Oh, M60. In this video, in my DMs, because in my DMs to Queen, I'm explaining to her how I made the video because she's over here accusing me of copying her and crap. And then in this video, she leaks those DMs and basically tells everyone where to find it. Even shows off the name of the person who did it on Kiwi Farms. So the whole fucking thing is just being made worse by Queen. And around this time when this video was made is when PLL started getting those threatening emails.
As of late. You accuse me of copying your logcast, and that isn't true either. I saw Roger Brown posting about her and watched Carly for some laughs. Once I dug a little deeper and found out what was going on, I decided to make my video. Carly is connected to Jessica Messica, who I met through my Enchanted Roses video. The point being, it's a small world on YouTube.
And that is correct. I made the video on Enchanted Roses and became acquainted with Goro World and that whole troll sphere. And Carly is directly connected to that sphere and is currently the one being targeted by a lot of these troll accounts.
And if we cross paths, I don't want us to be fighting. We have too many enemies in common. I explained to him that I was just ensuring he was on the same side as me. 'Cause you see, when Carly found me, and I go on to explain the entire thing. You can pause to read if you would like to. I go on to tell him that my problem with people on here has always been that they go in real life, and that I feel in the past that he has found people who have gone in real life to me, and he's stuck up for them, such as Bells, Kaylee the Adorables.
Now, her saying that she has a problem with people going IRL is hilarious for what we're going to get into after we're done commenting on this video.
And etc. So I explained that when I heard he was covering Carly, it felt much the same. And part of the reason was because Val was there. And if you're unaware, Val also hangs out with Bells of Nevermore and Kaylee the Adorables. Bells of Nevermore is the woman who they all have call cops and child services to my home. I explained to him that no one has gone in real life with Carly besides Malice, I hear, who had reached out to her mom like ages ago, and I tried to say, that's a different situation. All right, she was around people that did in real life stuff a lot.
So, from what I've looked into the situation, speaking with Malice, it looks like a lot of other people were going way further with Carly than she was. So she reached out to her mother to warn her and to kind of rein her daughter's online activity in. Personally, I wouldn't do that, but I'm not going to sit here and condemn someone and say they're a terrible person for it either.
Lot more back then, but she's not into that anymore. Up until they were covering me, they allegedly weren't. Okay, I explained to him how I came about the community and why I did my deep dive, and I say that I know that Val had made contact.
Let's see. You say it's okay to show court documents because that's not going IRL. You showed respect enough to black out all of PL's personal info. Yeah, I did. And I definitely didn't direct people on where to get it. The whole point was to call out the hypocrisy, not to blast her information out there. Now, hello, Jessica Messiga. Welcome.
Contact with Carly, basically because of me. So I, of course, assume that since YouTube's schizophrenic and all of these people follow me around everywhere and have been, that was the reason why they are here again. And I remind him, you were okay with people who go in real life, call cops on people falsely, use the child protective system against parents they don't like, docs, SWAT, etc. I mean, didn't you get mad at me for speaking out about Suit and Bells and all of them? We're doing that to me.
I never got mad at you for speaking out. I only wanted you to stop lying about people. And then all of that probably would have stopped because everyone would have ignored you.
Bonds with how you met Carly makes sense to me. I don't think she's smart enough to conspire with Kiwi Farms, though. Kiwi Farms is chaotic neutral, and Carly is a literal retard. Pretty little.
Well, yeah, every time Carly types, it's very obvious. Her spelling is terrible. I mean, she doesn't even spell the word alone correctly. It's become a joke. So the idea that she's posting on Kiwi Farms, trying to use them as her personal army, I doubt she's smart. One, I doubt she's smart enough to come up with that idea on her own. And two, she'd be caught within about 20 seconds.
Lies contacted her school because she thought Carly may be lying about being a cheerleader. Atois on Kiwi Farms posted her docs after that, I believe. Allegedly, this makes it okay to dox someone. I used some of the info in my video. If you would like it linked. Suit's old Discord doesn't exist anymore, so I can't prove it, but I've never approved of Bells or Kaylee calling on you and actively discouraged.
Let's see. A question. So, does that mean someone can show Carly's court documents on YouTube as long as they black out her personal info? Sincerely, I'm just seeing what your take on this is. Well, as I said, I personally did not seek out those documents. They were already posted by somebody else. If somebody took that extra step for Carly and dug in, because Carly's doxed herself a lot. So if someone else dug into her personal info and found it and found court records and blanked out the information and put it up there, I guess that would be okay. I mean, that's all fair game. It's not really going IRL either because it doesn't affect their real life. It might be embarrassing, might affect their online life, but none of that's going to get them fired from their job necessarily. None of that's going to, hurt their trust in people because they're having their calls recorded and put online. Yeah, Jessica Mesky. I wish someone had blacked out my court info before they showed it on live. Yeah. Yeah, no, a lot of people don't. And Queen of Spade here, Queen of Karma, would not black out any info. She just put it right up there.
It, even though I continuously hang out with them and will often have Bells on streams, especially to talk about you. It's not what he said, but I mean, he might as well have. Even when you were threatening to unalive yourself, which was in 2020, and we're still on this, I still told them it was a bad idea. That's my personal code. Until the other day when he had Bells on again. I'm very uncomfortable with this in real life crap for any reason. Until the other day when he had Bells on again. Trisha hasn't liked me since the deity days, so I'm not sure about her. I've distanced my...
So, Bells has only called on you when you're doing weird crap like suicide baiting, saying how you're going to hurt yourself, or making actual threats. See, that's not going IRL either, really, as far as I'm concerned. If someone's saying, yo, I'm going to off myself in front of my child, and then someone calls the cops on you, again, you're inviting that onto yourself.
Myself.
You can't really claim they're fake calls either when you're posting crap like that.
From all doxers and people going in real life until the other day when he had Bells on again and making copper CAS calls until the other day when he had Bells on again. I used to be friends with Nicolina777 until I found out how bad she was. I'll admit I'm busy working in real life oftentimes, so I don't know absolutely everything. The world moves a mile a minute on YouTube. If a creator is crossing the line and has a following, I will call them out. If someone crosses that line with you or anyone else in the future, let me know. Here is my video for reference. I'm definitely not defending Carly, laughing my ass off. I'm more or less declaring war on the community. And then he sounded like a gun cell. And I have to go, I don't declare wars on...
I don't even know what a gunt cell is. And yeah, declaring war on the community, picking a fight with her community. Yeah, I guess you could call it an exaggeration to make my point, because this all started because she thought I was defending Carly. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
On communities, and what you talking about, dude? What you doing over here? Just get out of here. I also want to say, since this, he has done another live stream with Bells of Nevermore about me, and he has also been in Selena's Glamorous Dolls chat, which she's not connected to Carly. So, yeah, no, he wasn't here for me at all. He's not checking out the people I cover. Right?
So, Jessica Meska, you're right. You just said that. Inserting herself into something has nothing to do with her. Well, this is what's happening again. She's saying that I'm in Selena Glamorous Doll's chat because Queen covered her, right? I followed her there. No. Okay? I found Carly, started, looking into the people covering Carly, and they also cover Selena, right? You know how I found Selena? I was watching Moon. Again, it's not all about you, Queen. It's really not. I don't watch your channel.
Anything at all. No, I must be crazy. I'm nutso. So, the YouTube schizophrenic and I did not really get along again because he seemed to still be supporting people that I did not like. He then went on to do a video called Queen of Karma Scams a Supporter with, of course, Bells of Nevermore, which just validates all of my claims about him. You will notice that in the description it actually said Queen of Karma turned on me again, and the first comment on it is from Paris Loves Dolls, who is Selena's Glamorous Dolls mod, because at the same time that he was coming over here and, cozying up to people who supported Carly and wanting to call out everyone over here for gay-opping her and going in real life, he was also cozying up to Selena. Weird, right?
That's so weird. I never cozied up to anyone defending Carly. I've never spoken to a Carly supporter in my life. And again, just showing up in someone's chat isn't cozying up to them. Again, I was just there out of curiosity. I learn about someone new, and I go to their chats to say hello. It's not complicated. Catch up.
Anyway, we had some words under it that are interesting. The first comment that he left that's interesting to me is he says, "You are more bent out of shape about my Carly video than the actual reactors that were called out. They don't even..."
Dude, she is. Dude, we're all good now, okay? That's all hunky-dory. Queen is still going on and on. She has a new half-an-hour video that has nothing to do with me. The drama with this community and her really has nothing to do with me. But she keeps mentioning my name over and over again like I'm involved.
Like you anymore, and I think you're just embarrassed you spent all this time defending them, and the only time that he could be talking about is in our DMs for...
No, you defended this community and were part of this community up until they kicked you out. So yes, you are embarrassed you spent all of this time defending them.
Less than a fucking hour. Yes, you're right, YouTube schizophrenic. I defended them, and I stated that they did not go in real life, and allegedly, you've proved me wrong. He also states, Queen of Karma, the main reactor I called out, was Pretty Little Lies, and she admits to everything. The only part I misunderstood was someone calling her phone versus Instagram, an extremely minor detail in a 60...
And yes, I want to make that clarification. Evidence was provided. All the calls were on other social media websites, not to her personal number. Which again, it's a minor detail in a 16-minute video. It was quickly sorted out. No, she's more bent out of shape about all this than anyone else.
15-minute video. This was quickly dealt with on Emma's stream with no drama. Allegedly, him and Emma have become friends. How sweet. You're not calling anything out. None of this involves you and was settled without you. You come at me in the DMs, leave rude comments on my channel, and write...
Why would you put this comment in your video when it just completely roasts you and calls you out on exactly what you're doing? Why would you put this in your video? It makes you look horrible.
Community posts filled with lies. Then you act like a victim when I push back. If you go away and don't mention me again, this will be the last stream about you. How about you and Val go the fuck away, and then I can forget about all of you existed. If you take Bells of Nevermore and Kaylee and all of those losers with you.
Let's actually look into the claim of whether or not she has been evicted in the past. It would appear she has not one, not two, but 3 evictions.
So I guess what the community out here wants me to do is they want me to do an apology to YouTube Schizophrenic and to Valkyrie 420 for sitting here and stating that Malice and Emma and Pretty Little Lies and Chad and all of those who cover Carly do not.
Why in the world are we mentioning Emma and Chad? I didn't mention them in my videos at all. Again, she's lumping the whole community in when I called out very specific people by name. Like, that's ridiculous to me. And she's doing the same thing in her new video that I'm not even going to bother to cover because it's not involving me. She just keeps mentioning my name in it.
For sitting here and stating that Malice and Emma and Pretty Little Lies and Chad and all of those who cover Carly do not go in real life, don't take things too far, and that it was wrong to dox PLL on Kiwi Farms and that she was not evicted ever. I guess she did lie about that. All of those people have now come together and they can definitely.
I want to also say as well, this thing keeps being brought about PLL being doxxed. It kind of isn't a dox technically. Like, I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but it was found via a name on her Cash App. Okay? And how her name was found, it was all through information PLL herself had given out. So it is a dox, but technically it really isn't. She definitely didn't pull a Carly, but she had information available to the public, which led right back to her.
They're definitely showing me what my mistakes are here. I thought I was in a community that was against going in real life and gay hopping, but as we've been finding out, especially over the last 24 hours, they are absolutely fine using creepy Google Drives of people that date back to years before they were ever on the platform, making up lies about them, and helping these people spread misinformation that they have decided to join forces with, as all of them were in the chats. So yes, I very much apologize to everyone in my community. I can no longer state that the people that I was once around reacting to Carly with me do not go in real life or take things too far. I guess everyone was
See, she just said, well, the only time I defended them was in her DMs. Now she's admitting she's defending them. What in the world? I mean, you contradict yourself in your own video.
completely in their right to call out these people, and their behavior has just been absolutely perfect. And I am just so glad that YouTube Schizophrenic came out here and blasted Pretty Little Lies 3 evictions to really show me that it was awful of me to tell him that he was wrong about this in his DMs. And I am so glad that I did not want to join for.
You didn't just come at me in the DMs, by the way. Okay, you were leaving rude comments on a video that had nothing to do with you, making community posts saying that I'm stalking you. So you came at me publicly before I decided that I was going to do any streams or content on you ever again. So don't even try to play the victim card or anything like that with me. You started this.
Forces with he and Brain in a Jar, who I removed from my Discord over this, in order to take down all of those who react to Carly for their evil deeds of going in real life and taking things too far. Because allegedly, that's the big mistake that I have made out here, that I need to repent for those sins. And allegedly, their community supports YouTube Schizophrenic, and everything he says that he's absolutely right about everything. And maybe everyone should go and check out his video on how all of these people take things too far and go in real life with Carly. So I hope that that is suffice, and that I have made those people that chase me around happy, because apparently they're the most important people out here on the entire internet. So again, I apologize. They do go in real life and they do take things so far, here, and Carly is obviously a victim of online bullying on the internet. And I will walk away and allow these people to take over and do their evil deeds, or this is...
Bro, who the fuck is she arguing with? Who is saying these things? What? It's making a straw man argument, literally creating a straw man and then attacking it. Nobody is saying this to her.
Whole community has now been saved, everybody, by the amazing Valkyrie, a YouTube schizophrenic, for calling out this awful bad behavior. And I am sure that everyone in the community, like I have, has seen the error of their ways and is now willing to also come out and take accountability and apologize for going in real life with Carly, allowing people to call her home, send gifts.
I mean, one can hope. One can hope I have saved everything, and then you can do that, Queen. One can pray.
To her kids, whatever else these people have been accusing you all of, and that you all learn from these mistakes. Good luck to everyone out there, and hopefully we can all move on from this and all learn how to be better creators on the YouTube platform, because that, after all, is allegedly what life is all about. Take care, and I'll see you very, very soon with another one. There's a stream tomorrow. It will be then. Okay, thank you. Bye. Mwah. Oh, and one more thing I just want to address. I also apologize for stating that somebody, or I should call CPS or somebody, to ensure that Carly could get into a group home or get a better guardian so that she could learn.
Oh yeah, even to this day, she's still trying to get fucking CPS and all that shit called on people because she's a mandated reporter. Yeah, that shit's never stopped from 3 years ago.
How to better take care of herself. Allegedly, that was the real gay op out here. So I apologize. She is an amazing, beautiful pop princess who should be allowed to freely use the internet and act however she wants. And who cares if she can't bathe properly or brush her hair or brush her teeth or do the actual things to be independent, because she's on the internet, right, guys?
And that's it. It just says canceled right here. That careful who you support. And what does this other one say? Remember, they threatened me with my revenge porn, so they win. Sorry, guys. What? Excuse me? All right, look, I've never even seen the bitch naked. And from what I've heard from people who have seen her naked, I don't want to see her gaping asshole. Why would you put that in a video about me? I've never even mentioned your fucking nudes. And then this is fucking slander. Saying I'm threatening you with your revenge porn. Fucking psycho bitch. Now, she only showed some of the DMs. She didn't show the ones where she's being psychotic. So we're going to show those. I'm just going to show all of our DMs. Because I've got nothing to hide. I've already shown some of them before, but we'll just show them all. Make sure that all this is looking good. All right, here we go. Now these are the ones she already showed. How do you all? Yeah, you all can see this pretty good here. I'll make it even bigger for you. There we go. See, we've already gone through these on her video. Now I'll show you where it cuts off. Here's my video for reference. Okay. Yeah, Emma told PLL not to do that again. That did happen, referring to the calling of Carly's school. Mainly because Carly dared her to call her school and find out. So PLL went, okay, Carly, I will. Thanks for the permission. This is why we shouldn't be online at all. This is why she shouldn't be online at all. Or online unsupervised. Her mom has completely failed her. She is 39 and has no idea how to actually be on her own, yet her mom's got her in a housing unit instead of a group home, which is what she just Queen was just talking about in her video. I don't know if that's because they grew up in housing, because in some states, and even here, if you grow up in housing and hit age 18, you have to go to college or you're forced to sign up for your own housing unit. So that could be it. Carly, however, is far too intellectually disabled to understand. Besides that, though, nothing has happened to her. It also negates that what anyone else did to Carly when Carly is hanging out with Val and Jessica Messica and people who have done even worse IRL thanks to creators on here, you know? We figure it was Val's fake account on Kiwi Farms that helped get her on there. Val has used Kiwi Farms to threaten me for 4 years. So that's another accusation Queen of Spade made. That was that Valkyrie is a toit on Kiwi Farms, which I don't believe at all. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up. So Olive Oil is besties with Dark Ninja, who sucks up to Zoom and Plate Gang. See, who the fuck is Plate Gang? I've asked around. Nobody knows what Plate Gang is. And the Gunt Cells, which you just called me a Gunt Cell. I don't know what those people are either. I cover, who hung out with Suit and followed Ethan Ralph, like Mycroft, Ghost of Niccolo, and etc. A bunch of people also I don't know. I'm not connected to in any way. Oh, and if you're looking for Jesse, Sid, Vicious, Fun with Logic, Chasey Lane, you can find him at Serious Pack in Draven's community because Bells brought him in there. That guy's crazy. The only people who are sticking up for Carly right now is Val, Trisha, Kaylee, Ani, and those losers along with Jessica Messica. They are only sticking up for her so they can go, Queen bullies disabled people. Sam has logged offline today because of them, actually. She was being bullied by Carly and has a real hard life and is totally isolated from her family, has all passed away. Only friends she's found in years was Malice, Emma, PLL, Chad, and myself. Which, by the way, Queen of Karma has spent the last week or two just going at Sam, so they aren't friends anymore, to say the least. Well, Val and them have been chasing her around in fake accounts telling her nobody likes her and she needs to log off. See, there was some weird account going at Sam or whatever that was trying to impersonate Val not too long ago. So that actually puts this DM in a new light. Like, because Queen is the one mentioning this to me. But anyway. And she's an awful person for sticking up for herself and asking for Carly to leave her alone. They have legit bullied this poor woman offline, and Val is also busy contacting people's family members who comment to me. So if you are against people going IRL, you got to talk about all those people again here. And nothing's changed. If anything, they've got more brazen and worse and are now trying to use Kiwi Farms. They shut their mouth once I posted their friend's Zoom said about CP and getting turned on by his girlfriend role-playing as a 12-year-old, though. Again, I don't even know who the fuck Zoom is. Seemed that they moved on that thread when I called out Olive Oil. What is it? What did she say? When I called Olive Oil out for allowing Dark Ninja around there when Zoom is his BFF. Again, a bunch of people I don't fucking know in my DMs right now. Let's see, what is Big Bad Giga Chad? Plate Gang are swatters and doxers terminally online, call everyone pedophiles. They're actually pedos. Okay. And the Gunt they're referring to is Ethan Ralph, host of the Kill Stream. Ah, okay. I know who Ethan Ralph is. I've never heard him referred to as a Gunt cell, though. But yeah, the Plate Gang. So it's people I deal with a lot then. Awesome. All right. That comment in 2019 was about the drama with Loki, and I wasn't even aware of Kiwi Farms until just before I started doing content. Loki covered tabletop gaming and transitioned to the Onision drama. That's how I found Dee and all this really began. I don't think I've advocated for anyone to be put on the farms. I don't approve of what they do on there, and I don't even have an account. Most locals don't even have a page on the farms. I'll look into the fake accounts harassing people, which I still am looking into the fake accounts harassing people. I don't know which community it's coming from. My theory is still the Goro World community, just because that's what they do. A lot of fake accounts in there to troll people. And they kind of brushed up together just enough. And there are malicious actors that hang around Goro World. So anyway, This has been happening long before Val followed you here, though. A lot of the lately, what I just said. A lot of viewers are trolls and love to orchestrate drama between people. Jessica Messick, I'm talking about Enchanted Roses here. Jessica and Messick and Ariel had full control of a lol cow's chat by getting their socks modded. The same thing has definitely happened to Carly as well. Now, I'm not saying that you all are the ones doing it. I'm just saying the same situations occurred. All her mods are trolls. Carly has been entirely infiltrated and what do you call it? She's being puppeted by all of these people right now because she's in DMs with them, and Queen of Karma is one of them, by the way. She outed her sock account, which is why I believe Carly changed her name to Queen of Spades to honor Queen of Karma, because every time I turn around now, Queen of Karma is reaching out to people's enemies after you've had a feud with her, which we'll get into later. She's reaching out to some of mine too. Hello, Stephanie C. All right, let's get back to this. I'm planning to speak to Val when she goes live. The last time Valkyrie spoke to me was when she was pissed at me, back when we made pace on your stream ages ago. Another thing, that's true. And I did go to Valkyrie's live stream and we were cool. I guess it wasn't that big a deal. I don't really want drama with either of you. I actually agree with her that following you around and documenting everything for years is obsessive. And mainly the following people around from community to community, warning people. See, I don't do that. I'm of the belief that Queen of Spades / Queen of Karma will show her true colors very quickly. Especially because now there's documentaries made about her. I don't know how anyone even falls for this stuff anymore. She's a very well-documented person. Her own behavior lines up with everything people say. I don't need to follow her around. I don't need to document her anymore. Work's been done. Jesse / Sid, though, I can't stand at all. I have called him out on my second interview with Bells. I remember him LARPing as some internet detective citing all these laws I allegedly broke, interviewing Wiz about Arson's false CP allegations, which he did. He also stole my interview and uploaded it onto his channel. Which, again, if you're going to cite all these laws I've broken and then say I'm going to jail, why are you going to take my interview and then post it on your own channel? Didn't you just break the laws too? Doesn't make any sense to me. I've noticed a lot of creators on here have a group of people obsessively out to get them, which, yes, a lot of creators do have a group of people out to get them. Everyone seems to have that group once they get to a certain size, couple thousand subs. It's not healthy. Going from community to community trying to get a person kicked out or covered for content is a behavior I want to call out. These people don't really have channels or real followings, though. Most of them are actually just moderators and mean girls is a good way to describe them. I deal with a lot of those people in the Nicolina community. Some of them even use // change their names constantly. You can't call them out because they don't really exist. And she gave it 100%. She agrees with everything I just said. Now, she replies to all that after giving it 100%. Val doesn't do anything IRL because she just gets Kaylee, Trisha, Bells, or Jesse, or the professor to do that instead. I would love to see proof of the professor going IRL. Okay, the professor just makes memes and documents you. He's like the least offensive and aggressive person when it comes to you. Bells is probably the most aggressive in terms of the way she speaks, but I think the only time people have contacted on you has been shortly after your self-harm issues, and then things about your child when you're making threatening comments towards people, and having those weird baiting things with your kid. That's it. And the only real proof we have that all these calls happen is the people admitting they've done them. So she tells everyone what to do in that group, referring to Valkyrie. If you don't listen to her, she will threaten you. You have to be on the internet and have a sole purpose of taking me off the internet and proving I am a predator and all the awful stuff, or else you're doing something wrong. That's just how she thinks. I blocked her on Twitter. That's all I did to her. And then she A-logged me for 4 years and is still attacking people. Again, none of that actually happened. I went to Val's stream and it was all good. No issues. I do believe that reaching out to people's family members to send them stuff about H-bomb and RSN randomly and tell them their family member is talking to me and needs help and is now supporting predators is going in real life, though. I think if someone is contacting family members about internet drama, that is bad, which it is, but who's contacting your family members? Maybe you don't agree that Val having done that to numerous people is going in real life, though. I think she would actually say, yes, I do IRL stuff, which I don't think she would. I mean, she legit threatened to dox me and have everyone turn against me in an email in 2019 because I blocked her on Twitter, and she claims she's some powerful witch who's well known on the platform and runs all the larger creator support groups and ensures all the internet bullies get taken down on their behalf. It's really weird. She's a female Jessie, but instead of with the cop calls and being a detective, it's with YouTube creators and being a popular artist who everyone wants to help from to take out their bullies. I just can't give it much thought anymore. She is sticking up for Carly just because I spoke out about her, and to Val, I am worse. And to Val, I am worse than Onision. I am worse than RSN. I am worse than someone who has manipulated 800,000 people and stolen $108 million from people. So, good luck talking to her. Which, again, it worked fine. You will also have to agree to attack Malice Black, Emma, Hatman, and Chad. Oh, and Pretty Little Lies until the end of time, and be good friends with Deanna, Ani, Trisha Patricia, and Jessica Messica. Yes, Jessica Messica and Val have joined forces to take me out now because I am dangerous and have been playing Suit's old videos of that sex cartoon with my daughter in a cage to prove I'm the one who hangs out with predators, LOL. Good luck for real, though. Let me know how it goes. Holy wall of text, Batman. What is that? Plate Gang did mess with Queen, but no sooner than they admit it, she rage quit, threatened to call CPS on King of Pole, have his kid taken away, and threatened to swat him. She's no better than anyone. Well, she's not. Queen of Spade has threatened to dox and swat me so many times. She's threatened to dox and swat people with kids, specifically because they had kids and they knew it would, and she knew it would do more damage. She said that in a Facebook post. So, Queen of Spades a horrible person. Let's keep going. Okay. So this is when she comes at me a second time, right? This was settled. We settled the first issue. This is what she was showing in her video. Now we're going to move on to the stuff I've already shown when she had her real problem that led to our big breakup. She comes at me out of nowhere. We have a problem, YTS. You lied in your video. You stated Malice called Carly's personal number, and that's half true. She reached out to her mom months ago. But that call you played, the one Val reacted to as well, was when Carly called Malice on Instagram. Now, Queen of Spades flat out wrong here. Just flat out wrong. Okay, the one Valkyrie reacted to is when Malice called her up to troll her in a fake Southern accent. The one I played is on Malice's channel as a video exposing Carly for calling the cops on her. It's a totally different voice. So multiple calls have been made to Carly's on Carly's social medias and put online. So again, Queen of Spades coming at me half-cocked here, has no idea what she's talking about, and is creating drama again. And this is a day or two before she gets booted out of the community, which just makes this even more funny. Malice was live and Carly legit called her. You can go watch the live and you'll hear that phone ring and Malice asked if she could pick up because it's Carly. The chat tells her to pick up and she does. Yeah, I know. I listened to that one. I didn't put that one in my video. This is why you shouldn't listen to Val. What the fuck? Malice didn't call her personal number and record it. Carly called her on Instagram when she was live, and she answered. There was no proof of the call to her mom. Malice did that in private like several months ago. It's because her mom was supposed to be her guardian. Obviously, Carly isn't being cared for properly. So Malice called to inquire, and she knows that was bad, but don't spread misinformation and make it seem worse than it was. And then I responded, Val reacted to a different call. I didn't play the one with the fake Southern accent. No names were used either. The only Malice clip in the video is in the intro. And then she just comes back to me a day later. This is after she's been booted. I'm not covering Carly for a while. Me and everyone are fine. No problems. I just don't want to be brought into the drama anymore. I have other things to cover. So good luck to all of you trying to cause problems, Lamau. Within seconds of me posting on your channel, this happened. I did it on purpose to see how closely connected you were about on the old Reddit. You showed your ass. So this is why Queen wasn't going to show all of our DMs in her video. Right? This is why she didn't want it showed. What? Now, she shows these screenshots, right? The first one is the owner of the Carly subreddit posting my interaction with Queen under my Carly video from her comment. And the other one here is Valkyrie responding to that in the Reddit thread. So what are you accusing me of running the Carly subreddit and posting my own comment? See, how could I have followed you to cover Carly if I was running the Carly subreddit, which is older than your coverage of Carly, which is way older than when I even discovered Carly, by the way. She's fucking insane. I don't even have a Reddit account, which I will get into my reply here. I deleted my Reddit account when they started banning all the good subs. I've never even posted on your Reddit page. Yeah, on her Queen of Karma Reddit page. Never posted to it. That screenshot doesn't show anything. Dude, she's just nuts. Absolutely fucking bonkers. I haven't DM'd with Val in years, and we don't follow each other on social media, which we did not at that point. You need to chill with the conspiracy crap. I'm involved in so many other communities, and my plans for content do not involve you. Coming at someone with accusations that make no sense is why people end up making videos about you. And here we are. I'm not Nostradamus. I simply look at your history and can predict the future. Welcome, Betrayal. Nope. When Val, you, and Beth, and etc. follow me from community to community, threatening me and going after people's families in those communities, I don't have to chill with any conspiracy theory shit. How about you all stop as a group, following me the fuck around first? That sound good? Cool. Good luck. And then, okay, now she comes at me again. So now they have their big falling out, right? Emma, Hatman, Queen, that whole community. And then Emma is about to start doing a live about Queen, which I decided to enter the chat because I was so confused. She was just offending these people to me, and now they're streaming about her. What happened? And then all I said was in the joke, as a joke in the chat was, yeah, Queen alternates between threatening me and being friendly to me, referring to our entire history, which is proven. I've proven that on Emma's stream on Halloween. And then I guess Queen sees that in the chat, and then she comes at me in my DMs within seconds. I'm sorry, but where did I threaten you? I am being told you are claiming I am threatening you. I legit can't do this bullshit with any of you anymore. I've had too much drama with all of you losers. I don't give a fuck anymore. Grow the fuck up and just learn to leave me the fuck alone. How hard is it not to follow me around threatening me? Sorry, me! Multiple E's. I'm the one who Val has continuously threatened and who Bells has continuously called child services and cops on, along with Jesse and Kaylee. I just can't with you losers anymore. Get some help if our conversation is me threatening you. And then she unfriended me and I can no longer message her. That's the real truth right there. Queen of Spade lost her fucking mind in my DMs after leaving comments and being fucking rude to me publicly before I started streaming about her again. I can see why she wouldn't want to show that. Now, after hearing about all that, you'd think, wow, Queen must really hate it when people go in real life. It must be a big deal for her, right? So who does she reach out to? Because that's what Queen does. She has a problem with you. She'll then reach out to your enemies. I take you to this part now. That is replying to her community post, Nicolina777. Hiya, one of my real life friends who's a sub in your community is sending you my email address, and we can discuss Mr. Kyle, the YouTube schizophrenic. So she goes on this big long rant about how she hates it when people go IRL. I'm tired of the fake cop and CAS calls. Oh, boo-hoo, pity me. Right. So you go and reach out to Nicolina. So all that crap you're accusing people of doing, she's actually going to do to you. So before we move on to some of the more modern stuff, and I start to learn a little more about what Queen of Spades been up to, I'm going to play a video for you that I made 3 months ago now. And Queen of Spades, if you're watching this or watch this in the future, this is what you're co-signing and supporting. This is what you want to be part of.
You brought me here.
Do you support this? I'm just curious. Ask yourself that, Queen. Is this who you want to be involved with?
You brought me here. I want to be left alone.
I'm not okay.
You've antagonized me for fucking months. For fucking months.
I guess to get the harassment and bullying and shit to stop, I have to go away.
Calling me on the phone. Call me fat. Call me retard.
And I can't take it anymore. I'm broke. I'm done. I just can't.
You know you hurt me. You put my daughter out there that I adopted, that I loved and cared about. You made accusations about me abusing my child. That CPS came and got her.
I can't take any more at all. They're following me around, recording everything I do.
You done some crazy ass shit on this platform, and I hope that people get you and you get taken off this YouTube streets.
Hello, everyone. My name is the YouTube Schizophrenic, and we have a lot to get into today. I would like to introduce you to Nicolina777, a true internet menace with few redeemable qualities. Now, if you happen to find yourself YouTube enemies with Nicolina777, she will then harass, bully, and dox you. And that's if you're lucky. Otherwise, she'll have you evicted from your home or try to have you thrown in jail. Now, because of that, she has created a fearsome reputation for herself. But here on this channel, we deal with people like her all the time, and she is nothing more than a stepping stone on the path to glory. Now, with all of that in mind, let's get to know Nicolina a little better.
Anyways, I'm gonna violate terms of service today. I don't even give a fuck. Strike me, bitch. Don't care.
Concerning arrested persons, press 4. To report a crime that has already occurred or a non-emergency but requires an officer, press 5. To repeat these options, press...
I press 5.
County Communications, how can I help you?
Hi, my name's Nicole. I am calling from out of state, and I was calling to report a fight that was happening on YouTube in front of Billy Joe's house. baby Quentin's mom, where all those weirdos are protesting and the police are allowing it, well, they're now fist fighting.
Were they really?
No,
Why would you say that?
It looked like 3.
because they can fuck around so can I.
I'm calling from Michigan.
But that's a false
these
report,
morons
isn't it?
are streaming their
Just
crimes. They're fighting over who gets to go live on YouTube, and then they started throwing hands.
Okay. All right, that call is in, and an officer will go out there.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
sorry, that was an asshole move, but these bitches need to be stopped. Now I'm gonna do some shit. Ready, listen. Hi, do you have anyone staying in your hotel by the name of Tina?
Yeah.
Well, she was just live, and she's streaming live on Facebook, and she is clearly hitting a glass meth pipe. And she is actually, I think, making meth in one of her rooms. Yeah, she has batteries, Sudafed, tin foil, and she is live streaming it right now. You should go and walk over to her room and knock on the door. Her boyfriend Butch has like 3 felony warrants for methamphetamine manufacturing and delivering. He has multiple warrants. You should go check their room and see if they are cooking meth in your motel room. They're shaking bottles right now as we speak. Yeah, they have no shame, girl. No, you should go there right now and beat on the door. They're making meth, and they're streaming it live on YouTube. Damn, it sucks not having your own place, not having your own trailer, doesn't it? Look at all the Mama T haters now feeling shock and horror and pity. I wonder if Tina is going to say, well, the person that called sounded smart. Well, y'all heard it here. I'm smart as fuck. Maybe good. Yeah, live from Owasso, Michigan. Nicolina bringing you the news from the back alleys of YouTube. You think I'm scared? I'm a tiger. Owasso, Michigan. 446 East Oliver Street, Owasso, Michigan. Come on with it, motherfucker. You think I'm scared? You got me fucked up. Yeah, well, y'all come to my house. We don't give a fuck.
Hey, Nicolina.
Eddie, you fucked your grandpa for like 20 years.
You come up on my show, complain about some fucking shit that you seen in the chat, and then the first thing you're gonna do is go at Betty about someone who fucking raped her. You're a fucking loser. But you just proved to everybody that you don't even give a fuck about it. Because the first thing you do is go at Betty and say, oh, you fucked your grandpa for this many years when her grandpa was fucking raping her. You're a fucking loser ass bitch. Please go back to the fucking rock you came from and stay there.
I'm gonna dox Speakeasy. And his mom, he has no rules. He's never been held accountable for anything.
KCC Central Patrol's Officer Krause speaking. Can I help you?
Do you say Officer Krause?
Crouch.
Hi, Officer Crouch. My name is Nicole. I'm watching a YouTube live, and there is a gentleman by the name of Ernest Maxwell.
Yes, ma'am.
You're aware?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wouldn't this fall under the harassing communications law in Kentucky? Asking people to harass you guys?
I don't know. I don't care what they do.
Do you have an investigative unit I could leave a message for, please?
We do not have anybody here on an investigative unit.
Do they have a voicemail?
They'll be here on Tuesday. No, ma'am.
They do not have a voicemail. Okay.
Well, I don't know which one that would be, but we are aware of everything going on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye. I know Rap called. I'm calling as well. I think everyone should call to make sure that snap goes the trap.
Would like to know.
The investigative unit is not in until Tuesday.
Jury system, right? And what he convicted.
But the more people that call the prison, the more the ability that they can actually have Ernie charged with harassing communication. So everybody call the number.
Here they come. Everybody ready? Here it is.
Yeah, why are you worried, Ernie? Bernie, you seem scared. Are you shitting in your pants? Like the titty?
You do nothing but bully people, Nicolina. That's your problem. That's what you do. You go around bullying people, vulnerable people. You're a bitch.
I bully vulnerable people?
Yes, you bully
What?
vulnerable people. East Squad is a vulnerable
What
person.
drugs are
Died
you
from
on?
fucking cancer.
What
Okay.
drugs are you on? Because I actually defend people that are being fucking taken advantage of.
I don't
What
care
kind
what
of
you are,
pills are
Nicolina.
you taking?
I don't care what you are.
What are you? You're under the influence.
I'm under the influence of what?
I am not sure, but you are definitely under the influence of something.
Right,
It is
okay.
5:45 p.m. where I am. I
Yeah.
am completely sober. And why are you slurring your words?
Completely sober. Because it's
I'm
quarter
really
to
sorry
11
about
now.
that.
I'm
I'm really
hoarse at
sorry
the
about
moment.
that.
Okay.
What are you sorry about, mate?
You're a fucking idiot.
I'm not the idiot.
You're a fucking
You
idiot.
tagged me, idiot. You
what I
tagged
mean.
me, idiot. What do
I
you want
tagged
from
you
me,
because you're a
idiot?
bitch.
No,
You're
I'm a
a bitch.
cunt. I'm a cunt. What do you
You're a
want?
bitch.
What do you want, idiot?
You are a bullying bitch.
What would you like from me, idiot? Aside from views, what would you like from me, idiot?
Because you are a fucking bully.
Okay, give me an example.
You serious?
Now, I was a casual viewer of hers for several months, and I must say her moral decay is getting even worse. Now she has even gone as far as to send lewd images of herself to a YouTube enemy.
My titties are better looking than yours. You know I sent you. I sent her. I text her my tatas. Oh, she responded, "Don't send me porn, you sick, nasty bitch." Hold on, let me scroll up. Oh, whoops, sorry. "Don't send me porn, you sick, nasty bitch." Yeah, I mean, I got better titties than you. Now I gotta delete this live stream. My bad.
She even admits to hacking other people's YouTube channels.
Are we the baddies?
Now I suspect that upon seeing this video, Nicolina will go on the attack. She'll give a speech while swaying side to side, explaining how she is righteous and I am not. But Nicolina, I challenge you to hold your fire and do the unexpected by reflecting on the legacy you've left here, and more importantly, on what you want it to be. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, as is tradition, and I will see you next time. So, Queen of Spade, it looks like you've got your new friend, and you're a great match for each other. And yeah, Red Feather, that's exactly what I was thinking. And yeah, this woman is worse than a lot of Plate Gang members. She should be in jail. Yes. Yes, she should be. Yes, she should be. Good night, M60. And yeah, so we're going to move on from that to another video. That's a short little one about Queen of Spade. It's called Beware Queen of Karma, formerly known as Queen of Spade, Part 2. I think it's a good summary of my experience with her before we get into some of the new stuff. This video was made by The Professor. Definitely go check him out and subscribe. I'll actually go ahead and link his channel in the chat while it's playing, because he makes a lot of really good memes and videos.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I hope that you are all doing very, very well.
Fuck off.
Something kind of has come to my attention recently, and I actually got really inspired on here by one of my most favorite creators in the entire world, because he said this.
I just want her to fuck off.
And I actually felt that, like,
go away, you're a psycho.
Deep within my soul.
No
And
soul at
so
all.
I wanted to have a little talk just kind of about my victim status.
Yeah, here we go, the victim
So
cards again.
stay tuned if you're into that.
You must take victim classes because you're playing the victim card constantly.
She's not the victim at all. You
Cannot seem to be a big enough of a victim.
can't be the bad guy and the victim. It just doesn't work like that. Sorry.
You guys can't tell me how I feel. If I felt attacked, guess what? It was fucking attacking.
Oh, fuck off, Blaine. Seriously.
Miss Spade here gets an F in her writing class.
You say you want everybody to leave you alone. Want everybody to stop attacking you, but this is what you do.
She's doxed you. She's starting to SWAT you, I think.
Yeah, she was threatening to SWAT me. She actually did dox me.
She sent me my grandmother's address.
She dug up shit on my family members.
And found the image of me with my newborn son.
Harassing me after Discord after Discord.
Levels of death threats.
You start threatening people.
Not even veiled threats.
Queen of Spades said that she is willing to accuse RSN of anything.
So this is a summary of basically 2020. Well, actually, it's technically Loki's in here. It's 2019 to 2021. Pretty much, this is, like I said, my experience. Because I recognize every clip in here. I was around when this whole video was made.
My sister had to change her phone number. Thanks, Queen.
I want to say how absolutely fucking disgusting you are, Queen of Spades.
Fuck you, bitch. Anyway, go on.
I'm just worried that she's gonna like swap my grandmother or something, give her a fucking heart attack.
You're all in this together attacking me since you all claim I've been the problem for the last several years. Even though
Piss off. We're not interested in your shit.
Well, Queen.
Goodbye. Please don't come back.
Go away.
We don't want to know you.
I'm not here for your drama.
If anybody's a drama llama, Queen of Spades deserves the name of a drama llama.
Dude, like, I just want her to fucking leave me the fuck alone.
Like, leave people alone. Like, what the fuck is your problem?
Queen, you can fuck right off.
Go.
I heard a chickie on there. What are you waiting for?
She wants RSN's penis.
She's not gonna get it.
The Queen won't get it? Yeah, it seems that way, right?
Real Stream News is a rapist.
Come on, Methody. You're just upset with him because he rejected you after you shared your nudes with him.
This girl wants your dick.
I know she does, but the problem is she needs to fuck up. She needs to fuck up. She's not getting my dinger. It's not happening.
Pray for Lexi, y'all. Pray for Lexi.
Girls on my league would never even look at you.
Oof.
And yeah, that's Queen of Spade in a nutshell right there. So following that, she went on just a rampage for 2 years. That, I guess, is still continuing to this day to some extent. So the next piece of content I want to get into is from a creator called I'm Sorta Kinda Bored. He did honestly an impressive deep dive on Queen of Spades, about 3.5 hours long. It goes over I guess not everything, but a good portion of things. Even some of my content's used in this. So he really did his research, probably watched all my interviews to try and piece this stuff together as best he could. It's 9 months old and hilariously out of date now just because of how many people she's targeted. But it's a really good video. And I want to react to it and give my thoughts on it because I can add some more context. And then RSN lied that his grandma got swatted. Really? Well, I had no idea that he actually claimed his grandma got swatted. Damn. RSN's claimed a lot of things. I'd say the final straw with me is when he was accusing my friend Brandon Ajar of sending CP to his email with no evidence. His evidence, he went on stream with us, and his evidence for my friend sending him CP was, well, he was making weird videos at the time. Guy makes some weird videos, so you accuse him of sending you CP. That's RSN logic. What I find even more disgusting is the people in his chat who heard that and just went along with it. Like, do y'all have brains that work, even remotely? Anyway. So, let's get into this. This is a really good video, like I said. I'm going to try and provide context, because I know, like, this guy, I think, is a friend of Wes most. And Queen of Spade started talking about Wes more and getting more involved with Wes's stuff because of her being mad at me making videos. And I think right as I left is when their feuds actually started, because I remember they were having their falling out. So I'm hoping I can help clear some things up and, like I said, provide more context. And hopefully by the end of it, I want to learn a bunch of new things, because Queen, like I said, went on a 2-year rampage.
Let's play a quick game. Grab your standard 52 deck of playing cards. No jokers. Shuffle it as many times as you'd like. Now, what is something a content creator can do to make themselves unanimously hated online? Draw one card for every answer you can come up with. You'd probably be able to guess some easy ones right off the bat, like racism, plagiarism, and hypocrisy. But you'll quickly soon realize that the game becomes more problematic the longer you play. Slander, doxing, threats of violence. Keep playing long enough and you'll be left with one card, the Queen of Spade. Cool intros aside, we have quite the subject for today. Someone who is constantly surrounded in drama and has been kicked out of many communities for their obnoxious, toxic, and downright dangerous nature. We're going to keep this simple. 52 cards, 52 chapters. Each one highlights either a person that has crossed paths with her, a showcase of some of the terrible things she's done, or some troubling patterns that you'll discover if you ever interacted with her directly. Without further ado, let's throw some Spade.
So 10 out of 10, that intro, fantastic. Love it.
Of course, we need to know a little bit about our friend before we can properly begin. Beth Gibbons, who was 32 years old at the time, created a YouTube channel on February 3rd, 2016 under the username Queen of Spade. Her account then lay dormant for 3 years until October 24th, 2019, when she then posted her first and most popular video on her channel, introducing herself to YouTube.
Hi there, my name is Beth, or Queen of Spade. Thank you so much for coming to my YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. Of course, Fred wants to say hi. I do make anti-MLM content. I'm also...
She looked so much better back then. Look at her. There's like some fullness to her face. Like, you look at her now, she looks like Skeletor. I mean, people make the joke she's on meth. She might be. Like, this is a totally different person.
Branching out and doing other things, so please do subscribe. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, and I just want to have some fun. I just want to throw some spades at the humbots, I used to, it works. I used to do Sensi, and now I'm just here to have fun and hopefully make a community and get some info out there. So please do like, please subscribe. Be sure to share my videos with all of your friends, and let's have some fun and throw some spade.
She would then go on to do just that, making videos reacting to subreddits and articles, the most prominent Reddit she'd make content on being r/anti-MLM.
How new recruits look when they realize they joined a scam. Yep, that's how they look. I thought that was cute and I thought it was funny, so I wanted to share it. And yes, we have another r/anti-MLM video for you today. Little upset but excited just because this will be our last video in 2019, so let's do it.
All seemed to go well for Beth, but soon she would involve herself in multiple dramas, slowly letting more of her toxic character slip through the cracks until now having a subreddit dedicated to warning people about her.
So this is the part that I kind of disagree with it. That subreddit was created very early on, like not too long after the Loki stuff. I mean, she didn't even have 1,000 subscribers when that subreddit was made. That subreddit, she was flipping out about that subreddit before I had any real following. So that was that was back in the early days, back when I didn't even have a background properly. Okay, I was like haphazardly defending myself from the accusations of deity. That subreddit's been around for a long time. She didn't really earn that subreddit. Like a lot of creators, they have to earn their hate subs. She got hers very quickly.
a list of people who have crossed her path and have been worse off for doing so, and multiple videos criticizing her awful behavior. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Back to our story, anti-MLM content wouldn't be the only thing Queen of Spade would make, as drama was on the horizon, and who doesn't like a little bit of drama?
Well, she knows what a Queen of Spades is. She just uses it to troll people, she says. You're still haphazard. Fair. Fair. Can't really dispute that.
Onision was a polarizing figure on the internet, as he caused many site-wide dramas like no other. I was never interested in the Onision stuff, and I completely missed that part of internet history, but Beth was there to watch it all fold down. Context for those out of the...
So actually, the Onision drama caused a lot of channels to be built, which then caused them to have their own drama, which then caused channels like mine to be built, which were... I only made like 2 videos covering the Onision stuff. Most of my early stuff is covering the drama with the creators around the Onision drama. So yes, the Onision drama really shook up a lot of the YouTube sphere. It definitely led to the smashing of a lot of different communities, and Queen of Spade was right in the middle of it.
The loop like I was. Onision was a YouTuber who has been in a ton of controversies, ranging from calling meat eaters murderers to being accused of abuse, rape, and grooming. Around December of 2019, Onision was the big topic once again, as Chris Hansen, well known for his work on To Catch a Predator, was looking into Onision as there were claims of him grooming girls and abusing his ex-girlfriends. Despite Beth making anti-MLM content, she decided to chime in on the Onision drama, proudly landing on the anti-Onision side. Well, kind of. Beth was against Onision like almost everyone else was, but she also held the opinion that people should be calling CPS on Onision to get his kids taken away from him. She held this belief very strongly, and to be fair, I think her entire argument was that the Chris Hansen interview wasn't going as fast as she was hoping it would go, so if Chris isn't going to save those kids, we should ourselves.
If you have not noticed, I have been talking a lot on Twitter in regards to not believing the Chris Hansen investigation has been happening. I've been very open about the fact that I think that it's been really overplayed and a long time. I don't know if there is an investigation, and these guys are promising a lot. That honestly, they better deliver these victims, because boy, do they deserve somebody to deliver for them finally. I mean, holy crap. If anyone does deserve justice right now, right? So I got a little fed up. I felt like maybe they were taking advantage of the victims, of the stories. New victims popping out all the time. I don't know. The whole thing was fishy to me. I didn't like it. I've been very vocal about it because I'm loud.
There were many problems with this approach, the biggest one being how incredibly extreme and aggressive.
So this is another thing where a lot of those people in the I guess you call it community, if there even is a community, started attacking her. So naturally, now she has a problem with it. But you just saw those screenshots of her saying she's going to start calling CPS on Onision, which we just covered earlier with Carly. She's still doing that because she's a mandated reporter.
It was. Because of that, many people in the anti-Onision community did not like this take, especially Loki, a YouTuber who had been discussing Onision for quite a while. Loki would then go on to mention Queen on a now deleted stream where he brings up some of Queen's tweets and talks about how this is a bad approach to the whole situation. And like I said, the stream is now gone, but from what I've heard, it wasn't that bad. After mentioning
it really wasn't that bad. That's a good way to describe it, because a lot of people seem to disagree with me and are immediately jumping on the Loki side automatically. Loki himself apologized for the incident. I think he went way too far with it, bringing up this chick's tweets who came at... Basically, Queen of Spade came at him in the middle of one of his streams when he was reviewing old content, saying, why are you reviewing old content? You're not really helping things. And then Loki took offense to that, saying, if you're so virtuous, why don't you go and do that? And then she went at him more in his comment section. I don't remember exactly what was said because this is back in 2019. But I was in and out of those streams, and eventually he pulls up her tweet that has no interactions at all, no likes, no hearts or whatever, and just like I said, starts saying, "Well, this is what you don't do." Just calling her out basically, which she it is worth doing. But when you have a larger creator put your tweets up like that, calling you out just because you came at him in his chat, I thought that wasn't cool. You know, if he clearly it was a personal vendetta he had at that point. So not that bad is a good way to describe it. A lot of people, like I said, are just because of the way Queen has behaved, just immediately shit on Queen for it. But I think there's some gray area, and this is what kicked all of this off. Loki was her first real drama on YouTube.
Her on a stream, Beth would claim that she got tons of threats from the anti-Onision community, that Loki was calling CPS on her, and that he was bullying her to the point where she had to delete her videos about Onision because no one wanted to help her.
It got a bit much because there were some other things that got added on to it. One of them being Loki, and I getting into our little misunderstanding, which was just one little misunderstanding of a question I had asked, him taking it the wrong way. It got blown out of proportion. His mod team had been arguing me over the Onision thing.
These claims were not backed up with any proof, or at least I haven't seen any. But there must have been something to her claims because there was one YouTuber who believed her.
She was arguing back and forth with Loki's mods, like Trash Human and stuff at the time. Yeah, that happened. I mean, about the people calling CPS on her house, none of that ever occurred. I never saw any proof of that at that point.
Real Stream News. He was also spectating the Onision drama and thought that Loki was picking on some random 200 subscriber YouTuber for no reason, and that some of Queen's takes regarding Onision were pretty reasonable.
I finally let go off on Loki on Twitter.
No, you did not.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What did you say?
Well, like somebody was like, there's been a new person that came around. Queen, she's a good person. She's good people, right? Queen of Spades. She got involved with the channel. She got involved with, I guess, his channel, and then she said to him like, "Hey, why don't you stop talking about Onision, like older shit, and let's just stick to like pretty much just saying why are we talking about this older shit because he was covering older topics." Queen said like, "Hey, like, you know, people should call CPS," which she doesn't think people should call now. But what I'm going to say is that if you guys think that people aren't going to call CPS, or if you think that if he does allegedly, or if he does get arrested and goes to jail, what do you think is going to happen to his kids? Like, he's supposed to be an alleged child predator, right? What do you think is going to happen? Like, they're not going to leave the kids with one of them. They're probably going to take them. That's just the reality of the situation.
Of course.
So, but anyways, so
I don't think that justifies advocating for people to do it publicly. That's fucked up.
He had a bunch of people from his community, which is, you know, essentially my community, because I helped him get that community from the first place, you know. So they attacked her, you know what I mean, and were like trying to like just like pretty much attacking her nonstop. And he was like acting like it was like a YouTube beef. Like, she's only a channel with like 200 subscribers. She's a fucking viewer. She's not a channel. You know what I mean? Like, he was looking at it as like a YouTube beef. That's not a YouTube beef. That's fucking grimy.
So Queen says that he went and got a tweet of hers, like an old tweet.
I actually agree. Like, that's pretty much the same point I was making. At that point, like I said, she basically was a viewer. She didn't really have a channel or any kind of following.
And gave it to all of like his subs, and then they basically have all been attacking her.
Oh yeah, they've been attacking her nonstop. Yeah, on Twitter and on Twitter, Discord, like it's been nonstop. And I told him, there's been many times that we told him, like, especially my mods telling him like, "Hey, you got these people doxing like us in your community," and he'd be like, "Oh, I don't want to get involved," and he just let it go and didn't do anything.
Now, I want to say that I don't know what the good take was back then during this drama. I'm just telling you what happened.
The good take was Queen of Spade was crazy, but that Loki was in the wrong. And once he moved on from that, then we were just left with Queen of Spade. You know, as soon as Loki apologized, then all of that was ended. Loki moved on and did other content that had nothing to do with Real Stream News. Yeah, we were left with Queen of Spade, and then everyone kind of understood the situation. Like nobody could say anything because her and RSN were obviously, and I think at that point in the beginnings of their relationship. So no one would actually, speak out and say, point out the elephant in the room. But we all knew something was coming because everyone noticed those walls of text, how she behaved in discords. So that's the good take. The good take was, yeah, she was right now, but we're fucked. What we're left with is more problems in the future.
And what everyone's positions were. I do want to mention how nice RSN was, though, even going on to defend Queen and having her back when no one else did. This will be important for later. Beth would continue to hang around RSN's community and continue to comment and make videos on the Onision stuff because it was an ongoing thing. She would find herself in the midst of drama once more, and again, and again, and again, eventually having a huge falling out with anyone she'd meet or befriend. This is pretty much how it went for Beth up until the present day. Now, you'll find her sitting at over 2,000 subscribers, but barely getting over 100 views on her videos, having like 2 fans, and pretty much being outcast from every community.
So, like, that's the same thing now. If you look, like, her drama videos, like, her video on me has, like, 600 and some views, but all the videos around it have, like, 50. But now she's at 3K subscribers. So nothing's changed, except for she's slowly getting more hate subscribers. Which is killing her channel, by the way. Because she has a bunch of dead subscribers that aren't watching her content.
She enters, because no one wants to draw the Queen of Spade card. There's so many different dramas and interactions that it's really hard to keep track of them all, but that doesn't mean we aren't going to try. Now we're really going to get into it, and the best way to do this is to just talk about certain people, see how they interacted with Beth, and show you the toxic paths she leaves behind with every step. It's only fair that we start with Realstream News, as we were just talking about him, and it's one of the many people Queen talks about the most. Realstream News, also known as RSN or CJ, is a YouTuber who mainly covers both news and drama from the internet. As mentioned in the previous section, he too was covering the ongoing Onision drama back in December of 2019, and after speaking up for Queen of Spade during her fiasco with Loki, it seems that she was a permanent stay in his community. Things were definitely rocky while she was in this community. I hope you get hit by a fucking bus. But it seems like she enjoyed her time there since she'd go on to hardcore defend RSN in many situations. Like in this one where a content creator by the name of Marie Munsterful was slated to conduct an interview with RSN, but later canceled it due to some of his more eccentric fans coming out and voicing their opinion.
As some of you may or may not know, I was going to do an interview with RSN, Realstream News, Realstream, CJ, okay? But I was like, okay, I want to offer, if anyone else has any questions, go ahead and hit me up. I even posted that. I posted one post. I said, if I'm doing a interview with Realstream News, if you have a question, please comment. So people did. And CJ started to seem like he was a bit paranoid, like he was questioning my intentions of the interview, like who's behind it, why do you want to do it? I'm like, you asked me to interview you. I just said, give me a few, answer a few of my questions, and I'm gonna go on from there. It's no big deal to me. There's too many like paranoid, actions and behaviors behind it. I'm just trying to get your side of the story. So I made a post on my Twitter because I know a lot of people were looking forward to the interview. And I said, due to paranoid circumstances, I will no longer be doing this interview. And left it at that. Nothing. There was no other words. 5 days later, someone named Queen let me scoot over so I can. Queen decides to say, this B is biased. And so, I let her know, number one, I'm not biased. I asked his side. I asked, his people's side. I talked to everyone. That's not being biased. I don't think people really know what that word means. So this person responds back to me. I'm going to put up some text and basically, just going off the hinges, outer space. And this person was going off and off and off. And when I tell you they were going off, I'm going to give you a chance to read some of these. And the way they were going off, because I guess they have a YouTube channel.
So I didn't think I was ever going to be making another Onision video.
Boring YouTube channel, okay? And they kept on inserting like, oh, you're bullying me. Mind you, this person came to me, called me a B, and all I did was answer them back. I didn't call them that. Well, okay, I called them a dirty dish rag, but that's after they called him.
Hogan, you like Marie Munsterful? Yeah, I remember this when this went down. Like, this is, like I said, the good take at the time was that Loki was on the wrong, but Queen was still crazy. And now she was stuck in the Realstream News community. Because When this went down, everyone was just, they couldn't really call Queen out, but everyone knew she was in the wrong. Like, she went off on this lady, like, as you're about to see.
Me a cunt. They said, okay, cunt. And I said, okay, you dirty dish rag. So I didn't bully this person whatsoever. I was just responding. I was just answering to everything that they had to say. And they started saying that I was bullying them and all this kind of stuff. And then I was like, wow, you must take me.
Red Feather, this is 2020 at this point, I think, or either very late 2019 or 2020. I think we're in 2020 at this point with Marie Monsterful, because at this point she's in the RSN community. They're either in a relationship or the relationship's forming in the timeline. That's why she's going so hard to defend him, because he's over there defending her from Deity, Loki, Marie Monsterful too. I think he did do a little bit of that as well, back and forth.
Victim classes, because you're good at it. You know what she tells me? She says, she quote tweets me and says, this person's making fun of me being sexually.
Oh, don't worry. That's kind of why I wanted to react to this, because this doesn't really go in order in terms of timeline necessarily. And he also he just probably, because this video is 3.5 hours. He skips over certain parts that I can that I can provide more details to. Like, I don't think Deity is mentioned in this video at all.
Assaulted and taking classes for it. Let that sink in. Because this person kept on coming up with excuses and finger pointing and saying I was a bully, even though they kept on writing me and saying ugly stuff to me. And I said, you must take victim classes because you're good at playing the victim. Like, look at me, woe is me, these people are picking on me kind of thing. You're going to say I'm making fun of sexual assault? One thing I don't play with is people using things like that as a weapon. Like, I can...
And we debunked this already. Her elevator ass grab. Me and Emma went over on Emma's channel, which you can find on my community tab, went over the whole story and how it evolved from an ass grab into full-blown attempted rape, where she was comparing herself to an actual abuse survivor and saying, oh, well, I looked worse coming out of the elevator. So now, like I said, she uses that as a shield. And it just, like I said, this is 2019, 2020. And she's calling out a larger creator doing this. So in this particular instance, she was in the right to call him out. Now, with the Loki thing, I think that was going too far. Marie Monsterful was in the right, because Queen, like, full-on slandered her with this crap.
I only feel so sorry for you. Like, it's terrible when someone has been in a situation like that, but you're not going to use it towards me.
WTF is this? This woman done an entire stream on RSN.
Oh, hello, righty. How's things? I pissed Queen off again. Somehow by making a video that had nothing to do with her at all. How are things with you?
And I have had enough of this shit. I just got out of the hospital because of being in a PTSD trigger due to this bullying, and she does this video about me? What is wrong with you YouTube people? You really don't think my life doesn't matter? I guess I don't have millions of subs. Who cares about me, right? She forgets the part where she came at me for telling her that her tweet was adding to the bullying of this community. That's why I called her a B. She won't listen to that side, but she wants to hear all the dirty on RSN under her tweet. I'm tired. I wouldn't let these people stress you out. That is easy for you to say. You have 10,000 subs or more, so you have people who listen to you. I don't even have 300. And unlike you drama people, I'm actually helping people out here. No offense, but like, why? I'm the crazy because I let it stress me out.
The narcissism. And unlike you drama people, I'm actually helping people out here. Dude, your MLM shit, like, no one cares. Even back then, no one cared.
Right? How dare I let this shit stress me out? Coming from the man who's stressed for 2 years about fake accusations, I don't want to hear it, RSN. I have never had to deal with anything like this before in my life. This is new to me. I have every right to stress out. Sick of you people shaming me for stressing out. No, I'm just saying don't let people get under your skin. Especially knowing my mental health issue and what I'm going through in court right now makes me sick. Everyone just wants to sit here and let everyone smear me. You even let Deity call me toxic last night. I'm toxic for sticking up for myself?
Okay, Deity did get a mention in this video. Yeah, that was when Deity did his like interview with Real Stream News. That's still up, by the way, on his channel. And yeah, no, Real Stream News just totally let it slide. That's true.
That's all I've been doing, and I'm done with it. Someone will listen to me. I didn't let him do anything. You didn't correct him. You went into a rant about how I'm separate from you. Didn't exactly explain that I'm toxic because I've been dealing with this shit since.
Queen's right, though. That's exactly what happened. And guess what? Real Stream News has every right to say that, and I don't blame him.
Before Christmas, and I'm going through my own personal shit, and it gets worse and worse and more public for me, even after it sends me to the hospital. How is this okay, CJ?
Red Feather, Deity is the first person I ever made videos on. That's how I started my channel, is Deity. Well, Deity had a problem. That's what my video, I think, is called. But Deity had a problem where he would get a lot of support. He was on his way to a lot of subscribers, 10K, maybe even 20, 30K one day. And he let it all go to his head, for one. And two, because he started to get in conflict with other creators like Real Stream News, he would accuse all of his his moderators, anyone who was in his chat, of like, oh, you're floating between communities. You're a spy. You're here to impose yourself on me, is one of the phrases that he'd use. And so he would have his mods seek you out in other communities. If he saw you posting in other people's chats, he'd block you, and then he'd go on his lives and slander you, just random viewers. And that's what he did to me. So I pretty much came at him. Real Stream News was coming at him already. And I pretty much just kept going until he either quit and left YouTube. I mean, he tried all sorts of things. He even tried making me a moderator temporarily. And I told him, like, look, if you start acting up again, I'm going to still stream about you. And he said it was all right. And the first time he acts up and I have to do a stream about him, he unmods me, I'm blocked. He whinges about it on Twitter. And now if you look at Deity Speaks on YouTube, he's got a dead channel. He doesn't have any content available. Yeah. Like I said, he could have been a really good creator, but he just won't stop. He gets this paranoia in his head. He's kind of like Queen of Spade. He freaked out on Queen of Spade before Queen of Spade could ever freak out on him. I hope that kind of summed it up a bit. Oh, no, Red Feather, that's fine. I'm just trying to help you all understand, because I don't think this video actually explains who Deity is.
Are we all playing some game like let's see how many times we can all send Queen to the hospital? Because I'm about to checkmate all of you and blow the lid on this whole thing, way more public than just on YouTube. Queen really enjoys having a community that backs her up and protects her, even if she did something wrong. But soon, things were to become problematic again, with drama with other community members started. So now we have 4 people in our story. We have Real Stream News, Queen of Spade, Suit Yourself, another content creator we'll discuss in a moment, and Bells of Nevermore, also known as Heavy Down at the time this was all happening. Bells was a content creator in RSN's community, and she was on good terms with RSN and becoming good friends with Queen.
Back up just a little bit here. Right. Like you were still good with Real Stream News. Is that when you met Queen of Spade, most likely?
I met Queen of Spades while I was in RSN's chat, or in his Discord, and she approached me, and we kind of struck up what I thought was going to be a friendship.
Suit Yourself and Bells at the time didn't get along, though, so Bells of Nevermore leaves the Discord server so she doesn't start any more extra drama.
But when he started really, the sarcastic, demeaning shit, I said, you know what? I'm not doing this with you, and I left. I left the server.
This was a really fun interview, by the way. One of my better ones.
Because I was still on good terms with RSN, and I didn't want to cause a big toxic fight in his server.
Later on, though, she finds out that Suit Yourself is planning on doing a video about her, and this starts to freak her out. One thing that Suit really fixated on was the claim that Bells was a veteran because he believed that she was stolen valor. And Bells was increasingly getting more upset because she believed that this video could mess up a potential book deal she had at the time. And this all culminates to Bells having a suicidal episode near the end of the month because of all of this stress.
I find out later that from Queen, who I did not know this at the time, was helping him do it. I find out that from Queen that Suit Yourself is planning to drop that first video about me. And she was letting on like she was friends with him. I'm begging her, please do something to stop him. And she was like, oh, well, I can't stop him. He's just going to make a video and tee-hee-hee. And
This is one of the reasons also why I think Queen of Spade is a bit of a sociopath. Like, once everyone put all their once everyone put their blood feuds aside, because as I'll say forever, Queen of Spade is an anomaly. I've never before seen streams where all these people who hate each other will put aside their blood feuds to fucking shit on her. So everyone puts their DMs together. What was happening here was she was playing everyone off each other. Suit Yourself was getting fed information as she's telling Bells of Nevermore how bad the video's gonna be. You know how just basically trying to get Bells of Nevermore to do something to herself, and telling RSN that she's gonna get her ready for it.
Spiraling.
As you can tell, this situation was very, very messy. But what was Queen's involvement in all of this? Well, when Bells was having this episode, she went to Queen because she thought that they were good friends. And meanwhile, Queen was kind of talking to Suit Yourself in the background, gassing him up and kind of encouraging him to make the video. When talking to Bells, she's trying to calm her down, but also trying to mine her for more information that she'll give to Suit. In her conversation with Suit, though, she's just helping him gather research for the video, trying to play both sides of the situation, mainly leaning towards Suit's side. She also didn't really care about Bells, as you can see in some of these screenshots, actively mocking her and poking fun at the situation. The video apparently wasn't a big deal, but it didn't help that Queen was mining her for information and making it seem like this video was a bigger deal than it was.
And that was the first time that I had a suicidal episode. And
you share that with Queen, right?
Huh?
You confided that with Queen, because that's what I was leading to. That Queen leaked that, right? Queen shared that with people.
The Queen dropped it into my Discord, and then CJ picked it up and ran with it. Not cool. Not even a little bit cool.
Was this before Suit's video came out?
I think it was concurrent. It might have been slightly before. But Queen gassed me up good. I'm not going to share the screens because share the screens because they're very, very painful for me. But she gassed me up, but good. She had me convinced that the video was already being worked on, which in a way it was, because she was digging around trying to find shit out about me.
Now what I just described could not be the whole.
Well, because this video is old. Actually, it's like 9 months old. I wasn't even on YouTube at this point. I am glad that my old content did prove helpful in the future, because I keep bumping into myself a lot whenever Queen of Spade comes up.
Picture. I pretty much had to go by other people's testimonies, tweets, and videos to kind of construct this story. The big takeaway, though, is how Queen characterizes people before the incident versus after the incident, which you'll see in a moment. So Suit Yourself is also a content creator with his own community that was closely tied to RSN's community. After this debacle, Suit does what he does and he just streams again. This is sometime between mid-April-ish. Suit Yourself does another one of these streams, and during the stream, the subject turns into talking about Queen of Spade. Suit Yourself, during the stream, throws out the claim that RSN and Queen had something going on. Something that implied more than just friends. Again, like the other stuff, this stream was deleted and I wasn't there, but apparently RSN was at that stream.
So, like, Suit Yourself was not the first person to make that claim. Just an FYI. That was something that was being whispered at in the background. RSN at one point brought Queen of Spade up to say, oh no, they're not in a relationship and everything else. Now, I actually asked Queen of Spade in my interview with her about that, if they were in a relationship at that point. And she said they were not. I don't think she had any reason to lie in that interview at that point. So, but it was some point after that, after she publicly denied it, that they got into their relationship. Sorry, I don't even know if I want to call it a relationship. Honestly, it wasn't a relationship. Before they started their talking phase.
And when Suit was making these claims, he didn't defend Queen. Remember that defending Queen means that you have to agree with her and stick up for her without question. In the Marie Munsterful situation, Arson didn't defend her at a certain point and Queen flipped out. She loves to have really anyone defend her, even in situations where the other...
Yeah, Arson and Suit ended up in an argument. From what I understand is that Queen of Spade was threatening Realstream News, once again wanting people to defend her, and that led to RSN going on that stream making a fool of himself. If I recall correctly, Suit Yourself was claiming he had gotten a certain amount of donations or whatever, and RSN started, I guess, because it just got really petty with their argument. RSN started accusing Suit Yourself of lying about how many donations he'd gotten. Suit Yourself proved it on stream, which again, this is all very petty. I don't know why Realstream News got so hung up on the money thing. So Suit Yourself proved how much money he'd made on stream, and then they had a big feud for a while, which again, it's all very petty at that point. So they were able to put it aside, and I think they're still on good terms, and exposed Queen together at the end. So yeah, that's kind of how that went, by my recollection. There might be some details I'm missing, but it was all very petty and instigated by Queen, of course.
The person doesn't agree with her actions. After the stream, Queen starts spamming RSN's Discord with tons and tons of messages. It was said that over 1,000 messages were sent that night, and that's probably an over-exaggeration, but seeing how Queen writes her community post, it was definitely a lot. She was sending so many messages that she ended up getting kicked out of RSN's community. She then goes to Suit Yourself's Discord and starts doing the same thing, complaining and sending a bunch of messages out. Suit Yourself lives in Australia though, so he ends up sleeping through Queen's explosion, and his American mods have to deal with her, and she ends up getting kicked out of Suit's Discord as well. When Suit woke up and saw the chaos that Queen left, he knew that he had to stream about it, and this stream lasted for 12 hours. At this point, RSN was done, and he wanted nothing to do with Queen, so he slowly stopped publicly mentioning her.
I'm actually gonna cover something real quick about Queen of Spade and Suit before we get started. I just want to let my community know what's going on here, right? Right. There's been like this behind the scenes problem here. Like, by the way, I liked Queen of Spade and I was like talking to her kind of behind the scenes until she started to act crazy. Then I was just like, I can't deal with you anymore. So I stopped talking to her and I blocked her. And then Suit Yourself ended up talking to her and like was like, oh, you should unblock her. Then I did, and I was giving her another chance. But then she started to act crazy again, pulling people into a bunch of drama that had nothing to do with anybody and like inventing stuff. So just want to say this: just stay away from Queen. She just freaks out and tries to like pull into everybody into this like drama that's ridiculous. I want nothing to do with it. Like, I thought she was normal, but she just freaks out and like invents this drama. It just isn't real. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you guys ever met anybody like that? Like, where they think everything's about them when it has nothing to do with them? You know what I'm saying? Like they think it's about them. Like she was trying to say like Heavy Down drama has something to do with her somehow. It had nothing to do with her at all. So I'm just saying, I'm backing away from her like, I don't know, 1,000%. So I want nothing to do with this. You know what I mean? Nothing to do with it at all. Just saying that. Just want to say that. Anyways.
Suit Yourself ended up getting the proper proof that Bells was a veteran. He apologized to her and they made up. Suit continued to make videos on Queen, and she would make videos on him, and this back and forth would go on for nearly a year. Oh, and that claim Suit made about RSN and Queen being in some kind of sexual relationship, that was true as well. So Queen was basically starting drama outwardly, but on the down low, she was simping for RSN. That's pretty much the end of the story, but Queen doesn't really end the drama. She'll continue to discuss it even when everybody else involved hasn't spoken about it or her in months. The claims against the individuals will also morph and become more aggressive as time goes on. Before this happened, Suit Yourself was someone that Queen enjoyed the content of greatly, especially his video about the anti-Onision community, since she had a falling out with them. Now, Suit Yourself is a swatter, a doxer, is claiming that Queen sells her kids to pedos on Instagram. He falsely struck her videos, he's bullying her, stole her songs, Queen ended up doxing Suit, and much more. With Bells of Nevermore, she was also doxed by Queen when she made a subreddit called r/Beware of Heavy Down during the whole situation. And the ID that Bells showed to prove to Queen that she was a veteran was posted there by her. Later on, when she sat down to do an interview about the drama and falling out, Queen said that she wished she had gone through with it. As for RSN, she didn't immediately go after him.
I remember that, actually. I was like, I'm going to pop this up on my stream just in case she goes back and tries to delete it and deny it. Because if you pop up... Now, I can't do that tonight because my StreamYard is broken. My comments aren't showing. But in StreamYard, if you pop that up, it stays there. And I've used that against people. Be careful what you pop up on your stream, people.
Him so hard, and in fact was still defending him. But that too went away, and she's claimed that he is a stalker, abuser, rapist, claimed that he's doxed and swatted her, bullied her, that he might be involved with the Amanda Todd case, even though she was only obsessed with that topic because RSN made a video about it. She claimed that she is a victim of RSN. She said that he might kill her. Queen doxed RSN at some point. Queen grabbed his grandmother's address and sent it to him as a threat, and hasn't stopped talking about him despite RSN barely mentioning her.
Freddie, I totally understand your thoughts on that, but I just, I think about just casual viewers if they come across this, like I don't want them to not know the reality of the situation.
That's how I feel. That's why I covered Queen of Spades video. Technically, her video on me has more views than my Carly video does. So I don't want casual viewers to stumble on that and think I'm a fucking person who goes to IRL and is at war with the Carly community or the anti-Carly community and everything else, because the issue is far more nuanced than that, and she's just twisting the narrative.
And Marie is right, because we've tried saying nothing for like a year. We tried confronting her. Nothing changes. She just makes up these crazy fucking things in her head and just continues to repeat this stuff. She's very much like the other crazy person that tried to pull me to court, that Harvard chick, like just inventing bullshit in her head. Man, I wish.
Oh, Red Feather, that was, yeah, I remember that. That was gross. She like did a reaction video to it, accused Suit of murdering her. Yeah. Yeah, no, Queen's a real class act. She always has been. She's been accusing people of being pedos or associating with pedos when now she's the one who does that. Yeah, there's nothing she won't accuse you of, and there's no low she won't stoop to. Any personal information you tell her about, anything that makes you insecure or anything that's hurting you, she'll weaponize that against you and twist it. It's sick. Like I said, she's a terrible person.
I wish I never tried to help her back in the day, because this all started with like her claiming she was being harassed by Loki, and that's not what happened. And I feel bad that I even fucking tried to help her in that situation. I forgot about Loki. I don't even know what to do with him.
Okay, let's go back to January 2020. Queen is hardcore simping for RSN after he saved her from the evil clutches of Loki. On December 10th, 2019, RSN makes a video discussing Amanda Todd, a girl who went viral after posting her experience with bullying that drove her to commit suicide. It went viral back in 2012, and new information came out that someone by the name of Masked Babe may have been behind some of that bullying. Queen, seeing this video and wanting to suck up to RSN, came away with the opinion that Masked Babe killed Amanda Todd. She strongly believed this too, fighting with people on Twitter about it as one does. Valkyrie, or Val as I'll be calling her, saw...
That's another thing. Amanda Todd has been dead for so long. Even back then, she'd been dead for a while. Like, why do we keep bringing up the dead and using them for our arguments?
All these claims and asked, "Hey, do you have proof?" She didn't like that a lot. Val also warned her about blindly following RSN and the assertions he made. RSN was a pretty controversial figure at the time, so Val was doing her best with the information she had. She didn't really know that much about RSN, only really about the big claim that he was a rapist that was later retracted because that wasn't true. And she didn't know that much about Queen of Spade, or the fact that it doesn't matter how.
See, I like this guy. He understands. He understood that the fucking victim went in there and retracted. A lot of people are still on about that. And again, there's a lot to criticize Real Stream News for. We don't got to focus on the fake accusations.
Awful a person is, she'll latch on to anybody to get that sweet clout. She would soon find this out though, because afterward, Beth would go on to block her, claim that she chased her around the internet, claim that she harasses her and calls CAS and the cops on her, claim that at some point Valve was spearheading the harassment campaign, claim that she doxes her, claim that she watched her for hundreds of hours and that she is a locale, claim that she stalks her, claim that she is connected to pedophiles, claim that she passes around CP, says that she is destroying people because she is in love with RSN, claim that she made money off of her copyrighted story, claim that she stole her art, claims that Val called child services on her when she never did, claims that she runs the r/Beware of Queen of Spades subreddit when she doesn't, claimed that she doxed her kid's school when she didn't do that, says that she is running this huge campaign with Bella's suit and RSN where they just have a bunch of people calling the cops on her, which isn't true. And the cherry on top is when Queen was trying to gather information on all of the people who have been harassing her. She took a photo of Val and her kid and put it in the drive as evidence, essentially doxing her kid. When confronted about this and asked to remove the photo from the drive because a picture of her child is not evidence of anything, Queen decided to not remove the photo and instead renamed the photo to "You Doxed My Child, Shut the Fuck Up." Now, I want to clarify two things because I want everything to be crystal clear. Val does not stalk or harass or obsess over people. When you have someone lying and slandering you and your friends, then you have to correct the record. For the most part, Val's interactions with Queen or Val's comments about Queen are usually in direct response to something that Queen has said that is blatantly wrong about her. Queen says something blatantly wrong, Val will correct it.
But I've never lied. You then started to harass my subscribers and my in real life friends.
I'd like to see your proof for this because I don't believe I did. I commented on things that were clearly lies about me when people interacted with them. I put a PSA about you to YouTubers around the platform of Twitter. I said a lot of bullshit about you because you were lying about me, but I never actively went out and found anyone that you live with the exception of tagging your husband when you were suicidal on the platform.
Which is why I would then have to post a picture of you and warn everyone about you. If you don't harass people that I know, I would have never had to have done that. Then you flipped out about how I was slandering you because I was warning my subscribers and followers to stay the hell away from you because you're insane.
Nope. I freaked out about you slandering me because you were slandering me. It's that simple.
And two, Val doesn't find the subject of Beth funny, which is absolutely understandable. A lot of us really like to poke fun at these locales, but it becomes a lot less funny when these locales have the ability to do actual harm and they lack the morals to understand what they're doing is wrong. As we continue on with this video, you'll find that
That's a fair point, actually. Like a lot of people don't take Queen of Spades seriously. I'm one of them. But yeah, she actually does do a lot of harm, and you know, maybe we should take her more seriously. But the way she acts is just so ridiculous. Like even when I get mad at her, I just end up laughing at her 10 minutes later.
That many people on this list have kids, families, careers, and are just generally nice people who want to help. And most of them live in fear because Queen of Spade has their information and has shown that nothing is out of bounds. She'll dox you, she'll threaten you with violence, she'll threaten to call CPS on you, she'll claim that you are a pedophile or that you are pedophile adjacent, all because you...
Yep, Emma, you're right. Emma666 is doing a deep dive, and yep, she has another stream coming up on Tuesday that's gonna apparently be more modern. Yep, I very much so enjoyed that stream. It was very smooth. I think we educated a lot of people on her old lore. See, I don't think this really goes as deep into her ass grab story and how she morphed it, but yeah, we sort of summed up her early history in that stream. It's a long live stream though. It's almost 6 hours.
You asked her to back her claim up with evidence.
This girl has been waiting out for over a year because I didn't answer a question.
So I have been proving out that you're a liar because you don't have evidence for anything you say for over a year.
For her. Just think about that for a minute. All this was because I didn't answer a question, and apparently as a YouTuber, I'm not allowed to ignore people when they want drama tea or something.
I'll put it a little bit better. As a YouTuber, I don't think you should go around accusing people of murder without proof. I'm sorry, I don't think that's fair.
So now let's continue our adventure so I can show you how dangerous Beth can truly be. Westmost, a man known for exposing predators and scummy people he comes across online, and Beth was no different. But it didn't start off like that. No, the story between the two started off normally. It's January of 2020, and as you know, the Onision drama was ramping up. Wes was in a feud with Vincent Nicotra, a man who had doxed Wes and falsely struck his videos. The finer details of this situation isn't really that important. What is important is when Queen of Spade entered the picture. She came to Wes wanting to discuss Vince, but really, she just wanted to talk about herself. Wes is generally a nice guy, so they spoke from time to time. Never too consistently though, because Wes is quite busy. The big reason why Beth ran to Wes was because she wanted to find some sort of solace, an army if you will, to back up her stance on her Onision CPS take. When she said that both RSN's community and the TCAP community was behind her, I assumed that she just meant Wes. Now, let's skip ahead all the way to June of 2020, right in the midst of Westmost dealing with Muse Talks, an individual who he tried to help but ended up accusing him of human trafficking. Again, knowing the ins and outs of this situation isn't really that important, but what is important is that Beth was full.
Not only is it astounding the amount of people she has issues with, is how we all also interconnect and we all kind of are in the same sphere. She just jumps from person to person, creating strife and getting covered. Which I think that's kind of what they do is, yeah, they go around and, like I said, insert themselves into other people's drama, create a whirlwind of strife, then back away and say, I'm done, I'm moving on. And then, like I said, they mention you forever after that.
Fully on Wes's side. She didn't like Muse and believed that she was dangerous. She congratulated Wes on his stream with Brittany Simon, someone who was also wronged by Muse, and she even made a video talking about the situation. Beth was fully with Wes and completely.
So yeah, there we go. That's actually what part of our issues, me and Queen of Spades issues were. Queen of Spade and I had made at least some degree of a peace, and then she comes at me once again, inserting herself into another drama about my videos on Westmost, which again led to them talking again. Which again, as we'll see later in this video, leads to their feud. Because anyone she starts becoming like really supportive of, she inevitably ends up turning on.
Against Muse. I need you to remember this because this will become important shortly. While on his tour to warn people about Muse, Wes hopped on a stream to react to a live stream that Muse did a while ago. This live stream took place a month later on July 9th, 2020, and Wes was not the only one attending the stream. He was joined by Tiffany Lockhart and Clobbering Time, as they all have streamed before many times. And to also help, they brought along a guy named Mugnuts. Mugnuts claimed to be a body language expert who has worked with trained professionals before. He was also present in the stream they were reacting to, so he was a good choice to have on stream.
Mugnuts claims he's a body language expert. I'm glad you put it that way. Because we can go back to the heavy down Bells of Nevermore stuff. In that stream, Mugnuts is like pointing out all these things. Oh, this is a sign of deception and everything else. Basically, his conclusion is that the Stolen Valor thing was a done deal. I've yet to see a Mugnuts go against what a community wants. He seems to just say whatever the popular opinion is. I don't know. I don't believe him at this point. He's always wrong. That's my problem. He's always wrong.
Stream.
So Mug, you want to read
Yeah.
what you wrote?
Yeah. So I wrote in
I can only take so much of this. In my opinion, you're a pathological liar who mixes small amounts of truth in an over.
Red Feather, that's a good question. I've kind of gone back and forth. She definitely is looking for attention, but I really think it was just like those DMs I showed in the beginning of this stream here, where she's like accusing me of being the owner of the Carly subreddit and posting my own comment. I think there's a lot of actual mental illness here as well. So she definitely wants attention. She craves attention. She sits in chats having full-blown conversations with herself, just wanting you to acknowledge her. So definitely, yeah, Betrayal's right. Looking for attention, it's obvious. Yes. I've talked to Queen in VO before, and she doesn't seem so unhinged when she's not YouTubing. When I sat her down for the interview, she seemed very human. When the thing is, when Queen of Spade is, or Queen of Karma is doing well, she's fine. She's pleasant to be around. But then she just gets in these moods. Like, she was in the DM starting issues with me defending the anti-Carly community, while at the same time starting to go off on them. And then ever since then, she's just been rampaging against everyone. She's attacking them. She's attacking me. And everyone has, like I said, kind of been in communication with each other now because of this. And we're all against her because she's just, like I said, she's went on a rampage. And yeah, her BPD, yeah, maybe. I don't know. She's claimed a lot of different mental illnesses, but she's got something wrong with her.
Overwhelming amount of fabrication. You need to seek official help with this. Be honest. So I picked that moment in there because I was picking up onto her stress with whatever that disassociative moment was, and then her skipping through the quick questions and going through that. So this was, I was kind of just speeding up things. So I wanted to throw a good stress one in there because the majority of my questions have pretty much been innocuous to this point. I was a little fed up with the chat thing, so I kind of wanted to take it up a notch and get a reaction out of this.
Okay, let's see.
And just there had been a lot of comments that Mugnuts had, a lot of questions that he had been asking, and she was either avoiding them or acting like she didn't understand what they said. So she would not pull those up, and this was the first one of his, or maybe it was the second. Then they actually put up on the screen, and this was when Mugnuts was just tired of asking. He was asking very basic questions that she would ignore.
This, for some reason, upset Beth greatly, and on the same day that stream occurred, she sent this message to Wes. You know, I have supported you since you showed up on RSN stream, especially after you were doxxed. I supported you when you came out.
This shit's hilarious. I'm sorry. You're on stream with someone for one moment, okay, and she'll do this to you. Like, I think that was actually a long stream, but she flipped out on Negs because he was on RSN stream for just a brief moment to talk to him. Yeah. Who has the time to stalk people around and follow their every move so you can then flip out on them about it?
About Muse. I supported you when you hooked up with Brittany and Clobbering Time. But the fact you're all having Mugnuts on there after what that man did to me, I'm going to have to pull my support. It appears you are no different than Suit or CJ. You support people who dox and use my personal information to bait pedophiles and trigger me on purpose with my mental health. He lies about working with the police and about being a body language expert. You had a case here until you all decide to bring on Mugnuts. Now I will have to throw you all in the same category. Obviously, you want the drama. You want this to continue. And you what? You want to dox Muse? Have a bunch of pedos go after her? Like how Mugnuts use my personal info in Suit's Discord to bait a pedo? When I have a 5-year-old daughter, I'm already doing a video on who Mugnuts really is. I have all his info. I have people who look into people for me too. I'm not new to investigative journalism, and when you use me to bait a pedo, then go hook up with someone who claims to be from TCAP. That is hypocritical, Wes. You are no better than Chris Hansen now. Congrats, brother. Now I have to wonder, are you...
He's working with Chris Hansen now. I mean, wow, this is hilarious. Imagine getting this in your DMs just randomly. I mean, I don't have to imagine. I have. But wow.
And Mugnut's harassing Trisha because he helped Suit and Wizard harass me, and she claims you haven't left her alone and are constantly harassing her. You don't want.
Negs and RSN, from what I understand, do hate each other, but at one point they were friendly. He was just in his chat one day and invited him up to have a conversation about like was it Miss Fucking Wonderful? Maybe was just some drama at the time. It wasn't hostile. They weren't really talking about anything important. It was just, hey, there's another creator in the chat. Let me come up here and we'll have a conversation, panel. That's all it was. And then Queen of Spade came at him saying she was going to fuck up his family and everything else just because he went on panel with Real Stream News for a minute.
Want to do to Trisha what was done to me, I will make you wish you never came on here, Wes. A TCAP dude working with a pedo protector who uses mom's personal info to bait pedos. What a wonderful video. Then I will have to drop the bomb. He lies about his qualifications and that won't look good for any of you. Sucks. I liked you guys. Hate Muse. Oh well, not my issue. You should research who you work with more. This is a very telling message. Firstly, it's very bold of Queen to assume that everyone.
And look at how she typed it, line by fucking line. Not even in like a proper paragraph. What the fuck?
Knows everything about every drama she's in or everyone who has wronged her. Wes clearly didn't know the extent of what Mugnut did, so it was wrong for Queen to come so hard at him. In fact, this message shouldn't have been written like.
Red Feather TCAP is to catch a predator. From what I understand from my brief encounters with this community is it's all based around Chris Hansen's old show To Catch a Predator, and they all were in like a big fan worship community around Chris Hansen until he actually came to YouTube and he got exposed himself for being a grifter who lies about his connections to law enforcement. So now they've just pretty much gone independent, I guess. They're still calling themselves TCAP, but most of them don't even like Chris Hansen anymore. They still try to expose predators, scammers, and things of that nature. There's a lot of good people in there, and there's also a lot of predators in those communities who just lurk around in there as like a shield, so they can blend in with them. Like that's something I've noticed. TCAP has a lot of people who get outed as being predators.
Like this if Queen actually wanted something done. I can understand Queen being upset at Wes for being on a stream with someone that allegedly did all this stuff to her. But instead of all of this, it should have been more of a warning sign. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but Mugnuts has messed with me a lot and is not a good dude. I recommend you stay away from him because he's trouble. Here's why. Instead, she goes from 0 to 100. From what I've seen, Mugnuts is a fine dude. He was in RSN's community when Beth exploded and then was banned, but I don't know exactly what he did to wrong her. It doesn't matter though because Wes clearly didn't know. I also want to point out the flip she made in her opinion on Wes and Muse. Remember, she didn't like me.
Now, look, this is important too, okay? She has her opinions. Now, obviously, you can look at my channel. Wes and I do not like each other. But the one thing him and I can both agree on is Queen of Spade. So, she, like I said, was clearly on Wes Mo's side, right? Was even attacking me for him, which I covered in my old streams from years ago. And then, now that they have issues, she's going to start using some of my arguments against him. It's astounding to watch.
Muse and was on Wes's side and even made a video about it. Now, because she has been slighted and Wes is the bad guy, Wes is now in the same category as RSN and Suit Yourself, two people who she claimed doxed and harassed her. Wes wants to dox Muse. She threatens Wes. The entire TCAP community is now a joke, and all the stuff that Brittany and Wes endured from Muse, it was nothing. Just one person. Go settle it in court like grown adults. Beth has been through worse, so your problem is now nothing. Get over it. Rightfully, Wes points out exactly what I said, that if there was a problem, then this was the poorest way to go about addressing it. And that was the end of Queen and Wes's chat, but not the end of this story. Don't forget that message though, we'll be referring to it a lot. To continue, we're going to have to discuss Jordan Comedy. Now, I have made a video on this guy, but just to catch you up.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick, but everyone be sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'll be back with you in a moment. I'll leave this playing, but I can still hear it.
Jordan was a content creator in the Laurenography community / TCAP community and was exposed for being a creep who would flirt with women, sexualize them, and it came out that he was liking the photos of little girls dressed up like genies, which he had a fetish for, just to masturbate to them later. Definitely a bad dude, but he decided to make a comeback on a channel called Steer Music, and soon enough, he uploaded a music video called The Queen of Spade Callout, aka Steer Clear Volume 1, on March 22nd, 2022.
Always say she a victim, but she don't have a vision. Her lies are tangled division. That's why nobody gon' listen. A lost Canadian, that bitch look like an alien. Don't worry though, I got a package. Behind these blue eyes is savage.
Months later, another call-out music video would be made on her, this one more critical than the last, and this really got under Beth's skin.
She's a horrible person, and every day it worsens. She's a super hater, and ain't no one greater. She's a manipulator, but nothing happened in the elevator. No, no, nothing happened in the elevator.
Now, anyone with a brain can figure out that the Jordan Comedy in the music videos isn't the real Jordan Comedy. Not only do they not sound alike at all.
Hey everybody, this is the rare serious video from me. I'm going to read what I wrote because that's the best way for me to organize my thoughts and really say what I mean.
Nothing happened in the elevator, no, no.
But Jordan deleted his Steer Music channel when it was found out by the community. The Steer Music channel that you see now is a mirror channel that archived all of his videos. Clearly, some random dude was rapping about Queen in a video and it wasn't actually Jordan. But Queen didn't know that. She thought that this was the real Jordan, the one that got outed as a predator. So now Beth believes that she is being attacked by a predator. So she does the most reasonable thing. She decides to steal Wes's video about Jordan. Yes, she stole someone else's video for some reason. Okay, I do know.
Alrighty, I'm back, everyone. Excuse me while I fix up everything again. Let's see. What is this? A question. I'm trying to read it. If I get my chat to go back up. Does anyone have an account on how many people / communities she's been rejected / ejected from? Well, the professor posted a comment that had a big long list, but we're looking at, it wasn't even complete, by the way. We're looking at 20, 30, maybe even more. I mean, we're definitely pushing 40 at this point. Yeah, exactly. If we put our fingers and toes together, it won't be enough soon. It's crazy. I'll look for the professor's comment actually, while all this is playing some more, because it's worth looking at, because it's not even complete.
Know the reason, but it's really stupid. The reason why she stole Wes's video was because Jordan was making videos about her, and because she had to prove that she was being attacked by a predator, she uses Wes's video that proved that Jordan is a predator. Makes no sense, right?
I did steal Wes's video. I did it on purpose because he tried to deny that the guy was a predator that he hung out with. So I took the video he made calling the guy a predator. Damn right I did. Got his attention, didn't it? He got pretty upset that I showed that he hung out with predators. But instead of you guys actually paying attention to the fact that you guys have someone in TCAP hanging out with predators and then harassing women with them, you just hold on to, you stole him anyhow.
It isn't even that transformative. The only thing that she changed in the video was in the beginning, a bit of the Steer Music video plays, and very rarely these text prompts would come up. That's it. Even reading these text prompts, nothing she's saying makes sense. She has no proof that Arson or Suit Yourself or TCAP sent Jordan. Joran, or the person playing Joran, because again, these are two different people, can't have a mind of his own.
That's hilarious. She just straight up stole fucking Wes's video and just put some fucking text over it. Wow. That don't surprise me though that she did. This is actually after my time. All this stuff she did with Wes was after I had already left the internet for my 2 years. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the professor's comment here of all the communities she's been kicked out of. Work in progress. We don't have them all yet. We're still tracking them down. Okay. Her entry into this group was short-lived, blah, blah, blah. And then here we go. Since 2020, she's then been booted from RSN, Suit Yourself, Rep Zion, Rep Zilla, Rag Reynolds, Hillbilly, I think he meant to say Hellride, Hillbilly Hellride, the Paranormal Community, Negs, DC Media Girl, Anti-MLM, Onision, TCAP, YouTube Schizophrenic. She wasn't actually booted out of here. She's not blocked. She's just not taken seriously. 14, Petty Family. 15, Anti-Addict, Al Belinda. So some of these, by the way, are communities, multiple creators. Ghost of Niccolo and Plate Gang, question mark. There's others I'm sure I'm misremembering, and now this community. So that's just some of them. She's on a warpath across YouTube, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Someone had to have sent him. TCAP doesn't stalk people. Jordan wasn't part of the TCAP community when Steer Music was created. Now it's not RSN and Suit sending Jordan. It's another shadow group sending RSN, Suit, the Professor, and fake Jordan. Again, all of these men have their own lives and can act on their own. Plus, Suit Yourself and RSN weren't sent to her.
Oh, I left for a while there to go to the washroom. Yep, to go pee-pee. Coffee goes straight through me.
She willingly went into their communities and became their friends. Finally, TCAP didn't send this man. Steer Music was created 3 weeks after Jordan left the community. He wasn't a part of the TCAP community. No one sent him. By the way, that was all of the text prompts that Queen added herself. Everything else was just Wes's stolen video. Also, if you think I'm being too picky or harsh considering the fact that Queen did not know that this Jordan was fake, then I'd point you back to Queen.
Oh, I left for 2 years mostly because of IRL stuff. I just didn't have the time to create content. I had a lot of health issues I had to work out. But like I said, I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm good. I'm healthier. I'm healthy as a horse now. So we're all good there.
Final message to Wes, where in it, she said that Wes should have done more research, and that same criticism can be applied here. Now, Wes saw this and he did 3 things. He struck the video, but sadly, YouTube sided with Queen. He later made a video about Queen.
Oh, that's some bullshit right there. Hold on. Hold on. I made the Nicolina video, right? Completely transformative. Had not just me commentating and music, had text overlays as well. The strike went through and I got a copyright strike. Okay, Queen pulls this shit and Wes doesn't get his to go through. YouTube sides with Queen. That is some bullshit. How? Why do these lolcows just keep getting away with it?
Queen of Spade discussing her experiences with her, and he started his own show, Spade in the Shade, where he and Little Evil McNuggets discuss her antics. The show is pretty good, and it created some pretty interesting moments that I'm going to share with you now.
And I'll be pausing this. And Nuggets, if you have anything that you want to say, please feel free. Then we're also going to cover the after that the call out songs from Steer Music, who.
See, I actually have like serious beef with West Most, but even I'm like, man, if someone's going to do that to your video and just put text over it, not even add anything afterward or wow. And YouTube sided with Queen. I can't get over that. How come I got a strike?
Who, for whatever reason, just came hard at Queen of Spade, and like a music battle ensued. So we'll go over that, but first let's check out Queen of Spade.
Before we continue with the Westmost saga, we first have to discuss Treasure Baby. Treasure Baby, King of Stream, Redbeard, whatever name he goes by now, is Beth's husband. Yes, Beth has a husband. The only way I can describe Treasure Baby is kind of like Queen's puppet. He's supportive of her terrible behavior, his race is malleable by Queen's demand, often going from being white to being Native American, and he acts like Beth's attack dog. Now, you're probably wondering what this has to do with Wes. Well, while Wes was doing a live stream reacting to Queen of Spade, Treasure Baby decided to speak up and say a few choice words to him.
To all new creators, by the way, it's not just me. It's a new creator problem that's been on here for a while. But whenever you speak out about it,
Treasure Baby, welcome to the chat. Talk about my kid again, you fucking lowlife. Come to Ottawa, I will. Come on, Treasure Baby, really? I mean, you slept with this more than once. You should be ashamed to even show your face here. That's embarrassing, bro. You went inside of this.
What's more embarrassing is that she cucked him for some dude she met online. That is still in her intro to this day. And he still continues to watch her YouTube channel and defend her and come at you on sock accounts. That's the real fucking joke.
And here, I'll play it. I mean, and she talks about it in graphic, disgusting detail. I gotta know, Treasure Baby. Does she fart in your face for free? And does she make pussy souffle? Or does she pick it up at a Tim Hortons and heat it up in the microwave? I just want to.
He's talking about that rap she made, man. So look, I'm not going to torture you by playing any of Queen of Spades music. Every time I see a streamer play Queen of Spades music, the viewer count goes like that very quickly. It's awful. It's cringe. And they're all like, some of them are very sexual where they go in, like he just said, went in graphic detail. It's disgusting. It's gross. She is just a gross person.
I don't know how things work in Canada, but I'd be more than happy to come meet you. You don't scare anyone, bro. Like you make bad choices. You make bad choices, and she can't stop thinking about RSN. I mean, so you can't even put it down like that. She's a Queen of Spade. You know what that means. Don't take that out on me, bro. And Treasure Baby, I ask,
what do I think about Cyrax? I'm not too familiar with all his lore, but yeah, he's nuts too. He's interesting. I don't know if I'll make content on him, but I'm definitely watching him.
See, because I can read the words that you're typing on the screen, but allegedly you're.
Cyrax is also one of those people that is being targeted a lot by trolls, and it's just agitating things and making the whole situation with him worse. It's another Chris Chan situation. And I definitely am interested in that, but not all of them are even worth making videos on. Because a lot of times other reactors and everything else have already, said what's needed to be said. And Cyrax has been heavily covered.
Your daughter can't. So rather than coming in here and getting mad at me for the racist bullshit I see on my screen when she's saying the N-word and saying that I'm dark, so you know what that means, and hoping people dox me, why don't you get the fuck off of here and go teach your goddamn daughter to read? You're a joke, eh? Treasure Baby, don't just call me a lowlife over it. Throw some of the racial slurs that your wife throws out. Apparently she got a pass. Maybe it also transferred to her wife. I'm sorry, to her husband. So if you can get off the furry, dude, just come with it. You're in my chat. You're threatening me like you're a grown ass man, telling me to trot my ass up to Canada so we can fight, so you can get beat up in front of your wife and kid. I'll teach her to read. I'll bring a book. Because you guys are apparently too busy doing this.
Charging someone with sexual assault for doing stuff to be in an elevator, and then try to make a case saying I'm a bad person. Because again, apparently men are supposed to rape and sexually assault women.
I had Wes Mo send me a DM saying he'd fly me out to fight him. It seems to be his thing. Just to challenge people online to fight him.
And we are not supposed to fight back.
That is bullshit. What real men do is they go to live streams and they threaten people that they know they will never meet because they are keyboard warriors, and they say things like calling black people boy or.
I agree. I don't threaten to fight people online because none of us are ever gonna meet. I don't know why. I don't know why Queen's husband's in here doing this, making a fool out of himself.
Or telling them to grow the balls. That's what a real man does, right, Treasure Baby? Show us what a real man does. Put some more threatening things in the chat. Like, I'm gonna come up to Ottawa. I'm gonna come up to Ottawa and fight you and teach your daughter to read. I will be waiting when you are ready to man up, Wes. Anytime you want to grow an actual set of balls, they will be deep within your wife's mouth while I take them out, smack you around with whatever Curiosity George book I read, and then I'll sit down with that child and teach that child to read, because Treasure Baby and the Queen of Stains are too busy ranting on the internet, or he's trying to sell Pokemon cards or use socks on Facebook. We live two different lives, Treasure Baby. Like, my internet's always on because I pay for it all the time. It's just constantly on. It's called paying bills.
And then I feel like I'm in fucking.
Hey guys, can we get a nice goodbye? Can we put roses in the chat for Treasure Baby, who I guess just decided to leave? I really thought he'd at least stay till the end of me reacting to his wife's stream, but I guess he's decided to dip. He's taken the way out, and he's seeing his way out, maybe so that he can go do some more disgusting things. He's gonna eat pussy souffle, and she's gonna squirt in his face for free, and that pussy is always shaved. But before you go, Treasure Baby, I want to remind you of one thing.
Stop simping for RSN.
Well, I get it. You're jealous of RSN because he got to leave with the butthole pictures, and you got to look at that shit every day. I understand, bro. I would be mad at RSN too. He got what he got, and then he got out. Yeah, she's still mad at him years later, but
I see Wes changed up his style while I was gone. He definitely didn't do all this stuff in public when I was around. In DMs, yes, but he definitely didn't act this way in public.
He's not locked down with her like you are. So again, bro, stop getting mad at us because you're not RSN. And a reminder:
stop simping for RSN.
Okay, can you take that with you, Ed? And roses in the chat for Treasure Baby. Treasure Baby, you are welcome back at any time. You are an amazing guest. And if you'd like to join me on the stream, hit me up. Please hit me up. You can join me on the stream anytime, and we can have an enlightening conversation about why we avoid our spouses, and why we avoid the responsibilities of being a parent, and why we can proudly be married to this bronze tooth creature with the dirty draws. So again, Treasure Baby, thank you, and a reminder: Spade in the Shade, Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time.
Let's shade some Spade!
The funny part about this is that afterward, Queen tried to accuse Wes of making that fake account of Treasure Baby just to argue with himself, which of course was false.
So this isn't going to surprise anyone, but Queen of Spade has been caught in another lie, and I'm about to prove that in 30 seconds. So let's look at the lie she's created now, that someone was faking the account when her husband came into my stream saying racist things and begging me to come to Canada.
I don't know if that's proof. The issue is that anyone can just put anyone's email in their about page. So I do think there's a lot of people who go on fake accounts and troll and try to stir shit up. And all they had to do is take that email address, put it into his about page, go in there acting as though it's Queen's husband on a sock account, and there you go. And now they're going to take it and run with it. So I don't really consider this to be proof. What would be proof to me would be seeing the account change into something else. Like you subscribe to the account and then it changes into something else, right? Like you see it change into the King of Stream account and then actually start producing content. That would be proof. I don't consider this to be proof.
This one is actually my favorite part of the Westmo saga. So Queen's main content revolves around anti-MLMs and how bad these corporate scams can be. I know it doesn't sound like her main content because we've only been talking about drama, but you know, she kind of talks about the scam sometimes. Believe it or not, Queen also has fans. Very, very few fans, but fans nonetheless. Jace Amara was one of those fans, as he and his daughter Kayla enjoyed her content a lot.
This is what they did to me too. They blame me for shoe-related things that I had nothing to do with. Leather goes missing. She likes to split it too. Blame Jace. It gets old.
While spending time in Queen's chat, he would begin to share a little bit about himself, like how he was getting ready to sell his truck online.
Aw. Well, I hope that it goes well. Have a good night.
However, the way he was describing this truck purchase was actually how many people get scammed. Basically, the seller, Jace in this situation, is selling his truck, and the buyer, we'll use this guy as an example because he looks like the type of guy to scam someone, is buying the truck for, let's say, $4,000. The buyer sends over the check to the seller, but oopsie daisy, the check he wrote is actually more than what the truck cost. That's okay though, the seller can just wire them the overage. So he does that and he gives his truck away, and then the seller, Jace, realizes that the check was fake, and now he just lost the money he wired to the buyer as well as his truck. Beth couldn't point out the scam, which is kind of weird considering the fact that she does anti-scam stuff. That's like if Kip Boga saw someone about to buy a ton of...
Yeah, wait, yeah, that's the thing I was thinking. Like, yeah, wouldn't that be something Queen would want to cover?
Google Play cards and did nothing about it. But hey, I didn't know about the scam until I did research on it, so I'll give Beth this one. She can't know about every scam in the world, right? So Jace gets scammed, he goes to Westmost, puts the pieces together, and figures out that he got scammed. Although he lost a ton of money, which was part of Kayla's fund, he ended up saving $1,500 because of it.
Nugs, real quick before I start playing again. Jace Amaro said, I just Googled it. You are right. I'm sorry to say what I said. She let me get scammed. I don't think it's fair to say she let you get scammed, Jace. Now, I mean, you're probably upset right now, but you were in the chat and she did ignore what you were saying. But maybe someone on YouTube isn't the place that you should go to that. If something sounds weird or too good to be true, someone's sending you extra money, check with an expert, not someone on YouTube who's just babbling about how they themselves were stupid enough to fall victim to something, and now they're just going to yell at people about CPTSD. She's not an influencer. She's out for herself. Kayla is crying. That was her college money. I'm sorry to Kayla. I hope that at least you didn't. I hope you didn't send those gift cards. But I am sorry, but at least you know now, and it won't happen again. All you can do is learn from that. And Queen of Spade, I know you'll watch that back later, but this is how you actually help a victim of scamming, by making it about them and not about yourself.
Jace then went to go ask Queen, hey, why didn't you say anything about this shady deal and kind of try to stop me out of it? And she didn't have the best response.
I don't owe you people anything. What have any of you done for me? Holy fuck, I don't even have any of you out here saying one good thing about me. You think I would give a fuck?
Wow. Like, just full on having a meltdown about her own fan base. Like, if you even want to call it a fan base. Like, the 3 or 4 people who give a shit.
Fuck about you being scammed. Last time I cared about any of you motherfuckers being scammed was when I stuck up for all of you when fucking Hanson scammed your asses. And I should have just fucking supported him scamming.
See, even if Queen got a community and actual supporters, she would self-sabotage it with this bullshit. If a huge YouTuber has a video like this, that's the end of their career immediately.
Oh, your fucking asses. Probably one of the worst things I ever did was try to stick up for you motherfuckers after you all got scammed by him, and then he doxed your stupid asses. So, this dude, first he claimed that I ripped him off of $1,500 that he, donated to my Patreon. And now the story in this fake troll account is that, he got, scammed by someone else for $1,500 and I just ignored him. Okay, and I'm not allowed to ignore people on here. All right, if a man messages me and I don't respond with some nudies or in agreement to talk about what he wants me to talk about, then I'm a bad person.
What? A troll?
What? No way.
Now let's say, hypothetically, just speaking out loud here, let's say that Jace and his truck in the story with Kayla isn't real and it is a troll. She doesn't know that. Queen is really bad at figuring out who is and isn't a troll. In the same stream I just showed you, she clearly talks to a troll account.
There's nothing funny about what is going on. This stuff. See, now here's the thing. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. And that's sad to me. It's actually sad to me that now when I see somebody that actually understands the dangers of these things.
So she has a bunch of concern trolls in her chat. That's funny.
That I have to go, is this person fucking trolling me right now? Especially when you have a name like this. Because I don't even know who Juron is. Do you know who Juron is? A fucking fake account that a bunch of these TCAP people made in like 2020 to start trolling me when I left fucking and Suits community.
And even if this was a troll, I know, crazy possibility, but even if this was a troll, this still probably wasn't the best way to respond. I'm so disappointed. Kayla and I believed in you, and when you didn't warn me, I lost thousands of dollars. It was most of what I had left for my business that went under. It was Kayla's college money for next year. I also lost another $1,500 in the hopes of getting it all back until I was told the truth last night. If you don't think an advocate and influencer are the same thing, it is probably because you are neither and should stop pretending. I wish I have seen these posts before I sent a check to Patreon. I hope when I return to your live stream, you are willing to discuss this so it doesn't happen to another one of your followers and supporters. Hey, that's a pretty good idea. Her whole thing is about scams. She'd be righting a wrong and doing some good since a lot of people fall for this type of scam. It's a quick and easy video and it shows goodwill. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good idea. Lol, except I don't use Patreon and don't promote anything, nor do I have sponsorships. So see how this fake lore doesn't even make sense? That's the issue, sir. I tried to laugh and play along, but when you all make up the dumbest things about me, I just have to roll my eyes and then hope that you get some help for yourself. Then another person decides to respond. You promote it in your video descriptions and on your about page, for fuck's sake. Did you literally lose the ability to see? A bit harsh, but fair. Your videos are a promotion of your brand. Someone going to the description, going and following you on other platforms, and giving you money, like the stuff you're making and want you to make more. All of her stuff is also in the description of every video, so I don't know what she means, but hey, maybe I'm just wrong. No, I don't. I promote memberships on here, on my descriptions, and the about page has all my socials. That's not promoting. Do you need help? You all hang out with grifters who literally beg for donations and want to have an issue with me? Go pay RSN money to do more drugs. That should make sense. It's sad that you live in a
You just randomly bring RSN up to this person? Wow.
delusional mind, thinking everyone is for this person or for that person. I would say get help, but you won't because you don't see a problem with that type of thinking.
Is Queen of Karma at the end of her reign? No. No. She's going to go and do this until her channel gets banned. And then maybe she'll stay gone after that, or she'll come back under sock accounts that are totally different, and she'll have to be re-exposed all over again.
We start this tale with Beth advertising a video on Facebook, as one does to get their content out there, and in comes Heather, also known as the Fox and Compass on various social media sites. She wasn't lying when she said that she would make time to watch her video, and upon viewing it, she wasn't a big fan of the content Beth puts out, which obviously is completely fine. Later on down the line, there was some drama in the anti-MLM community that I don't want to discuss, and that's kind of the hardest part about making this video. Queen is always surrounded by drama, so if you don't know what the drama is, then you don't know what's going on, and things just don't make any sense. So to sum it up really quickly,
what happened is, after Kimberlea stopped making anti-MLM content, people who had bought her membership felt scammed, and there was a flurry of new information over the course of several weeks. It was all very exhausting. It was a lot.
So what's funny is a lot of these people in these videos, I've seen them in the chats about any stream about Queen of Spade. So, like, these people have been wronged, and then she continues to mention them, and they, like I said, they're in the streams because she won't leave them alone. It's sad though. This video is 9 months old, and I recognize these people.
In the midst of that, Emily Leah, who had stopped creating content in late 2020, returned. She posted a receipts video that had some voice saying rude things, and a couple of people jumped to the conclusion that it was Beth. Now, for some strange reason, Beth blamed Cruel World Happy Mind for this. I'm still not sure why. As far as I was aware, Madison named every voice in her video. But again, that video has since been taken down, so I can't corroborate my statement there. You just have to take it with a grain of salt. Some random person created a whole video about how that voice in Emily's video was actually Beth, and a bunch of anti-MLM people came out in defense of Beth, saying that it didn't sound like her.
Heather comes in trying to be nice and says that actually no one is saying that it's her voice except for one person, and there are anti-MLM creators defending Beth, trying to ease her mind a bit. She also says that this kind of posts only add fuel to the fire, which is true because if everything said so far is true, then Beth is running with a false narrative in her mind, which in turn can lead to more drama. Beth responds to Heather, doubling down on her view of the situation. It's important to note that one person did make a video where they claimed that it was Beth's voice, but this is a good example of Beth taking something and blowing it out of the water. No one is accusing her of being part of the drama. Heather responds again, saying that yeah, no one is saying that Beth is responsible for the drama. And as for the voices, one video did identify all the voices in her video, and the other person who made that video that said it was Beth's voice, it had tons of comments defending her. Then Beth responded again, saying that there were several streams done about her, when in fact there were none according to Heather. Since this drama is old and everything has been deleted, I can't verify that and we have to go by her word, which I trust is accurate. What we can say about the rest of this comment is that Beth likes to broaden things until she is the victim. If everything that was said by Heather is true, then Beth is being defended in this anti-MLM drama. But then she says things like, you can sit there and say what I have gone through as a content creator here, which Heather didn't say that because she doesn't know. She only knows about this drama, not your entire career. Victim shaming to the max from you, when Heather wasn't victim shaming, she was actually trying to...
Oh my god. She does this to everyone. In the DMs I showed earlier in the stream, she's listing all these names, and I don't know half these people. Oh my god, man. And like he said this too. Unless you follow her, unless you're actually stalking Queen, you don't really know what's going on. I'm not even sure if Queen can keep all this shit in her head.
Trying to show Beth that people are actually defending her. I'm also being blamed for Blair doxing r/ several years ago, which has absolutely nothing to do with this drama, and that I have every right to clear my name, which Heather never said that she couldn't do. She's just trying to get you to see that you aren't alone and that people are on your side. Beth is just pulling out whatever she can instead of sticking to this one drama and responding to these claims. She does this a lot, and it's why her community posts are such a jumbled mess. At the same time around this post, somewhere around February, Beth was still making videos about this drama. Apparently, she was being very critical in these videos, but I'm not becoming a member to prove that. No way. The next interaction between the two of them is a lot easier to explain, thankfully. So Savvy and Antibot uploaded a video where they discuss why anti-MLM channels are getting fewer views than ever before.
So I want to continue. Before we started recording this call, we were talking about this important topic, which is that anti-MLM channels are not getting views in 2021.
Beth wanted to put her 2 cents into this theory, saying that the reason why the community is getting fewer views is that they keep talking about the drama instead of making actual content, which doesn't get into the YouTube algorithm, resulting in fewer views. Interesting take, but there are 2 problems with this post. Firstly, Beth was contradicting herself because she was one of the creators dragging out the drama we previously discussed, meaning that she is one of the reasons why the anti-MLM community was losing viewers. The second thing wrong with this post, and we'll talk about it later, but Beth is a really bad writer and she's really bad at rhetoric. Beth is directly responding to the Savvy and Antibot video, but that is not clear in her post. She just starts talking and hopes that everyone can fill in the gaps. That's when Heather comes in, because she hasn't seen that video yet and she was curious about Beth's proof because Heather has been experiencing something different. And one thing you don't ask Queen for is proof. Queen responded to Heather, Heather responded back, and then she just went off again. I am writing a damn opinion on my channel and stating I want to get away from the drama due to many of us experiencing this. If you aren't, then cool. Good for you. Keep it to yourself. You are just someone who has spent the last week coming at me. I don't have to cite sources to my opinion and what several of us has experienced personally. No, I'm not posting YouTube stats to here. That is none of your business. Either take my word for it and the word of the rest of us who have claimed so.
Man, the anti-MLM community was her bread and butter. She loved it. And even they kicked her out. I mean, I remember even back in 2020, she had drama with people in the anti-MLM community. But from what I understand now, she's just a full-on pariah.
Or don't. Why are you attacking the anti-MLM community, chick? Get lost. Don't need your drama here. Your opinion is your opinion, but you don't just come up with it out of thin air. Also, something very important to note is the backlog she'll keep on people. Now that Heather crossed her path, Beth is going to let that one moment define her entire perception of Heather forever, and there is no changing that. Heather responds naturally, taken aback by Beth's comment because she was just being kind. But as I said, even one disagreement is enough to shade the entire view of a person for Beth. If you disagree with her on one thing, it's pretty much over for you. Then she went to her Instagram and posted a part of the conversation she and Heather just had, with this comment completely mischaracterizing what just happened, making it seem like Heather just wants perpetual drama. And to hear it out of Heather's mouth herself,
Beth kind of creates drama, like she flourishes in it. But the moment anyone criticizes her, she acts like the victim 100% of the time. And
Yeah, that's exactly what she does. She came at me first, and then acted like a victim when I came back. Hello, Converse Girl, welcome.
And even if I was unintentionally rude, there's no reason for her to escalate it like she did.
Okay, next thing. It's been a pretty long time since the two of them interacted, which was probably a very...
For those of you just joining, we're looking at a giant deep dive of Queen of Spade, because there's a lot I don't know about her history from after I took my 2-year break, and that's what we're getting into now. I mean, this is a 3.5-hour video going over all of the people, or at least a good portion of the people she's had issues with.
Nice silence. One day, someone asked Heather to react to a pagan video, and after seeing a bit of it, she just couldn't help but react to the video because everything in the video was wrong in regard to paganism, a religion or ideology that Heather prescribes to. This video was of course made by Queen of Spade.
In society who practice witchcraft daily. They could be a neighbor, your child's teacher, or your best friend could practice in secret. Today, we are going to
Wait. Okay, so here's where I started to get annoyed when I first went through this video, because it feels very McCarthy era Red Scare to me. Your neighbor could be a witch, your best friend could be a witch, your brother, your sister, they could all be communists. Yeah, no, I'm already, the tone of this entire video is like, it already feels fear-mongery, and I'm not really not looking forward to where.
Yeah, her tone of her videos is awful. Let's see. What encouraged me to return? Nothing in particular. You know, boredom mostly. You know, the normal 9 to 5 was just monotonous. I quite enjoy the lolcows, the YouTube drama. It's one of the few places where you can actually poke the mentally ill safely, and just in general, I find the psychology of just observing people who constantly record themselves, who are terminally online, to just be fascinating.
Where this goes.
After Heather's reaction video went up, Beth commented on the video. I'll talk about this later, but apparently Beth plagiarized a good...
Well, thank you, Converse Cowgirl. And who's my favorite lol cow? I don't know. In terms of just watching for my own personal entertainment, I really like Leah TV. I made a video on her. She is this completely, alright, she's covered in body hair, and she's completely convinced that she is, you know, like the leader of this big movement of women where they, I don't even know how to describe this. So, makeup is slave paint, heels are rape shoes. She considers any woman who acts feminine to be handmaidens of the patriarchy. Just everything she makes is just filled with batshit insane quotes. So she's probably my favorite lol cow. I might actually make another video on her at some point.
Good part of this video without citing her sources. Also, she says this: "It wasn't a full documentary. What have I stolen? Maybe you shouldn't believe swatters and doxers about me." Fun fact, you can't hold your own opinion when you're talking to or about Beth. Your opinion must come from the swatters and doxers that constantly slander her that totally exist. Anyway, Heather responds publicly to the public claims she's made and emailed her privately. This was a very kind and considerate move on her part. I believe that if a drama is started publicly, then there's nothing wrong with finishing it publicly because it was started that way. To have the tact to say, "Hey, I don't want to do this in public, let's talk in private," is pretty incredible. After their exchange on YouTube, Beth issued a copyright takedown notice. Around this time, Beth was...
I guess their private exchange didn't go too well. Holy... So Beth will strike you after she steals people's videos. That's hilarious. She's used so much of my content at this point because I still have more content to cover. Like, she did a reaction to my interview during my 2-year break. She reacted to it back in 2020, and then she reacted to it again in late 2021. So I don't expect her to do anything like this to me. It would be really dumb. But wow.
making the wild...
I just think the hypocrisy, is jaw-dropping.
claim that people like Nicholas Diorio are okay with passing around CP, and Heather had enough.
If you are unaware, all of these people are okay with passing out CP.
So she went to her Instagram and decided to publicly distance herself from Beth. Remember that both of these people are from the same community, that being the anti-MLM community, so this was fully warranted. Beth responded and she missed the point by a mile like usual. Heather responds and they kind of go back and forth. So Queen and Heather continue to have this back and forth, and then Queen apparently decides to suicide bait, which is a section in this video, so we'll talk about it later. After seeing that, Heather decides to call CPS on her, or well,
I love how he's just like, it's a section in this video, so we'll get to it later. It deserves to be a section. There's enough there, content-wise, for it to be its own section.
AS on her because she looked...
I wonder if they're going to bring up, because I haven't watched this video in forever. I wonder if they're going to bring up the stuff about her using her child in her baiting posts.
in Canada. The call was not malicious at all, and she does own the fact that she called right here.
Anyway, those posts were really worrisome, especially once she started the suicide baiting. Now, I used to be a mandatory reporter. I worked in a hospital, public and private schools. I couldn't ignore the stuff she was saying, so I contacted her local child services. I don't regret that at all. I will never regret putting the best interest of a child ahead of anything else. After I sent the initial email, a woman reached out to me and asked if she could call. I said yes. We spoke on the phone, and she asked me to send her screenshots of what caused me to worry. So I did. I sent her one where Beth threatened to unalive herself in front of the child that I told her over the phone was an old screenshot. And then I sent her 2 screenshots from one of the nights during Beth's meltdown. I told her my concerns over Beth's connection to that H-bomb guy, but said very clearly that it was a one-off concern and not the main reason for my call. The entire reason I reached out is because I just wanted to see if any resources could be provided for Beth and her family.
This woman called CAS on me with a post from 2019 so that she and her alt-right anti...
Look at how she twists it. My God, she did the same thing in my video too, like trying to say that how I didn't approve of the cops being called even when she was threatening to unalive herself. It's trying to say, oh, that was from 2020. No. She still does it to this day. It's not about what happened in 2020.
Anti-vax witch psycho friends could attack me.
And here's the screenshots of this one. It was done on June 30th around I want to say 3:30ish in the morning my time, but I don't remember.
Yeah, Converse, this is a really good intro video. He got a lot right. He's definitely hitting certain points that I would have hit. He has to gloss over though a lot, especially in the beginning. I was commentating a lot more because I was in the thick of that. But in order, this video is 3.5 hours long. It would be 7 hours long if he even tried to get into every single detail. If he can even find information on all these details at this point.
Remember the exact time. I just remember it was June 30th. And then there was, this is the old one. And I told them this is an old screenshot. It just shows a pattern behavior. And then here's another one that she posted that night. And it was concerning. It was alarming. I just want her.
I'm going to go back. If you call the police or anything, all it will do is cause me to have to do this drastically. And probably in front of my child. Let me get out of this house, please. Wow. Again, I don't consider this to be going IRL if someone's posting shit like this. I mean, I personally would not do it. But if someone's posting crap like this and then gets CPS called on them, I mean, am I supposed to have sympathy for you? It's ridiculous. I'm not going to shit on anybody who calls on somebody doing something like this. That's not going IRL. That's a lot of people will see something like this and won't be like me. They won't just laugh at it and move on. They'll actually be concerned that this will actually happen.
And it was concerning. It was alarming. I just want her kid to be safe, and I just want her to be safe. And I didn't know if she had like resources and stuff, to get through things like that.
After that happened, Beth took to her community tab again. By the way, every time a huge drama would occur, Beth would post like,
"Oh, Converse, you go back as far as the deity community? Yeah, so you actually have a leg up on a lot of people. Queen of Karma has been on a warpath since then."
Crazy. She could write a book in a day, but instead, she just makes like 50 community posts, and it was like that for a bit. After that, Beth thought it was a good idea to dox Heather. Beth used the counter notification Heather sent to dox her, because if you get a copyright strike and you want to dispute, you gotta send them some of your info. To one-up Heather, she posted this comment.
Not just some of your info. Okay, because I just had to deal with this. The last community I covered, you gotta send them a name. You have to, for in camera, you have to send them a name. You have to send them a phone number. And you have to send them an address. So that way they can file a lawsuit on you. So it's not just some information. You need your full docs to appeal a copyright strike.
Which in turn outed her ex's identity, her married name by proxy, and her child by proxy. And she did this by linking Heather's ex-husband's sex offender registry. This is an incredibly shitty thing to do. To win some internet drama and to get some brownie points, you decide to bring out this information to the public without knowing the full story. And she didn't just do this on YouTube, she did it on Instagram too. It's so messed up. And now, the only way that Heather can defend herself, because don't be fooled, Queen is absolutely attacking her, she tried.
That was actually a criticism I got in my interview, as I didn't ask her about her art thievery. I mean, personally, I don't like copyright law in the way it is right now, so I don't care about art thievery. That's just my personal opinion on it. I think on the list of Queen's sins, stealing someone's art does not even rank.
Trying to discredit her character by saying, "Hey, why are you living with a child predator? That's kind of weird." So now to defend herself, Heather has to come out with compromising information, talking about something that could have been very traumatic for her. Queen's logic is really stupid too, and the way she processes things is so broken. Because I falsely struck down Heather's video, I now have her docs. With information I shouldn't have, I found out that her husband is on the sex offender registry. Now that I know this, I can blast her publicly. Wait, I doxed you? It's public information. I can't dox you if it's public information. If it's not a dox, then you revealed something about someone that was private information that you shouldn't even know about, and you revealed this to a large platform. Absolutely terrible person.
About my ex-husband. I met him in 2009 when he was stationed in Fort Bliss. We knew each other for 3 months.
Well, that's what Queen will do. She'll wrap you up in a conspiracy with all these other people that are doing all these things to her, and then she'll use that as justification to start terrorizing you, looking for info in your life, doing all the things that are allegedly being done to her, to you, even though you're completely innocent.
And then got married, which looking back was so stupid. Anyway, he told me after we were married that he was in trouble with the law and might have to go to jail for a few months. He told me that it was because he had downloaded a mass pornography file from LimeWire and it contained a single file of a minor in a compromising position, about a 16 or 17-year-old. His court-martial was simply because they wanted to make an example of him, he told me. I believed him. It sounded plausible enough to my dumb 18-year-old ears. Anyway, I got pregnant and had our daughter while he was in prison. He sent me to live with his family in Kentucky and joined us when he was released. Years later, in 2015, I found out more about why he was imprisoned and what his charges really were. His initial story was true. It just wasn't the extent of the situation. He had developed a curiosity about child pornography and downloaded much more after that. In the court transcript, he admitted to masturbating to
Well, this got dark quick.
images of 16 and 17-year-old girls while he was about 18 and 19 years old. I was mortified. I left him November of 2015, took my daughters, and we drove to Texas to stay with my other ex until I could find a place of my own. That's where I met my current husband. Anyway, we share custody. Why? Because the court said, since we were married so long and he has never touched my daughters, that there is no reason to keep him from having custody of our youngest, who is the only daughter that we share. So our daughter goes back and forth to see him. I've had a judge and 3 lawyers across 3 states tell me that unless he harms her, there is nothing I can do. They can't prove I didn't know about his crimes. I do not live with him. Our divorce was finalized in 2020 after 4.5 years of him stonewalling the process. I haven't lived with him since September of 2015, in fact. He moved out after a fight during which I threatened to call the police. He abandoned us in a shitty house, and I used that reprieve from his psychological abuse to finally make a plan to get away from him for good. It is not for nothing that I fled states away. But then she doxed me. She used the information she got from my counter notification back in June to dox my ex, my married name, and by extension, my child. And it didn't stop there. When she was called,
That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, that's if you get a strike from Queen, go to counterdmca.com and go through his little walkthrough so you don't have to give people like her your information. That's disgusting.
called out, she just doubled down. And then she did this on Instagram too. She didn't even just do it on YouTube. She did it on Instagram. Shut up, Heather, she said. This man was your husband. The fact that you want to jump on me about CP claims is laughable, especially since you called CAS on me falsely using a post from January 2020. I did not. That's how it's a false call, used an old post. Then this is your man? All these creeps involved with CP attacking me makes me sick. Yep, because I'm totally responsible for my ex-husband's crimes, right? You and your child still live with the CP predator, Heather? You see, I posted up his publicly posted criminal records and says on the registry, which has his address. If I doxed you and your child, that means he is still living with the two of you. Why are you, with your child, living with a man who's been charged with CP? Okay, you know what's funny about that? She has my address. She knows I don't live with him. She's literally just trying to stir up shit. She's literally just trying to make me look bad, which isn't going to work because I think my character speaks for itself. And then I asked, where the hell do you get your information from? I don't live with him and you have no idea what the situation is. You are putting my child in danger. I've never doxed your child. I've never done anything to warrant this. Remove this now. And then she posts again. Oh my fucking God. She lives with a CP predator and then claims to be watching me and my child. No, I don't.
And after everything went down, Queen would go on to slander and make these insane claims about Heather that just aren't true. There are many examples I can show you, but this was one of the more extreme ones I wanted to show off. Seriously, if you are around Fox and Compass and in that subreddit, you stick up for women and animals being abused and are okay with doxing people's exes to weaponize the info to help harass them for men they didn't want to be with. Wait, didn't Queen just do that to Heather? Dox her ex and weaponize the info? Oh no, Queen makes a lot of posts. Well, you have been doxing my personal information for a year and helping predators harass me and hanging out in communities that harbor chomos and trying to attach me to them. Who is worse? I find the Tommy C.
Now we're back to something that I actually recognize. The Tommy C stuff was happening when I was still active.
Situation really funny, and it shows how overall terrible Beth really is at understanding and reading situations. Tommy C is a YouTube commentary channel, and he runs his own show called Shot from the Point, where he discusses drama happening on the internet. One day he was running a
Hello, Suit. And see, if I was stalking Methany, I wouldn't need to watch this video. See, I'm just trying to catch up on what she's been up to these last 2 years. And it looks like more of the same. The same shit she just pulled on me that I just had to debunk. She's been doing to everyone she's encountered. Fascinating.
call-in show where viewers can come in and discuss the ongoing drama of that day. You don't need to know about it, it's not that important. A few callers decided to talk about Queen on air, and Tommy C doesn't know who Queen is, so he just cracked some light jokes, only using the information he was given by the callers.
Master, you're on the air. Master Agmar.
Hey, what's
What do
going on?
you tell me.
I think in your stream.
Now, I think who's about to come on is Lexi Oblexious. And that is, and when Queen talks about these mean girls going around trying to get her covered, I think this is maybe one of the people she's talking about, and she might have a point. But you'll see that in a second.
The Illuminati chick was referencing somebody named, I think it was Queen of Spades. I think that's who she was talking about, and she's really like she's some fucking she's some lady. She's really fucking autistic, and we actually banned her off our server because she was.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I didn't have any girl in here once. I don't think a woman called in today.
No. In that.
No, he's talking about some autistic girl in Blair's server.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
And they banned her. They banned her for being an autist. What did she do?
And she got banned from Rep server too. I think it was Dan that banned her because she was just being like really fucking autismo. Like she got like really bad. It was really cringy.
I don't care. I don't care if she banned an autist.
Oh my god, I saw what she did in Repsion server. Paragraph after fucking paragraph. I don't even know what it was about. She got banned too quickly.
I gotta be honest with you. Oh, everybody's got to run their lives about it. Like blowback pictures of a world where, I don't know, like autists are doctors and fucking nuclear engineers and shit.
Oh, kind of like the new Predator movie.
Yeah,
kind of like that.
You know what autism is? That fucking movie where that guy goes into like the future and everybody's stupid because machines do everything for him. What is that movie called? Stupidosity or whatever the fuck. Idiocracy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's literally what would happen
movie.
if autism took over the world. It'd have to be like some mother brain taking care of everybody.
Man, that's scary stuff.
Yeah,
Very
I know.
dystopian.
You're freaking me out too. Get out of here. Bye. Zell, FPS, you on here?
Right, so Zell is Lexi and Oblexious. She's another one with many names.
Zell, FPS.
Oh shit.
Oh, girl.
Oh hi. Sorry.
I want to smoke and die. Help me. Go ahead.
Fucking
turn
hell.
my goddamn stream
Hey,
off.
turn the stream off in the background. please.
Yeah, I'm
Mute the
trying.
stream.
I'm trying. Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I told Agmar that I would come on here and say what I needed to say if he went on first.
Who are you? And what do you got?
Yeah, there. Oh, no, there's this chick named Queen of Spades. She's a friend of Illuminati's, and I can probably get you an interview with her.
Why would I want to interview from just? I have.
Wait a minute. I forgot this. Oh, I think I can get you an interview with her. I just went and asked her myself. Went to Queen directly and asked for one. I didn't have to use a middleman. Why does Tommy C got to use a middleman?
I have Bowbacks. I have the most famous autist on the internet. Why would I need her?
Oh my God, listen. Aggie was using it. Agmar was using it as a just saying to stay retarded. Like he didn't actually mean she's autistic.
Well, are we exposing Blair here? I'm not getting from either of you.
I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm doing here. But
really, it's like a bet or something. All right. Well, listen. If she puts oatmeal up her nose and she's willing to film it, I'd be more than happy to put her on. Otherwise, I don't see the point.
She's an ex-girlfriend of someone that you know.
No, I don't know anything. I don't know what Agmar said. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. You people are all crazy to me
right now.
She's ex-girlfriend of RSN. And
oh God, no!
Why wasn't that the first thing out of your mouth? Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, him.
So he dated a retarded girl? Is what you're telling me?
What? No, it's not. It's not the girl.
Then how does this help me? Like, where are we going? What are we talking about? Random autism?
Yeah, Tommy C might be an idiot, but he's funny. He's a troll. I like him.
Mo's in Discord.
Start over.
Bruh, I don't even know. I wasn't
Neither do
supposed to
I.
come up here. And,
Well,
we
blame
thank you for
Agmar.
trying.
He fucked it up.
He fucked up the joke.
Oh my god, don't be mean, Nick.
How old are you? How old are you?
Good effort. Good effort.
Now, from what I played, we need to note a few things down. One,
I think that clip's from 2020. I'm almost positive. And this is what just popped up on screen. Suit. Tommy has no idea who Queen of Spade is at that time. Yeah, obviously, just by the way he's talking about it, he has no idea. Okay, yeah. So this video, like I said, doesn't really go in a timeline order. It goes from person to person.
1. Tommy C has no idea who Queen of Spade is at this moment in time. 2. Tommy loves his edgy humor, so when he hears that someone is acting autistic, he's going to make fun of that. You can say that's bad, sure, but at least he'll own it. After listening to that call, you'd think that Beth would have a huge problem with the callers who called into Tommy's show, and she kinda does, but she actually has a huge problem with Tommy C himself. I don't know which one came first, but on February 14th, 2021, Queen releases a video and she messages Tommy on Discord. For the video, Queen tries to defend herself in the clips that I just played for you, but it doesn't make any sense because she is mad at Tommy for what other people said on the show, defends herself from the claims that the callers made, and still blames Tommy.
Well, you see, Tommy C was supposed to defend her. Now, he doesn't know who she is, but he should have stuck up for her. Obviously.
Before it. Okay, so she's defending herself against the callers. Wait, what? Tommy isn't lying about you. If anything, the callers are. Tommy doesn't know who you are. So here's Beth expanding her point again to make it look worse than it seems. Is Tommy making fun of a woman with trauma disorders?
Yeah, Suit's right. The professor does have a good timeline. I have a vague timeline. I'm really bad with dates. I can tell you the order of events in a vague sense. Because the thing is also, this is like early 2021 he just said. All of this crap with like Wes and everything, that's all from 2021 as well. It's all happening simultaneously a lot of times. So you don't just need a timeline, you need it to branch out.
Tommy is really making fun of the characterization of Beth by the two callers. Is Tommy doxing and swatting Beth? Nope. Now switching over to the DMs, Tommy received this message on Discord. I was going to read it, but I actually don't care to, because it's pretty much the same message Wes Most got after Beth.
Oh, Suit, I'll link his channel in just a second.
Wanted nothing to do with him. Blaming Tommy C for doing things he didn't do, saying that he should have done more research, saying that he's helping RSN, saying that Tommy owes her a public apology, and threatening Tommy if he doesn't do the right thing. Tommy thought that this was an insane message, which it was, so he posted it on his community tab. Queen then made another video reacting to everything that was going on.
I've had it up to here with all of the swatting and doxing going on out here. And I swear to God, if I have to charge every single one of you motherfuckers to shut it down, if I have to stream...
Man, she's talking about how she hates the doxing and the swatting. Bro, she's over here, like, reaching out to Nicolina777. I played my video earlier in the stream, man. Again, she's a massive hypocrite.
About every single one of you for the rest of the time I will. If I have to research into every single one of your histories and start posting streams of 12 hours with it on there, I will. Whatever it takes to stop you people, your misogynistic bullshit, you hating on women, you hating on people with disabilities, and you hating on people with mental health issues. You got
Okay, here's something I want to take note of. Right now, you see how she's acting all woke? You know, oh my God, you're attacking women and people with mental health issues. Later on, when it gets to the point of racism in this video, I remember she's like, she's turned it totally around. Like, wow, like I'm not some woke SJW. Okay, I can say the N-word. She stands for nothing. She has no fucking moral values.
got a fucking issue with it. Too bad. Shouldn't have fucked around.
Tommy then does a hilarious stream on Beth where he absolutely clowns on her, and now Queen will claim that Tommy has slandered her and that he was punching down on a small creator.
All right, this is interesting. Did not think this would happen. The lies about me online are insane.
Okay.
I'm tired of all these people. So these are the two nut jobs Zell and the other guy, can't remember his name, that tried to tell me about her. She happened to be listening, and then now I'm stuck with her. Thanks, guys. Here we go.
See, that's the other thing. These mean girls were going around trying to get streamers to cover her, and then she's her own worst enemy because she went and made a fucking video about it, and Tommy C would have forgotten about her if fucking that hadn't happened.
So basically, once again, Real Stream News and his friends are trying to say that I'm a bad person because I think it's disgusting that Nicholas D'Orio is going at Emily, fucking around with Emily, when she came out as a survivor of Creepshow Art and her ex, who is Creepshow Art's now husband, actually stalking her. This isn't just stalking, like posting mean things online either. This is actual criminal, illegal activity involving CP. If you are unaware, all of these people are okay with passing out CP. Real Stream News is. Holy Undead is. The Goon Squad obviously is. Do not support men that are okay with passing out CP.
Well, I mean, Queen, we're supposed to point and laugh and say Queen of Spade is crazy here, right? They're not cool with passing around CP. If you go back to my Wizard interview, okay, there's a clip of Holly Undead saying because there's some backstory here. Real Stream News is falsely accusing the Wizard of Blue, Brain in a Jar, of sending CP to his email. There's a clip of Holly Undead saying, yes, the police reports are definitely filed. This happened. I've seen it. Seen what? Police reports? The CP? And then RSN says, well, she never saw anything. He denies that. He denies the whole incident ever occurred. Okay. So, I don't know. Just thought I'd bring that up. Since, we're supposed to laugh and say Queen's crazy here, but something came to my mind.
Do not support men that are okay with shaming survivors of abuse or stalking. And that's what all these idiots do. If the Goon Squad thinks they're any better than Real Stream News, guess what? You all the same. Same caliber of asshole men that are misogynistic pieces of shit that get off on attacking women. Because you can't get any.
This is just pure slander. I read his own tweets. How am I slandering him? Lol. You're claiming that they go around sending people CP? How's that not slander? When the crack supply runs out, or when a new shipment comes in. Accusing people of doing drugs. Do you have proof to back up this claim? Or are you just trying to be like the Goon Squad and throw random false accusations out about me? It wasn't an accusation. Also, you literally accused Nicholas D'Orio of being okay with CP. Cope, mold, cry, kneel, plus ratio. You can't be against patriarchy and constantly lean on going after people for not being real men or manly enough. The entire concept is rooted in patriarchy.
Yeah, there you go. And right now she's going after people and calling them incels and everything else. I mean, she still can't keep her own values and like belief system straight.
Patriarchy, it undermines your entire point. Just say the truth, that you're pro-patriarchy and you work within that system of oppression, which is what trying to force people into gender roles is. I explained this to you like a year ago. I'm sorry, but who are you?
Oh, Suit. Yeah, we played that clip. She's a 9. You're a 1. Girls of her league wouldn't even look at you.
Some troll online who sticks up for men trying to be a man that they need to act all tough and attack women and complaining I turn it around on them? Aren't you the same dude who sticks up for the patriarchy, attacking women who are survivors such as myself? Are you okay? Do you need a hug? After watching this video, I think middle-aged women should post more of their mental breakdowns online. Middle age is a bit much for someone who just turned 35, isn't it? I mean, not even...
So the flow chart would not only be 10 times larger, somehow the lines would have to connect to all of us. We all communicate with each other. So it used to be kind of broke up a bit. No. She's wrapped us all into it now. It's not just multiple groups of people. We're all one big collective.
Even Diorio is middle aged, but thanks, I guess? 35? Christ, you look at least 40. I searched for what happens to people that stop taking their medication, but
Suit, you're saying she thinks every man's after her. And she made a video on me, and then at the end of it has in the side, right? They threatened me with my revenge porn. So I apologize, right, guys? Or something to that effect. I've never even seen her naked. Why would she put that in her video calling me out? Other than just to slander me.
somehow ended up here. I'm gonna have some stern words for the YouTube algorithm, I tell you what. Another mental health shaming comment. So shocked. Wow, aren't these Diario subs proving to be the exact opposite of what I claimed? Not. You're adorable. First day on the internet? I like the whole claim people are pedophiles but mom mental health stick you have going for yourself. It suits you quite nicely. I just find it funnier that your name is Queen of Spade. A spade is a shovel, and you continue to dig a hole with lies. Fits. So you just throw accusations and then just say ignore people? Lamau, you've gone full low-cal. Niggas gonna regret giving you any attention. Throw accusations? What accusations am I throwing? I shared his tweets, and it isn't hard to see he and his subs attack Emily Artful on Twitter. Funny what you consider accusations, but it's okay for people to claim I am RSN's ex or on drugs or etc., right, which are wrong accusations. How dare I accuse Diorio and his friends of doing exactly what they do? You're the one on low-cal negs. You and Diorio, not I. Get it right, low-cals. I can't believe I just watched a video of a woman complaining about men attacking a woman for speaking out about her abuse, and the comment section is tearing apart the creator and calling her insane. I'm so appalled right now, Queen, and I love you. Hope you're okay. This is so stupid that people are mad at you. Hold strong, GF. I know, it's odd. I'm okay. Thanks. Talk soon. Love you too. Just ignore that she claimed they had CP? Okay, that's not at all slanderous and an insane accusation just to throw at someone. I didn't say they had it. I said they were okay with people passing it around. Huge difference. RSN claimed he had CP sent to him. His own claim. Holly claimed she had it emailed to her by him. That's
kind of what I said, but again, I literally just was talking about this, actually. But Queen is twisting it to make it seem worse than it is. But no, not that she had it emailed to her. She said she had seen it. In the context of when it was said, she could have meant the police report. She could have meant the CP. When we asked RSN about it, he said Holly Undead had seen nothing. She basically calling her out and calling her a liar. That's the story. Again, Queen of Spade watches my content. She knows. She knows the story and is twisting it anyway.
CP distribution. We're talking about, who are we talking about? The Goon Squad attacking Emily for not enough proof when she says Anthony and Creepshow have CP of hers they blackmail her with is obviously the Goon Squad not caring about CP being blackmailed. Not to mention what happened to all the underage girls.
Well, that's the thing, Suit. She could have meant anything. I'm not saying that they pass CP around. I'm just saying that that's when Queen mentioned that and brought their names up specifically, that's my thought that occurred. And apparently she's literally referencing my content. And again, I believe RSN when he says that she didn't show her anything and that Ollie Undead was just making it up. I think that's the real story.
Pics that Onision was originally.
I think she made it up to defend him, but accidentally put her foot in her mouth.
Canceled for before the abuse of the teens. Funny, not one creator reported it. Don't switch my words around. I won't be apologizing like Emily because you switch my words. The Goon Squad sounds like the type of people who torture animals or at least look the other way when you see it happening. Well, careful. They might screenshot this and go off on Twitter like the tough guys they are. Then they will send subs after you like their subs are their own personal army against them having to take responsibility for their negative actions, and then I will have to make another video going off about that. She's lying in this video, just letting you know, haha. How am I lying in a video where I showed proof of? What am I lying about? How about they apologize to Emily to really make me out to be a liar? You said the Goon Squad sent CP with no proof. That's an insane allegation with literally no evidence provided. I disagree with people calling you schizo due to having close relatives suffering, but this video is still kinda messy. I hated Nick's take like any other non-edgy person, but this ain't it. Not to mention you being supportive of one of your fans who's saying in the comments that they come across like animal abusers or people who tolerate it. Defamation isn't cute. This video is purely slander with absolutely no solid evidence to back up your extremely outrageous claims, such as the accusation about CP. It's people like you who truly do not deserve a platform to speak on. You are literally yelling into a void. Animancer and Zell, both predators, both people they support along with Realstream News and Creepshow Art and her creepy boyfriend. But okay.
Look, just because they're getting streamers to cover you doesn't make them a predator. I don't know why we're calling Zell a predator. That's a bit much.
All bugs came here to announce that there's an infestation, not just in the Diorio brain, but also within the Diorio home. Well, tell mom to clean up the dirt-filled old.
Oh, Suit. Yes, exactly. You're right. She will post her kids' pictures everywhere to bait you. So that way when you scroll by it when you're reading her rants on Facebook or whatever, then she'll fucking claim that you're showing her kids up on your stream. So that's why I made sure to plan all my streams out to not show any of her children. Because I knew she would try to pull that on me. And I know you did as well. Because you're with me. You don't want to put kids' pictures up on stream even if the parents are the ones showing it off.
Food containers that keep being left in the basement next to the computer being used for these stupid shenanigans, then the bug should not be a problem. Or fix the crap behavior. Alright, so we're going.
Well, Emma claims that she saw a more recent video where he's holding the camera and filming, and you can hear him. So he might still be there. I don't know. I haven't seen said video in question, so I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if he left and never came back. I wouldn't blame him.
Going to lower the temperature of the room a little bit. I have a story to.
I went back and watched my interview with her, actually. He's in the background of the interview from 3 years ago. And like you can hear her talk about how like, oh, you know, her and her husband and I are working things out. Yeah, he's in the background doing something going, oh, and then like she mutes her mic. You can read her lips and she's just telling her husband, like, knock it off in a really stern voice. And you don't hear him the rest of the stream. So I don't know what it was like in their household, but just from that little incident, I don't know. It tells me it was very tense, even when they were working things out.
To tell you, and it is quite the tale. So we start this story off with Dina, who is a nice woman doing her thing and living her life, and we have a guy named Harold. Skip to 1998. Dina is 21. She had left home, married, got divorced, and moved back home within the span of a year and a half. When she got back home, she and Harold had hit it off and they started dating. During this relationship, Harold was very controlling and possessive. He also didn't have a job and was buying and selling guns and drugs, so naturally, the relationship ends. They would go on with their lives after that, both of them getting married and having kids. Harold would friend Dina on Facebook, and other than comments on each other's posts, everything was fine. One day, while Harold was going through his divorce, he made a Facebook post that to Dina read as a, oh, I'm gonna harm myself or do something I'll regret kind of post. Now, Dina doesn't hate Harold at this point. She is friends with his sister and some of his family, so she reaches out to him and makes sure that he's okay. He responded with a thanks for helping out, and another 4 months passed after that. He comes back to Dina after 4 months, asking for legal advice. Not a good sign, but again, this was a one-off instance. A month later, in 2019, he comes back to Dina after getting out of another relationship, and they strike up a conversation. In said conversation, Harold dropped the I love you and I've always loved you line out of nowhere. Dina had recently been through a divorce, and Harold is naturally a charming guy, so they continued to talk for months. Harold gave the impression that he was a changed man with a job and everything. They met up, and it was alright. It didn't stay alright for long, though. He constantly needed money, didn't have a job or a car, lived at his mother's place, and was also doing drugs. The first real big red flag was when he got into a fight with his brother-in-law and ended up getting kicked out of his house. He calls up Dina for help, and when she comes over for help, Harold puts his 12-year-old kid in her car and tells her to drive him home. She does so, and then she drives back to Harold's mother's place.
Yeah, I've seen the photos too, like on Emma's stream, uncensored. And then like Queen's gonna try and claim that she looked worse when she came out of the elevator from her ass grab. So yeah, it's important you know the story here, definitely.
At this time, all of Harold's stuff is out in the yard because his mother wants him gone. Dina helps him get a hotel to stay in, and that entire night, he would say things like he was going to kill himself, pulling out anything to get Dina to come over. Dina persisted on staying home because she has her child to take care of. The next day, she drops her kid off at school and goes to visit Harold. Harold was freaking out, and Dina had thought it was...
I think you are mentioned in the video, Suit. But yeah, if you ever want to do an interview, I'm open to it. This video is also 9 months old as well. So I'm not sure when your drama with her exactly ended timeline-wise.
It was because of the stuff that just happened yesterday with getting kicked out of his mother's house, but he was actually going through a
It mentioned you getting doxxed by her and everything else. So it's definitely that far along.
Drug withdrawal rage. After calling his sister and being told to get as far away from Harold as possible because he is not safe, Dina struggled to leave the hotel as Harold wouldn't let her leave, at one point dragging her back to the hotel room in one of her attempts. But eventually, she was able to get out. She then called Harold's sister again, and he was informed that the police was contacted. Harold went back to his mother's place, and he ended up getting 5150'd. His mother got a 5-year restraining order on him after this incident. Harold contacted his ex-girlfriend, and after being told that she wants nothing to do with him, he threatened to burn her house down with her children in it. So both the ex-girlfriend and the children got restraining orders. While Harold was away after being 5150, he was still able to contact Dina and leave.
So like I said, all this part is totally after my time. I've never had any interactions with this Harold person. I've heard their name when I was around though. Is H-Bomb. I've heard their name when I was around, but I never watched their channel or had any interactions with them.
Her death threats. So Dina also got.
But somehow, at least this is what I was hearing from another person. My name was being mentioned in this story. That somehow I was trying to gas Beth up against Deanna when Queen and I weren't even on speaking terms at that point, and I had already been gone for months. I don't know. Just a fun fact.
Got a restraining order on him. Harold gets out of the facility that was holding him 2 days later. They go a few months without talking again, and Dina ends up going back to Harold. Dina had developed a sort of trauma bond where she feels bad for her abuser, so she's going to constantly go back to Harold despite all of the nasty things he's done to her. A few months after Harold was released from the clinic, Dina and him would be around each other a lot. Remember, Dina still has a restraining order on Harold. In fact, she tried to repeal the restraining order, but the judge denied it for obvious reasons. So Harold was driving with Dina in a car one day, and they end up getting pulled over. Harold doesn't have a license and isn't supposed to be with Dina, so he gets arrested and Dina bails him out of jail. Now, I'm going to very quickly summarize the rest of Dina's experience with Harold because I want this video to be as short as possible. So if you want to hear Dina fully explain her story, then the link to the interview she had with Clobbering Time is in the description. For the purpose of this video, all you need to know is that after Dina took Harold back and bailed him out of jail, she would succumb to extreme domestic abuse. Harold would constantly hit her, scream at her, and control what she did. She wasn't allowed to drive her own car or use her phone during certain times of the day. She couldn't use the bathroom or shower with the door closed, it had to be open. Harold would track Dina to make sure she is going to the places she actually is going to. Slowly, Harold would end up controlling Dina's entire life. Even just using her phone too much would freak Harold out. Harold would go back to jail many times and Dina would bail him out again, expecting him to change when in reality, he just got worse. Even if Dina didn't develop this trauma bond, there was nothing she could do because Harold was this huge guy who does meth and would threaten her constantly with death. Now, you can hear the entire story in the interview, but Dina did end up safe in the end. Due to her cleverness, as she recorded Harold on multiple occasions, and with the help of friends, Harold was arrested once again, and Dina was finally rid of him until he was released again in March of 2021. Finally, we come back to the world of YouTube.
I'm back from the washroom. And yeah, Suit, whenever people mention, you know, oh my god, I can't believe Queen would, stoop this low, I always remind them, there is no low too low for Queen. She will go down below the grime to get even worse than that.
YouTube. So Harold, a while ago, had a YouTube channel, and he would use this channel to kind of dog whistle about Dina. Like, he would make videos about Dina, but because of his restraining order, he couldn't mention Dina by name, so he would use this coded language like calling her mine or only referencing things that she would know. He was also doing some other stuff and fighting with other people apparently, and that's how Dina got involved.
That's not what happened. So what happened is when he went back to jail in February, he had already, I guess, been fighting with people previous. And there's that JT guy that, had been trying to get him for a long time and had sent stuff to the police back in December of 2019. And he was already involved and hated Harold. And he had doxed me. And Penny had got him to take the stuff down saying, dude, she has no involvement in this. She's not even on YouTube. Why are you involving her? He goes back to jail in February, and I start getting all these messages on Messenger from people I don't know, accounts that don't have a profile picture and people attacking me. And I'm like, what the fuck? So someone was doxing me, putting out my home address, my phone number, where my daughter goes to school, my daughter's name, and my daughter's 15 years old.
Yeah.
All this stuff, right? And I was like, I can't deal with this. So at some point, I knew he was going to be talking shit about me on YouTube. So I go to YouTube to watch his videos. I see he's attacking RSN. I go over to RSN's channel. Now, granted, I made a YouTube account. I just had my account. It was under my real name. My real name was up there.
Oh, so yeah, you could apologize and nothing would matter. This all started between me and her again because I made a video on Carly Link. Didn't mention her at all. Didn't mention the drama she was involved with and the reactors surrounding her. It was totally about Carly and her trolls and the reactors around her and calling out the people going IRL on her. And then she comes barreling into my comment section, making it all about her, about how I followed her into this community. Ridiculous. There was no issue between us. I was ignoring her without going to her channel or anything. And then that was not good enough. You ignore her, and then she'll still make everything about her. She's done it to me 3 times, actually.
For 2 months.
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't know to put a screen name up or do anything.
Yeah.
So I'm at RSN's thing and I see somebody talk.
Well, catch me if you can. She's going to end up getting herself banned. She's been banned from every other platform because she starts suicide baiting, making death threats. She's toned it down on her community tab out of fear. I think a lot of what it is. But all it's going to take for her is to have one really bad day, and then she'll get herself off of YouTube.
Talking about me, well, he did this to his wife, and he did that, and she's still with him, and she supports him. So I jumped in the chat and I clarified. I said, no, it wasn't his wife. It was me. I'm his ex-girlfriend, and I'm not supporting him. This is what's happening. That's how the whole thing opened up of how they found me.
So it's July of 2021. H-Bomb is going after RSN, and Queen doesn't like RSN, so Queen starts hanging out with H-Bomb. It's literally that simple. She outright says it, actually.
Now, Deanna and I have never really spoken. It is true that I was a mod over at the H-Bomb channel when he first began, and he had let out some videos. Now, I knew that Deanna...
Oh, Suit, that's fucking very true. Yeah, I've watched her get called out for literally manufacturing screenshots. And then tried to play it off later. Oh, I knew you all were supposed to know it was a joke. Ridiculous.
I was making claims on him, but like I said, I wasn't paying attention. I was kind of waiting for everything to come out because it was real stream news.
Bitch, I'm married.
Man, I have a man. I was never trying to get with Harold. I know you and RSN are over there all fucking jealous. Like, rah, 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 they stream together. They're trying to get with each other. Man, they're gonna attack us. Rah, rah, rah. But it wasn't even that deep. It was literally some dude that jumped on a bunch of live streams, said that he had some fucking evidence against CJ, but I was pretty sure I was his evidence the whole time, and I was just waiting for it to blow up. I like to watch a shit show sometimes. You know that man's been fucking stalking me online for so long, RSN. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'll troll him if I can and someone wants to help.
So now we established
Thought we were pressing charges. Now you're gonna go troll him.
why Queen of Spade would be talking to H-Bomb, and we shown that either Queen of Spade knew that he was an abuser and didn't really care, or she had an inkling about him being an abuser, but didn't want to do the research because she didn't really care. So let's see some screenshots now. I love how every time I'm in a community, I automatically am at fault for everything the person does, Lamau. So you condemn Harold Joseph Sterling for beating up women? So did CJ get a knock on his door from his cops for all the threats to me and sharing my pics around yet? Is that why you're all flipping out in here?
There's been no evidence of anyone sharing your nudes around. Dude, no one wants to see them.
Reported it today. Condemn. Look guys, now I'm God. Remember to go and report the RSM video. They report every video I do to stick up for myself, even Suit, so go at them. They've got 3 of my videos removed and continue to report me. Shut them down.
She's a housewife as far as I'm aware. She doesn't really leave the house much. She can't function in the real world. That might be part of it. She stayed in fucking lockdown for so long. It just made her worse.
Hit RSN in comments, video flags, and DCMA. I'm working through sponsors now. Comment strikes will bring it down the fastest. Haha. Email coming to the people I care for here. Check this out. I'm uploading a video in the next half an hour. RSN and his Mudchisen claims. Check it out when I do. Tojas. Ooh, I have a rinse lol. Check out Queen of Spade's new video. Queen of Spade killing it. H-Bomb and I aren't fighting. At all. What type of BS are you stalkers trying to spread now? Lol. What if I was mad at someone else? You all should stop assuming things when you have zero clue what is going on or what I was mad at all. Lol. People out here trying to create
something that Queen of Spade can also do, and if you go back and watch my interview, you'll notice this. She can pretend to be normal for long periods of time. It's like it all bottles up into her, and then she spews it all out at once.
create drama and issues when there isn't any. Apparently, H-Bomb decided.
There's a lot of like unhinged people, like people on the verge of doing something terrible, walking around every day. Okay, like a lot of these people who go out and like commit mass shootings and whatnot. Like you go back a month or two, they're still going to work every day. They're 9 to 5s. They have friends. Some of them. So people can, fake it for a while.
Decided not to go after RSN, and then I had a big flip show because I'm the one who wants everyone to go after RSN. Nope, not me, sis. And then now there's some big fight happening online. News to me, I've been having a chill day. We have been happy all day. I'm just careful of some people in that side of the internet, always. Let me know if you need his address or etc. I'm done with this stalker. Geez, it looks like Queen was simping for H-Bomb. She'd also say some wild things about Dina and make it all about herself.
And then you don't want to apologize, but you want me to apologize for things that are stupid. Like this. I mean, do I have to apologize to Deanna for being around H-Bomb when he did that to her? Because then she should apologize to me for being around RSN while he's continuously doing this to me. Why is everyone else so much more important? Because to me, I'm the most important. Like, that's how it should be, by the way. So when you're all expecting apologies out of me and none of you have apologized, I'm kind of over here like, I've already done some apologies out here. And I haven't gotten one. Not one apology. Not one retraction. Not one, we're lying on the internet about her doing meth. We have no proof of that. We're just being assholes. None of that. Instead, you keep going with those things, and then you want me to apologize.
I also don't know if Dina was in on his crimes. I mean, if I was expected to know everything about the dude, obviously she was.
Yeah, I'll play that real quick. Just a moment.
My first memories, honestly, when I really look back, involve a lot of me telling my mom and my grandmother to write down stories for me that I wanted to write, but I wasn't old enough to actually write. So I have.
My first memories in my life are of me being sexually assaulted. Do you know what that's like?
My first memories, honestly, when I really look back.
Yeah, there you go. I've seen that clip before. And there's a lot of that in her timeline. She'll claim one thing and then 6 months later, sometimes in the same post, she'll claim something else.
Well aware while with him. So you're probably wondering to yourself, hey, CP, what's that all about? Well, Harold, our good friend HBomb6699, ended up getting charged with 100 counts of CP. Yes, 100 CP charges. They had to stop counting because there were over 1,000 images.
That was Suit's video he posted on Twitter. And well, there you go. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it is a mic drop, and I mean, there's a lot of ways you can mic drop Queen. I mean, that's pretty definitive.
So, of course, people started to roll out apologies because a lot of people at the time were actually against Dina and on H-Bomb's side. Not Queen, though. You can find her ranting about Dina to this very day.
So I must have time traveled again on the interwebs back to when Harold logged on here. And apparently he and I were a tag team of just going around attacking Dina. That was a year ago. As you will see.
Right now, we are watching Sorta Kinda Bored. I'll link his channel again. He made a 3.5-hour deep dive on Queen of Spade that goes like a lot of my content's in here too, my interviews and stuff. He goes person by person and establishes her pattern. It's a very well made video.
I was implicated as much as Harold in Harold's crimes at this time because I streamed with the dude. So I am forever now going to be implicating every single person who streams with Real Stream News for stalking me and harassing me for 3 years. Because apparently, if I stream with a guy about RSN, I'm responsible for every single thing that that person has done on the internet. So I don't know why that doesn't work, where if you go stream with Wes, then now you're responsible for ruining the Onision investigation with TCAP. Okay? I've decided that. You guys decided it. I'm just following your rules.
At this point, I've pretty much made my case. Beth has many patterns that she'll roll through despite the person she's interacting with. If you hate someone that she doesn't like, then she'll be on your good side. She'll even try to suck up to you even if you've done pretty awful things. If you like the person that she doesn't like, disagree with her, or just say no to her, then she'll straight up just flip out on you. That's what
Or sometimes for no reason at all, in my case.
What happened with Cece Suarez, a very successful MLM content creator. She was on a live stream one day and declined an offer to work with Beth, which of course didn't go well.
No, thank you. Do you love me? You had me blocked on Instagram for no reason. Not that I wanted to have you follow me on Instagram anyways, but you had me blocked on Instagram. Are you sure you love me? Yikes.
I mean, maybe you're not the person I was thinking of, but there was someone by the username of Queen of Spade last year that was starting lots of unnecessary stuff with a bunch of people, and I wanted no part of it. And their content was extremely unhinged and strange, and I was just like, I want no part of this person. But yeah, and there's no drama or beef or anything. I just don't want anything to do with that person. And if that person is you, oh well.
Okay, you're not going to do that. I didn't say anything about you being addicted to drugs. I didn't know about any of that, or you being homeless.
Honestly, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I learn about all sorts of new people when Queen starts accusing me of working with them. See, the thing is, a lot of times she'll start accusing me of working with creators I've never met, but when you actually go and look them up, they make good content. Like, well, thanks, Queen. Thanks you for the suggestion.
I never said you were a bad person. No. You're not going to do that here. You're not going to do that here. I just saying that I didn't want to. Like, that's it. No beef. Just didn't want to associate with you. That's it. You're not going to victim shame or blame or twist my words at all. So, there you go. Jesus Christ. All right. What? I guess we shame people for mental health and how they deal with trauma here. Good luck helping people out of MLMs with your channel. I don't need luck. I do a very good job at what I do. Thank you. And I'm not shaming you at all. I'm just saying I'm not interested in a professional relationship.
Well, I mean, we should ask Queen, who recruited me? Who am I secretly working for? You know, should my on Professor's chart, should I be connected to you or RSN? You could make an argument for either. Maybe both. I'm a double agent.
With you. That is all I'm saying. I did not say anything else. So it is exactly a very good reason of why I don't want to associate with you. Because you tend to twist words, and I'm not about that life at all. So goodbye.
You're all disgusting people, and I don't want any of you in our movement. If this is how you all treat fellow advocates, imagine how awful you all treat the Huns. She didn't have to pull my comment up there to be a bitch. I'm done with you drama hoes. Get over yourself. This place should be big enough for all creators, and I'm not competing with people who obviously only care about using our movement for their personal gain. GTFOH. I have nothing to do with your drama with people on here, and am sick of you all in your group chat planning to attack me. You're all disgusting, and I thought you were better than that, CC. Like, wow, what was that podcast you did with Roberta? All a lie? Geez, she only said that she didn't want to work with you. CC already knew who Beth was from a previous drama from a year ago, so she wanted absolutely nothing to do with her. She takes this and says that she was being bullied and that CC was attacking her, which, as you just saw, wasn't true. She'd also go on to make these terrible videos that made no sense.
I never said you were a bad person. No. You're not going to do that here. You're not going to do that here. I just saying that I didn't want to. Like, that's it. No beef. Just didn't want to associate with you. That's it. You're not going to victim shame or blame or twist my words at all.
She's just like melting down in this poor lady's chat. And she's like, no beef here, just please leave me alone. And that's not enough. That's not good enough for Queen.
And I don't even know what happens next because she starts going after Savannah Marie. So apparently Savannah Marie, who is another anti-MLM content creator, was in a group chat with her close friends, and they were all discussing a problematic content creator that they had issues with. Someone had then leaked the screenshots of the conversation, but they were cut dishonestly. This has absolutely nothing to do with Beth, but then she makes this video where she claims that she was the one who was the problematic person in this group chat, and then she goes off about how she's been doxxed and swatted, and that the whole community should be helping and protecting her, which literally makes no sense.
Because again, if I saw somebody attacking one of us, it was like, no, that's not okay. That person's in my community. I don't care if I know them.
She named this video Anti-MLM Drama Triggers Me. So let's discuss and get attacked. Wow. Well, hey, let's discuss it and get attacked. What a victim.
But I will stick up for them because if they're coming for one, they're coming for all. But again, our community's not like that. And maybe I have to stop dreaming. Maybe we all have to stop dreaming that it will ever be like that. Because maybe not everyone has to get along. But what you can all do is you can all shut the fuck up about who you don't get along with. All right. For example, Cece, you did not have to pull me up on your screen that day at all. If you didn't like me, you could have just ignored it. I didn't say anything rude to you. I was there to be completely positive and supportive of you. Because if anyone understands people not respecting boundaries, boy, is it me. Yeah, try having two dudes and a girl do a whole podcast line every.
If there's anyone who doesn't understand respecting boundaries, it's me. I mean, that quote is very accurate, but not in the way she intended.
Everyone that you sent pictures of your anus to them and then body shaming Uranus, but it's not actually Uranus, but everyone's watching it thinking it is. Yeah, try that.
If you're in the anti-MLM community and you go off to start drama in the anti-Onision community, then that's your battle, dog. They have nothing to do with that. Then to prove that
Well, Suit, the thing is, when you know how when she was smaller, people used to believe it. She goes into these communities and people still believe her bullshit. And then this community she just left. She caused so much strife and drama while she was there, and it was only for a short period of time, and they took her seriously. So I don't understand, man. If you look up this video, if you look up Queen of Karma, this video comes up still. If you take her seriously and let her do that much damage to your community when there's documentaries on her that you can easily go watch, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't want to victim shame here or anything, but at a certain point, man, there's caveat emptor and all of that, buyer beware, but do your research, people. Especially if you're gonna be DMing with this person all the time, involving yourself in their business.
Anti-MLM community are hypocrites because they stand against bullying, and Queen has been bullied. She decides to start talking about Heather, and Heather is the example of her being bullied.
Let's go take a look at how much you all, totally don't support bullying of a creator.
And then she starts saying completely false things about her.
Because here's the thing, this is me speaking out about my bullying, and this is a girl who is friends with the people that have been bullying me.
She is not friends with people who are bullying her.
She started her channel in order to make content on me.
She didn't start her channel to make content about Queen.
It was basically all content on me. Has started fake accounts and got me kicked out of communities with her group of people.
She has not made fake accounts and has not gotten you kicked out of any communities.
For taking the time out of your life to address something that has brought you mental and physical distress. That's funny, because you know what brought me mental and physical distress is the fact that I became an anti-MLM creator and a bunch of anti-vax alt-right creators attacked me and a bunch of psychos attacked me, and nobody helped. What if I started saying, you know what, Kat? You were in an MLM and you said you were harassed. I don't believe you until you show me all the screenshots of everyone harassing you. Or am I just supposed to take your word for it? Because I usually just take people's words for it. I don't ask them for the proof of their harassment when they left an MLM. But the funny thing is, my harassment was open all over YouTube. And if you gave a fuck, and you seem to give a fuck enough to judge me for how I reacted to it, you think you would have given a fuck to go look into what it was about and then make a good decision and do your fucking research. Because we also pride ourselves on research, by the way.
It's so pathetic. I became an anti-MLM creator and people started attacking me and none of you helped. Yeah, because you start battles with people that have nothing to do with that community. So why would the anti-MLM community help you in another drama with another community? Also, there's the fact that nobody knows who you are. You apparently can't handle being told no. And if anyone actually took the time to look into what Queen was involved in, they figure out very quickly that she is the bigger problem than anyone else in this situation. Even the comments that Beth read are completely against her, and she misses the point.
I truly do not understand why she's pushing this narrative and demands that it's an anti-MLM problem, that she has issues with some guy.
I don't know how you help Queen. I don't even know how her own community and her moderators, I assume they're real people, stay in there, appease her, and don't just get booted or wrapped up into some conspiracy. I don't know how they last that long. You know, maybe we should interview one of her moderators one day. That might be a story.
Is on the internet. Okay, so remember that. All right? When anyone in this community makes a video at an anti-vaxxer or an alt-righter or a flat earther and they get attacked. Just remember that. Because it's happened in our community where they have, and then you all go to bat for that person. But when it's me, again, it's blaming the community for not having her back with whatever her beef with them is about. They're mad at me because I'm here speaking out. They're mad at me because they said that I was in 2 MLMs and I'm a hypocrite. That was one of their big hit pieces on me, was to prove I shouldn't be an advocate because I was in an MLM. 2 of them. If we're in a community that claims that we understand manipulation tactics and all that kind of stuff and trauma and etc., show it. Instead of just blah, 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 talking about it. Show it. I'm not going to be fake. If I'm triggered, I should be able to come on here and be like, I'm triggered right now and this is why, without my own community attacking me over it. When they claim that they help people recover from cults.
Yes, recover from cults, not your random drama. To end this, I want to show you this comment, as I think it proves my point very well. What these men are saying about you is vile and disgusting. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this. I'm not sure how the anti-MLM community relates at all. I've never heard any of these guys before, and I definitely do not condone any of these disgusting things they're saying. No one I know in the anti-MLM community would support these nasty guys either. I think this is just 2 completely separate communities. None of us think this is okay. I hope things improve for you soon. I can't speak for others, but I assume the reason most people don't speak out about it is either 1, because we've never heard of these guys and don't know this nasty stuff was even happening in the first place, or 2, they might be scared of these guys and don't want to be on their radar at all. I don't think the anti-MLM community is cool with body shaming in any way though. At least I'm not. Perfectly reasonable response to the assertion that the anti-MLM community should be at beck and call for Queen when she's ready to start drama in other communities. So let's see how she responds. Fox and Compass helps them. That's not true. It's okay. You don't have to pretend to be against it. So even when her dream comes true, that an anti-MLM creator who she looks up to in some way finally comes out and says, hey, what these guys are doing is awful, she just says that she's pretending and not really against it. She did a big post on IG about me and several videos claiming I plagiarized all my videos and wrongfully accused them of this stuff. Heather only claimed that she plagiarized 2 of her videos, not all of them. The anti-MLM community came and commented and all said they all hated me and my content and knew I was trouble. I appreciate you, but I do think this is okay for them to do. They have done it all for a year and I have to deal with it alone. I don't have a community of you.
Hello, Bells. Oh, you know, it's I'm gonna finish up with this one, and then I'm gonna probably review her. She reviewed our interview for a second time in 2021 for some reason, and we're gonna see if I can stretch this out maybe to 12 hours, just to trigger Queen. I don't know if I have enough content to last that long, but I'm gonna really try my best.
Support. I'm home alone with my daughter a lot, especially with COVID, and just am really alone. Seems everyone gets backed up in this community if someone says one tiny bad thing about them, but this can happen to me and no one cares. I'm hurt, but we'll get over it. This stuff happens. If I'm not appreciated in the community for the work I've done, and people want to help support what these people have done to me for a year instead, then I will just go. It's easier on everyone, I think. So one thing to note is that she says, I'm not appreciated in this community for the work I've done. But in the Jason Amoro situation, she made it very clear that she wasn't an advocate or an influencer or doesn't promote anything or try to help anybody. So what work has she done in the anti-MLM community? Thanks for always being kind to me. Maybe you should have not commented. Again, you're begging a community to have your back when you fight with another community. And then when someone decides to have your back, now you don't want them to have your back. I don't want you or your channel being attacked for supporting me, They screenshot and post all my comments to the subreddit and locale and have people accused of being me or mobbed attacked. So I'm sorry if that happens. To discuss this, we need to go all the way back to January 2020.
Oh my god, I know things about this one. Witchy Things was in the community. She's been in the chats before.
Queen is simping pretty hard for RSN, and Marie Munterful comes out saying that she...
See, I think he gave up on the timeline too. It's all over the place. He decided, well, fuck going in chronological order. We're just gonna take it person by person.
He is canceling the interview with him. In comes Witchy Things, and she leaves a comment being very critical of RSN, and Queen responds with a comment that literally makes no sense. This is the first time they've interacted, yet she's accusing her of following around anyone who is in RSN's community, attacking anyone in his community, and that she's harassing her. Queen sent another long response that I'm not going to read, but I would like to point out that she says that she's sick of being told that she wants RSN and that...
Oh yes, that story is very interesting between Suit and Bells. After I did my my interview with Bells, I believe, Suit went live and started tearing it apart. And then I think it was a couple hours later, he sends me something from her yearbook confirming she was in the Navy. I send it to her. They get talking. Yep. That was, when was that? That was late 2020, I believe. Yep, a lot of good things came from that interview. That interview also was used on a lot of other people's Queen of Spade content that has Beth coming up here and saying you wish Bells had just done it. Yep. Yep, August 25th. Yep, Bells got it.
That she is sending him nudes because she has a husband and daughter, but was actually sexting him in the background. Witchy made a video about the comments, and that really upset Queen.
According to what she has said on her own Twitter account, that she has a mental illness or mental illnesses. And I think I saw something too about her being a survivor, a sexual assault survivor. But I saw, looking through her tweets with arguments with other people, that she likes to use these as weapons, as arsenals in her tool belt to just pull out to make people feel bad when they don't agree with what she's saying, and then she just explodes. So I made a comment on a YouTube video uploaded by Mary Musterful. It was a Patreon video she had created for her Patreon, but decided to post on our YouTube channel that was about RSN. I commented something below, like I said, left my thoughts and opinions about RSN underneath the video. Here comes Queen of Spade, more like Queen of Bullshit, okay? Because she left me this long ass fucking chapter of I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. I just kind of glanced over it. I saw little snippets. She called me rude. She said I was attacking her, or I had been attacking her, even though we have never had any previous interaction as far as my knowledge goes. But it just kept going, and she kept going. Like, she just went off. She exploded. Don't know who she is.
Now, apparently she was in or around RSN's community at some point, and some not fun things happened that resulted in the both of them falling out. I don't know the gist of it, but I picked up a few things.
Addressing the part of where she says, I'm in love with RSN. That just sounds like straight up jealousy, okay? Well, first of all, I'm not in love with RSN. I haven't had anything to do with that dude now, I think. What has it been since that whole drama? I think a year and a half now. It's been almost a year and a half now since I've had anything to do with that community, him.
She still mentions Witchy Things to this day, of course.
That whole toxic situation, like, I'm not involved with any of those people. There's maybe like one or two people, but ultimately I just detach myself from that whole situation.
Queen would go after Witchy Things and just start claiming stuff that isn't true at all. She'll claim that Witchy Things is stalking people, even though she's the one making tons of posts about her. That she doxes people, that she is obsessed with RSN, and that she is okay with false CPS calls, which, as you could have guessed, isn't true.
I decided.
I'm pretty sure in my stream, Witchy Things was one of the people being threatened with doxing, swatting, and CPS calls by Queen, by the way, which just makes that even more ironic.
I did about, I think, 2 months ago. I think it's been about 2 months to take a break from social media. And part of the reason I just decided to do that all of a sudden had to do with this woman. I don't like the idea of knowing that there's somebody out there talking shit about me, spreading information about me that isn't true, painting a picture about me that isn't true, and accusing me of things I never done and that are completely out of my character. And that really pisses me off, and that's why I keep making videos like this. Because I'm not just gonna sit here and be silent about it when there's somebody spreading bullshit lies about me just to make them feel better, or in this case, try and be a badass bitch, which
I'm going to let Kaylee explain her encounter with Queen of Spade, but to sum it up very quickly, Kaylee and Queen of Spade were good friends at some point, and then there was some stream with some drama that doesn't matter to the story. Queen was apparently in the stream chat and she was spreading misinformation, whatever that meant at the time. They start arguing on Twitter, and Kaylee shows the proof that, hey, look, you did spread misinformation in the chat. Then this situation kind of evolves into this huge mess that Kaylee will explain for herself. And then later on down the line, Queen decided to threaten her with violence, so that's fun.
I forget how exactly I keep.
Yeah, this is from my interview with Kaylee from 3 years ago, actually. Yep, I remember this. Gosh, I feel like this is such a nostalgic video, honestly, for me.
Came across Queen. I do remember what we kind of bonded on because I'm on the spectrum, like I have Asperger's, and she thinks that her daughter is on the spectrum as well. So she was talking to me about that, how she's and she came off as a really, really good mother, by the way, when she was talking to me about all this stuff about having to advocate for her kid and stuff. Yeah, and she was into the MLM stuff, and there was a past with my mom with MLM stuff, which yeah, I considered her a friend at the time. The thing that happened to drive us apart was the Holly Undead stream. She was in the chat and she had mentioned something about Harvard. She had joined in with that narrative that Harvard Chicky was asking for donations and stuff, but I didn't even go after her for that. I noticed one day, like later, I'm not sure how much later after the stream it was, but it was like a distance of time after that stream and the Twitter fight that this happened. I saw her in my notifications. Someone had been going at her for Harvard stuff, according to her. So I kind of jumped in and I'm like, hey, wait, what? What is this? And try and get the information. And my intent was to try and fix it. So there was she's denied that she said anything about it, and I happened to have a screenshot of it because there's something else that had been said in the chat. Mary Z had mentioned something about Lola messing with Arsen's phone, so I screenshotted that and sent it to her in DMs to make her aware of something that was said. So and also in this chat it mentioned Queen, or sorry, didn't mention Queen. It had Queen saying the thing about Harvard. So I'm like, this proves that you were saying it.
In my dealings with Kaylee, she's been entirely reasonable. And I'm definite, and in my interview with her, she proved her case with Queen of Spade pretty thoroughly. Like, she didn't just bring screenshots. She had the actual tweet thread. Like, I guess she tracked it down and then quote tweeted everything. And then, I don't know, last time I checked, it was still pinned. So that's a level of organization and evidence that other people should be aspiring to, like Queen. If Queen could provide some evidence every now and again, I'd really appreciate it.
And then Queen went off about how I was screenshotting her everywhere and part of her hate mob. And it was just one screenshot. And I'm like, no. I'm not doing this. Like this, there was a specific reason why I even had that screenshot, and it wasn't to get you. It was to message Lola. So then I took a screenshot of my DMs with Lola and was it with the timestamp and everything of that screenshot, that a thread on Twitter that I did, that I linked to all of these posts that I made, so you can see that they were in reply to Queen, and you can see the timestamp yourself. Like, it's not even a screenshot of tweets that I'm showing. It wasn't like I was coming at her with like a pitchfork or anything.
I remember Lola Bohemia. That's another person who went around claiming they had police connections and crap, if I recall correctly.
We did get into a little bit more of a spat over freedom of speech, because she had made a comment that she has freedom of speech. She can talk about whatever she wanted. And I'm like, okay, but other people have freedom of speech to also counter what you say, especially if you're spreading like misinformation and stuff. They have the right to respond to that and give the other information. And the other information that people have is supported with receipts and stuff. So she wasn't suicidal until it got to a point where she did start to say that she was going to kill herself and stuff. And as soon as she said that, it was like all fights stopped. It was like I was trying to tell her things like her daughter needs her, and reminding her about the advocacy that she did for her in school and stuff like that. Like, very, very far from pushing her to suicide. It was all the exact opposite. But what happened was I was freaking out, trying to turn things back and like deactivate.
Yeah, these are the ones she showed in our interview. Yeah, the actual tweets she was sending her. She's not being not being pushy at all.
Her defensiveness and stuff, and people were seeing me freak out about it and thinking that she was suicide baiting me. So then she said that, Kaylee, you're making this all about you and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no. It's like everything that I did was backfiring. Like, and I was doing like everything. Like, I wasn't doing anything bad. I wasn't pushing her to suicide or anything, but the stuff that I was doing to try and help, that I knew to try and help, it was backfiring on me, because it was getting people sympathy for me and not for her, and the attention should have been on her at the time. So I'm like, okay, and she was seeing this and reacting to it. So I'm like, okay, I'm not doing any good here. Everything is blowing up. So for both our sakes, I'm just going to block, and hopefully that will fix things. But this isn't against you. I just don't know what to do, and you can message me if you want to work things out, but for now, block. So, and then not long after I posted that, I was giving her time to read it and stuff. She blocked me before I could block her. But then I blocked her, because so it was like a simultaneous kind of block. So, was it. And then I contacted friends to try and get some information to call for a wellness check, because I was legitimately concerned about the stuff, because there was a lot of things.
So this is another thing where people were, where Queen was claiming people go IRL on her. Again, the only real evidence I've personally seen of people going IRL on her are the people who admit they do it. And a lot of them are cases like this, where she's, again, suicide baiting people, bringing it on herself, threatening to do things in front of her child, or actually threatening people and their children. I can't have sympathy for the cops showing up to your house. I just can't.
That she was saying that I felt for back when I was suicidal, that it came off as authentic to me.
Right?
Yeah.
Free left off.
So I got the information to make it easier, and I thought that I had that time because she had said something about giving her time to have dinner with her family and stuff before she goes. So I'm like, okay, so I have a little bit of time so I can get the information.
All right, Suit. I'll see you around.
And call with it. So I did that, and it was really awkward because it's like, hey, so do you know this person? No, they're on the internet. It's
And yes, Kaylee was nervous coming on. She was telling me in the DMs before we went live that at any point she has the right to jump off. That she's very panicked.
it's awkward, and it's not something that I would want to repeat ever again. But it's not something that you should ever say that you won't repeat ever again, because if someone is in actual danger of this, you do need to make a call for their sake. It's not something that you do for like revenge or something, though. That's a no, obviously. But like, you can't discount all calls as being malicious in intent, because there are cases where it is well meant and it's used for what it's supposed to be used for, and it was for that case. And there was it. I have screenshots of Queen after that day. She was thanking her friend who called. She said, like she always says, that there's only just one person that called, but there was quite a few different people who called. Because we were talking after we called, trying to see what was up, if anyone knew anything about her, if she was okay, etc., because the service people, they don't really tell you anything. They just say that the police have been sent and to check up on her. They don't tell you anything else after that. So we're trying to talk about that. There was one specific friend that went to her and was like, please don't be mad at me. And so Queen was like, no, I'm not mad, you saved my life. And there was a couple of screenshots of her saying that the wellness calls saved her life. So it wasn't something that even she is saying was not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
That's the only call that I have made. I haven't
Yes.
called CPS on her. I haven't made call
Yeah, she said that what she claims is that multiple people have sent like I think she said CAS to her house.
He says as that, and I've seen screenshots of people that said that they've sent it to her. At first I thought that she was bullshitting on that, but apparently there is some truth to that. It's just that it hasn't been me.
So you're so what we're saying is that she's pointing fingers at the wrong people.
Kaylee, my little stupid cunty dear, I'm done with you. Like, get over it. Get over me. Get over CJ. Get over what it is you need to get over. Pull the stick out of your ass. Drink some bleach like Joy told you to. I don't know what it's gonna take, but you need to calm down.
Well, I guess that debunks that screenshot, huh? Wow. She said that in my comments section too. That you should have drank the bleach like Joy told you to. She said that in my comment section 3 years ago. That was one of the screenshots I was going through for my stream with Emma. Holy shit, she's done it twice, actually. Hold on, I'm gonna go look for that one real quick, because I have it in my file here, in my Queen of Spade file that I've been building.
You and Reality Check both need to check. Check yourself, girl. Check yourself. Don't wreck yourself out here on the internet. Because if we're going to continue, I continue.
Alright, we're finally done with individual dramas that involve individual people, and hopefully I properly demonstrated how Queen of Spade operates online.
Yeah, I literally have it in the file titled Bleach. That's nuts. Here it is from my comment section 3 years ago. She's talking to the Adorkables, to her face saying this. Charges laid today. Told you not to contact me. Police are being called now. My husband is done with your shit, too. Done. And if you drank the bleach like Joy Sparkles told you to, so many women would not be a victim of your psycho RSN obsessive stalking. It's sick how obsessed you are and how you attack women over it. Seriously. Know how many people you have hurt over him? Fucking hilarious. I cannot believe she's done that multiple times. And then denied it. Denied it.
But now I just kind of want to talk about broader things that she has done that are absolutely terrible. We're going to be discussing and referencing things that I've already previously talked about, but I really want to nail in this point, so here we go. To begin, let's start with Queen of Spades' racism, which can be seen when she's beefing with other content creators of color. Ugh, Matthew, why are you on my butt, Wigger? Step. You all A-logged me, remember? I had to collect evidence of such, and have, lol. Wigger is a racist term. Please stop using slurs and maybe I'll come home one day. The links you all go is the best. Who am I banging now since every week it's a new streamer? JW. Who we jealous of today, boys? This is a racist comment. I cannot be blamed for your race baiting BS. There's nothing racist about it. Hater Nation should calm down with the race baiting BS. It's sad. Tell Maddie to stop making a whole race look bad first. Thanks. Do you understand what you are calling someone when you call them a wigger? Do you not see how racist that is? A white person has what you consider urban characteristics, you call them a wigger? Does that mean you call black people with the same characteristics the N-word? You are disgusting. Ha 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 ha. OMG, calm down. That's not the same thing at all. How about a white full-grown man pretending to be a black person and portraying some gang wannabe characteristics to represent all black people is far more racist than calling that person a wigger, lol. Urban characteristics? Are you kidding me? All urban people talk like white trash wishing they were ghetto black now? Lord, also tell your buddy not all black people talk like that, and then it goes on. That is my point exactly. What is ghetto black? Instead of doubling down on your troubling language and justifying your actions, why don't you try listening? You have no idea who this person is. I'm a person of color, and I'm telling you that your wording is offensive. You can insult him in many ways, but using a word as troubling as that shows how closed-minded and closeted racist you are. Blah blah, racist, theft, fakes your own suicide, lies about mental health, blah blah blah. Anything else you morons want to accuse me of because I'm not an SJW? No? Okay, cool, have a good day. Trump was your...
This is the same lady who was just talking about like all these shaming and body shaming and everything else. And now she's claiming she's not an SJW.
President, not mine, sweetheart. I never was racist to anyone's kid. WTF are you talking about? Witchy thinks as a child? Hope that child doesn't grow up to be racist against whites since I hear the child is half white. So be sure to tell your child to put bronzer on to look darker for their videos too, Witchy. You don't like her because she called you out on your use of a certain racial slur in some of your videos. In other words, you don't like her because you're a racist-ass crackhead. None of those things, but go off. You cannot claim someone is racist, especially based on them saying in a rap song one time. That's stupid. That's just another BS excuse you use to claim something about me because you obviously love pseudoscience and MLMs and scams or believe the earth is flat and have some issue with me being on this platform to discuss those things. That's how I look at all of you haters. Can't blame me for what other people do on here, especially others who attack me as well, but go off and go suck up to Miss Parker, who is 10 times more psycho in her beliefs about people than I am, Lamau. She also has a history of using the N-word in her raps and songs. Of course, this isn't good considering the fact that she was against Ski Mask Andy using the word. He's just another random YouTuber she was talking about. But then she would proudly use it herself.
I got a carrot to hate. Mansion, but I'm stacking. I'm flossing, nigga. I am straight from Dawson. And I'm screaming.
What did you just say? The N-word? What the fuck is that shit?
No bitch, put me on blast, I laughed it off. I stunned his dummy ass off guard. All this nigga does is talks, and I come up with my block like fuckers here trying to cream, thinking they got me when all they got is lean. Them niggas be higher than I've ever seen. Them niggas be dumber than those SJW teens. Them niggas be completely obsessed with me. I can't really blame them. I'm always on fleek.
Now, I understand that the N-word is a very special word, and a lot of different people have wildly different ways they address the problem. Some people use it a lot, some people don't. Some people say that everyone should say it, and some people think that no one should say it. Now, for whatever you believe, I think you should have rational, well thought out reasons for why you do the things you do. And hey, if someone can provide a rational, reasonable, well thought out explanation for why they can say the N-word, then even if I disagree, we could at least talk about it and discuss it in the marketplace of ideas. So let's hear Queen's justification for the usage of the N-word, and please try to hear her out and not
Oh, this is going to be great because she has no actual beliefs.
Just hate on another white person. The last thing I want is for her to have to apologize for being white, so let's open our minds and give her a chance.
What? Why you got a problem with N not ending in a hard R? All right, I'll tell you what, Wes. You'll take them out of your fucking rap songs first, because I won't ever be out your.
Again, when I say there's no low that's too low for Queen, I mean that. This is like her feud with Wes Mosin. What does she do? She goes straight for like racial shit and using the N-word against him. It does not surprise me.
You're singing along to a fucking rap song that has the N-word in it, and then be getting in trouble like James Charles for singing along to a fucking song. All right, that's some SJW liberal fucking bullshit that I don't even fucking sign up for, and
I don't care either way. I mean, I'm with you, Red Feather. I want to know why all of these world leaders keep doing black and brown face. Like, where are these parties at that everyone decides to dress up as a racial stereotype? Why haven't I been invited to any of them? How rich and powerful do you have to be to get invited to a blackface party?
the Canadian. I'm apparently the SJW. Not suit me, remember? So
Oh, that's not good. Okay, don't worry, we can save this. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe Queen still has some slither of a point. I mean, she is just singing along to a song. It's not like she'd call anyone the N-word. Ooh, let's just move on. Locals are really bad at taking criticism, and Queen is no different. Really, any example can go here, and trust me, there is a lot. Technically, you can say that.
Yeah, no, you criticize her, she blocks you. I'm trying to make the screen bigger when screenshots pop up, so that way you guys can read them a little better. That way you don't need my face up here 24/7.
This entire video is a showcase of how poorly Beth can take criticism. One instance I'd like to point out was when Wes tried to speak with Queen on a live stream where Queen invited him to come on. He was quickly banned and unable to criticize Queen, despite her wanting to talk because she actually doesn't want to talk. She just wanted to make it look like she wanted to talk and that Wes was avoiding her.
I showed up to her stream yesterday. Are you going to let me come on, or are you still ducking me? Because she was saying earlier in the day on her earlier stream, why doesn't Wes Most come on? And so someone said, is that invitation still open? Wes is wanting to come on. She's like, no, well, and she made a lot of excuses. So I showed up to her stream and said, are you going to let me come on, or are you still ducking me? And almost as soon as I asked this, she put it up, and then I was blocked. And then she starts asking me questions and saying, well, why aren't you answering? And she knew I was blocked. So I came in with another account and got blocked again. So she doesn't want responses. She just wants to be able to yell out there and act like people are afraid of her. And you're ducking me because, I mean, come on. You and I in a mental battle of wits? Queen, come on.
all of you had with my husband at the beginning of all this.
If you engage in a battle of wits with Queen of Spade, you're fighting an unarmed opponent.
Apparently, he hadn't told you off enough. So I don't really know what your problem is. But I'm glad you're here, Wes, because you can maybe let me know in the chat why you're lying to everyone and telling them all that.
I had been blocked at this point. So asking me to say anything in the chat was directed so that she could say, well, why aren't you answering that? Oh, look, he must have done it. Why aren't you answering that? That was a pretty good Queen of Spades.
You had literally just gotten blocked.
Yeah, I just got because you saw it. I just got blocked, and then she's asked, "Oh, I'm glad you're here. Why don't you tell me in the chat? I can't tell you anything when you block me, you stupid bitch." But I did come back as a different account.
It wasn't a full minute.
It was not.
Regarding hypocrisy, it's hard to find it in regards to Beth because her ramblings are so incoherent that they all go in one ear and out the other. Here are some examples I found while making this video. Queen says that she wants to talk about the things she has done wrong, but also avoids conversations, as shown in the West example. Queen says that people are stalking her, even though they go months without talking about her, and she freely talks about them all the time. Queen is against doxing, but doxes people. Queen says that she loves all her subscribers, but has also stated that she doesn't care, and acts in a way where her subscribers mean nothing to her. Queen says that she's against false copyright strikes, but has falsely struck people before.
Again, I've got a screenshot going back from 2019 where she's threatening to strike Loki, and Deity. So no, she can say she's against it all she wants. She's never been against it.
Definitely more areas where she's hypocritical, but I think this should suffice for now. So out of all of the videos on Queen of Spades' channel, of all 971 videos, there's probably one good one on there, and it's this video, The Cults of Personality. It's a very simple, coherent, non-rambling, decent video about what a cult of personality is, the history of the word, how to take your friend or family out of one, etc. It's pretty okay, but it's also plagiarized. Pointed out by Heather or the Fox and Compass, it seems as if this entire video was plagiarized and no sources were cited. The first article is just the Wikipedia page for the cult of personality.
A cult of personality, or a cult of the leader, is the result of an effort which is made to create an idealized and heroic image of a leader by a government, often through unquestioning flattery and praise. Historically, it is developed through techniques of mass media, propaganda, fake news, spectacle, the arts, patriotism, and government-organized demonstrations and rallies. A cult of personality is similar to apotheosis, except that it is established by modern social engineering techniques, usually by the state or the party in one-party states and dominant party states. A cult of personality often accompanies the leader of a totalitarian or authoritarian countries. It can also be seen in some monarchies, theocracies, and failed democracies.
And the second article is a very well-mined article titled, What is a Cult of Personality?
The real or imagined qualities of the charismatic leader that are established through mass media may start to establish a cult of personality, but it's ultimately
Is that the whole video? She just reads articles?
the response of potential followers that makes a personality cult possible. While the overarching mission led by a charismatic leader, such as bringing about a new utopia, is often so lofty that it's unrealistic, follower support is typically built on the inclusion of more realistic practical goals, such as better wages or less competition for jobs that will help followers imagine an improved future.
Pretty much the entire thing isn't in her own words, and she doesn't even credit any of the articles. This might seem as little or nothing, but I'd like to put this in the Queen is really bad at being a content creator pile.
I mean, you go into the political commentator sphere, that's all they do is read articles without sourcing them half the time.
Plagiarism is a big deal, and I go out of my way to make sure that everything in my videos are either my words or they are credited properly. I don't think it's that hard to do it, so when someone doesn't do it, I think it should be called out. Man, I feel like one of those PSAs.
Plagiarism!
Paganism is very hard to define due to its complex history and for the fact that most of the time, paganism was a term used to describe any religion that wasn't Christianity. Way back in time, when Christianity became the state religion, the people in cities would go practice it. But the people...
I've always understood pagan to mean the non-Abrahamic religions, so that would be Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
People in more rural areas were late to the party, so they continued to worship the gods they were already worshiping. These people were called paganists, which meant country dwellers or people outside of the city. So as time went on, they started to refer to them as pagan, I think. Paganism is, simply put, a modern religious movement.
Something in the Canadian water. I don't know. I mean, she acts like a Florida story, but in Ottawa.
Incorporating beliefs or practices from old world European faith systems. All pagans do not believe in the same gods. They all don't do spell work. The spell work is really just a type of prayer some of them do. Pagans are not Wiccans. Wiccans are a subgroup of paganism, but paganism can refer to many things other than Wiccans. Paganism is different for everyone, and it requires a...
Do people not know this? I thought they taught everyone this in school.
ton of research to really understand it. Our good friend Queen of Spade made a video about pagans, so I'm curious as to what she has to say about it, considering the fact that this requires so much research.
Why are we turning to casting spells and reading tarot cards to try to gain some sense of control in this world? I don't have all the answers to those questions yet, and even if I did, I doubt it would put a stop to witchcraft. Let me know what you think in the comments below about witches, witchcraft, and even how we can combat our lack of trust in authority figures. Besides that, be careful on Halloween at midnight, since I hear that is when the real witches are resurrected and none of us are safe.
So this video is bad for a multitude of reasons, the first one being that it is also plagiarized with no sources cited. Secondly, Queen tends to lump together things that probably shouldn't be lumped together. She thinks that Wiccans and pagans are the same thing and that both fall under the term of witchcraft, which really isn't true. Beth seems to really not like paganism, and it's probably due to the fact that she has many misconceptions about it, but it's also probably because a lot of people that she has had beef with also practice some sort of paganism. Heather, Val, Witchy Things, and Bells all practice some sort of paganism in completely different ways, but Queen will lump them all together and associate witchcraft with the pseudoscience stuff she sees on Instagram that are actually scams. I can understand making a video that is filled with misinformation because this topic is quite the complicated one, but to go on to insult them based on your lack of knowledge isn't good. Witchcraft is not a cult. I never stated it was. I did say
No, she's just a very militant atheist, like an edgy 14-year-old militant atheist that just hates religious people. That's what it boils down to. Why she fixates on pagans, I have no idea. Oh, welcome, Emma. But again, like usually when you have these militant atheist types, like I used to be, they generally go after like Catholicism, Islam. She targets pagans, which again, I don't understand. Like, there's very few pagans in the world compared to the Abrahamic religions.
it was pseudoscience though, as it is. Nice try though. Please stop misrepresenting me and my beliefs to make me out as a cruel person. It is sad and pathetic. Thanks. I've never attacked a person for their religious beliefs. I often discuss how I'm an atheist, but do not want people to have their beliefs used against them, especially by Huns. I even stated in my witchcraft video that people who practice should beware of those who want to take advantage of their beliefs.
Wow. And then, like, look at this. Look how it changes.
I wasn't even cruel in my video about witchcraft. You taking this so personal and being so unbelievably triggered by the fact that I don't believe in magic is weird to me. I want to hear someone in this community explain to me how I am oh so cruel for not believing in witchcraft and making my video and I bullied all the witches when science proves witchcraft is real. The problem isn't that you don't believe in witchcraft. The problem was that in your video you said it's perfectly fine for these people to exist, but now you're contradicting yourself and attacking everyone who believes in this stuff.
Well, Red Feather, we were talking about plagiarism, and then we moved on to paganism. I mean, she's guilty of everything. The only thing Queen is not guilty of at this point is murder.
Let me know. Do that. How about you get Fox and Compass to cast a spell on camera to prove to me that magic and witchcraft is real, and then you can point out to me in my video where I was oh so cruel. I'll wait. The science should be interesting. The video that apparently makes me a bigot. Yeah, apparently I was a huge bigot in this video, and it made Heather and Val feel attacked and fear that I would do something harmful to them. This video, such a bigot I am, especially my conclusion at the end. Huge bigot. Do your own research before you believe cycles on Twitter.
The issue with witchcraft is that it is often seen as a cult, meaning that there are ties to Satanism within it. However, that is not always the case. Let's end that stigma right now. Many witches, especially in today's culture, don't even realize they are practicing what Aleister Crowley taught. They don't understand that connection. It is also fair to say that there are two types of magic that most witches practice: white magic, or good magic, and black magic, or evil magic. It is said that black magic has ties to Satanism, but the rest of witchcraft is merely people celebrating nature, having rituals that involve lighting candles and chanting, having meetups which are no different than usual.
This part was copyright claimed because she plagiarizes everything. She took Britney Spears' entire, like, Oops, I Did It Again music video and then edited it slightly and then threw in a few of her own words into it and then uploaded it to her channel. I'm surprised she didn't get struck for it.
beautiful social gatherings. I mean, besides maybe some spells being cast, and then worshiping the gods. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. I have said this before when covering communities such as this, and I will say it again. There is nothing wrong with being a practicing witch today. If you want to have fun casting spells, doing chants, lighting candles, etc., go for it. As long as you are not hurting anyone, there is no harm done. If it harm none, do what you will, right? I must ask people not to do that. If you would not make fun of someone's religion, do not make fun of someone practicing witchcraft. As for many, it is their religion. Wicca and paganism are still seen as religions by many, and therefore we should not be judging people based on this.
You think you could sit around sitting Jesse and
She murdered her husband, and then she's been using his accounts ever since to defend her. Yeah, it's possible.
Bells after me and Valkyrie after me for months and months, and then you just go off and start a new channel and do tarot card readings so you can rip people off for money, telling them that you will give them their fortune when that isn't even what tarot cards were invented for. They were a damn card game. Trust me, my name is Queen of Spade. I know a damn card game. I'm quite the card shark. I love poker. If your magic is real, use it to cure the coronavirus and rid it right now. If your god is real, pray to them and cure the coronavirus and rid it right now. If your MLM product is a cure,
I can almost believe Queen is a good poker player because it's all about, bluffing, lying, and deceiving people. That's one thing Queen does pretty well.
Go find someone with corona and make out with them, then go get tested. I'll check back.
Although Queen, I don't know if Queen could play the odds, though. But she could definitely do the social game.
In a couple days, and if it's not cured and your MLM product didn't work, you're lying and you need to stop attacking my channel. Whole tarot card reads being done, but none of us saw your channel dying after they become Queen of Spade reaction channels? What use was that psychic ability? Best practice with your gods a bit more. Ask for better protection. Don't think it's working. When we began, I had 200 subs and was so scary speaking out again.
65 comments in a 2-hour window, huh? Yeah, that's pretty bad. See, she's toned down, her and her husband. Like I said, I had 600. Over 600. Hey, you just gotta if you keep doing streams about her, you might end up topping me. Who knows? Especially if her husband jumps in there and starts defending on her on his account
against Hanson. Here we are, and I got 2K subs. So something doesn't appear to be working with all these hexes. This woman, who is also known as Witchy Things, has been stalking me online since December of 2019. She is crazy. She believes she can cast magic powers and is a witch and has some really gross alt-right beliefs. What religion is tarot, or am I just dumb? Witchcraft is real. Nope, no it is not. If you think you can cast spells and you say I have mental health issues and want to talk about my mental health, first go check yourself in. I worry that you raise a child with homeschooling and try to make her believe in witchcraft. So scary and cult-like. Ew. This is a disgusting implication, and you should be fucking ashamed of yourself.
See, I didn't even know at any point she even said, "Oh, I don't knock other people's beliefs." I've only ever seen her knock other people's beliefs.
Coming from someone who has been studying cult mentality for 3 years now, no, it is not. I'm not a locale because I don't believe in casting spells and homeschooling and being anti-vax. The fact people support a bunch of psycho SJW witches slandering me for being a bigot for being atheist is hilarious. Well, wait, I thought witchcraft wasn't a cult. Now it's cult-like? You cast a spell on me to make me stop speaking out about how you all support and stick up for predators and abusers. That should work. Abracadabra, bish. Excuse me, but unless you believe you are a witch who casts magical spells on people, then you cannot be in the anti-MLM community. Didn't you hear? I'm going to start hexing people if people on here want to believe they are magic and can cast spells and witchcraft exists, bro. I swear. I will become a witch just to start hexing everyone who has done me wrong on here. How do you claim to believe in science, real science, then practice pseudoscience daily? Conflict of interest, just my opinion. I am allowed to have my own opinions in life, right? Or do I have to believe what others believe or I get canceled again? What an interesting world we live in. You can have your own opinions and believe whatever you want to believe, but you can't contradict yourself. Okay, so here's a good one. Apparently, Queen of Spade likes to steal art too. So this artist, Nerdy Dog Queen, made this drawing of Momo, and I'd say it's a pretty good one.
So Emma, you're saying that it got caught by the spam filter. So a lot of Queen's novels used to get caught in like the auto filter. I wouldn't even have the option to approve them. I would just basically get the notification that they were commented, and it would give you like a chunk of it, and then when I'd click on it, it would just take me to my video with no comment there because it was automatically eaten by YouTube. So there's entire books that the world never got to see. Her and her husband are nuts, man. They need to log off and quit commenting under other people's videos. And if you ban them, they come back on sock accounts that are obviously them. That's the fucked up part about it. They claim we're stalking them, but they'll be harassing us on sock accounts forever now.
Later on, Queen decided to make some art of her where she looked like Momo because people keep making fun of her, saying that she does, which she does. So why not play into it? As you can clearly see, Queen stole Nerdy Dog's art. But not only did she steal the art, but she also started selling it on t-shirts, which she obviously can't do. Nerdy Dog Queen was alerted that Beth was using her art on her own merch without permission. She asked pretty politely to have her art taken down from Beth's store, and the response she got was not so nice. You should have contacted me. She is contacting you. I based my art off of your artwork, but did not recolor it. Based, more like traced, them shits is identical. Now listen, you are a very cruel person. She's cruel for wanting you to stop selling merch with her art on it. I just made a simple mistake. It wasn't a simple mistake, and if it was, you wouldn't react like this. To have my stalker who has been doxing me and swatting me for a year make a video about this and then to attack me with several of your followers under a video is not how you go about this. As an artist, not all of us are out to get you, and I'm sorry if that upset you. You should have reached out to me. She did reach out to you. Now, this is the reaching out. I didn't know I had to ask your permission to base my artwork off your piece. Do I even have to say anything here? I was inspired by your Momo and made it my own version, then put on a shirt I never sold one of. Doesn't matter if you sold one or not, it wasn't your art to put a price tag on. You could have contacted me via email, IG, Facebook, or in a way that was more private. No, this works just fine. In fact, some people would prefer this way because now you have public pressure to do the right thing. It wasn't a personal matter, so this method was perfectly fine for the situation. Instead, you decided to attack me and be extremely cruel. She didn't attack you at all. There was no attack. I removed the merch. Great. You seem like an awful person to deal with and someone who doesn't understand that your art may inspire people. Inspire doesn't mean steal. Please do not attack every artist who is inspired by your work and uses it as an inspiration. Inspiration doesn't mean steal. That is cruel. It's not cruel to be called out for something you did wrong. I did not steal your artwork. It is my artwork. You did steal it. You may have traced over it, but it's so similar to the original that it doesn't matter. You are a very cruel person and could have come and spoken to me maturely where we could have worked out this privately. Worked it out how? There's nothing to work out.
Well, Emma, after our stream on Halloween, we got this vague song filled with this, I guess you'd call it like a rap with a bunch of veiled threats in it. I mean, we're going back to 2020 Queen slowly. She's devolving in real time.
I guess you need the public clout. Fun fact, nobody gets clout off a queen. I'm sorry for misunderstanding. She's not sorry at all. Wish it was handled more maturely. That's kind of your fault, isn't it? Delete it and I will let everyone know how you behaved and how you do not want anyone to ever be inspired by your artwork. Sure, let everyone know that this reasonable artist came to you and you claim to be the victim. So Queen is a blatant art thief. And if you still don't understand how, then maybe this video will help you out because it seems that she has a pattern of doing this.
This is my Spade emoji. I made this by scratch when I started my channel. People are claiming that I stole this, and so apparently somebody has stolen it from me. Because apparently people be stealing from me, and that's okay. I'm the only one that should be selling the spade, the throwing spade.
Man, the thing is I would never have put that together because that shit's so basic as it is. Why would you even need to steal that? How hard could it be to make your own? That you could do that in Microsoft Paint right now.
Girl, that's mine.
And that is check fucking mate, you guys.
So this is a picture that I posted of my grandfather's painting.
Working on a pic of yourself. Cool. Yeah, surely it's original. You drew this yourself, right? It doesn't look like you, but we're gonna see. Oh, yeah, you stole more art. That's 3 pieces in 2 days.
Wow, that one was really blatant. The fucking SpongeBob one. Hello, Troll Police. Welcome. I mean, I should have asked her about the art thievery in the interview. Like, wow.
You should be proud.
They would have stolen mine and redone it. They've stolen mine, redone her up a bunch of times, and then claimed it as theirs. And they put theirs in videos, and they put theirs on stuff, and that's okay. So explain that to me. So literally, like, I've been doing artwork, and I've even posted up some of my artwork, and then people are like, this girl can't do art. And I'm like...
See, I'll full on admit any art I use in my video, except for like my thumbnails, anything that looks complicated, all right, I did not make. I have no artistic talent. She's over here trying to claim that she made this crap. Even her fucking old logo that was basic Microsoft Paint shit was stolen. What the hell?
Like, I did make it. Like, okay.
So to do this one, we probably should define what doxing is. Let's keep it simple and say that doxing is the act of presenting personal, private, or identifying information on the internet without the other party's consent. This is pretty much the standard definition of doxing, and Beth has engaged in this many times before. When Queen was speaking to Bells of Nevermore, Bells sent her this image so she can prove that she was a veteran. Queen later down the line posted this on a now deleted subreddit called r/bewareofhd. Queen one time thought it was a good idea to make a Google Drive to document the bad things people did against her. Not only did that drive prove nothing, but she ended up doxing Suit Yourself, RSN, and Val's child. Let's see, she also obtained RSN's grandmother's address to use as a threat.
I want to also say Queen doesn't obtain or doesn't go out and seek all this information out necessarily herself. She has other people do it for her. She's not that intelligent. That Jesse, Sid, whatever name they're using this week, person, gave her quite a few doxes, and even she's admitted to that.
She's threatened to dox many other people like Tommy C and Mr. Deadman, offered to dox RSN to H-Bomb. She doxed Heather by linking her ex-husband's RSO page. Oh, and she ended up doxing herself to prove that she was reporting someone to the police. Beth really likes to abuse the copyright system. By abusing the copyright system, I mean using YouTube.
She doxed herself to prove she was reporting people to the police multiple times. Get it right. Not once, multiple times.
YouTube strike system to take down someone's video, not because they infringed on your copyright, but because you just don't like the video, you don't like the person, or you don't like being made fun of. She's done this to Slothcat's video about her. Slothcat is an animator who makes animations about locales, and the video he made about Queen ended up getting striked. She did this with Heather's video about her. She did this with Suit Yourself. She claimed that Suit Yourself falsely struck her. For some reason, Queen loves to threaten people with violence. Yes, with violence.
I've been seeing this back from fucking the beginning of the time I met her. She's posting like pictures of guns with fucking threats towards people. This is the sort of shit I don't understand how she's not in jail yet. Cops are showing up to her house. She's making threat. Maybe it's because she's not naming people's actual names, but their YouTube usernames. That's the only thing I can think of. She's naming people, making actual threats to them.
I'm one for a good joke here or there, but these are kind of wild. Let's hope we don't surprise someone. Bang, bang, bang. OMG, I have real friends where you live, Val. Hide your goats. You messed up. I will start contacting every person who has ever been in your life. You aren't as good as hiding online as you think you are. I already found you, remember? OCO Police Department. Does Dina live in Florida? She out here wishing.
Yeah, that's one of the ways she gets people's doxes. Yeah, that Fox and Compass person. Yeah, they when they appealed it, I guess gave Queen their real information, which God, people, do not do that. CounterDMCA.com. You can file it via a third party.
Death on my friend.
Do not give psychos like Queen of Spade your address. For that matter, don't give anyone on YouTube your address.
So not too happy. It wouldn't mind her RV just kind of. If she wants to wish death on other people, I can make sure they come with guns drawn. You're in the USA, you know. Since it's okay to try to get my child and husband and myself murdered 5 times.
Hello, sweetie pot. Welcome in.
You thought it was a good idea to try to get my home raided with my child home 5 times. Just wait. Apparently nobody cares about me on here, right? So what does it matter? An eye for an eye. Don't all you heathens believe in that? I want to play Let's Dox and SWAT Families in a mob too. You all have got to have fun playing for the last year. I want to play. I'm going to win. Oh, it won't be today. It won't be tomorrow. It may not even be this month or this year. Will be whenever I decide to think of any of you losers again, and when you least expect it, bang bang, SWAT open up. Like you did this to my family. We are all just playing online, right? Just like move on if you don't want to be swatted, right? Please go away before I come knocking. I don't do this, I pull up.
Yeah, see, look, that's the one I was talking about. You can see the gun, and that's her old logo. Fucking crazy person.
I may come visit you this week, girl. Done with you. Till we meet on the street, girl. You live close.
This is what happens. Quite frankly, whatever happens to you all now, who the fuck cares? Honestly, I don't care. We should even start swatting these people's houses and see what happens. Maybe, well, if we're lucky, one of them will open the door with a gun and the cop will fucking fire at them. There's no recording of me wishing death on Mrs. Parker's family because I've never been in a recording in which I could wish death on Mrs. Parker's family. I've never been in a recording with Mrs. Parker. Hope that her whole family died. I'll say she's allowed to sit out here and be like, I hope this bitch OD'd and died when I have a family. So I don't know why I can't be like, I hope she is fucking grieving. I hope her whole family did die. Hell, let's put so much pressure on the hoe that she doesn't even know what to do and she goes and ODs herself. Because we know that all these people are on drugs.
I'm going to talk about this later on in the video, but just to mention it here because it's relevant. Just because someone else does something to you doesn't necessarily mean that you should do it back to them. If there are people genuinely doxing...
I mean, that's pretty much the sort of shit she was saying in my comment section that I showed on Emma's stream. I mean, she says that shit to everybody, man. Even if you haven't done anything, like, on that level to her. She just comes at you 1,000,000 miles an hour. Threats. Saying she's going to come not just for you, but for your family.
And swatting Queen, then that sucks a lot and I don't condone it at all. But then she says stuff like this and it makes me feel less bad for her because she is playing in the mud just like everyone else is. There's also another huge problem with this, and it's the fact that people who I know are innocent are going to get caught in this crossfire because she just lumps everyone together and now innocent people are going to get swatted. Like, if you want to go play in the mud, then go play in the mud, but don't affect the other people who are innocent in this. So Beth would do this thing where she would bait her suicide online. Now, this term also has many definitions, the most common one being to encourage someone to unalive themselves. This term has a different meaning online. People have debated on whether this term is an appropriate term to use, but nonetheless, it has spread online. Simply put, suicide baiting is the act of using suicide to gain attention or pity, basically hanging your life over other people's heads, which is not a fun thing to do. It was January 2020, and Queen was in the midst of...
It's basically just preying on empathetic people. You know, people like me are going to see that and just say, all right, drama queen, meh, don't care.
Fighting with people on Twitter. I think it was about the Mass Babe killed Amanda Todd take, or it could have been about the Anision stuff. She would say stuff like this, and of course, a normal person would be greatly concerned by these messages. But it's very hard to call someone out for suicide baiting because you don't want to be cruel and there is a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Even if I would ditch the label of suicide baiting, I don't like the behavior being put forth here. It's probably not a good idea to dump all of this in the middle of some internet Twitter drama because now you win. Everyone's gonna stop criticizing you because no one wants to be that guy. Many people see this as a problem.
I wouldn't say it means you win. Not at all. I would say it means you lose. I mean, the argument might be over for a lot of people, but you've lost. You've been driven literally into suicide by an internet debate.
But just to speak for myself, the reason I think this is for attention is because of what happens afterwards. She has denied ever threatening suicide in front of her child, which is not true. The biggest indicator of someone suicide baiting is having a repeated pattern of doing it, which Queen has. I could say that in this instance, this was a serious suicidal episode, but if that's the case, then Queen should have logged off of social media and gotten some help because what she did online was not healthy. Instead, she posted about the entire thing and would go on to do it again during her feud with Heather, and she would randomly do it other times as well. I don't know what to call this section, but Beth would often make these crude sexual remarks towards people. Some of it might be a poor attempt at humor, but I'll let you be the judge of that. Blackballed seemed like a racist term. Ugh, why are my haters so racist for? Ugh, now I'll get more black D pics in my DMs or some crap. Wes, even if I was into BBC, sweetheart, I bet you're more of a LBC. That's why you get off on making fun of mothers mind your child on the internet. All these real men on here that attack women and their children. Geesh, then they complain about feminism existing. You're the reason, lol.
I wouldn't know. I don't know if these are like racist or anything. He probably instigated that comment by making fun of her name, Queen of Spades. Okay, but she brought that joke onto herself. Probably the smartest decision she ever made was changing her name to Queen of Karma.
Wes Most is ugly and I wouldn't have sex with him. They know I would spam D-pics, lol. They're like, vote Wes or we get the BBC pics too, lol. Y'all better start picking Wes Most or else you'll all get sent BBC in DMs. Or maybe you aren't picking him so he won't send you his. Sorry, I digress. Shut the fuck up, Queen. Wes sent me a D-pic? Don't remember. Ouch. That's not good, bruh. Couldn't be that much of a BBC then. Eek, lol. Guys, should we tell him the BBC jokes have not a thing to do with him and are in reference to someone else or just leave it? Also, Wes, good point. I should totally shut down RSN's channel for posting up gross butt pics of me and claiming they're mine and all your channels for talking smack on my hot bod. Ugh. Awful how sexist this platform is. Better get more conservative men to come for me and let me know, Lamau. Ha ha ha, but I never brought up his BBC here. Worst trolls ever, the most worst. Bah ha ha ha. Shut the fuck up, I'm funny.
Today's content and community tab post has been brought to you by Tiny Dinger Condoms, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Do you have a little black cock instead of a big black cock?
Sorry, Wes, that I wouldn't let you fuck me in front of my white husband? Is that why you're mad? I don't understand.
It's your boy, John Carmen.
That's why Suit was mad, I guess.
And his
He said he
opponent.
was half black.
She's the MLM stomping.
I mean, there really isn't a lot to say here. Slander is making a false spoken statement that is damaging.
Why was slander its own section? I thought the whole video was a slander section.
To a person's character. Queen has done this to pretty much everyone she's talked about. It's kind of the only way she can fight with other people, by just straight up lying and slandering them. Alright, we're done talking about all the terrible things that Queen has done, so now I want to talk about some miscellaneous things, or things I noticed while I was doing my research. Firstly, I want to do a content critique, because why not, right? Usually this would be done in the beginning of the video, but now is better than never. Queen of Spades content can be separated into two different categories, anti-MLM and drama. MLM stands for multi-level marketing, which is a marketing strategy where companies use people to sell their products to customers instead of retail outlets. These people, or sellers, are not employees, but instead are individual business owners that can...
I mean, I will say, as far as her content goes, her editing's improved. I would say, I watched one of her videos on, it was on Carly and Sam and their drama. I thought it was an okay video. I thought it was fair. I would say that if Queen could, act sane for a long period of time, she might have a future here.
Can also recruit their own people to sell the product for them. This model can be easily shown using a pyramid. The top dog of the company recruits X amount of people to sell the product. and these people recruit X amount of people to sell the product, etc., etc. The scam part of this is when they become pyramid schemes. In a pyramid scheme, the recruited members are paid based on the number of people they can recruit, not how much of the product they can sell. Each recruit must pay a certain fee to join the organization. Those recruits are told that they get more money for recruiting more people, which means more fees being paid, which means more money for the people from the top. Beth makes content about these scams and there's something. It's nothing special. Kinda boring. Come on, man, I gotta say more after giving that whole explanation. Her white whale seems to be on passive, the scam she's talked about the most, and I actually can't be bothered. Moving on. The other type of content she makes is drama related. Despite her channel being about MLMs, the drama videos do way more in terms of views. These drama videos suck, they're so bad. Either it's a disjointed mess with her yelling, but since she can't properly explain what's going on, you're just confused.
Extra fluid.
It's all stream of consciousness word salad. None of it ever made. The one I just reviewed at the beginning of this stream about me made no fucking sense. She twisted everything and then cropped the part of her being a goddamn psychopath.
It's like these ones and the tube and nose and stuff. They've also only got you maybe
What the fuck is this?
Hello, the Adorkables. Welcome in.
What the fuck video is this? Your mother was vulnerable and dying, and you recorded her when she has fluid in her lungs. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you loved your mom. You love your mom so much that you recorded her at one of her most vulnerable moments to prove that this was her choice. That what was her choice? We weren't questioning. Now I am. You fucking mom murderer. So, since someone doesn't live with someone for 8 years, that means they murdered them. I'm figuring you must have murdered your mother then, if you were supposed to be taking care of her. And now she's passed on, right? That's how things work on the internet. So let's see. I want to know, do you have proof of this? I'm starting to think you probably don't. So let's go and let's watch you fake cry.
So, like, this is her reacting to the video of Suit Yourself's mom, her tribute video that Suit made after she passed. And, like, this is just, why would you do that? If my YouTube enemy made a video like that, I would just leave it alone. Wouldn't even acknowledge it existed and move on with my content. But Queen can't do that. Suit Yourself hadn't even mentioned her in forever. No low is too low for Queen.
About your mom being died, who you probably murdered for the inheritance money. So that's the type of person you are, isn't it?
Or the worst type, where she just rips parts of a video and puts text to defend herself.
Master, you're on the air. Master Agmar.
Hey, what's going on?
Tell me.
I think in your stream, the Illuminati chick was referencing somebody named, I think it was Queen of Spades. I think that's who she was talking about, and she's really.
I will give her this though. The theming on some of her videos are interesting. Probably not the best idea to pick Queen of Spade as a username, but it's something. Okay, that's it. That's the content critique. Okay, I lied. That's not it for content critique. Beth loves to make these raps and songs about really anything she can. She'll make songs about anti-MLM stuff.
Every night in our streams, we see you, we feel you. That is how we've come to know you. You go on.
No, seriously, you won't stop talking the entire time.
She'll make songs about conspiracy theories.
The wheels on the bus go round and round. They aren't flat. Don't touch ground. The wheels on the bus go round and round. The earth's not flat. Fall down. Fall down, motherfucker.
She'll make songs about the people she's beefing with.
Told you, and this is crazy, but here's a channel flag. Cause she's lazy, it's hard to cope online. Cause she's a baby, but here's a channel flag. Bells, please don't hex me, hey.
Nothing is off limits for Beth, and of course, they're all terrible. I just wanted to share these with you, just to let you know that yes, they do exist.
Fall down, motherfucker.
Last thing, I swear, but we have to talk about this. Before I do, I need to show you this video.
I heard she mad rich. I heard she dead broke. I heard she sniffing coke.
This video is disgusting. It needs to be erased from existence. I can't. Who would? What kind of? This is how you know she's nuts, man. She uploaded this. She edited it and uploaded it and thought it was a good idea.
Bitch. Hey yo, Kim the Spade. Man, she don't write her shit. Nah, Biggie wrote her shit.
Didn't even bother to put some clean underwear on first.
Bitch. I heard she going to jail. I heard she out on bail. She done fucked up now.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Wasn't this method of warfare banned in 1925? And yes, you would be correct. The government has located my position, and you probably won't be hearing from me for a while. But the actual reason I showed you that is because Queen of Spade would defend it as parody.
So when I twerk in videos and I make fun of influencers, you guys think I'm actually twerking? So when I did my e-girl parody, did you guys actually think I was an e-girl?
Oh, well, Red Feather, she also said that her child is having nightmares and, like, she knows about all these the CAS people apparently drag her daughter away and ask her questions about YouTube drama. And that she's traumatized because of it. Like I said, then log the fuck off.
When I make fun of people telling me to start an OnlyFans, do you guys actually think that I'm starting OnlyFans? Because here's what I don't get. I don't get parodying or making fun of someone because they parody. They're making fun of people. Why would you make fun of the person making fun of the crappy shit instead of just making fun of the crappy shit with them? I don't get that.
Why did I sign up for this?
I don't know. Why don't you like me fucking making fun of people like Nicki Minaj? Why can't I do that? Why can't I parody people? Why do you have to take things so seriously? And then go stick up for predators and attack moms because they won't post pictures of their fucking kids on the internet. It's weird.
So her idea of making fun of Nicki Minaj is to just do what she did, but worse. The original video has nothing to do with Nicki Minaj, or at least it wasn't clear in that video. I think this was just an excuse for Queen of Spade to twerk, but that's my opinion. Okay, those last sections were jokes, so let's bring it back to something more serious. Queen has been accused of purchasing subscribers.
So I'm actually curious. I don't think I remember this. If I've seen this part of the video, I don't remember it. I don't think she purchases subs. I think the reason that her view count doesn't quite match her sub count is because they're all hate subs. She goes and starts drama with a creator, and then they subscribe, and then they never watch anything she does ever again.
And it's no guess why. On average, it's very rare that Queen would get over 100 views on a video. Despite this, Queen has been steadily gaining subscribers. The question is, if they aren't botting, then who is subscribing? Now, you can't really prove that someone is botting subscribers. You could look at signs like how they're growing, engagement, etc. But like, come on. The general consensus is that she is buying subscribers. I personally don't care if she is or isn't because the results are the same. When you buy a subscriber, whether it be 1, 10, or 1,000, it's essentially a robot helping you boost your numbers. The only thing that the robot does though is subscribe. It doesn't watch videos and it doesn't make comments. It's just another subscriber.
You can pay for it to have engagement too, by the way, on these websites. Fake comments and stuff.
This is bad because YouTube is all about engagement. If YouTube sees a ton of people going to a video, enjoying it, and commenting on the video, then the video will spread. And if YouTube sees the opposite, then it won't go anywhere. Whether she's botting or not, Queen definitely has a problem with her YouTube channel.
That's right. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so that way this can get boosted.
And I just think that's kind of funny. Alright, so this one was definitely a spur of the moment type deal, but I want to talk about kiwi farms. So while I was editing, I saw something that Queen said, where she said something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm not a locale because I don't have a kiwi farms thread." Of course, that's stupid, and I'm going to explain why that's stupid in a little bit. But
she said something similar to me in DMs. What the fuck? She's on about the same shit.
Also came out while I was editing that Queen actually uses kiwi farms to fight with other people on there. So while you look at these screenshots, I'm going to explain why this take is very stupid. So certain locales will say or imply that they can't be a locale because they don't have a thread on kiwi farms. Even with the comment Queen made, She's kind of missing the point a little.
I told Queen in the DMs, most locals do not have a page on Kiwi Farms.
Bit. I see Kiwi Farms as a very, very aggressive archival site. If you are a person of interest, then everything that is online about you will be archived. The reason why Beth doesn't have a Kiwi Farm thread is because she doesn't really need one. Firstly, she's not even one of the cool or more interesting locals out there. But secondly, there's already a Google Drive documenting everything about her, and there's the subreddit documenting everything about her. So there's really no point in saying that you're the coolest one because you have no threads, because you don't really need any threads. But hey, go off, Queen. Oh, wait, I think I just did a thing. Hi, how are you? Good, I see you are new to Discord. Welcome.
That's that same alt that was in Suit Yourself's Discord, Megs. Carly called her out in a recent live stream. She's in there under some alt named Katie. And then Carly, because she's an idiot, just said, "Oh, hi, Katie. Yeah, that's Queen of Karma right there." Genius.
Yeah, just joined to see some things. I'd need proof you are you. Can you take a selfie and write CJ on your hand? I know that sounds excessive, but we have so many alts trying to join and do stupid crap. I'm friends with Queen. I don't want to give you any pictures. She already did that and you shared them. She just needed help moving on, so I screenshot some stuff and take care. Sorry, I don't want problems. Just helping my friend. She doesn't deserve this either, and you seem like kind of an asshole. Sorry, I don't know you, but yeah. I didn't share any. What are you talking about? Sorry, what?
See, look at the way it's being typed. It's clearly Queen of Spade.
She is being told, you need to get things straightened. This is so silly. Can I ask you some things? Hi, Queen of Spade alt. How are you doing on this beautiful morning? I'm not her, but okay. Dollface Ambiguity is another Queen of Spade alt, and this one would comment under her videos. So Queen would go and comment on her own videos and kind of talk to herself sometimes. I'm transparent that I am friends with Queen.
Go to her page in our community tab. She still does that.
Queen of Spade and a moderator of her channel. I won't have my page shut down to be silenced by those who tried with her. Thanks. Googling Ambiguous Dollface miraculously comes up with Queen of Spade content and your associated comments. Weird. You are following several people that have spoken out about Queen of Spade. Weird. Your first like is an RSN post. Weird. Hi Beth, I blocked you for prosperity. Everyone give a warm welcome to Queen's alt, Dollface Ambiguity. Please stop stalking me as her mod. I'm not her, and I'm tired of you putting my family in danger because you obsess over the creator I mod for. I don't know who any of you are. This is enough. 2 years you haven't left our community alone. She's as funny as she is dangerous. Beth Gibbons / Queen of Spade has used YouTube to dox, harass, and stalk multiple people, affecting lives both online and off. I can't understand why Team YouTube overlooks her behavior. YouTubers much larger than her have been banned for far, far less. Coming from a pred, that isn't saying much. Rules for the
Professor, speaking facts. Speaking facts.
And not for me is how you guys like to work. I'm the most luckiest man on earth. We're both the same zodiac, just a few years apart. She went medical and I went business, but we both excelled in our respective careers and now we understand our schedules. Hashtag so blessed. Salute the professor. I just hope her kids are safe. Looks like Queen is back. You are really a sad, sad man. I feel sorry for that woman you are with. She looks too young to know better. That's why you pick them young and from a different country so you can control them. Sad. You say you don't stalk Queen of Spades and her family, but you and your friends make sick cartoons of her kid and family. For what? Because you can't take a woman standing her ground? Sad man. I have all the gross stuff you guys have done and said archived. Don't worry. Lamau, you two are very sad pedos. Get help. I'm not Queen of Spades. I am, on the other hand, a very concerned citizen for anyone having their kids around you. Please seek help. I have been.
Dude, look at the way that, like, please seek help. That's the same shit Queen of Spades and the pedos in all caps. Like, these alt accounts, like I said, that's why I don't bother blocking her or her husband. They'll just come into my channel on sock accounts saying the same shit anyway. And I don't feel like going through the extra steps of trying to explain to people that it's a sock account.
And we'll be watching everything you do online. Salute. You just proved Kaylee's hypothesis. Kaylee, why waste your time? You already know what you're dealing with. Brush them off like a fly. True, I have much better ways to spend my time. Yet you decide to stick your big heads in my chats, Lamau. Keep lying to yourself. You have nothing and no one just like the rest of you all. That's why it hurts so much that you can't bring the queen down, Lamau. She has more friends than you think, Pudding. In my chats. As you can see, Queen loves to use alt accounts to try to gather more information on others or ban evade to see what other people are saying about her. If you want more alt account shenanigans, then I would recommend you this video made by Westmost where she details his interactions with Queen of Spade, but it also tells the story of her faking her suicide and pretending to be a reporter trying to find out what happened to Queen of Spade. It's as ridiculous as it sounds.
You guys know how you troll and sometimes pretend that you are a different person. Like, okay, here's a funny troll, guys, and I'm gonna give you this one. Treasure Baby, if you're listening, you pretend you're a reporter. Stop. You disappear first, okay? Because people are bullying you because you're a piece of shit. You disappear, and then you come back as Coming Boo, like a reporter. Use a different name, like Clobbing Boo or something. Come back as a reporter, and then report like, oh my God, guys, you hear about the people bullying Queen? It gets funny. Did you hear about the guys bullying Queen of Spades? She's missing, and I think she may have done herself in. It's a funny, guys. It's a funny joke. It's a troll. It's a just game, and that, guys, is how you troll. And that's why we don't understand the sarcasm, the dry English wit of pretending you're dead.
I can't believe we've gone this long without talking about the elevator. On October 30th, 2019, there was an instance involving Beth where, by her own words, she was followed by a man into the elevator of her apartment building, and upon leaving the elevator, the man grabbed her ass, which, yes, that is sexual assault. Now, I'm not as ballsy as the Steer Music channel, and I do believe that this story is real and that it did happen. I repeat, this elevator story did indeed happen. But why do so many people think otherwise? Well, let's just say that Queen likes to embellish the story a little bit.
Again, if we're fucking comparing, while you all sit on your fucking screens talking about, I had scars like that on me when I left the fucking elevator. You don't fucking care.
Wait a second. In the original post, she only said that it was an ass grab. In fact, with how it was worded, it sounds like Beth knew it was just an ass grab, knew that people would question if only an ass grab counts as sexual assault, and went in with that notion, which is why she explained that this was sexual assault. Why didn't she mention the bruises at the time? And if this did really happen to her, would someone who was abused this way really go?
Oh, we covered this on Emma's stream. It became a full-blown attempted rape.
On a live stream and belittle another survivor like this? Whoa there, buddy. You're asking way too many questions. Sorry about that, folks. He gets kind of crazy sometimes. How about we just move along to the next topic?
I don't usually use that. I use the DSM when I'm talking about mental health. But a lot of you will be stupid and then say something to me like, well, in DSM-5, it doesn't have CPTSD in it. And it actually does. It's just under the PTSD category as a subcategory. You know, I had trauma in my life where I was beaten and I was with a guy that sold CP for like a year. And because of that and me not having PTSD, I don't think Queen can have PTSD from it. You know, we'll just forget all this and we're just going to talk about me, right? We're just going to talk about me. The thing is, I actually have a mental health issue. I'm not out here faking like you fucks are. Are we going to talk about a stay-at-home mom with mental health issues who hardly talks about them on her platform? You guys talk about it more than I do. Thing is, these people all believe that CPTSD does not exist, or if you do have PTSD, the only way you can get it is by going to war. Oh, it's just women with mental health issues. I forgot. Who the fuck cares? We're allowed to harass women that have mental health issues, right? I am literally someone that gets triggered every day on here, but really triggered, not just SJW triggered. So right now, I feel like I'm being raped as a child, and then we're going to have fun.
Honestly, I didn't even follow most of her mental health diagnosis bullshit. The first diagnosis I ever heard her say was histrionics. And that is the one that I have really stuck to because that is the one I think fits her the most. But yeah, she has claimed a lot of different ones. Borderline. She's got autism now. She's claimed bipolar, I think. CPTSD.
yeah, we're gonna have fun because we love to make Queen feel like she's being raped over and over and over and over again. Because we don't believe in trauma and we don't believe in CPTSD and we don't believe that any of that stuff is real. And then try to say that I'm trying to get out of doing.
Yes, Red Feather. She claimed to be a social worker, and that's also why you'll hear her say to this day, "Oh, I'm going to call CPS on this person or CAS on this person," because she's a mandated reporter. It's not her decision. She has to. So yes, you're absolutely right. She did claim she was a social worker.
Doing negative things because of my CPTSD when I've never once ever even denied doing a negative thing that I've done once in my life or on here. I mean, the greatest YouTubers I see don't spend all day long stalking people with mental health issues and trying to upset them so that they have content. But I don't know.
Yes, histrionic personality disorder.
Oh, maybe that's just the people I watch.
What's wrong, kids? Don't you like to harass and trigger someone with actual PTSD? Don't you?
What the actual fuck is this shit? Holy crap. I'm just gonna take a moment to catch my breath here. I just got a jump scare from hell. Look at this fucking deranged crackhead. Holy crap, man. This chick comes at you on the street, man. You are getting shanked and your face eaten. I'm gonna move on.
I think it's fucking fun!
I don't care. Okay, let's be a little bit nicer. Just because you have a mental illness or trauma doesn't mean that all of your actions are excused. If you did something wrong, then you did something wrong. The underlying cause may be some sort of trauma you have, but you still did something wrong and you can't just excuse it with the trauma. If there are genuinely things that trigger you on the internet, then leave, take a break, and come back when you're ready. Queen likes to say that she has CPTSD, and therefore everything that happens to her is unjustified and everything that she does is justified no matter what. And that just isn't the case. Queen is responsible for the things that Queen says and does, and if Queen does something wrong, then Queen has to take accountability for it and not blame her mental illness.
If you have ADHD,
she also weaponizes other people's mental illnesses. Like if you say you have a mental illness or anything like that, she will use that against you. Oh yes. You gotta sympathize with her mental illnesses, but she'll fucking take yours and say, "Oh well, we can't trust this person because his name's the YouTube schizophrenic."
or if you have OCD, or if you have BPD, or if you have any other police departments living in your head, okay, if you've got any kind of shit going on, one, that is you, okay? That is who you the fuck are, okay? When I've got 15 different tabs open and I'm not paying attention to a conversation and I miss something.
Wait a minute. When did Destiny and Queen of Spade have a crossover? See, I didn't even know about this one. Holy shit.
Something and I fuck up. It might be because I have ADHD that something like that happens, but that's my mistake and that's my fault to correct, okay? The problem that I have when people talk about mental health is they find ways to externalize mental illness in a way that they can pin the blame on it and not assume that it's a part of who they are. Now, in conversations, they'll always say, "Oh, no, I mean, I need to do that. I need to..." Bullshit. I hear the way that you talk about it. I hear the tone you use, and I hear the way that you use it to dismiss criticism. This doesn't only apply to labs. This applies to everybody. Whenever you hear somebody say over and over again, "Oh, that's my autism. Oh, that's my ADHD." No, motherfucker, that's you. You are autistic. You are attention deficit, hybrid disorder. That is you. You are a person that is bipolar, that has borderline. That's you. Do something about it. Stop externalizing everything to things that are in your fucking head. Fix it. Figure it out. I have an anxious attachment. So I don't care. Fix it. Do something about it. Do something. If you know that you have these things, then do something to fix it. When I'm working on projects at night and I realize I've got 5 tabs open, I'm like, fuck, I'm a little ADHD brain. I'll close them because I know I can't do that. If I have it open, so when I work on my manifestos, I close chat. I close all of my chats because I know that if it's open on the side, I'm going to fucking look at shit and start clicking links. So what do? I close it. Do something. If a diagnosis is only good for you.
That's ADHD to do that? To have 5 tabs open and be doing a bunch of different things at once? Good to know.
You're actually taking it and using it to improve yourself or your life or something. You can't just use it to oh, this is my blame box. Oh, did you just say that I'm blah, blah, blah? Well, here's my attachment. Oh, did you say blah, blah? Well, I have OCD. Oh, did you say blah, blah, blah? Oh, well, I didn't. No, that's who you are. Do something about it. Fuck.
So this section is really meant to
if there's anyone she hasn't irritated yet, it's the key word there is yet. She's just making her rounds, just going from community to community doing this. I don't see it's gonna end. There's going to be creators, like a whole generation of creators coming up with big YouTube channels that all have a Queen of Spade experience. They're gonna have like 1 million subscribers talking about, oh yeah, this crazy bitch back when I had 5K subs just kept coming at me.
promote Val's video on Beth, where she breaks down why she fits into the bite model.
In time, it has become apparent that the only way to give a good scope of the happenings of Beth while simultaneously covering the more severe cases is by one means, and one that Beth is very familiar with: the bite model. The bite model is an outline written by Dr. Stephen Hassan to identify cult-like behavior in various forms, using 4 different categories to identify certain behaviors that the cult leader will either exude or expect from people within their community.
It's a very good video that you should watch. But now, it's my turn. Does Queen of Spade display cult-like behavior? It sounds like a silly question because Queen talks against cults all the time, but really think about it. Beth really wants to have her
cult. Like, in order to have a cult, you'd actually have to have like a real community and people. Most of it's sock accounts. Again, she's got a few people, but I don't know if I would say she's running a cult. Maybe she wants to, but she's not.
Her own community, one that sticks up for her no matter what she has done in the past, or if the members of said community disagree with her. If you disagree with Beth in the community, you will not only be ridiculed and mocked, but you'll also be lumped into the same category as the outsiders, regardless of how long you subscribe to the cult. I mean community. Furthermore, if you are in the community, your beliefs and identity can be and will be morphed by Beth as she sees fit. We can see that with Treasure Baby, who will go from being white to Native American depending on who Beth is fighting. If you are in the community, you cannot pledge yourself to other communities that have crossed Beth in some way, like the TCAP community. You will be told about outside rival people and communities, but the information you receive about these communities or people will be so twisted that the image Beth is trying to paint is downright false. You, just like Beth, will perceive small altercations with other people as large-scale attacks on your way of living, and the narrative she will try to sell you will never be backed by evidence.
You should have put this is actually a criticism of the video, I guess. You should have put this little section at the beginning almost. Because a lot of people like this part where you're saying is 110% true, but it's here at the end of the video. Like if you would open really early with something like that, so when I link people to this video, they get like the summary of who she is. Like his little speech he's doing here about her is perfect. This is one of the reasons I cover her and why whenever she makes a video about me, I'm going to respond to it. She goes around YouTube to these new communities that do not know her. They take her seriously. She says, like I saw on Chad's stream that he was getting DMs from her just talking about me. He didn't even know who I was at that point. So I'm never going to stop covering her when she talks about me because she goes to new communities and they're going to believe shit about me that isn't true.
Asking for proof about the claims the cult leader is making will get you exiled very quickly because no one dares question the Queen of Spade. Now we're kind of in the wrap-up section of this video. I just want to highlight a few things I noticed in Queen, some of the interesting behavior I saw. You may have picked up on this during the video, But there's this web that Queen of Spade has in her head. On this web is everyone we discussed before, like RSN, Suit, Val, etc. How the web works, essentially, is that even if you know absolutely no one on the web, if you ever cross paths with Queen of Spade, she'll try to put you on the web by linking you to these people who are already there. It's a quick and easy way for her to discredit somebody. I doubt that Queen would listen to me or really digest the criticisms I've thrown at her because I can be linked back to Jordan Comedy, who can be linked back to Wes in the TCAP community, which is already demonized in her mind. Therefore, even though we haven't spoken before, I'm already characterized in her head as someone who at least supports abuse because I can be linked back to Wes or the TCAP community. She does this to everyone who comes across her, most likely because it's just easier to link them to someone else rather than challenge the point head on. This content creator doesn't agree with me, so they must be a hater or a troll. When you attack or
So I'm sort of kind of bored, teamed up with YouTube Schizophrenic and Suit Yourself and Emma, and they're all doing 12-hour live streams about me.
I can see it now. I can see it now. Like, just me reacting to this video is enough for her to link. Like, I've never spoken to this guy in my life, but she's going to link us together now that I've reacted to his video.
Or even criticize Beth, you are no longer an individual, but now part of this larger group that has been harassing and stalking her for years on the internet. You can see this best with random commenters or even fans of Queen, as if you disagree with her, you'll be easily lumped into this hate group without a second thought.
Just a clarification. Wes didn't tell me to make accusations against people. It was my doing, and I shouldn't have done that. Tit for tat is not okay. Why am I trying to get back at people for lying about me? So from here on out, no accusations. It is very wrong of me to make up accusations about people. Just because someone makes up stuff about me doesn't mean I should say, well, since you said that, I'll say this. That's not right. Just let these people talk their fucking nonsense, and I'll just do me, okay?
Okay, tit for tat is not okay, but what does that really mean? Well, in more eloquent terms, you shouldn't do something you deem as wrong just because someone did that same wrong action to you.
Yeah, you know, an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, even if it feels good from time to time.
I believe that doxing is wrong. I believe that publicly revealing someone's private information without their consent is a bad thing to do. If someone were to dox me, that would really suck, but I wouldn't dox them back because then I would be doing something wrong. As simple as this might sound, Beth does this a lot. She would condemn things like doxing, swatting, or other actions that she finds wrong, only for her to use them as a tool later against someone else she doesn't like. The reason why this is such a big deal is because someone who does this literally has no morals. She'll speak in one breath and contradict herself with her actions. If you think something is wrong, but you do the wrong action anyway, that makes you a hypocrite, but it also shows that you don't really stand by the words that you speak. I noticed this while on my journey making this video, but it's really hard for Queen to engage with the point when she's talking to someone. The web also plays into this a bit, but if you try talking to Queen, she'll ignore your point, broaden your critique so much that it becomes all about herself, victimize herself, or just make some unfunny joke. I don't think I've ever seen Queen address a point directly without externalizing it to other dramas and other things that have nothing to do with the thing at hand. She'll be talking about like the weather, and then all of a sudden she'll be mentioning RSN and Suit Yourself, people you've never heard of before, people you've never spoken to before, but now you're working with them to stalk and harass her. People aren't black and white. We all live in the gray area. Sometimes people who seem nice do bad things, and people who seem bad do good things. Queen doesn't really understand that though. In Queen's mind, if she thinks that you're a bad person, that's pretty much it. You are a bad person, you have always been a bad person, and you will continue on to do bad things. For example, we can again look back at the message she sent to Wes. After Wes streamed with Mugnuts, Queen decided that not only is Wes bad, but he was bad during a drama that Queen sided with him only a few weeks ago, and now believes that he and other people she has had beef with will go on to do bad things. And that doesn't sit right with me.
All I'm gonna say to the internet is none of you motherfuckers can ever blame me if any of these fucking motherfuckers ever touch a kid. All right? Animancer ever touches another kid? Ain't my fault. I spoke out. Wes ever touches a fucking kid? Ain't my fault.
Whoa. 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 where did we get? How did we get to this? Dude, you're the one who keeps being caught with pedos. You wrote a whole song about how you were with a pedo. Wow, I don't know how in the world we got to this point.
Tried to speak out. The professor ever touches a kid, ain't my fault. Heather ever brings her fucking kid around another predator and marries him, ain't my fault. Fucking Dina goes off and fucks another one, ain't my fault. Don't look at me. And if Onision goes and fucks a kid too, that'll also be all your fault. Just saying, won't be my fault.
I'm still a toy.
Ignoring the fact that Beth is a terrible judge of character, if they went on to go and do those things, that would really suck, but it doesn't make her right or justified. If I could change one thing about Beth that would significantly make her better in every aspect of her life, it would have to be her rhetoric. Rhetoric is the art of persuasion. It's very important that you understand what you're saying, what your audience is, and the platform you're saying it on, so you can convey your story the best way you can. Queen is very bad at using good rhetoric. If you asked any person to read any of the millions of community posts she makes, almost everyone will come out saying that they have no idea what she was talking about. Any example could work here. The two best ones would probably be, again, that message Queen sent to Wes and her response to Nerdy Queen Dog when she stole her art. But instead, I'd like to tell you a story that I think demonstrates this perfectly. So back in October, when I was working on my Lauren Armstrong series, I was looking for something to listen to while I edit, because editing in complete silence really sucks. Usually when I need something to listen to while I edit, I either just find literally any type of lo-fi to listen to, or I start doing research on the next locale or next thing I'm going to make my video about. The earlier I start doing my research and start listening to videos, the quicker these videos come out, so I decided to do the latter. While thinking about the next thing I wanted to make a video on, I remember Clobbering Time's video on this person called Queen of Spade, and it caught my interest again because I was watching West Most live streams at the time, and he also covers Queen of Spade. So I searched Queen of Spade on YouTube, and she's actually live, and I just caught the beginning of the stream. Lucky me. I start watching the live stream from the beginning, and she's just rambling, like literally rambling. I had no idea what she was talking about. I swear, it sounded like she had a previous stream and that this stream was just a continuation of that other stream.
Yes, she literally speaks just like her community tab. Like that. Every live stream, I'm fucking so confused. Even the ones like about me, I'm so fucking confused.
Stream, but no, it's just Queen with her white Discord background, just reading someone's DMs with no context at all.
What's good? What's the bet that Belle's video was about you somehow? What's the bet that you're baiting me at the moment? Didn't even know she posted a bitch. I'll watch it.
I sat there for a bit and listened, and just when I was about to give up, I saw that someone else was streaming. The most.
So actually, my favorite part about Queen of Spades unhinged DM reading videos is seeing who she's DMing with. Like, who are these future victims I need? Like right now, look, Ghost of Niccolo. Like, you can see them in the chat sometimes when Queen of Karma is the topic. King of Stream, they don't like each other. Yeah, whenever you see these, just kind of make it full screen and look at who she's DMing with. If you want to like get like some foreshadowing on what's to come.
Worse, Wes was reacting to Queen, and it made more sense than her actual stream. I learned a lot about Queen of Spade that night, but it wasn't from her, and I think that's the biggest problem. The narrative has been set and it's backed by a ton of evidence. The only person who can combat the narrative is Queen, with more evidence. But she's so bad at conveying a coherent thought that no one takes her seriously. Val was really on it from the jump, because this is exactly how I describe Queen of Spade: reactionary and illogical. You've probably already picked up on this by now, but Queen loves to be the top victim. She'll drag other victims in the mud and say that their trauma or abuse wasn't as bad as hers just to prop herself up.
Again, if we're fucking comparing, well, you all sit on your fucking screens talking about, I had scars like that on me when I left the fucking elevator. You don't fucking care.
So I don't like bluntly discussing the title of the video. I kind of like it being a little...
Again, she looked worse coming out of the elevator from her ass grab.
Like, clever and you guys trying to figure it out. But this time, I really want to hammer in this point. Queen of Spade is the infinite victim. And when I say infinite victim, I mean that no matter the situation or the person involved or the drama, Queen is always the victim. Val is a stalker who won't stop harassing a mom with mental illness. Arson is a rapist that has a community that attacks her. Wes is some creepy black dude who I stopped talking to 2 years ago and won't stop talking about me. Suit Yourself is obsessed with me and did a 12-hour live stream on me. Tommy C did a stream where he made fun of my mental illness. And really, I could go on. It's funny because Beth has stated multiple times that she doesn't like being the victim, because if you're always the victim, you're never a survivor. Yet, she's always victimizing herself when no one is talking about her. To really illustrate the infinite victim thing, the professor made this wonderful photo of all the people who have crossed Queen's path and how she is the victim of all of these people. For context, the professor was someone also in Arson's community.
Let's go back. Hold on. Like, look how big that is. You see Deity's face right there. I recognize his. I can see there's Queen. Wow. Look, there I am. Who do I connect to? I connect to Roger Brown. And who is this? Is that Negs? Is that who I connect to? Wait, what? I connect to the... I guess at the time, yeah, that's who she was connecting me to. Interesting. Really straining my 2020 vision here to see that. But yeah, me connecting me to Roger Brown makes sense. Definitely. That's the one thing Queen gets right.
Is the victim of all of these people. For context, the professor was someone also in Arson's community when Beth exploded on him. Nowadays, you'll find him and others making memes.
How many in chat on that list, Malice? All of them interchangeably at some point. Well, not all of them. The ones that are still around or care interchangeably. Like, a lot of those people have quit YouTube, been banned, have either not even been... Some of those people aren't even creators. They're just viewers or moderators who got dragged into all this, and that Queen still mentions them to this day. So, I know a good amount of the lore, but there's just so many people at this point in her fucking web. We're all in a hive mind. We're the YouTube Illuminati, Rick Zola. We are, we are one. We are the Borg. It's fucking madness.
Memes and archiving Beth's chaotic behavior on the subreddit r/beware of Queen of Spade. Anyway, you can look at this photo yourself and it's linked in the description below, but I want to flip the script and explain why she has beef with some of the people on this chart. We of course won't get through everyone. I don't even think we'll get through half. But this will pretty much be a recap of all the people we've discussed before, and we'll throw in some new people who I haven't mentioned in the video yet. To begin, we should start with the people who are on Queen of Spade's side, which is a very, very short list. We have HBomb6699, or Harold, who domestically abused Dina, but also went after RSN, so I guess he's okay in Queen's book. We have Leslie Gonads, Dollface Ambiguity, RSN is a rapist, XOXO Psychotic Hottie, and bullying on YouTube. All of these accounts were made by Queen of Spades, so it really doesn't matter. We have Joe H, who is pretty much the default fan. If you ever think to yourself, does Queen have any fans? You're probably just thinking about Joe H because he's been there for a while and he's always commenting on everything that Queen does. To add someone on the list that I do not see, there's also the Recovering Hunbot. The Recovering Hunbot is an interesting one because she is the only person I know who still publicly works with Queen despite everything she's done. I believe she was confronted at some point about what Queen of Spade actually does, and her response was kind of lackluster.
I contacted the Recovering Hunbot and gave her a chance to explain why she continues to give a platform to someone who has been kicked off various social media networks for doxing and harassment. Someone who lies about being a social worker. Someone who has asked viewers to help pay for therapy despite being in a country with social life.
Again, I mean, depending on what they're doing or whatever, I don't think we should be like reaching out and trying to get people fucking deplatformed. That's some cancel culture shit. Queen of Spades should get banned by YouTube when she breaks the rules fair and square like the rest of us.
Healthcare. How does any of that align with outing and exposing MLMs? I sent a very detailed email including proof, screenshots, and direct link timestamps. There was zero way she could read it and then feign ignorance. And she did read it. I know this because she replied, but it's what she said that spoke volumes. In a 600-word response, she discussed family life, her busy schedule, her work against various MLMs, and her desire to stay out of what she calls drama. To her, whatever Queen does, and it should have nothing to do with her, nor should it reflect on her.
That's a very fair opinion to hold. I mean, people can disagree, but like depending on the work they're doing or whatever, I don't see why what Queen of Spades out here in the drama community doxing and swatting and threatening people with physical violence has anything to do with her. If as long as like the work that they're doing is legitimate, they're not scamming people or anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever.
Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. And when you turn a blind eye to problematic behavior, it creates fertile breeding ground for abuse of all kinds. It's a dangerous game, and this is the kind of association that leads to massive collateral damage.
Now, I don't want anyone to go at her or attack her or anything. It's just interesting to think about. Like, why shackle yourself this way? Why just carry this weight with you that can always...
Oh, I noticed another part. It connects to deity, and then it connects to, I think that's the wizard, brain in a jar, and then somehow it like also connects to me, or it connects to Roger. Then it could, which then also connects to me. Okay, interesting. I guess that's he crossed the line out because it's a severed connection. In theory, to deity. Huh.
Always flip on you in a dime. With that out of the way, let's start running them down. We of course have CJ or Real Stream News, really the first person who rejected Queen after she flipped out on him. We have Witchy Things, who made a critical comment towards RSN during the time where Queen was simping for him hardcore. We have Bells of Nevermore, who she kinda screwed over and then doxed. Valkyrie, who just asked for proof about the wild claims Queen was making. Now, I have no idea who Holly Undead is, except for the fact that she was streaming a lot with RSN, and that pretty much is enough for Queen. Of course, she didn't like Chris Hansen at the beginning because of the Onision stuff, but now with Wes added to the picture, her hatred is amplified. Suit Yourself, who did a 12-hour live stream after Queen flipped out in the Discord. Apparently, he came back to make a video grieving about his dead mother, and Queen thought it was a good idea to react to it. So the story with Negs, I think, is like the story with H-Bomb. Queen found someone who was going after RSN, so she just latched onto that person. But in this case, apparently Negs ended up doing a live stream with RSN, which of course demonized him forever. All Tommy did was let some callers on who wanted to talk about Queen, but because he didn't know who Queen was, he ended up getting blasted. DC Media Girl is the same situation as Negs and H-Bomb. She was going after someone that Queen didn't like, and Queen was cheering her on and everything. Then Queen reaches out to DC and asks, hey, can you maybe talk about this RSN guy? And she declines. Then when DC was interviewing a HIV survivor, Queen decided to just come into the chat and start slandering her. DC boots Queen from the chat, and now she has a hatred for her. Kaylee, who at first thought that she was bonding with Queen, but it didn't go so well when Kaylee pointed out the misinformation that Queen was spreading. Marie Musterful, who just canceled the interview with RSN that she was doing, and then Queen started to attack her. Dina, and really the only thing that she did wrong was that the first time she spoke about her story, she did it on RSN's platform. Mugnuts, who is this terrible dude and according to Queen, did not work with the police. The Professor, who makes some pretty funny memes about Queen. Loki, who didn't like Queen's extreme take regarding the Onision case, so he decided to bring it up on stream. Clobbering Time, who is part of the TCAP community, which means that he's already hated by Queen. He also was another streamer who platformed Dina and went pretty hard against Queen. Nicholas Diorio, who apparently is okay with sending CP around. Heather.
Yes, Rickzilla. She went after Ethan Ralph. She even said I sounded like a gunt cell in her video about me. I didn't even know what a gunt cell was until someone told me. Yeah, how many years? Malice, I don't know how many years it would take to update this. This is horrible. At this point, the whole situation has gotten so horrible. It would be 3 times the size. There would be, like I said, connections everywhere. It's just a mess.
Savvy, the MLM police, Madison, Illuminati, and Kimberly, I think I'm going to group all together because they're all part of the anti-MLM community, and they weren't willing to help Queen when she started dropping.
And the fucked up part is, I don't even know most of these people that he's going through. Like Illuminati, I know vaguely that name. The rest of the people on the screen right now, no idea. These are people I've never. Oh, Fox and Compass, I know, I've heard of them too. But that's it.
In other communities that had nothing to do with them. So from what I've gathered, the story with Miss Parker is the same as Negs, H-Bomb, and DC Media Girl. Beth came into Miss Parker's community because she was hating on Negs. Miss Parker saw Queen and asked her if she would like to get on a panel to discuss her trauma. A couple people reached out to Miss Parker and warned her about Queen. They apparently end up having the conversation and Queen ends up getting blasted. Miss Parker then had a 4-hour stream asking Queen to...
Rickzilla, we also found a clip of apparently she had some feud with the Drunken Peasants. I used to watch the Drunken Peasants years ago. I had no idea Queen had some sort of feud with them too. But she does mention them sometimes still. She is, she doesn't work, and she spends all day terminally online while she neglects her duties, we'll just say. Again, she says she's a wife, she's a mother, she's here to expose scams. Again, when she's involved in so much drama all the time.
Come on, and of course she dodged. And now Queen, every now and then, will continuously poke jabs at Miss Parker. Westmos, who made the grave mistake of streaming with someone who Queen didn't like. I don't know if Queen and Augie have interacted with one another, but as it says below, it's probably more of a guilt by association thing. And that's pretty much it. As you can see, there's a lot more people on this image, but I didn't really look into all of these people because I am just one person. I also only had 52 cards to work with. No jokers, of course, so I had to pick and choose what to add and what to leave out. Anyway, this picture is amazing, and this section is really just to promote this one picture because I think it's pretty impressive and I think more people should see it. Okay, resources. You sat here and you watched the entire video. Where do you go next? Well, you can visit the subreddit r/beware of Queen of Spade to see more examples of her terrible behavior. You can watch Val's videos on her. Westmos has a video on her as well as his live show Spade in the Shade. That should keep you occupied for a while. And now, I find it quite fitting that the last card I draw is my own. I haven't spoken to Queen, and she doesn't know who I am at this moment, but when this video comes out, I'm sure that she'll learn very quickly, so let's try to predict what's gonna happen next. I think that there is a really low chance that she simply won't watch the video. She can easily discredit me, like I said before, by linking me to the TCAP community, and then she could just say, oh, just like how Suit made the 12-hour live stream, this random guy did like a 3-hour video on her. If that doesn't happen, then she'll immediately hit the community tab and start talking about me. She'll start linking me.
Hold on. A 3-hour video? I've done fucking tons, like 6 hours before with her in the thumbnail. Suit Yourself has done multiple 12-hour live streams. I'm trying to shoot for 12 hours today. I don't know if I'll pull it off, but we shall see. She hates it. The longer it is, the more it triggers her. So we may take a detour at some point just to elongate this stream, because Queen has made a lot of threatening content lately.
To things that I have nothing involved with and start saying things that are completely not true. To have it out on the table, the only time I've publicly addressed Queen was in some of Westmos chats while he was streaming about her. I think in total I left like 4 or 5 comments. I didn't say anything too egregious.
I'm sort of kind of bored asks if he wanted to do a deep dive other than Reddit, where should he start?
There's actually a really good video that Valkyrie put together. I'm sort of kind of bored. That gives you like a full background on all of her bullshit. And then I actually made a video. Mine is not the deep dive that Valkyrie's is. Mine is about one specific incident where Queen faked her own death and then was pretending to be a reporter reporting on her faked unaliving. I made a video about that, but let me post the Valkyrie one, because if you want a deep dive, you want to know who Queen is, that's the best place to start. And then the second, okay, thank you. And then the second best place, I'm glad you're here because you're gonna want to see this.
I heard she mad rich. I heard she dead broke. I heard she sniffing coke. Shut up, bitch.
Hey yo, Kim the Spade. Man, she don't.
How about you deep dive that, brother?
I haven't spoken to Arison or Suit Yourself. I'm not punching down on her. That was a big thing when she was fighting with Tommy C, that Tommy C was punching down on her. She probably will also start a live stream and react to my video at some point. On that live stream, you will not see a single drop of evidence. I would be genuinely shocked if she could provide something that completely disproves something I've said in this video. There are also the not fun things she can do, like strike my...
I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I expect the same thing in response to this live stream, because we already debunked her video, and now I'm just catching up with her lore.
My video or threaten me with violence, but let's hope for the best. Well, that's all I got for you today. This was a very tough video to make. It was hard deciding what to leave in and what to take out. I'm going to give a special thanks to everyone who helped me make this video. I'm not going to say their names, but they know who they are, and I greatly appreciate it. And as for Queen of Spade, or anyone, because I talked about a lot of people in this video, if anyone wants to reach out to me and correct something I got wrong in the video or clarify something to me, then you can always just email me. I don't think I got too many things wrong, or at least something so big that I have to re-edit this entire video, because I ain't doing that. It's Chris.
From all the stuff that I've seen, yeah, this is top tier. I don't really have any complaints about the accuracy of things. Definitely, you made the video long enough. If you'd gone any further with it and not glossed over certain details, like I said, this video would be 12 hours.
Christmas, but there always is the possibility that I just don't have the full picture of the story. This is more directed at Queen of Spade because she, of course, would have the biggest problem with this video. I love criticism, and I like having the full, complete story.
Rickzilla, she'll come to your comment section, and her husband will. And apparently, they showed up, I think under Hatman, or I think it was Hatman's community post about her, and left like 60 comments in like a 2-hour period. So, again, leave your comments under open and just let it go, let it flow.
Story. So if I did get something wrong, I would love to talk to her. Out of all of the research I did for this video, the one thing I couldn't find is someone sitting down with Queen and having a rational, reasonable conversation about why she sucks. So I might as well throw my hat into the ring and give it a shot. I'm not just gonna hop on a live stream with her though. I've seen how she deals with criticism live on air.
Not really a great.
I'll throw my hat in the mix. I would love for Queen of Karma to come on up here and have a conversation with me. You know, we already had the interview where we let you tell your side of the story, and if we were to line that up with what we hear today, a lot's changed. And I would love to hear what you have to say about it.
Great situation for me. That's always been the story. Although I have not often gone into great details.
Yeah, he grabbed her ass on me.
I shouldn't have to.
Well,
I have a mental health disorder. This one can't behave either.
Oh.
We can discuss the finer details when the time comes, if the time comes, but the offer is on the table for Queen of Spade to always come talk to me and tell me how bad my video was. I'm not going to wait on her forever though, because I get bored pretty quickly.
It doesn't matter if you get bored or not. She'll still be here. Eventually, you'll want to come back, and you'll find a community post, and it's probably that same month still talking about you. All right, everyone. That was the end of that one. I feel pretty caught up on her current lore. So the next one I want to get into here. During my 2-year break from January 2021 to January 2023, Queen of Karma continued to stream about me. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up, and we're just going to react to it because I don't know. She reacted to it originally in 2020, and then I guess she reacted to it a second time. Why? I have no idea. But here we go. Bells of Nevermore, Heavy Down, Samantha Nocera, and YTS Stream. and it was in August of 2021. While I was still gone, this was made. Why? I have no idea. So let's see what lies she's telling in here.
Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na 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 na. Hello. I am on here again. We're just gonna be doing this as often as possible. And also please donate to the stream so that I can get a new computer so that I can go into voice chats when these losers add me to Discords to dogpile me and help these people threaten me.
Look, donate to get a new computer. Last time we talked about this. Yeah, you screwed that person over too.
Please, because apparently my mic doesn't work with Discord when I'm using this other screen. So, I found that out today and it made me very upset. I am not going to do much talking during this stream because this story with Bells and what happened in the Discord
Hello, Malice Black. Hello, the Adorables.
suit and all this shit has changed 500 narratives by these people, not by me. All right. If you go back, way back to like when this first happened and you watch my video on it then, and then you listen to what I say about it recently, it's the exact same story. Always has been. Okay. Sue wanted to attack Bells. Thank you, Joe. Good evening. I hope you're having a good evening. I hope I'm not stressing people out. But it's always been the exact same thing. Because again, you can't change the truth. Like you can't. I don't know how these people literally like this shit happened live. So I'm out here thinking people are smart and that I can't go around changing stories of things that happened live because people watched it live. But these women are like so enamored with suit yourself and fucking real stream nares that literally these two dudes could like claim anything about anyone and they would be like, yes, massa, yes, we shall attack that one, massa, yes. And they like never ask questions. I always ask questions like, why do you want to go after a woman that's lying about her vet status that has a channel with less than 100 people watching her? Like, what is it going to do? I have questions. So
But we just went over how you were in the middle of the whole thing, making everything worse. So what questions were you asking?
When CJ announced that was all going to happen, Bells flipped out. She like lost her shit. She was like scared. Suit was going to ruin her life.
And yes, all she does is stress people out. In every community, all she does is cause strife.
By covering her. And so basically, in order to get Sue to be happy, I thought, okay, Bells, well, why don't you and I prove your vet status then? Because like you say you're a vet, he says you're not a vet. So if you want him to go away, we'll just prove your vet status. Because like the guy's gonna come at I don't control Suit yourself. I can't make him stop, even though now he'll claim I could have made him stop. I can't. Imagine what would have happened if I went at him at that time, all like, don't do this video. How that would have turned out, because all of this definitely. Hello, whatever. Good evening. Hello, Francis. Good evening. I am glad that you could be here. But yeah, like, imagine what would have happened to me then. It would have been even worse than it is now for me. All right? Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's just dumb when people say these things like, well, you could have stopped Suit from making the video. Oh, yes, people stop Suit from doing things so easily all the time. A bunch of people even tried to stop him from covering me for 12 hours a day. And I wrote a fucking message in her Discord. It had like 10 people in it. So I didn't really think the message was going to get leaked. Well, who leaked the message? None other than the guy that was flirting with me. So I was very upset. I was like, why would you do that? Like, I'm against this shit. Why would you do that? And he jumped up, CJ, Real Stream News, jumped up on a live stream, streamed her suicide ideation, but it was the fact that I had reached out in her Discord, worried about her. That was content to him. And I was like, that's not content. I am fucking so mad at you.
Oh, I see people in the chat asking. I'll explain it real quick. Pretty much, it's the word master, but the stereotypical accent that the slaves would have in colonial America would have them pronounce it massa. So it's basically she's mocking them, saying that they're slaves, they're drones, and they don't think for themselves. And yes, it is I guess you could say it's a racism to say that. But that other video I just finished covering had a whole section for Queen of Spades racism.
You for fucking doing that, and then thinking that you can stream about somebody's fucking like suicide ideations and that would ever be okay. Like, now I'm also mad at you. I was just mad at Soup for being kind of a moron, but now I'm mad at you too. Do you know what? I'm just fucking pissed at everybody, because then Belle started to piss me off, because then she like was doing all this really weird, like the way she was talking to me was really weird, and she tried to like change it around on me because she like wanted to keep trying to be my friend, and I really just wanted to end the conversation as nicely as possible and like leave it, but she kept like trying to bait me into more conversations, and then she was all like, I don't want to make you and CJ upset with each other, but I'm just so mad at him, and was like pulling all this fuck shit. So finally I was just like, okay, stop, leave me alone, and I lost my shit on everyone. Okay, I did. I told CJ I never wanted to fucking talk to him again. I thought he was a piece of shit. I hope he got hit by a bus. I went off, okay? And apparently that was me wanting to be with him or something. I don't know.
You went off on him. You threatened to leak his nudes to the world. Blackmailed him to go defend you. Yeah, no. you went off all right.
Because everyone's like, you didn't end things, he ended things. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure when you tell someone you never want to see them again, never want to talk to them again, you're flipping out at them, and you tell them to get hit by a fucking bus. I don't know. It's like, I never want to talk to you again apparently means I really want to be with you to these people. It's very sad. So that's what happened. That was it. All right. Then, like I said earlier, and like I've been saying out here this whole fucking time, literally, this whole fucking time, is then after that, Sue and me were supposed to be streaming, I guess, as a team against Bells and RSN. And I didn't want any of that because I didn't want to start a bunch of shit with RSN, because I'm thinking in my head, okay, this guy and I flirted. This guy has my nudes. This guy has done revenge porn. This guy's already bugging me to come back and doing all these weird things and having like Smelly Cat coming on a stream. Like, I don't want any drama. I don't want any stress. I just want to leave this situation and go.
So I firmly believe she gave RSN her nudes, knowing he had done the big revenge porn stream and leaked things before, because she was hoping that when they broke up, he'd do it to her, and then she'd have actual victim status to clamor onto. She would be she'd have a community that would accept her. Finally, the Antios kicked her out, and every community since then had kicked her out. Oh, but the RSN victims, they would finally accept her. Didn't work out, of course. This stream is supposed to be covering my interview, by the way. Are we ever going to get there? Holy, if I've skipped the round, I'm about to do it again.
Go. Like, that's all I want. Okay, I don't dreams and all of this kind of shit, which is pretty gross. But apparently I'm the only one in the whole world that thinks it's gross. So we're at the point now where I believe that's where we are in this story. It's the very beginning of all of this. It's the still went off and then lied about it. Changed the narrative and went, yeah, no, that news story, yeah, we'll just change it around. That sounds good. Let's go with that. Let's just blame it all on Queen. Let's go with that. So maybe I should be out here spreading lies and changing things around and thinking that everyone's stupid and that they can watch something happen right in front of their face and then I can pretend like it doesn't happen. For more interview, which is literally like, it's literally called Bells of Nevermore Interview, Queen of Spade, RSN, Suit Yourself, and more. That's literally the fucking name of it. This is the name of the stream he did. So let's watch this and then let's see what happened, because everyone out here wants to believe Bells of Nevermore, Heavy Down, Deity's ex-mod, the one that accused Deity. Sorry, I keep calling him the right name now. Damn it.
You notice she left a like on it? Hold on, I'll make it bigger. She left a like on it. Just saying. She in the same stream she told this lady she wished she had just died. Oh, but she liked the interview though.
These streams I have to call him Deity. Deity. Now it's gonna be hard to call him that. Shit. Deity's ex-mod that accused Deity and Shiloh, the Onision victim, of doxing her. This bitch actually doxed herself and then tried to get fame off of it by accusing Onision's victim. And that was like one of the first fucking things she did out here that got her any attention. And for some reason, everyone's like, yeah, no. Yeah, this lady, yeah, we should totally believe everything she says. Yeah, no, especially we should definitely believe Bells and Kaylee and Valkyrie and the professor when it comes to Queen. Yep, no, they must know everything about her. They know her entire life. They read her online journal. They've been stalking her. So we gotta listen to everything she says about it. So again, let's hear her out, you know? Everybody always wants to know what happened, so let's hear it right from her, shall we?
I gotta ask, how in the world do you all get your Streamlabs crap up in your actual fucking stream? I've never had that have never had that be an issue, never had that happen to me. But man, it's like the infinite fucking vortex here. Hello everyone. Welcome. Please also welcome my guest, Bells of Nevermore. Also known. No, I don't use OBS or anything anymore. I used to use it for my streams, but these days I just think StreamYards is easier. I know some people use OBS plus StreamYards, and they sort of blend the two together because it's just easier to host guests on StreamYards. So, yeah. But yeah, I've used Streamlabs OBS and everything before. And yes, Adorkables, that is a dox, posting the legal ID of someone. It has more than just her name, yes, which was sent in a DM to be sent as, like, you know, to be proof to get Suit Yourself off her back that she was sending in a panic to begin with. Again, don't send Queen of Spade any personal information. Anyone who's given her any information, it will be used against you. Not if. She may not be using it against you now, but it will be in the future. There's a lot of doxes in Queen's hands. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people don't speak out about her. Known as, how do you pronounce that? Is that Losbrena?
Liosbrena.
Liosbrena. Okay.
That name means burning light. And the reason that my editor, who is
Sorry, this will make me laugh. I just want to point out to you how long these
Another wet cough.
people have been out here trying to say that my husband left. This was on.
Who is saying your husband left right now? You're supposed to be reacting to my interview, and you're just like, pause. Let me stop to talk about how these people are saying that. No one says your husband left you in this interview. That was not a thing at this point.
On the 14th of August in 2020. That's how long this shit's been going on for. That's how long all these people keep coming around threatening me for. It's ridiculous, right? So this was August 14th, 2020. And here is, because Roger was going around, Roger Brown, right, from the Hater Nation there. Roger Brown was best friends with Real Street News for a little while. And RSN had him covering me, and then also asked him to go around in all these different Discords that he could find him in, and then like call him on and shit. So Roger would like drop his address and tell my husband to like go fight him and shit. And literally, my husband comes in this chat and Roger tries this shit again. So then he writes, Roger, move on, dude. Play with your poor kitties and leave my beautiful queen alone, man. I'm sorry that you are bored with your life, but no reason to hurt others, because my husband is
Like, you'll never see a troll like my husband. Just nothing affects him. Things affect me, nothing affects him. And then I was like, my husband.
Your husband's trolling his shit, and with his typing style, it's obviously him every time.
And I are over here making money and doing content, and you're all obsessing over me and drama that happened 6 months ago, for fuck's sakes. Sad and pathetic people, all of you. And then here we have Witchy Woman, very, very popular in all this drama as well, saying, I thought the husband dipped out. Right? And then this person's like, didn't this lady leak YouTube Schizophrenic's private medical info? Yeah, she did. When she was a mod of Diety, she leaked out his medical info. Long line of doxing this one has, and leaking personal info and calling.
Again, her and I were on a stream, and we settled that. It's been settled at this point for 2 years, or at this point for fucking over 3 years, almost 4 years. And at this point where she's filming this, it's been 2 years. It's done. It's settled. It's over with. Why are we bringing it up now?
Child services and false flagging and calling cops on people and also stalking people. She's been stalking people since before she ever came on YouTube, and has actually had people like speak out about her and stuff. All of the things that these people say about me is like complete and utter fucking projection. Like,
well, Sweet Pop, when I came back from my 2-year break, I thought the same thing. I thought, there's no way, right? Things are still going on. I mean, I knew her and Valkyrie were still going at it. That didn't surprise me. But I thought, like, Queen must have slowed down by now. She must be tired. Nope. I got a 9-month break until she comes out of nowhere attacking me.
I don't go around in different communities before I was out here having to talk about drama and shit. But this thing did. She went into different communities and she actually bullied people in those communities. So it's just funny to me whenever I find out information about these people, because then I find out that it's the things they said about me. It was just like Kevin Spurg there fucking on his streams calling
rampaging.
She leaked out his medical, actually bullied me.
Is because that's as close as the Norse could possibly have come to the light from a nuclear flash. And the reason that happened is because my book is about what now?
The apocalypse and
nuclear war.
Yeah. It's more than just that, though, isn't it? Isn't there also like a virus that's rampaging?
Yes. Smallpox that's been dinked around by North Korea for 30 years. More virulent. Easier to catch, longer asymptomatic but contagious period. Guess what that sounds like? I really hated to be prophetic about that. I'm just glad it wasn't smallpox. Smallpox is disgusting.
Oh, yes. So,
all right, like it.
Since then, and
right, and I mention things like, because people get mad at me because I don't trust them and shit too, and I try to explain. Listen, I have fucking a trauma disorder. I've had my trust broken out here by every single person that I had ever trusted pretty much on here. I'm sorry if I don't trust you. It's because of that. I don't trust people. I already didn't trust people. This was my time to come out into the world and trust people again. And look what happened. I'm done with trusting people. All right. Like, it takes a lot for me to trust somebody. So it's like, I try to explain that, and I explain how it's harder on someone like me that is a survivor of certain things than it would be for somebody without my mental health disorder who doesn't have these things in their past. If they were being attacked by a bunch of chomos all the time, that would be easier for them. They aren't a survivor of one. If they have CP stuff being brought up around them all the time, that would be easier for them because they aren't a survivor of that like I am. There are certain topics.
Oh, my victim status. Oh, my God.
That I have a hard time.
I'm going to put her on 2 times speed. This is fucking exhausting. And also, she uploaded this video in 480p. Man, she really needed that laptop, guys. Really needed that laptop. Here we'll do 1.5, so she's not completely unintelligible.
I'm with. Because of the fact that I have trauma with that, and I should be allowed to dip out of topics that I don't want to talk about with anyone at any time because of that. And then instead of people respecting my boundaries and respecting that about me, they push the boundaries. They get really fun. I like Time Clancy better, Joe. Maybe Time Clancy would have been nicer than Tom, okay? But like, it's just, so then I try to explain that, and then people turn around and they go, oh, there's Queen using her trauma again. And it's like, no, okay, I'm just trying to explain to you, all right, that would be harder for somebody who is literally, well, YouTube schizophrenic, if you really want to know what happened to him, is he was pretty much bullied off of the platform by the same people that are trying to bully me off of the platform.
I was bullied off the platform? What? What the? I'll be honest, I haven't watched this because it's a two-parter and it's like fucking 3 hours long. Are you shitting me? She's trying to tell people I was bullied off the platform. I left to deal with IRL shit. I was still in the middle of doing stuff. I didn't get bullied off the platform. What the fuck? I can't wait for this part. Explain to me how I was bullied off the platform, Niece Lone Wolf. Do explain.
He started to look into West Most. He was trying to look into the anti-Os. He thought he was looking into the anti-Os when he started looking into me, and then he kind of found out I wasn't one, as much as it appeared I was.
What? I never looked into the anti-Os. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm lost. I'm so lost in my own lore. I'm just going to be quiet for a minute and just let Queen explain. Let her tell me my story.
So he was looking into the anti-Os and the Hanson shit and what happened with all of that, and the stuff with Muse Talks happened, and he began to look into Wes. And he even did an interview with one of Wes's exes who came out and said that he was abusive, and there was just a lot of stuff where he actually exposed a lot about Wes. He and I actually got into a fight because I stuck up for Wes, which, as we now know, Wes would not ever do the same for me, but that's how it is on here, right? And I told the guy to lay it off. I was like, stop, just stop this. I got kind of mad at him because I thought he was just on a tirade. Now I'm wondering, though, right? Because what else am I supposed to think now? Wes.
Well, okay, well, at least she's giving me some credit. She's not just straight up trashing me while I'm gone.
Had no problem jumping on me to like help these people all threaten me and shit, right? And then bring up, like, people are like, we don't weaponize your personal information, but when you won't be our friend or you don't stream with us or you won't tell us about your drama, then we're going to stream about your life and all your past traumas and put your family up on a screen and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what do you think that is? Like, you're literally trying to weaponize my personal information because you want something out of me that I won't give you. Wes wanted me to attack Muse Talks and this dude for him. And I did not. I don't do that. I don't like go around attacking people for people I never have. Never even did that shit for CJ. Okay, I don't do that. I got my own shit to say. I got too much of my own shit to say. Do you think I got to speak for other people out here? That's just way too much, okay? I speak enough for myself, as you all know. You can't say I don't.
All right, wait a minute. I need receipts. You're telling me, first off, you'd already made a video attacking Muse Talks at that point. So don't even try to spin that narrative. Holy fuck. 2, Wes Most was reaching out to you to attack me. I don't believe you. I need DMs. There better be some proof followed by an accusation like that. So Wes Most was already in Suit Yourselves Discord in the Queen of Spade room. He had already, before I was even making content on him, he was already in there. He was already seeing the shit. Dude, you're insane. He did not do that. I bet if I reached out to him right now, he'd be like, fuck no. I wouldn't want to deal with this crazy fucking bitch. Wow, that is something else.
So, yeah, he tried to do some Muse interviews. I think he picked up on the fact that this group of people just really like to also dogpile on people with mental health issues, and he actually does have schizophrenia. So he probably didn't appreciate that too much. He was less crazy. I think it's funny because even he didn't really attack me, but he and I got into an argument because I was sticking up for Wes. And I didn't want to do all of the shit that Wes was like sending me Muse's like diaper
baby like porn pics and shit, and like kept on.
What? Okay, no. First off, we already went over the screenshot ages ago. You came over to my channel after I had made peace with you, and then got mad at me over it. I didn't pick a fight with you over the Westmost stuff. Anyway, I don't believe anything she says. I don't believe any of this was sent to her either. Pics or it didn't happen.
Bombarding me with them, and like I don't want people's fucking porn sent to me, man. Like I felt like he was like revenge porn. Like I lost it on Kevin for sending me fucking Jesse's ex. Lose it on Wes for fucking sending me Muse. Like I don't know. I have the same rules for everyone. I don't know why they keep on making the same mistakes over and over again, thinking that they're gonna groom me to be okay with all this bad behavior. Right? I don't know. But that's what happened with him. He basically got booted off of this platform because Bells outed his medical history with Didi, and then when he was fighting about that, the shit happened with Muse, and then he tried to help Muse out.
Dude, I don't know when you came in. I mean, you're friends with Wes. Apparently, Wes was trying to get Queen to attack me while I was already gone. By the way, I'm pretty sure. I don't believe any of this. This makes no sense. Now, again, this is from 2021, and like late 2021, and she's reacting to my old interview with Bells of Nevermore again. She'd already reacted to it once. Now she's doing it again, and rewriting my entire history. Like I'm creeped out.
And people were really gross about Muse, and then he started to expose Wes, and then all of a sudden all of a sudden he sorry guys, all of a sudden he had to
Don't die on us.
log off. It's a
What a shame that would be.
lot. It's a lot that these people try to put people through. I don't blame people for logging off. So far, I'm the only one that has not logged off. So there's that. He was more, do you know what's funny? YouTube Schizophrenic was more sane than Westmost, Real Stream News, Suit Yourself, or most of these motherfuckers I've dealt with. And he's the one with schizophrenia. Just like how Harold is one of the only people that didn't attack me for wanting to leave his community, and he's the Chomo. Like, these people are worse than very bad people. Let's just say that.
I don't like being used in the same breath as a Chomo. That ew. Please don't do that again. Like, she's not even criticizing me. She's trying to compliment me, but using me in the same breath as a Chomo.
Everybody was like, where's Saturnia? This Saturnia, that Saturnia. And Diggity was trying to talk about something entirely else. And when it would start Saturnia-ing in the chat, I was saying, I'm going to address this in a stream later. Please, let's stay focused on Deity. Well, a couple of Deity's mods decided that they were going to get pissed off about that. And I guess they got all up into Deity's ear. And, you know, what had happened is I dropped into the stream and bam, I was suddenly a moderator. What the fuck? I know how to moderate because I've been doing it a long time. And what you do when an unwanted thread of discussion pops up is you redirect. And that's all I was doing. But then they got on to Deity, I guess. And Deity said, well, you know, we're not okay with some things that you're saying in the chat, or look it up because all of his streams are hidden.
Yeah.
And he fired me, right there on the open stream.
Yeah. I remember that. Yes.
Yes. I'm like,
your firing
what?
was a bit more respectful. There's a bit of lag.
What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. My firing was.
There's a bit of lag.
Yeah, it's your
your
robot
firing
voice.
was a bit more. Yeah. I'll give it a second.
Right on. Gives me the opportunity to. And everybody's laughing, but pretty soon everybody's like, "What did you eat? Do a fine."
It's like
on the back of that chair. I think
there's tinfoil on the back of the chair because that's something that cats don't like to touch. And I was having problems with my kitten because she was trying to sharpen. And she's already fucked up my gaming chair. And the armrest was breaking anyway, so I don't care much about that. But
did anyone else notice that as soon as she was like, my cat doesn't like touching the tinfoil, the cat went up and touched the tinfoil, and then she like.
Oh, suit. I know. That's why I went through all of my DMs with Queen, live, all of them. So what's there to twist? I read them all out. So there we go. It's all out there in the open. I have nothing to hide. Of course, she didn't show the part in her video where she went psycho and started accusing me of being the owner of some subreddit.
Like tried to move in front of it so that you couldn't see it on the screen. That part always cracks me up. Someone needs to almost just clip that part where she's like, the tinfoil is something my cat doesn't like to touch, and then literally 2 seconds later, cat goes up, touches tinfoil. Like, this bitch even lies about her cats, damn it.
Hello, Roger. Good evening.
I do not want my scooter to look like a dog's laundry. And she's kind of an asshole.
Oh yeah, I gotta cover my chairs when I'm not using them in plastic, or else
Yeah.
the same thing will happen.
Yeah, pets.
Yeah, pets. Now, one of the things you mentioned as well is that you have a unique religion, and like you mentioned reading tarot at one point during
Oh
your
yeah, I have been reading
your
tarot.
journey.
Yes, I have been reading tarot for 42 years. I am very good at it. And I am fine if somebody doesn't believe in it. If you don't like tarot and you don't believe in it, then don't have a reading. Easy.
Unless you're me. And then she has a whole-on freak out. A whole-on freak out. I did a video on Norse mythology. She freaked out. I have been planning to do a video on Aleister Crowley and like Heaven's Gate and all this kind of culty stuff. She freaks out every time. I did a fucking community post about how I was going to be working on, like, I'm working on the Aleister Crowley video right now, right? And literally, like, that day, she said, she, like, did a whole stream about him and how great he was.
Easy. However, just the other day, I had a stream where I just busted out a little 3-card reading, kind of freaked out Smelly Cat and a couple of other people. And he came back later and told me.
It has a lot of people that believe in her. Bells has always wanted to have a group of witches that look up to her. And she's found them now. She has Kaylee and Sue and Valkyrie and Heather.
Of witches? Suit, I didn't know you were a witch. Can you confirm or deny your witchhood? Isn't a male witch supposed to be called a warlock? Interesting.
And all of these women who really strongly believe in like tarot cards, witchcraft, all that kind of stuff, who all now look up to her. She's always been about the magic, always been one of those people that are very against atheists as well. Oh no, Francis. I hope that gets better. So just that's just kind of funny to me that she talks about how other people believe in her abilities. She really does think she's magic. She has hexed me. She has literally put a hex on me, guys. Whatever am I going to do? She casted a spell on me. She did. She casted a spell on me. And I don't believe in any of that crap. I'm atheist and I cover that stuff and discuss how like it can be culty. So all these people hate me because they're like, nobody who's pagan is in a cult. There are no such things as pagan cults. Aleister Crowley is amazing. He's the best person who we all look up to. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Go off, sis. So guys, remember though, she does not care that other people, she doesn't care that I don't believe in this stuff. She just literally has sat there with a Valkyrie and Heather and they go off about how I'm apparently attacking them over their religions because I legit don't believe in this stuff and came out here to cover cults. So obviously I'm going to cover cults.
So yeah, half the people she mentioned aren't even witches because the Adorable just said she's not a witch either.
For Crawley. Like, hello, why would I be out here covering cults and not bring him up? They honestly thought they could like bully me into being pagan. Like it was so strange. And I swear to God, they're like still doing it. Like Heather and Valkyrie just wrote me another email all like, we're sick and tired of you constantly attacking our religion everywhere. And I'm like, I don't attack your religion everywhere. I'm a fucking atheist. Like every time I say I don't believe in witchcraft, it's not an attack on you. I literally make fun of tons of fucking witches. We have essential oil witches that I make. Oh shit, wait, I forgot. You guys like them. That's right.
Again, you took what she did there. Okay? Me saying I don't believe in witchcraft isn't attacking a religion. Okay, but when I make fun of witches, yes, that's attacking their religion.
Yeah, and like you, that it goes back to your religion. Like I said, it's very unique. Like, tell us a little bit about that because a lot of people are very confused by it. They see you as some crazy witch lady.
I am a crazy witch lady. It's just that my stuff is true. Okay, the technical term for what I am is Asatru. Asatru means those who are faithful to the Aesir, which is the big guys: Odin, Freya, Tyr, all those guys, Thor.
The Norse gods.
Okay, lots of people believe in God and they believe it strongly. Lots of people believe in Christ and the Holy Spirit and believe it strongly. There are even plenty of people who.
And Malice Black, another thing that Queen of Spade does, or Queen of Karma as you know her, she like lumps all of paganism together, which is hilarious to anyone who actually understands things about theology. Like paganism is such a fucking blanket term. I mean, that goes everywhere from like Wiccans and other witches to the freaking Aztecs cutting people's hearts out to the Vikings. Like they're all considered pagans. It's just non-Abrahamic religions, but she doesn't care. Like that was part of the video I was covering earlier, was how she just like she doesn't even bother looking into the various nuances. She just lumps you all in together and criticizes you all in the same video as if you believe in the exact same things.
who kind of add, like especially if you're Roman Catholic, like one side of my family is, that would add the Virgin Mary to that. There are lots of people who directly pray to her.
Like the saint worship aspect is a thing in Catholicism, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot. Well, they're not really saint worship. It's praying and asking a saint to intercede to Christ, for your plea. So there's a lot of that.
Oh, Hellenism. Interesting. Yes, I know a thing or two about Hellenism. That's old school. Very old school.
That goes on too, but not as solidly or strongly as people just straight up pray to Mary. And this is the thing. I don't care what people think of this. These gods are a living presence in my life. I am a hard polytheist. These deities to me are just as real as Jesus is to a lot of other people. I throw no stones at people who are Christian. I throw no stones at people who are atheist. If people don't want a dose of whatever it is that I have, then they don't have to have any. Easy. But unfortunately, there's a certain subset of people that wants to take hold of any specific little thing about me, whether it's my religion or the fact that I didn't want to get my ass up and limp into the kitchen and grab, like an actual glass. I was drinking water straight out of a gallon jug one day. And that became, an object of derision, just as my faith has. So that was upsetting to me, very.
Yeah.
And, that's.
I am so sorry, but literally, like where I come from, like the real world where I come from, if you're alone and you're talking to gods, you should probably go see a psychiatrist. The fact that there's a group of people on the internet right now that actually think that they have
Again, here you are. Oh, I don't attack people's religions. Yet here you are, just attacking someone's religion. Less than 5 minutes later.
like Loki in their life and all these.
Yeah, I used to say the same thing when I was 14. But like, dude, you're like almost 40. Get over it.
Fucking gods that like sit in their living room with them and talk to them every day that are going out and calling me insane is just worrisome to me. Like I said, if you're in your home by yourself and you think you're talking to gods and you're like praying to gods and you're sitting there talking to gods, you need to go see a psychiatrist. Okay? You have turned into an extremist in your religion. Okay? You cannot cast spells. Tarot cards do not give people's fortune or futures. It's all literally some hoopla. All this new age fucking crap is all hoopla. I mean, next are you going to be calling yourself a starseed, child? Like, this is why I'm like, as if Mrs. Parker went and hooked up with this bitch and all these losers to come at me. I wonder what she says. Like, how come Mrs. Parker is allowed to be atheist? How come she's allowed to talk that stuff? You know? How come? I just want to know, why is she allowed to talk about atheism? Why can she talk about like religions and shit? And that's totally fine. Bells and her can be best friends. They can get along great. But then
I mean, from what I've seen from Miss Parker, she comes off as a very well-spoken and intelligent woman. So that's why she gets away with it and why you don't. She probably knows a thing or two about religion and doesn't just lump everyone into the same category.
I can't be the same way as her, where I just don't believe in any of the shit. And I'm pretty sure that if you're talking to gods in your living room by yourself, you need to go see a psych. Like, don't come tell me to take my meds while you're hanging out with this lady who claims that she can cast spells on people and that she talks to gods. Or Heather who claims the same. Or Valkyrie who claims the same. Or Phoenix who claims the fucking same. Do not come at me and call me crazy when those are your friends. I can't take any of you seriously because I'm like, you literally listen to people that read tarot cards. The funny thing about Bells is one of the main tarot cards that she did was on suit about Hypa. Funny story is that Phoenix did the same thing to me and RSN just a little while before. This was a planned thing. This was all very planned for Bells to give Suit a fucking tarot card reading and tell him that hypo wasn't good for him and stuff because they really wanted him to date the catfish. He wasn't going to date the catfish unless they broke up he and hypo. Bells got the idea from Amber Phoenix. That's what people aren't understanding on here, is that we already had one drama like this. And it was before me and CJ were flirting. Right? So that's where they got the idea from. But whenever I try to like explain that and explain that had happened in another Discord before with other people to try to fucking make people no longer be friends anymore and shit, I'm just crazy. I'm just making it up. No, it wasn't a troll up at all. Yep. How's Suit's channel doing right now? Yeah, he being successful on here, is he? Yeah, he's been growing ever since the Hanson stuff, yeah? Uh-huh, sure he has. That's what happens, Suit, when you invite a bunch of trolls into your Discord that hate you.
Malice, if you tell her you're a Hellenic or whatever, she'd probably do like a basic Google search and then say, "Oh my god, these crazy people who worship Zeus coming after me." That's about as far as she goes with her research.
Because you made merch of Regina's face. And they're all witch, crazy ass, eccentric communist types that want to take down your channel. They want to take down you, me, and CJ, and a bunch of other people all at the same time. You're all just dumb and you keep doing it. So, I mean, like I said, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Might as well now. Real talk.
There's just been a lot of goddamn ridiculous stuff about it. It's right out there on the internet. People could research it and find out what it's about. Find out that there are thousands of heathens, thousands of Asatruar in this country.
I will tell you this is that if a lot of there's actually the people on the internet are aware of it. It's
All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Wait for you to answer who you know. Does that sound familiar? Is it not a little weird to people out here? Not a little weird at all that a bunch of the anti-Os go around calling themselves heathens and shit and think that they can cast spells? Am I the only one that's, no? I can't be the only one that's put that all together as something very weird and how they all call themselves heathens, because that's what they were called. The Joker, Harley Quinn. Remember, they really like to meme me as Harley Quinn. I just want to know why everyone who likes to stalk.
You dressed up as Harley Quinn for Halloween, and you said she was one of your favorite characters.
Me on the internet is obsessed with Batman, but they're not obsessed with Batman. They're all obsessed. They want to be the Joker, and they're looking for their Harley Quinn. Apparently, I'm her, except they thought I was more Suicide Squad, and I'm more Birds of Prey. Seroquel used to fuck me up. I used to be prescribed that. That was really bad for me. That was not a good experience.
Apparently, you were in Emma's chat claiming you were on like 200 some milligrams of Seroquel. It's one of the things that she said in her stream multiple times. So I guess you're back on it, and it fucked you up again.
At all. So I'm on other meds now, and they're way better. I'm just like this. I just have a very large, upbeat personality. So even when I'm mad, there's just a lot of it.
Like I said, Malice, if you asked her the difference between a Hellenic and an Astaru, she wouldn't know, because she doesn't do any research. She just goes off. All pagans are the same. All of them. They're all witches.
Energy. I'm a lot of passion. I'm a poet. I'm literally a published poet. I'm all passion. I don't know what people want from me on here.
just they make fun of it in a very big way. There's like a lot of those 4chan types. They have like they have a name for them that I probably shouldn't say on the stream. So they are aware of it. They call them Norse fags.
Huh?
Norse fags.
Because they go off the, fur fags and weeaboos. 4chan is 4chan. You got to go there and expect that somebody's going to call somebody a fag or somebody's going to call somebody a retard. Some other damn slur, because this is 4chan. So I give.
Okay. Hello. How come she is not? Yeah, enemy of my enemy stuff. That's exactly it. That's how they play, and I don't play like that. The enemy of my enemy is probably also my enemy, and I want nothing to do with them. I say that all the time. This part's really funny, though, to me. I love this. We have to hear this part again. This is great.
Probably the longest thing she ever published was her live journal. That's probably her greatest work, her magnum opus, and all of its fucking horror.
She literally uses the R word and the F word. No one talks about how Belle's out here dropping the word regard with the T, dropping the F word. She's not at all homophobic, attacking a bisexual woman on the internet for 2.5 years or the likes. No, of course not. But damn that 4chan! Damn that QE4s! Mrs. Parker teamed up with her and the people like her to come at me when I actually believe all the same things Mrs. Parker believes in, including I hate a lot of the same people. I thought me and Parker would have gone along great. But apparently, she really wanted to have me attack Animancer, her buddy. I'm not really sure what that was all about, because that all plays into all this shit too, where you got Animancer drama being pulled in with DPP and Onision drama, because all of these people are anti-Onisions. Valkyrie, Heather, Bells, Kaylee, all of them are anti-Os. And they're all anti-Os that used to love Onision. They were all once fans of Onisions, right? Same with like Amber Clements.
I've never seen Bells of Nevermore being a fan of Onision. I don't think I've seen any of those people being fans of Onision. What the fuck? Yeah, Adorkables, I don't remember you loving Onision. Onision and you still talk? Oh, yeah? Well, you see, actually, Onision and I go way back. Yeah, we started this big group to set Queen up as a crazy person. You know, it goes all the way back to early 2019. We set it up. We saw Queen was planning a YouTube channel.
Same with Harvard Chickie. All of the people that RSN hangs out with, we're all friends and loved Onision. Okay, Trisha Fisher, Onision's mod. Miss Heasy, Onision's mod. This is what I mean. So they've all been out here very much wanting to stick up for Onision secretly this whole time. This whole group of people, this whole group of anti-O people. They pretend like they wanted the Hansen investigation to go on, but they didn't. They really wanted to mess with it. But I would like to know why this woman can drop the R word and the F word and doesn't get canceled. But when I make jokes about these things, I do. Joe, what do we call that again? Double standards? Because if they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any, right?
Also true are in this country.
No shit, Suit. Well, that's really cool. Yeah, I had a line to him once upon a time too, but I didn't really want to touch on that stuff anymore because at that point, by the time I had already been able to actually get in contact with him if I wanted to, all that drama had already died off, and I was already on the way out of YouTube. Really, because I had too much IRL stuff going on.
I will tell you this is that if a lot of there's actually the people on the internet are aware of it. It's just they make fun of it in a very big way.
I do think a lot of those girls were lying, though. I definitely think a lot, especially I think Chris Hansen gaslit everything too, which made it even worse. Like he probably had some bad behavior that needed to be called out. But Chris Hansen coming and saying there was an FBI investigation, everything would have been a lot better if Chris Hansen had not been involved.
There's like a lot of those 4chan types. They have a name for them that I probably shouldn't say on the stream. So they are aware of it.
Go ahead.
They call them Norse fags.
Huh?
Norse fags.
Because they go off the, fur fags and weeaboos. If 4chan is 4chan. You got to go there and expect that somebody's going to call somebody a fag or somebody's going to call somebody a retard. Some other damn slur because this is 4chan. So I give no shits.
Yeah, you definitely got some hate for it. I saw that. I know for a fact that that Sarah, I remember specifically, Sarah had some behind the scenes footage, right, of her freaking out in a totally different room. Her hat was backwards. Oh yeah, they were caught in some lies. That if there was an actual investigation going on, she'd be going along with them, to fucking jail. Fabricating evidence like that.
And if people want to laugh at that, that is not going to diminish my faith any the less. That is not going to interfere in my dedication to my gods any the less. In fact, it's going to make it stronger.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think a lot of times they'll just make fun of religion in general, so I don't think it's personal.
No, it's not personal. Well, there are a couple of people.
All right, I just had a big desire to play a song. We really need to play this song. Oh, whoops, wrong one. That's the old Queen. That was nice Queen before I went insane and decided to tack everyone back on the internet. Anyway, I really need this song. I decided that, we're just going to go with the canceling. One of the reasons why I apparently support Chomos is because I really like this band. And apparently one of my best friends, it's true, they hang out at the Napanee skate park. And I don't remember Avril Lavigne being there, by the way.
From Deity Stream. I was watching you for some time. Then at some point I started to make videos.
Yes,
and
I remember that.
I reached out to you and asked, is it okay if I mention you that you've had issues with his moderators before? Because that was a lot of horror stories have began. A bunch of Deity's moderators did this, so I was starting to add in like
the moderator. He just dropped hammer.
Malice Black, it's a part of that, and also she's just a really militant atheist who just hates religion on like, I guess just the surface level. But most people, like, either they grow out of that for one, or when they hate religion, they are a militant atheist. They target like the Catholic Church, organized religions. Paganism is a very rare thing compared to the Abrahamic religions. There's no reason to focus on the paganism other than, like you said, her haters are pagan. So now she's hyper fixated, and again, one pagan attacked her, so all pagans need to go to the camps, I suppose, in her mind.
On people who, without warning and without knowing them particularly well, and then, there's drama, and it's kind of like the guy that runs around sniffing farts and then complaining that it stinks.
Yeah, and around that time, he had a few moderators who, in particular, I would describe them as, on some level, either they were gaslighting him or they themselves were just unhinged, because there's been some things said about me that don't make any sense.
Answer C, both of the above.
Yeah, all that.
You know, when people start to gravitate toward each other, especially when they start to gravitate around somebody that's got a perception of prominence, what happens is they start mirroring that behavior. And if you've already got a bunch of mental ill health that's not treated on board.
Well, see, that was sort of my my thought process at the time too. It was that none of that stuff with his alleged victims was going to lead anywhere. He wasn't actually he skirted around the law with the age of consent and everything. But yeah, he's definitely a creep. Oh yeah, definitely a creep. Definitely left everyone involved in that traumatized.
Then you're going to start seeing mirroring of some of the less healthy things, not just with the central figure, but with each other. And it turns into what I call a misery spiral. And the next thing you know, you got a big pile of sadness and toxicity. And that.
Guys, just make sure. Oh, I lost my Instagram account now? Huh, that's funny. Because I was talking to someone on it a second ago. Are you sure I lost it? And I didn't just block you off of it? You know what's really funny, guys? So Playgirl Bunny was an email address that I used as a teenager. See how creepy these people are? They come in here with names of like email address that I used when I was underage because they're obsessed with who I was when I was underage. It's very strange. We're allowed to be mad at the internet any day I want to be. Everyone's allowed to be on the internet mad at me, so how come I'm not allowed to be mad at the internet? And she probably is a zoo sadist, or she's into furries. As you saw, she was very upset with people insulting furries. Maybe that's why she likes soup. She's trying to get into irate bears, furry bear soup. That could be it, guys. You should go.
Yeah, she does claim. She claims we're all anti-O, and I'm not anti-O. I was neutral O at a certain point. I definitely supported it early on because I didn't really know much about Chris Hansen. Once it became obvious he was scamming everyone, then I obviously switched to neutral. Let's see. What was that? Hello, Mr. Or was that Mrs. Mudduck? And yeah, Sarah. Yep, Sarah's a liar. I agree. I think it's really creepy that she was involved in that situation in the first place. But you know, her parents failed her.
Warn Alex and be like, Alex, watch out for this one.
That skits is the reason why I had my second falling out with Deity.
Yes, and before that though, like before you even became a moderator again, I think that, like I said, I'd used your stream that you'd made about the Saturnia person and your issues with his moderators in my stream, just to add on to my case. Like, I'm not the only one. I'm not the crazy person spewing nonsense about the bigger YouTuber.
You were the same as crazy person.
I think at that point, I made. Well, thank you.
You're made out of
I was
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. But I was making a second video at that point, and I think around the second video coming out is when you
The good news is, apparently, I have blocked the right account.
contacted me asking questions and whatnot about it. Correct?
That's correct. And there was a whole tie-in, you know, there was a whole lot of fear because at the time I was asking you those questions, I was quite literally afraid for Deity's safety.
Yes, speaking of crazy moderators, one of them had claimed because someone had forwarded me an email they had sent them, threatening them with their lawyer, that I had somehow put their entire family at risk, that they were living in fear of me now, and they went and told Deity that. And
oh my god, I completely fucking forgot about her. Oh, Michelle D. Oh god, it was a quick tangent. I want to tell that story again. There was this crazy moderator from the first person I ever covered on YouTube named Michelle D. Okay. Another moderator who had an ex-moderator who had beef with that person forwarded me an email of like bogus legal threats and everything else. I censored the email address so this person couldn't be contacted and just mocked her and then put up a clip of Deity basically mocking someone else and how it applies to her. And she went on a rampage claiming I was a threat to her family. They were living in fear. Oh my god. It was nuts. That's what started the trend of people saying that, oh, they can't go to the Dollar General to buy chips because of all the crap I'm doing on YouTube because it's just so bad. Their family was living in fear of me. It all started with Michelle D. Acting like a psycho. Like she's basically Queen of Spade, but with no YouTube channel.
It's no wonder why he acts the way he does if he's getting told these things.
Well, you know, and he's He's so isolated and so lonely and like so low key scared because okay, this is not a homophobic comment. This is an observation I have seen Deity's behavior. He is so afraid of homophobic people that he tends to project that onto others. And it leaves it, again, it's another misery spiral. It leaves him living in fear that somebody's going to target him because he's gay. And that's really sad because he could be an awesome, amazing, strong man if he allowed himself. That's the saddest part of all, wasted potential. I take it something amusing is happening in the chat that I'm not watching. Hello, Leah.
Yeah, I popped it up. I popped it up. The email that I was sent wasn't even her real name, which is my favorite part of that. But yeah, going on from there.
Oh god, yep, it wasn't even her real name. That's also a point. I forgot that as well. Thank you, past YTS, for reminding me.
Hello, Leah.
Yeah. Even Deity says she's crazy now. So I mean, that's just collectively.
Yeah, I'm not going to name any names of any Deity mods or anybody that I didn't have. The reason I'm holding this cat is if I don't hold her, she's going to come over here and latch onto anything she can reach and scratch me. So y'all are going to have to put up with her being fuzz. Fuzz happens in this house.
Yeah, and like I said, you reached out to me and started asking me like questions about it.
Oh, Malice, you got accused of being married to Malice Black. See, I wouldn't have gone that route if I was queen. I would have said you're a Malice sock account. There you go. Malice Black has multiple sock accounts, and Malice is one of them. That would have been more believable.
I was explaining it to you, sort of going.
Do you guys think it's her emotional support cat? I'm just wondering, because, she had so much trauma in her life, so we all have to be really nice to her because of her past trauma. So do you think it's her emotional support cat?
Over what I had done in the videos, and then I don't know exactly who you reached out to. You reached out to one of his moderators, and somehow those screenshots ended up back at Deity. Like, what's the process there?
Okay, what happened was, I was afraid for his life, and I was being gassed up by a couple of those moderators, and this is sincere. I sincerely believed that something was going to happen, that stuff was.
This is some beautiful irony. She is going to tell us about how she thought that Deity was going to commit suicide and he was going to harm himself and stuff, so it was okay for her to reach out publicly and, make a deal out of it. Remember what happened between all of us, right? I reached out to her privately trying to find her because she told me, she literally said, I'm going to go do it right now, and then logged off for half an hour, which is why I went to her Discord after like fucking half an hour and was like, I really need you to respond to me because I'm about to get someone to do a welfare check on you if you don't. And then that's what was taken and played on the screen because I was all like, are you okay?
Again, isn't this what Queen of Spade cries about everyone doing? She does this suicide crap on people, and then they make calls. And now she's saying, well, what else was I going to do? I'm a mandated reporter. Fucking hypocrite.
Hey, you said that you were going to harm yourself, and now you're not responding to me. And I did that in a private Discord that then Real Stream News put up on a screen. All this because I didn't lose my IG. I love how these people are coming in here saying that I lost my Instagram when I didn't lose my Instagram. Are you upset that I didn't lose my Instagram, butt grabber? Because you're okay with men sexually assaulting women and trying to rape them in elevators, right? Because if a guy comes in and grabs a woman and tries to take her clothes off and she fights him off, that's a bad thing, right? I guess.
Mud Duck, this video is from August of 2022. This was made, this original interview was made in 2020. She reacted to it then, and now she's reacting to it a second time. While I'm on my 2-year break, and now she's making shit up about me about why I was gone and everything else, saying I got bullied off the platform. I had no idea this was made until I started doing research for my big Queen of Spade exposed stream with Emma on Halloween. But now I'm reacting to it because this is ridiculous.
Guess I should have said no 3 times, huh?
Was being gathered by multiple people and sent to people that would not be safe to have it.
Malice Black, I have not seen any evidence of her being a mandated reporter at this point in time. She also claims she used to be a social worker. I don't know. I think it's just an excuse for her to make threats about people and to She's made all these threats like she's a mandated reporter. She's going to have me put in a mental hospital. That's another big thing she does. She'll accuse you of being crazy or on something that you need to be locked up in some sort of hospital. There's certain threats that Queen of Karma will repeat over and over again to people.
Leading to somebody showing up and hurting Deity or possibly even his family and pets. And that is a no-go for me. That is inexcusable. That is insupportable. That shit doesn't happen if I can stop it. And with God's as my witnesses, and you know how seriously I.
You do have a good point, though, actually, butt grabber. Because now that you mention it, do you know what also breaks YouTube's terms of service? When you attack someone over their trauma and their mental health. So you bring up a really good point there, that I should start flagging all of you who come at me for my mental health and my past trauma, because I'm a protected group as someone who's disabled. Good point. You know, I keep forgetting, right? Like, we got to start treating these people like how they treat me. Because they're literally out here trying to take down all of my social media, false flagging all
for
over the
necessities
place,
like
right?
groceries and
cool.
gas. And as money gets tighter, a lot of people are turning to a classic store low-income folks have long relied on for groceries, the dollar store. Here's ABC's Becky Worley.
As gas prices strain budgets and groceries are 12% more.
Wait, is my video getting an ad? YouTube's playing ads on my video? I always use an ad block, so I didn't know I was ad-friendly content, especially this interview. Okay, this is ad-friendly content according to YouTube. Good to know.
More expensive than last year, consumers are turning to dollar stores.
Queen got an ad on my fucking video. That's hilarious.
What I'm seeing is that families are going.
Is it over? Did Queen die? What's going on here? Oh, I'm getting silence.
I have 2 mindless self-indulgent CDs. Well, I guess
There
you
we
are
go.
also a chomo then, because like I said, I shared mindless self-indulgent songs on my Twitter back in 2019, and that's one of the things that actually started this shit. Because they were like, oh, she's out here talking about Hanson scams because she's sticking up for Onision as a pedophile because look, she listens to mindless self-indulgence. So the pedophile, that's how these people all work. It's freaking dumb. So right now, if they read that comment, they would be like, oh, well, you're a chomo. And then they would like actually try to find out who you are, try to dox you and try to say that you're a chomo on here because you listen to mindless self-indulgence. And like I said, mindless self-indulgence, can't listen to that. No. We cannot listen to that because the lead singer you have to stalk of every band now. I also like Marilyn Manson. I also like Em and Rachel Wood. So now because of what happened between them, I'm apparently supposed to be...
Why is everything gotta be a fucking tangent with you? Holy fuck, who cares?
No, that is inexcusable. That is insupportable.
So right now, we cannot listen to that.
Family and pets. And that is a no-go for me. That is, that is inexcusable. That is insupportable. That shit doesn't happen if I can stop it. And with God's as my witnesses, and you know how seriously I take that, I thought he was in danger. And that's why I personally passed those screenshots directly to deity. It wasn't anybody else involved. It was screenshots, deity. And if anybody's saying anything else, they're incorrect.
Well, the reason I mentioned that there was other people was in the stream where I was, brought on and yelled at. Before that, he was.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, but the stream that he you mentioned in the chat or whatever that you were sorry for your involvement in it. But Didi seems to have like no idea what you're talking about. He's like, I don't understand your involvement. I don't know what you did. Like, you had to explain like, oh, you were the one who lured me out. And then that's when you came up on stream. So I thought there was some sort of third party. He didn't seem to understand what had happened. Like, he seemed completely out of the loop.
I told him what happened. He knew exactly what happened because I was straight up with him. I said, I pulled bullshit, but the reason I pulled bullshit was because I was afraid that you were going to get hurt.
Okay,
so that's Alabama. People shoot each other for weird shit down there, just like they do in Arizona, except our shit is slightly different, kind of weird.
Yes, Malice Black. Bells is very intense. The backstory actually for this interview is this is the first time Bells had really spoken out against Suit Yourself, who's in the chat. Now those two are friends now, of course, because this turned out to be a big nothing burger that was all gassed up by Queen in the first place. So my interview actually helped work out a lot of these issues. But yeah, no, this was all after she had started to recover from her suicide attempt. So there was a lot building up to this. So that's one of the reasons she's so intense in this.
There's definitely some stereotypes about Alabama that I'm sure come from somewhere.
Yes, it's like family trees that don't branch.
Oh, the family trees with wreaths. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Go on.
But yeah. So it's weird though. That I guess maybe either maybe he just didn't remember who had sent it to him, or maybe he was playing dumb. I don't know. I was just curious about that.
Okay.
When I came back to YouTube, I was not expecting to have to retread all my old shit again. But I swear, man, Queen just will not stop.
Again, I don't have anything bad to say about Deity because he's got enough struggles. That's actually bullshit. He knows exactly how they happened, and he knows exactly where he got them.
Okay.
So if he's like trying to, do
Well,
some
shit, because he still kept up some of that to this day to an extent. Like he still said that I was in your Discord, which is not where those came from at all, and
No.
that I was using it as some kind of excuse, and that it was gassed up to him by people. Which if it was just directly to him, then the only person who could possibly be gassing it up would be you. So that's weird.
Yeah, well, you know what the conversation was.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's got a lot
That
of the
was the
fact.
only conversation about or around any of that, other than me saying, "Shit, dude, I'm scared for Deity's life. I'm afraid some motherfucker is going to show up and shoot his ass."
Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know if he really is just. I know you don't want to talk about it, but if he is lying or if he's just legitimately.
Unfortunately,
gaslighting
he's lying.
himself.
Unfortunately, he's either lying or he straight up is running around clueless. And I don't think he's that clueless. I don't think he's that.
So she's talking about Deity right now. He's basically male queen. That's a good way to describe him, honestly.
Dysfunctional.
Yeah, I
this is the thing about Deity.
Oh, she did not dox Deity as far as I know. But the funny thing is how you hear her say everyone lies except Bells, right? Like Deity lies, Shiloh lies, I lie. Anyone she has it, they're all the liars. You should just believe her because she has all the gods on her side, right? She didn't dox Deity, but the thing is she doxed herself on a live stream because she went out to the store. She went to a pharmacy, okay? She took her scooter. Her scooter broke down. She asked them to get her a tow truck to take her scooter home because apparently she needed a whole damn tow truck. There was an RSN stream of this. I've literally clipped it and put it up before.
Well, Sue, one of the reasons you and Deity got along so well is because he had a big crush on you. That's the real reason. Generally, that was how it worked with him. You could get away with being edgy and things like that if you made him laugh or if he liked you in some way. But you would not, if you were in his chat, all his mod girls and all that, they would have hated you. You would have triggered their woke sensibilities very quickly.
Where you can see it. And literally, like, he shows her showing her address. If you go and look up the Who Doxed You song that I did, which maybe we'll play that for the finale, you see it on there. So after she doxed herself on a live stream where she's all like, I need help. Oh my God, I'm at this pharmacy, and like showed all her information and then got the tow truck and then showed all her information from the tow truck and it had her address on there, right? People ended up getting her dox off of her stream. Then they were going around doxing her as people do on the internet. And she decided to say that it was Deity and Shiloh that did it. So I don't know if she turned around and doxed Deity after that. I know that she did go to Suit and get Suit to cover Deity, and that Suit put him on a shirt and he bought.
Your wrench and Deity's chat lasted a day. I think mine lasted like maybe a month, at least a week or two. He basically gave it to me as a bribe to not talk about him anymore. When I told him even if he started acting up again, I was going to talk about him. And then the second I made my stream on him, calling him out for acting up again, he took my wrench away. I made history. I made it like a fucking exposed stream on him, and then 24 hours later, I was a moderator. Wild. Very wild.
The shirt, which I thought was pretty funny, but that's all I know. Other than that, though, she's really grimy. I would trust Deity more than I would ever trust this woman. I can tell you that much.
Fun fact. Did you know that he was at one point running around saying that the money he gave to me, which was actually for my wedding, was because I asked him for money for lip fillers?
Oh, yeah.
No, he said you asked him for money for a tow truck, never for lip fillers. That was never a fucking thing. No one ever said anything to you about lip.
Yeah, he did spider content for about a month or two, I would say. I mean, not long. And he switched to doing art. And then he went back to doing drama. And then he went back to doing art again. And then now I think he's just pretty much given up, except for the occasional stream to the same people talking about Amberlynn Reed, and then it's immediately privated. So he's just killing his channel. I don't even know why he bothers to go live if he's just going to hide everything he does.
Fillers. You're fucking insane. And you like made that up out of your fucking mind. Oh yeah, I apparently do cat torture. She made up this story. Here's the funniest thing. I am like deathly allergic to cats, okay? So Belle's told people that apparently me and my husband went and got a cat and then we killed it together. Yep, just like out of nowhere. She was like, oh yeah, her and her husband are so crazy they kill cats. And then Suit streamed about this and accused us of being Luca Magnotta. And everyone was like, yeah, no, this all sounds legit. Cool. Forgetting that I'm allergic, like deathly allergic to cats. So like I wouldn't even be able to go get a cat and touch it. If I touch a cat.
Suit, if I recall correctly as well, that one of the things that may have actually stopped him doing his spider content is his spiders kept dying on him. Like it was a big issue. And a lot of times, like, he had already had issues with his cats and shit being called out by people in the chat. When he told his chat the spider started dying, they basically blamed him and told him all the things he did wrong, which just made him even more emotional. Yeah, the deity saga is kind of sad in some parts.
God, I break out in fucking hives. My whole face swells up. I literally, it's like cats can kill me. So this is what I mean. All right. That's what I mean. Yeah, well, he won't come back because of Wes and the Anti-O's and TCAP. So if you want to blame anyone for the YouTube schizophrenic disappearing, blame Wes, the Anti-O's, and TCAP, because they all work together over here to fuck up life for all of us, I guess, if we don't fall in line.
Again, I want to clarify here. Wes, TCAP, and the Anti-O's had nothing to do with me leaving YouTube. What in the world, man? Making shit up.
Remember that.
You see any form of plastic surgery on this face? I mean, wouldn't I get rid of the bags under my eyes first? Wouldn't I get rid of this first? Wouldn't I get rid of some of the lines and imperfections in my skin first? If I was so inclined, which I am not. I mean, I haven't even done anything yet about this new silver that's in my hair, which came from about, you can see where it starts. Came from about the past, 6 months, which is when?
Yeah.
When stress.
She literally just blamed deity for giving her gray hair. Does that mean I can like blame all these guys for giving me gray hair? Like that's how grimy this woman is. I just can't. Like how do people support this lady? Out of all the people to support, it's this lady. They're like, we should all listen to Bells and Nevermore and her best friends Valkyrie and Heather and Kaylee and Phoenix about what Beth did.
Started when the stress started. So yeah, no, unfortunately he's being.
Oh, shoot, she doesn't remember her lies though, honestly, and yeah, exactly. Queen never showed up talking about me, so it's like I never left. If you ever missed me, you just gotta go watch Queen for a little while. She was watching me on repeat, like reruns of her favorite television show.
Being less than honest, he's lying.
There's
And
a lot
I'm
of
sorry to say it.
there's a lot of people who claim that he's being less than honest, and I know that a lot of what he says is so far from reality. So it's gonna be accepted.
Maybe he even honestly believes this stuff. Maybe there's some kind of lapse in memory. I don't know, but it just strikes me as weird because there are plenty of people that could turn around and go, no, that's not the way that happened.
Oh yeah,
we were there. That's not what happened.
Exactly. And yeah. But going on from there, that stream I had with Deity, where we were yelling, or I was being yelled at, and then
Because you're muted, which was I thought was kind of.
Yeah, I know. But going on from there.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And it was over something so fucking trivial in retrospect. And yeah, I was angry about it too. And that's caused me an entire different ration of shit, which we will get to. Someone had made a parody video of Deity that I thought was absolutely nasty. And it really hurt Deity's feelings at the time. And he went.
That's what started my YouTube channel, actually. It was called Deity Unfiltered by Holly Undead. All I left was a comment that said, "This is amazing." And then the mod girls hunted me down, got me banned, and then made Deity, well, I didn't make him, gassed Deity up enough to get him to slander me, accusing me of being a mole for another creator. Oh, yeah. I remember this.
Completely ballistic. And you had said it was funny, and I didn't know you very well at the time, and I got really pissed off about it.
The funny thing is he hasn't watched it yet, he says.
Yeah, I know. Well, there are some videos that are, people, detractors of mine that I won't watch. And it might be motivated by that. However, I know what is in them because people will tell me, just the facts, ma'am. This is what was said.
Yes,
but
his
mental health may not be allowing him to view the actual video. But because of comments that I said when I was confronting the person about it, I'm having shit.
It's my husband's favorite stalker, Roger Brown.
To this day over it, despite the fact that I apologized for it about 68 times.
I can confirm.
You know from experience that if I fuck up, I will apologize until it's annoying, and I will mean every single one of them.
Yes, I do believe you there. You definitely do mean them. You put some real emotion into these apologies too.
I cry.
Yeah. When she lied to Hypa in the Discord that I went into of Mormon Shaggy's earlier today and told her that she was sorry, she definitely meant it, guys. She totally meant it. She meant she was sorry for planning with all these losers to break up Suit and Hypa to get him to hook up with the catfish. She's totally sorry for it, I promise. Because it was like shit.
Yeah. But yeah, going from there, you became a Deity moderator, and
Yes.
I don't know how long your tenure there was, but I know that around that time is when Deity started having his problems with Real Stream News.
I want to say it was about 2-3 months that I was working for him.
Okay. And it's probably because Real Stream News began directly after my stream with him.
Yes, and I said, look, if you and Real Stream News get into a stream together without somebody that's mediating, the only thing that's going to happen is badness because the two of you.
Do I have to reiterate that that stream went awfully and she literally like flipped out? Literally flipped out. Just saying.
Are going to yell and talk over each other. And so I kept having to redirect the conversation and bring the energy down. And people were actually getting annoyed at me, and I don't care. At that time, I thought that the hatchet had been buried somewhere other than each other's skulls.
Yeah, and the build up to that, I think I had gone on some streams with Real Stream News and Holly Undead. I had sort of brought a lot of the deity stuff up, which sort of just instigated it further. So then he started doing whatever he was doing at the time. That whole time was complete chaos.
Yeah, I mean, people were just, it was like a whole forest full of trees, each of which contained a monkey, all of whom were throwing shit at each other for nothing.
All of January 1st, people were being doxxed left and right, and then by January 30th, by the end of January, it was chaos once again. Like the whole month was just
correct
turmoil.
And then on February 29th, that thing broke down on me, and that's where my whole hell on earth happened. But we'll get to that.
This has been a long year.
Yes, it has. It has. I mean, every time you think it's over, 2020 is here.
No, my man. No. It has not just been a long year.
Oh, that's just part 1. Believe it or not, there's a part 2, which I'll go ahead and do now. Got it ready to go.
I was still on.
Like, I don't know the people you're talking about, but I think I'm going to do a live stream and talk about you anyway, because I don't know anything that's going on. So I'm just going to like jump on the bandwagon of hating you because it will get me like a bunch of views and clips and donuts, which reminds me, please do donate to me. I have an actual broken computer. And unlike these bitches.
Oh my God. Foreshadowing. Let's see if we can get back to her. This is the next day. She started streaming about me again for part 2.
It's this woman. Let's hear what she has to say. Yay. Yay.
Be some kind of a shit tablet. We'll talk to them, and if it's bad enough, we'll launch them out. We don't want to have a place where people are being afraid that they get victimized. No.
Yeah. Where drama is discussed, you just have to assume that everything is going to be screenshotted because there's so many flying monkeys. I think they've been referred to as.
Yeah, well, I call them howler monkeys because they don't even have the cool wings. They just sit in trees and make funny noises and occasionally throw shit. So they're howler monkeys, or worse than that.
Yeah. All right, so like there was that minor confrontation with Real Stream News, and like where did it go from there? Because like you were on his streams and stuff like that, promoting your book. Like that was like he was in a relationship with your publisher. Like
there was one stream where I felt attacked because people were coming at me about the fact that I had fundraisers and about the fact that I was trying to do some fundraising for my wedding, and I lost my temper and I yelled, and that's gotten soundbited all to hell. And there was a lot of, hey, let's make fun of Bells because of that.
Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. I'm the one that clipped that, Bells. There was no making fun of you. We were actually making fun of Arthur because you screamed at him "fuck you" really loud, and it was actually really funny. He should have more people yell that at him at this point, actually. So I love how you try to make it sound like a whole bunch of people did it. It was literally just me. And I posted it up in his Discord, and that was it at this time. So poor Belle's always the victim, the main victim of all the victims, because apparently we don't only do simp wars here, guys. No, we also do victim wars.
But people will flip out, and I had never realized until that point how fucking shitty YouTube could be, because I only had Deity, and I thought, okay, well, there's some minor dysfunction. No, there are people on YouTube that will very happily ruin your life.
Oh, no problem, Mud Duck. No problem. And thank you for subbing.
Like Bells. If she doesn't like you, Bells will call cops on you. She'll call child services on you if you have children.
Dude, the only people who've called on you has been because you're a psychopath.
She will sit there flagging every single video you do, every live stream you do. She will flag everything that you do. She'll sit there on your social medias, flagging every single post you make, even if it has nothing to do with her. Avid false flagger. That's what she does. So it's funny to me because one of the people that's given me the most hell out here has been her. One of the most people that have taken it in real life with me the most has been her. So that's interesting, isn't it? The way she used to think and the way she thinks now that Suits groomed her real well, you know? Because you don't only groom children, by the way. Just saying.
Oh, well, thank you, the Adorkables. I appreciate that. And despite what some people may say, you are not a dangerous person at all. You know, you are also very reasonable and swell.
Well, so sorry. Sorry, yeah, there's a bit of a delay. I'm trying to clear it up here in a second. All right. So like, where did your issues really begin? Because I know that he was on your stream, promoting your book.
Yeah, do we remember this happening? Because remember, I don't know Billy the Fridge, right, guys? Right here, there's a perfect comment that I write to Harvard, right here, that says, Harvard, you have been harassing my husband and I since then, even flipped on him in the Billy the Fridge Discord, because Harvard actually flipped out on my husband in Billy's Discord, just so you know. You're a lying nut who does harassment with Heartbeats, Vanity, and Phoenix, and Kaylee. Stop lying. Still feel that way, by the way.
Yeah, and I recognize some of these names, but I don't know how exactly Queen has feuds with all of them.
So I just, wanted to point that out, since apparently I don't know Billy the Fridge. Nothing's ever happened around Billy the Fridge. And apparently there's something to do with Billy the Fridge and all this. I don't know. You guys let me know. Remember, he apparently is one of the people that sent Mrs. Parker after me. Because that's what I'm supposed to believe.
Like, where did the second falling out happen?
There's been multiple falling out. There's been so many of them, in fact, that it's a little, again, memory gaps because of stress. The first falling out happened because, he just really let that thing, let that stream go too far and then was making fun of me. And another falling out happened because Agaya, who
remember, Bells can have memory gaps, but I can't with my mental
and I hope
health.
she's okay.
Just remember that.
Agaya and I had confronted him about shit that he's allowed to happen, some of the toxic shit that he's allowed to happen. And he actually allowed somebody to stream as we were streaming and was laughing at the horrendous bullshit this person was spewing. And, this person's like, demanding that I admit, that I forget even what it was he was demanding. I think he was demanding that I admit that I was stolen valor or some shit like that. And he kept sending.
Yeah, her volume is low, and I've boosted it all I can. That's just her not giving a shit about her fucking content.
People from his community over into that particular stream chat and creating a situation. And I was traumatized, and Gaia was furious. She lost her temper. That was the second falling out.
For the timeline. So the second falling out occurred when he started to include the suit yourself.
Oh yeah, can we just bring up that Agaya is actually Ani? I just thought that that would be important.
Well, this is news to me. I don't even know if that's true, but good to know, I suppose. I've never heard the name Ani before, except for out of your mouth.
Community suit yourself was coming onto
Yeah,
his
I was
stream.
trying not to mention names, but since you've said it,
Well,
yes.
it's in the title, so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, when Bells joined the stream, she didn't. I told her since she was having panic attacks and everything else, she wasn't. She was very nervous. Don't even look at the chat. Don't even look at the chat. I'll handle the chat. So she's basically it's just me and her for the interview. So Suit Yourself was there in the chat during our interview, but she had no idea up until the point where I said it to her. And then you watch her, she shudders for a moment.
Because
yeah.
I'm not looking at the chat. If I look at the chat, I'm sure I'm going to get mad and get dysregulated and have to bail. For
Yeah.
those that are watching,
I didn't put.
now you're dropping
I didn't.
out.
Yeah, you were dropping out too. All right. I didn't put Deity's name, but I did put Queen RSNs in suits. Since I figured those would be the ones we're really discussing the most likely.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's going to be difficult for me, especially the suit stuff.
Yeah, but let's
I will,
back.
I will make it I will give it my old college try.
Yeah.
I ask that people that are watching this stream, please engage your compassion and actually listen to what I say instead of looking for things to make fun of. Y'all are grown.
Let's just back up just a little bit here.
Right.
Like
That's awesome. So awesome. Coming from the woman that had no problem sitting with this man on streams and tearing me up, tearing up my husband who shouldn't know, talking smack on my minor child. You know, yeah, guys, no, just have compassion.
Who the fuck talks smack on your minor child? Nobody.
Have compassion when everyone else tells you their story, except me, right? Though, right? When it comes to me, we just look for all the things wrong with what I'm saying, what I'm doing, ways to twist what I'm saying, ways to weaponize the information.
Malice Back asks, Bells is a streamer. No? Why the nerves? Because, I mean, at the time, Suit Yourself making that video, calling her stolen valor, saying he was kind of engaging in a little psychological warfare, implying he might contact her publisher, mess that book deal up. She was heavily affected by that. She was saying that the sound of his voice was triggering her PTSD. I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and look, she's a veteran. She has PTSD. Whatever triggers that is her business. But yes, that's why she's got the nerves she does. So she switched over to the private chat on StreamYards. Okay, didn't pay attention to the live chat and just kind of expected me to sort of keep my composure in this, keep order in the situation. Yeah.
But let's all listen to the number one victim on the internet.
you were still good with Real Stream News. Is that when you met Queen of Spade, most likely?
I met Queen of Spades while I was in RSN's chat. I was in his Discord. And she approached me and we kind of struck up what I thought was going to be a friendship. And the stuff about the grifting and everything else was getting really serious. And I
just want to remind everyone I never struck up a fucking friendship with this lady. Everyone knew I hated this lady. CJ came to me and he was like, Bells won't stream with me again after the first stream where she went off about Holly Undead and said a bunch of bad stuff about her and it pissed everyone in my chat off and you got mad at her. She's blaming it all on you. And she says you have to be nice to her or else she's not going to get me the book deal. And she's not going to help me. And she's not going to do all this stuff for me. And I have to make her a lol cow and get all this shit out of her. So can you please just be nice to her? if you're nice to her, everyone else will be nice to her too. For whatever reason, they copy you. I don't know. And I was like, okay, fine. I'll be nice to her. When all this shit started with Suit, like, we weren't friends, lady. You were being, like, really weird, and you had, like, made a Discord and then tried to add me in as a mod to try to, like, manipulate me onto your side. And I was like, I don't want anything to do with this lady. Like, I'm just trying to be nice to you. You tried to cozy up to me because these guys told you to, right? I mean, when are we going to admit that this whole thing has just been a one big troll op this whole time with all of you? I'm getting tired. And just like stop fake fighting. It's really annoying. Like all of you are friends. Just cut the crap.
She thinks we're all like gay opping in Discord. It's all WWE. We've all been plotting since the beginning. Then why do you even go into a community? Just stay an island by yourself and focus on your content. If we all know each other and it's all fucking choreographed.
You know, I had a fight with Suit Yourself in RSN's chat where I was talking about 3 sample chapters from Hellscape that I'd put in there for people to decide whether or not they wanted to read it. And he said that there was a typo in it. And I said, oh, really? Where? And he goes, well, you use your 165 IQ to find it. And this is after jumping all over my shit for using Word, which is an industry standard. He was trying to kind of push me toward Open Office. I don't like Open Office. The interface is kind of fucky to me, and it's just not my favorite. And that's all I said is, oh no, Open Office, hiss, we hates it forever. I was playing around, and I was trying to be cool, and I wasn't upset with him at that point. But when he started really,
No, Bells, yeah, you're totally cool. You didn't like completely re-out and then throw a big flip show and then leave the Discord at all. No, you were fine. You were totally cool. You didn't write me a message right after that. Oh, like, Sue Yourself's attacking me. Now he says he's gonna dream about me and he's gonna destroy my life. 3 years of this bitch and her friends, motherfuckers. Imagine 3 years of having to deal with this thing, okay? Imagine. I'll say yes. Only 165.
the sarcastic, demeaning shit. I said, you know what? I'm not doing this with you. And I left. I left the server because I was still on good terms with RSN, and I didn't want to cause a big toxic fight in his server. I wasn't thinking about me. I was thinking about CJ and about, dude, he doesn't deserve this. He's not even here to stop it.
Yeah.
And there are no other moderators stepping in to stop it. It's a bye.
I think that he in particular sort of encourages that stuff to happen because he can then cover it as content.
Yes, he does. Yes, it becomes content for him.
Yeah. But
last screenshots because I know he sure did it with a couple of mine. So I left, and then I find out later, and
This is a great stream to react to. This is my favorite part. I wish I could see Harvard in here because then you see her threatening that she's going to take a recording that they have of me and RSN to the court case, okay? I don't even know if these motherfuckers were in a court case. I think it was all planned drama. Like I said, how else did that?
You got me. I planned for Harvard to, right here at this moment in my interview, come into the chat just to target you. You got me. Definitely orchestrated. Like WWE, like a WWE run-in. We should have hit some theme music. Harvard Chickies hitting the ring.
That recording get out when it was just us two in the chat. People are idiots, okay? We've seen how they are. There's no way that they hacked it or were in there listening or whatever. I mean, look at them. They can't even formulate sentences properly. So they're literally trying to, from the moment I log on here, get me involved in Harvard's and RSN's court case, right? when I want nothing to do with court cases.
I have it boosted, Suit. I mean, I can look for other options to maybe boost it more. It's just her audio is like, if you listen, my interview sounds perfectly fine. It's her audio that's fucked up. She's just over here going, I'm gonna talk like this, like I don't really care, and I just woke up half away from the microphone because I don't care.
Sounds familiar. Like how Dina's trying to.
What I need is a volume equalizer. I have loudness equalization shit, but it doesn't seem to actually work that well for Queen.
Attach me to her stuff with Harold. Isn't that what you guys do out here? Is you try to get people to take each other to court? You got some Susie Woozy Woo girl right now writing me to stick up for Dina, telling me that I should be taking everybody to court. It's great. I love you guys and your court shit.
This is the first time any of this had ever been done to me. I find out later that from Queen, who I did not know this at the time, was helping him do it. I find out that from Queen, that Suit Yourself is planning to drop that first video about me. And
this is Belle's first lie. And this is how I know that this was a troll op and that these people were working together like this whole time. Because that's not what happened. I didn't tell her that. Real Stream News went up on a live stream, announced it. And then Suit actually had a big meltdown on me. And I have the text messages of this. I've gone through them before. Suit had a big meltdown with me about how he was all pissed off that CJ had shared it on the stream and he hadn't done like an ad for it or anything for it yet. It was just an idea for him. So now he felt like he actually had to hurry up and put it together because CJ announced it on his stream. I never told her that. She was already flipping out about this video and saying it was going to destroy her life. So then I was like, yeah, he does say, am I supposed to lie to the woman? No, like I said, tried to help her prove she was a veteran. That wasn't good enough. And then she was going to off herself. And then me reaching out to her, trying to help her, being worried about her was all bad. Very, very bad. Very bad of me. I'm an awful person for that. Next time, I should just let people stream about her and make fun of her for it. That's better. You see, I'm learning how to be a good person from all these people online that give me such great advice. Great unsolicited advice. I love it.
she was letting on like she was friends with him. I'm begging her, please do something to stop him. And she was like, oh, well, I can't stop him. He's just going to make a video and tee hee hee. And
And tee hee hee. Again, what was I supposed to do to stop Sue? I love how all these people in
Is that a little bit better?
order to put all this drama on me, literally, this is how they did it. They were like, oh yeah, no, it's Queen. They just pretended it was me instead of RSN that announced it on a fucking live stream, which I again have all the proof of. Do I have to go through all of that again? It'll take me a little bit. I could probably put it together by the end of tomorrow though. And also, then she just literally says that I'm supposed to be in charge of Soup and his channel. Yep. So when I was friends with all these people, I was apparently in charge of all of their channels and what they put on them. I know that CJ and Suit started to think that they could tell me what to do on mine, and I was very against that. I don't work for these motherfuckers. I work for myself. This is the Queen of Spade channel, not Queen of Spade brought to you by RSN or brought to you by Suit Yourself. I don't take demands. I'm sorry. I'm going to put whatever I want on my channel. If I want to talk about myself, I will. You're not going to tell me I can't. Sorry, not your channel. I don't tell other people what to do with their channels either. But apparently, I was supposed to stop this video. And apparently, I was also Queen of Suit. Yep, no, apparently I ran Suit at that time. And all I had to do was tell him to stop making that Bells video. And he would have. But wait, I did say that. And he didn't. And then I got mad at him for continuing to make it. And he continued. And then he sent me the link. And I even told him I didn't want to watch it because I was so mad at him for making it. Huh. Wow, Bells. That's fucking weird. How are you going to explain that? All my fault, huh? Mm-hmm.
I'm spiraling.
From what I understand, like from other things I've heard, is that he hadn't actually planned to make it. He was just saying he was to see what you would do. That is what I've heard. Is that he hadn't
Well, I
actually
don't
planned to do it.
know.
He
I don't
he
know
wanted
what
your
he was
reaction
saying,
first.
because at that point I had blocked him, and I was trying
Says
to
that
walk
in the
away.
video.
Huh?
I think he said that in the video. Actually, is that he hadn't. Is that when he wanted to see your reaction before he made his video.
Well, he sure got a reaction, all right, because I was already dealing with the grifter bullshit and people hitting me with shit from all sides because of, the whole deity frobus.
And
the way Queen was phrasing it, she was
gassing
making
it?
it sound like it was going to be exactly what it turned out to be. And I was telling her, look, I feel like I'm being violated. I feel like what you're saying is, oh, well, he's only going to rape you a little bit. It's only going to be a couple of pumps, and then it'll be all over. And meanwhile, she's digging stuff up off of.
Yeah, you heard that right. This bitch actually tried to compare Suit doing a video on her to her to being raped. To me, of all people. To me. Yep. Went on and on and on about it.
To Queen of all people. Okay, that traumatic ass grab that all these years later she still has yet to recover from. Oh, the humanity.
Went into detail about it, went on and on and on. It was so disgusting. And I tried to hand other people, I was like, can someone else please try to calm her down? Like, I need someone else. Like, I cannot talk to her. She's like suicidal. She's talking all this crazy shit. Like, I'm getting real fucking triggered. One of you have to do it now. Listen, okay? I told CJ I would talk to her and calm her down, and I've done my part. I said I would make sure that she wasn't mad at him, and I did. Okay? See, hear her here? She's still not mad at him here. She's still not mad at him today. He's perfect to her. Everything's great. See, I keep my promises, just no one else keeps theirs. So, that's how this began. We weren't off to a good start, Bells. You should have known better. You literally used rape trauma.
Suit, I don't even know why she would want to react to this again. This interview does not make her look good. She tells a lady she wished she had fucking killed herself in this interview. She's just like, well, let's see, it's been years. People have already forgotten about it. Let me react to it on my channel again, expose a new audience to it.
To trigger.
She actually thinks she came out of this smelling like roses.
Because you thought that I could stop Sue. And I can't. I don't control Suit. I don't control CJ, and I never did. Like, what was I supposed to do? I love how I am the controller of all of the men, all of the incel men on the internet. Yep, no, I control all of them. Did you guys hear? I even control Dark Ninja, Tragic. I control Jesse.
I believe the butt grab happened like the day before Halloween, but then he was released the next day on Halloween back into her building.
Control Spurg. I control all of them. Yeah, me, Queen Bitch. Remember, I am the head of the Cambodian Hells Angels child sex trafficking atheist MLM cult gang mob mafia. I really have to write it down somewhere so that I could say it better. I'm so sorry.
Of fucking Pinterests of mine that are from 2007 and taking my poor little kitten's picture, because the first night I got her, she was cuddled up on my shoulder and was staring at me with this
I have shared a screenshot 100 times of the fact that it was actually Suit that sent me that picture. I didn't send it to him. He sent it to me. So then he's telling her now that it's all me. RSN's telling her it's all me. Right? They have done nothing wrong, even though Suit's the one that attacked her. CJ's the one that wanted to stream her suicide ideations. They've done nothing wrong. This is all because of me. Right?
I mean, we're not saying it's all because of you. CJ definitely should not have fucking put Bells of Nevermore's ideations up there on a stream. But you're the one who put it publicly in her Discord to begin with, where Real Stream News saw it. So yeah, sure, there's some guilt to go around, but you're the fucking source of so much strife and bullshit. How do you not see that? You get the appropriate amount of blame.
You know, this wasn't a troll up from the beginning at all.
Very intense look, which she still does. It was past tense, was my favorite picture of us together. And he took that picture and he used it on a bunch of streams. And, you know, throw whatever shit you want at me, but Jesus Christ, leave Lethea out of it. Pets and kids are off limits. And that was one of the things that led me, you know, and I know people are going to be like, oh, well, it's just a cat. Not to me. My cats are my world. They're often what keeps me afloat. And that was the first time that I had a suicidal episode. And
you share that with Queen, right?
Huh?
You confided that with Queen, because that's what I was leading to. That
did.
Queen leaked
Yes,
that,
I
right?
did.
Queen shared that with people.
The Queen dropped it into my Discord, and then CJ picked it up and ran with it. Not cool.
Well, that's weird, Bells. Because that's not what you say today. Today you tell everyone that I sent it to CJ and didn't put it in your Discord and that I'm the one that told him to stream it, right? That's the new story. It really sucks that this stream exists here since you've all changed the story 500 times since then. Darn. Stupid.
Oh, suit! I remember you sent her the little kitten on her shoulder because she read about it. That was fucking funny. God, sometimes I think about that. That was a really well made video. You know, sometimes I wish she really was stolen valor, because then that video could have stayed up for all eternity. But now, yep, you had to hide it. You had to own your shit. It's fucking unfortunate, man. Having integrity sucks, doesn't it?
Stupid YouTube schizophrenic, not being controlled by you guys, and deciding to log off the internet instead. So he never deleted all the videos on all of you. What a bellend. A complete bellend, I say. He's a complete bellend, that YouTube schizophrenic. Sorry, I had to have a suit moment because, you know, everybody stands that dude here. Apparently, I should start posting up Bubbles lolly all over my Discord for respect too, but you know, I don't really think that CP is edgy humor like all these guys do.
Not even a little bit cool. And meanwhile, I'm dealing with, you know, the fact that I've called 911. And I don't have time to address any of this shit because I've got police officers and paramedics in my house deciding whether they're going to pull me out and take me to the VA and hospital of the VA, or whether, holy shit, we've got a pandemic going on. Holy shit, you have no one to look after the cats that are your, you know, a huge part of your support network. And, you know, the decision was made to put me on a really restrictive safety contract, which was for 90 days. And it, you know, just kick back, you know, look back to June 21st. That's when it ended. I didn't even have, you know, I had no sharps in the house. I had one knife to cook with. And I had to.
Listen, Hogan, in the chat. Don't you dare say that that one's on CJ. No.
Oh my god. Going after Hogan in the chat. Leave the yellow dot alone.
Nothing is his fault. Nothing is ever Suit's fault. These men are, and West Most, they're all absolute wonderful specimens of men. That all the men on the internet, they're the Chads, if you will. All the men on the internet want to be just like them. I mean, Bell's even called Real Stream News an alpha during this. You see, nothing's ever their fault. From now on, everything that these people have ever done is apparently my fault. Remember? Come on, Hogan. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Malice Black asks, okay, so all the CP accusations come from Beth, or is there some back and forth? There's some back and forth, actually. So a lot of them that come from Beth are fake. Real Stream News falsely accused Brandon Ajar / Wizard of sending CP to his email. And then Holly Undead got involved with that and also backed him up. That was a totally false thing. We asked Real Stream News on panel what his evidence was, and he said that fucking Wizard making weird videos about him at the time was his proof that he sent the CP to his personal email. That's it. That's all he needed to slander another creator. So these CP accusations go back and forth. I wouldn't believe anything Queen says. Okay, but this is like a common tactic used to slander people in these drama communities. You got to attach them to chomos or pedos in some way. And it doesn't help the fact that there's tons of chomos and pedos in the drama community. So yeah, that's kind of an overall summary. I mean, all the stuff you hear about H-Bomb, Harold Shirley, or Harold 666, that's all true. He's serving a prison sentence right now for 111 counts of CP.
I begged to keep that. It was my smallest chef knife. You know, anything that they could see that was a potential danger to me got pulled out, and that means shit like this. This stuff is a toxic motherfucker. That's leather glue.
Was this before his video came out?
Stuff like that got taken out of the house. Never mind me. I just hit my kid.
Was this before Suits video came out?
I think it was concurrent. It might have been
Drama Llama, you're another person who falls into the Queen of Karma category. You need to seek help, brother. See you later.
Slightly before. Oh, but Queen gassed me up good. I'm not going to scare the screens because share the screens because they're very, very painful for me. But she gassed me up, but good. She had me convinced that the video was already being worked on.
Oh, Malice Black, you're 110% correct. That did happen. She sent pictures of Valkyrie's child to that Harold person I was just talking about. Yes.
Which, in a way, it was because she was...
And while that Harold dude was floating around her, she kept publicly posting shit of her child on her Facebook page, even though people were telling her not to do that.
Digging around, trying to find shit out about me. Like off my business page, off this old Pinterest of mine, any place where she could find a less than flattering picture, she did it.
Okay, I wanna share this because Queen is in the chat freaking out as
Lie, 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 lie. I still have all the screenshots, and I've shared them. All my screenshots with Susan. Then you will see he's the one that's sending me the pictures. I love how you all try to change this around. It makes me so happy now. A little song. I'll dedicate it to you, Samantha. No, Sarah. Remember when you published your book in your name and then you went on CJ's stream and you were like, I'm undoxable. My name is Samantha. No, Sarah. Nobody will dox me. And then you've spent over 2 years now complaining about how me and apparently Righty and whoever else you could are doxing you. Do you remember? No? Oh, okay. I just thought I'd give you a little reminder, you know.
I'm sure you can. I'll just leave that to your imagination.
Yes. You know, Queen, I'm sorry to say something like this, but you need more help than I got that time.
Okay, I'll read this real quick. Queen says that she sent Suit your Instagram, which you sent me, and your veteran cards, and told you that I was sending it to Suit.
So Queen's in the chat actually during this stream. So she's reacting to herself in the chat, and I'm reading some of the things she's saying because she's asking Belle's questions. I'm trying to be fair here. And this is the one she left over 600 comments under this interview.
Well, that's because Sue was on with the damn stolen valor stuff. And again, let's repeat after me. I don't have an
Once again, these are the cards that I apparently doxed her with. The ones that she sent to CJ to put on a live stream, sent to Suit to put on a live stream, right? Long before I ever posted them anywhere. Even as our conversation. So, why did Suit and CJ dox Bells of Nevermore, guys? That was awful of them to do. How dare they?
Instagram. Bitch, what you shared was off of Pinterest from 2007, which means that you were doing some.
I don't have Pinterest. I don't have Pinterest. Never found her Pinterest. Legit only knew she had an IG because she was like harassing me on it. Yeah, this bitch that night right away started harassing me on it. That's the only reason why I knew. She has been harassing me on it for ages. Literally found one IG of hers. That's it. That's it. And I'm not even the one that sent the cat picture. That was Sue. Sue actually sent it to me. I've shared that screenshot. But apparently everyone's gone blind, deaf, and dumb. But I think they were always dumb.
Digging, trying to find, things that Suit could use for content.
Malice Black is like, Queen has a Pinterest. I found it in 2 seconds. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so you do not have an Instagram. Okay.
I do not have an Instagram.
Okay.
I have one, but it's got like one picture on it. I never use it. I hate Instagram because I don't live on my phone like that. You can't really upload stuff with Instagram unless you use your phone to do it, and hence I don't like it.
Oh.
So, I pretty much use just Facebook, Discord. I don't have that many social media things.
I'm gonna ask you to close your eyes and not look at the screen. I'm gonna pop this up just because I can't believe this was just. Now this is when she tells Queen, "Oh, I wish you would," or Queen tells Bells, "Oh, I wish you had just done it. Then I wouldn't be getting attacked by all these people." I said in my chat, but I don't think you want to read it.
Oh, I'm gonna read it. Do it.
Okay, go ahead. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Queen. Let's just say the feeling is mutual. For you to say that, I can't help you. I can't help you. For you to say something that vile, that demeaning.
All of you wishing death on me, though, for the past 2.5 years is totally fine, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. How about this? What if I regret it still? Because honestly, Bells, if I had just told you to go ahead with it and then not tried to help you, none of this shit would have happened, right? Everything would have been fine if I had never talked to you that night. And then I just stayed over with Suit and CJ making fun of you the whole time and helping them tear you up and shit. Instead, everything would have been fine. My family.
Yes, if you hadn't inserted your nose in other people's drama, everything would have been fine. Holy shit, it's a self-aware wolf.
Wouldn't have been dogs. You wouldn't have called CAS on me 500 times, All this stuff wouldn't happen. You're literally sitting here lying and putting all the stuff that Suit did onto me so that you can go buddy up with Sue and CJ, because that was the plan with this the entire time. I don't know why all of you won't just admit that this has been a giant troll up since the fucking beginning. Like, you're a bunch of pussies. Just say it. Like, I literally have screenshots of all of you men talking to each other, talking about how you're trying to get different girls' nudes off them and shit. calling them sluts and shit when you do it. So you might want to start admitting to this shit, guys. I'm just saying, that goes for all of you. But just especially you, CJ. Why don't you just admit it, right? Didn't you guys all plan this New Year's Eve? In that Discord call? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Here's one since you record everything. Hey, why don't you release that Discord call from New Year's Eve 2019 to 2020? That was in your Discord, CJ? Yeah, you guys record everything, right? You have all the evidence on me. Record everything that we've ever spoken about, right? That's how one of them got leaked. So, go ahead and release it. You know, release that voice chat. Show me how wrong I really am, why don't you? That should prove to me you're not a rapist. Why don't you try that one?
Meaning that harmful to another human being proves every damn thing that everyone has been saying about you, bitch. Okay, you hope you wish I.
Yeah, she's blurry, not me.
Oh, well, remember that. Well, Mrs. Parker is wishing for me to OD. And remember that. Well, all of you are wishing death on me. And remember that. Well, you were threatening to come to my place and like hit me and shit. And then seem to think that it wasn't a threat because you were in a wheelchair. And then you sit here and say, I try to use my fucking health and mental health as an excuse. Yeah, this lady. This lady.
I died? Well, I hope somebody takes your child away. I hope that somebody just completely snowballs your life. I hope you get put up on charges.
Well, that's really funny, Bells, considering that after this stream, you literally called child services on me, what, 10 times now? 15 times now? Hey, isn't this exactly what you've been doing, right? Let's just hear it again. I think we need to hear that again.
Suit, that's a question I ask about most lolcows. I mean, Nicolina777, or someone I just covered earlier in this stream, who Queen's working with now, has made false police calls, bragged about it. Like in Michigan, she lives in Owasso, Michigan. Nicolina does. It's illegal to dox people there, and she just says, "Hey, I'm about to dox people and their families," and then does it. None of lolcows do not suffer consequences for their actions. They are just immune to the justice system. I don't know how it happens, but Chris Chan is walking free. That I think is the ultimate confirmation. No one's ever gonna get fucking punished.
Hear the threat again, right? It's like I said, you all threaten me before you do it to me. Right? And then you wonder how I know what you're gonna do? Because you literally told me. Right, Bells? Did you forget? Well, that's your fault. I mean, again, I can't help you with your memory. I'm not allowed to have a bad memory because of trauma or like childhood trauma or whatever. I'm not allowed. People with PTSD have amazing memories. We have amazing memories. We remember everything. We love to sleep every night, for example. Sleeping is our favorite thing with this disorder. We love it. People with PTSD don't try to not.
Yeah, see, I saw what's been happening with your channel. I was watching that big long Queen deep dive, the Infinite Victim video, and she stole Wes Most's whole video, barely put any text on it, and then when he tried to strike it, YouTube sided with her. That's the craziest shit to me because I just had dealt with the same situation, and it had commentary, music, even had text overlay on the clip that was struck. Wasn't enough. The video still went down for 2 weeks. What the fuck? How does this work?
Not sleep sometimes, because it's too hard for us. No, we love it. We love sleeping and all the other stuff, right? We got to worry about you though, Bells. Let's hear again though what you had to say right before you turned around and did it all to me, right? And you're still going, all of you. Yep. All right. Let's hear it again.
pretty much use just Facebook, Discord. I don't have that many social media things.
I'm gonna ask you to close your eyes and not look at the screen. I'm gonna pop this up just because I can't believe this was just said in my chat, but I don't think you want to read it.
Oh, I'm gonna read it. Do it. Do it.
Good morning, Mama T. And what is this? Beth and a few other creators were part of something called the Brick Squad, threatening to beat people with bricks and told a disabled woman to roll her wheelchair into the deep end of a pool. Yep. That's not even the worst thing Queen has said. That sounds right up her alley. I believe that.
Okay, go ahead. Jesus Christ.
Okay, Queen. Let's just say the feeling is mutual. For you to say that, I can't help you. I can't help you. For you to say something that vile, that demeaning, that harmful to another human being proves every damn thing that everyone has been saying about you, bitch. Okay, you wish I died? Well, I hope somebody takes your child away. I hope that somebody just completely snowballs your life. I hope you get put up on charges and I hope you go to jail because, bitch, you deserve to. End of the Queen discussion, okay? Please.
I we can move on now.
She's hoisted.
Yeah, Bells, am I supposed to go to Guantanamo Bay with Harold? Eh? Is that what you and TCAP and all of you are trying to set up right now, right? Yeah, trying to drag me into Dina's case. Since you couldn't drag me into Harvard's case, that part didn't work, right? Been out here trying to get me to press charges. I love it when you all threaten me with what you're going to do to me, and then you try to do it. It's not that successful. You tried your best, Like you called CAS on me like 15 times. I still have my kid. You all sent women to like try to hit on my man, sent guys to try and hit on me. We're still together. Right?
Dude, you cheated on your husband. What? We're not sending anyone.
Right. You tried everything, right? You called cops on me a bunch with Jesse and Kaylee, right? Right. So like, this is what I mean. But now you're out here and you're pretending like you.
Oh, Mama T, at this point, I'm already, what is this? 8 hours and 24 minutes in. We're just going to power through and do a 12-hour stream because every time I turn around, creepy men doing 12-hour streams on me. We're going to give the crowd what they want. Queen is my biggest fan. She's been begging someone to stream about her for 12 hours. We're going to give it to her. I already have my next video lined up after this one. And it will carry us through to the end.
You guys haven't done anything to me. Let's watch the rest now. This has been so much fun.
Herself by her own petard. You probably ought to hide her because she's not doing this stream any favors.
Move on. I think we're still in the real stream news stuff. I think to an extent, we can sort of. Like so at that point he puts your the post of you talking about your suicide up on the stream like that, blasts it publicly, which just makes it 10 times what it already was.
Of course. It's dangerous.
And then suit yourself at that point drops his video. And I know that you feel as though he's out to ruin. He says in the video at least that he's not out to ruin your life. But what about the video bothered you in particular? That bothered you? Like
I didn't watch the video. I didn't watch all of it. I saw just enough to realize I'm already with shaky mental health. If I watch this, if I watch even a part of this, I'm going to be at the VA in One West.
Oh, Mudduck, I've gotten up a couple of times to refill my coffee and everything. The best thing about this is Queen is using almost entirely my content anyway. So I'm always on screen. Even if I walk away, you still hear my voice. It's all my content.
Because I will not be able to handle this. And the other contributing thing is I mentioned it to my psychiatrist, and he's a zero nonsense bastard. He goes, if you watch that video, then you and I are going to have a problem. And I will try to get you put in the hospital. So don't. Wow. He says, because that's exactly like if you had a substance He's
I'm
probably
gonna,
out and
I'm gonna,
fly.
I want to pose something to you. Is it
Sure.
possible that maybe it's been gassed up to you a little bit? Because I watched the video several times. I watched it just before doing this stream. It's,
Oh, that's definitely a possibility. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
yeah, because in
But
the
at
in the
the time,
grand
Again, I was totally right. It was totally being gassed up by everyone involved, including the people in Bells of Nevermore's camp too. They weren't helping matters.
I was my mental health was shaky as fuck.
The thing is about the video is most of the video I feel like is like him editing clips of you saying things like 165 IQ and like that story about your Egyptology professor. A lot of that's like edited together. Oh,
Yeah.
some fucking refugee become scum, something like that. Calling
I
people
didn't remember
primates.
that. You know, I don't even remember.
It's just I don't even know where all this from. I don't even remember on streams, but
Well, a
like
lot of it
most-
was, a lot of it was ripped from CJ streams, and all of it. This is the thing. This is the thing that press does a lot. You can take what someone says and piece it together out of context and make it look like anything that you want. Like somebody is going to probably take this stream and edit a bunch of stuff together out of context and probably try to make me look bad.
Yeah. Well, at least in the video, I felt like it was done a lot for comedy, and I think this is a good segue. Let's talk about like one of the things he accused you of was stolen valor, which is probably the most serious thing that the video says.
Yes, and that's not true. And you saw that screenshot that I sent you that has Department of Defense all the fuck over it.
You said you wanted to have that up on stream. Is that a
Please
thing you
do.
want to do?
Please
Okay.
do.
Give me just a minute. I gotta pop it up.
So if I play this stream now of them now showing the stuff that I apparently doxed, is this now redoxing Bells? I'm just
No, once it's already out there, like a lot of people just kind of give up with it. Well, fuck it, it's already out there. It's already been blasted to the world. So no, it's not redoxing her because she's just giving up with it.
wondering because this stream was also before the subreddit, so I'm just wondering, just wondering because apparently I'm the one that doxed this information about her, but again, CJ put it on a stream. Sue put it on a stream. Now this guy's putting.
I like how watching this back, this old interview. I haven't changed anything at all. Bells and Suit. The only thing that's really changed there is they've become closer to the truth and closer in their relationship. Queen's the one that's all over the goddamn place.
On a stream all before I posted it anywhere, so I'm just wondering. Right? I'm just wondering. Oh, well, let's find out. I say we find out. Who cares, right? Who cares? I'm supposed to be more mean. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Who the fuck cares if this bitch even gets doxxed? And who the fuck cares if she goes off and kills herself?
Suit, from what I understand, is that ID card had other info attached to it that was not public.
Right, guys?
I think it was like a veteran ID card or something. I don't know. She mentioned it earlier in the stream. It's been so goddamn long since I've done all of this. I'm surprised I remember as much as I do.
Yeah. Now I'm more like you, see? Now I'm more like you. Now you can stop attacking me because I'm being just like you on the internet. And if I'm more like me and less like you all get really mad.
Oh no, Suit, I'm not saying you put it out. It's the one that Queen got from Bells and supposedly, I believe, sent to you that Queen later posted publicly on Reddit, on the Beware of Heavy Down subreddit. That's what she's talking about.
Let's see it.
You have to teach me how to do that because I don't know how. I'm so lame. I'm so busy writing that this tech stuff. I like it gets kicked by the wayside.
Yeah, the thing she sent to your DM, she posted publicly on Reddit, and it had information on it that the public wasn't supposed to have. It was her VA card, I think, is what it was.
side. And then I was so damn sick for months that I wasn't doing fuck all except writing.
Yeah. While we're waiting for me to pop the screenshot, we can also discuss another accusation. Yeah, I can confirm that your boyfriend, I believe it was, right? Your partner exists.
Yes.
That's her husband now, and they've done streams together. So one of the accusations is that she was making up this person. This person does actually exist, and I was shown proof prior to this interview.
I mean, he was on a stream of mine. There are 20 zillion pictures I have of this man, both with us together and also alone. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All this is fine. I don't need to redact anything or.
Yeah, the
Go ahead
Adorkables
and
is on
post it up.
point.
Everybody knows my real
Is
damn
on
name
point.
anyway.
The Adorkables, yeah, the Adorkable says that it has a screenshot of it being posted on Reddit. That sometimes always sort of kind of bored video, the Infinite Victim expose has that screenshot of it being posted on Reddit.
My social's not on there.
All right.
Yeah.
But yes,
I'm sorry, Bells. What was that? Posted up. Everyone knows your full name anyway. Oh, okay. So then again, how do you get doxxed? I'm just wondering. Let me know. Just let me know.
I'm Samantha Nacera, and I write books. Buy them.
Yes, and Apollo is real. If people claiming that he is fake, you're not just denying that her partner is real. You're denying him his personhood at this point.
Yes. Which, and I wonder, if there's maybe some little shadowy racism creeping in there. We are a biracial couple, and I know that people have that really internalized and try to hide it.
I think that it's more so about the fact that they know it bothers you. That the fact that you
it was never a racial thing, and I'm sure even I think even Bells would say no, that's not a racial thing. Okay, it was mostly trolling. I would say after they did a stream together, I already knew he was real at that point. There was no way because they were over talking each other sometimes. No way someone goes to the effort to fake that.
That they can say, oh well, they don't exist.
Intellectually, I know that, but remember, at the time this stuff was being said, my mental health was super shaky. You notice there, it's a little cut off there, but it says Department of Defense, and it shows what my rate was, and it shows, what theater of conflict I was in, namely, Gulf War I. This is proof. Fuck you. I was in the Navy. I went, for those that were watching that are actually American, I know that America's not the world. But for those of you that are American citizens, I went over there and got my mind and my body all fucked up for you. The least you could do is throw me a fucking bone. I'm Petty Officer Nacera. I served in the Gulf War. My back is in ruins. My mind is in ruins because I did.
Yeah, you even mentioned in one of
You heard it here, guys. She served in the Gulf War. The Gulf War. The Gulf War that happened when Saddam Hussein was blowing stuff up, okay? In the Navy. That's what she did. Gulf and the Navy, Anyway, okay, sorry. Let's just keep going.
one of your streams that you had a part in Desert Storm specifically?
We're not going to discuss anything about that. We're not going to discuss anything that happened in the Gulf.
Okay, I'm just saying that, like, just for context.
It is also very painful for me, partly because people are being twats about it.
Yeah, so remember, she fought in all that. And remember, at the beginning of all this, if you watch the last one that I made, the last stream we did reacting to her, she starts off by talking about how, they were all scared to get blown up because of Saddam Hussein. So, she was in the Navy, in the Gulf, during Desert Storm, in the water, during Desert Storm. Okay? So put respect on her for that, would you? Yup.
Hello, Queen. You there?
I saw. People didn't have, not only did people not have food, they didn't have water to drink. There were riots on the piers. There were people actually trying to come up the brow of the ship just to get a swallow of water. We were doing the best we could to run water down, and people were mobbing the stations where you could come up and fill up your jugs. Part of how my back got screwed up is I took a piece of PVC piping and I had it across my shoulders, milkmaid style, with a fucking 5-gallon container of water on each side, running it up and down. And that's how I fucked my neck up. I have had surgery on my neck because of this. I joined the Navy because I give a shit and I wanted to save lives and I wanted to represent the United States in a positive way. Do I care about the government specifically? Fuck no. It's the land. It's people on the land. I did everything I could.
A lot of soldiers will probably agree with that. That they're fighting for the people, not
I
necessarily.
love you, honey. It was an honor to serve.
So going on from that point, the first video comes out and is where are you at that point after his video is released? You've had it probably gassed up to you to an extent.
It was. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Right. Where do we go from there?
Nightmares, panic attacks, continual suicidal ideation. At one point, picking up a 50-foot Cat5 cable and tying it.
And yeah, I agree. There should be a difference between combat and non-combat vets. From what I understand, I think I even touched on this in this interview. Actually, was that Bells was on a boat. She shot somebody. I don't even know if that person actually died or not. But that is one of the stories she told on a fucking ancient 2019 stream in full detail. So I mean, she's in her own words. I think she said she saw combat, not necessarily that she was in combat. I don't think women could actually be in combat during that time period. I think we actually looked into that. Women could not serve in actual combat roles. So it was just a freak thing where she actually was involved in some conflict.
Yeah, hangman's noose in it. Looking at this shit, there's a reason I have my barge adhesive out. Looking at that shit, actually debating drinking it. Looking at the leather dye is like way over there because it's in a box where my friend brought it back to me. I couldn't have my leather working chemicals like dyes and adhesives. Thinking about drinking indigo dye, like blue dye, and that stuff is toxic.
Mm-hmm.
I was willing to do fucking anything to get out of the pain because I felt so depersonalized, dehumanized, degraded. One of the biggest things that can hurt a human psyche is shame or fear of being ashamed. I want to show you something. There's a reason my camera and my lighting is the way it is because it shows off all the gray. You notice how there's more gray like here than there is here. And we're not even talking about the stuff where it's dyed. I'm above that. There's a little bit of silver here. Stress does cause gray hairs. Another thing that stress causes? It can cause your kidneys to shut down. And that's one of the reasons I was gone for a few months. My kidney function is at 70%. We're hoping that they're going to rally. But I had an infection that landed me in the hospital for 3 days. It was a resistant, bacterium. And it happened more than once. And a couple of these were life-threatening. because my immune system wasn't rallying because I was so stressed out. It affected my heart. You know, one of the times that I went in there, they're like, your potassium is so low that you're about to have a cardiac episode. I have potassium supplements. There was no reason it should be happening. And then I come to find out from my urologist that, you know what? Stress will fuck up every part of your body, especially your kidneys.
And this is from the internet stuff exclusively. You don't have anything else going.
Specifically that continual assault on my reputation.
One video made about her. So because she's mad at me over that, she decides that.
To be fair, it was a video and multiple live streams. I mean, he didn't. I mean, Suit didn't go as far into Bells as he did Queen, of course. But you know, there was a lot going on. Not that Queen cares about the truth in any way.
What they're gonna make videos about me? They're gonna do 12-hour videos. They're gonna do 6-hour videos. They're gonna do 10-hour videos. I'm gonna sit here for 2.5 years attacking me, because once again, apparently she wants my kidneys to stop working. Right? I mean, apparently stress is something that really messes with.
She twisted that to say we're trying to kill her now. Wow, Queen. Yes, we're trying to stress Queen out so her kidneys fail. That's why that's the big conspiracy is to trigger kidney failure in Queen of Karma.
With your psyche. And Bells is a psychiatrist too, probably, since she was also in Desert Storm. So we really gotta make sure, you know, we respect her and all that. She would know. She would know all about this. We should definitely listen to her. She knows all about the stress that you could put on someone to cause them to have physical damage to themselves. Which I'm assuming is what you guys are trying to cause on me now, right? Right? Because we already heard you threaten me in this, that you were going to try and get my kid taken away and all this. Yep,
After we just showed you wishing death on her. So again, this is another thing Queen will do. She'll come at you, with a million fucking things. Okay, and if you push back a little bit, she'll take that and run and go play victim with it. You are not allowed to say one bad word to this fucking freak show.
Cool. All right, let's just keep on going, Bellsy. Ballsy, Bellsy.
People, you know, and I've forgiven my Wiz for this. He's the wonderful Wiz that was.
Oh,
We
I know what you're about to say.
completely hashed it out. He is an amazing man. And anybody, if you don't like him, fuck you. He's an amazing human being. And he approached me to apologize. He approached me to make it right. And he has been steadfast as a friend ever since then. So
This was all fake drama. Bells and Sue and Realstream News planned this. There were people that left that community that originally thought it was scripted. Because
Alright, again, it's all WWE. Bells of Nevermore was having these meltdowns on stream, thinking everyone was accusing her of stolen valor, that her book deal was all going to get destroyed. Realstream News was involved. I was involved. The whole goddamn thing was a fucking orchestrated storyline. Our team of writers deserve a raise. Okay, so all the writers left Hollywood to come join us, and that's why all of the movies are shit these days.
all of you script drama together to attack one person, right? Right. Why are you pretending that then you had to make up after this? Suit does not reach out to anyone to apologize for shit. And that's where you fucked up your story.
So she's literally trying to claim that you starting to make your videos on Bells and Realstream, putting her ideations up on his stream, that was all scripted. We were all in Discord. We had this whole story arc planned out. This like a giant soap opera. Like a fucking, like the Queen of Spade thinks she is living in the fucking Truman Show. Everything's fake. It's all scripted.
Bells, if you wanted to know. And you fucked it up on this day, too. I've known about this whole time, been waiting for all of you to be honest and admit it. So, like I said, whenever you're ready, I'm all ears. But you can keep lying until then, since you're all a bunch of pussies. It might take a while.
So yeah, he destroyed my book and he was an asshole. And he left a bad review and he took it down. Nah. But the other reason the book got taken down was there were other reviews being posted. And a lot of them Amazon didn't let through, but some of them they did. Some of them my publisher caught. I had to take my book down because people were assaulting my work. Now, I'm not allowed to have fundraisers, but I'm not allowed to write books either. Excuse me. You got to pick one, dude.
Now, one of the accusations leveled against you in that video is, did you leave a review for your own book that was 5 stars?
No.
Never under any stock accounts? Never?
Absolutely never.
I think the answer to that actually is yes, she did. Maybe Suit Yourself might know more about that, but I think yes, she did. Like the Steel Hyena or whatever, it was actually her. She gave her book a 5-star review on her stock accounts.
Okay.
And okay, I'm gonna get serious here. That axe, it's a very, very important heathen symbol. I swear on this axe and upon my dedication to Odin, the Allfather, I never put a review on my own fucking book.
Okay.
Ever.
So
it's unprofessional as hell.
Okay. Well, the reason I say is in the video they have screenshots from someone named Steel Hyena, which they say is a pseudonym.
Well, they do, but there's more than one person that's using that name.
Okay, is that that's a common name?
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Bill. Jesus Christ. I love you, but wow. Oof.
Not friends anymore because of this, because they were going around using my tag.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. They caused me a lot of shit, and I couldn't get Amazon to take take that particular review down.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm trying to think about what else was going on with the book stuff. Oh, your book trailer itself. Following this, like you launched the trailer for your book, and
Yes,
would you say it got bombed, and they had to they had to take it down as well?
No, it was the book I had to take.
What the fuck are you doing, Queen? Dude, Queen of Spade is making some weird ass fucking noises. What the fuck? She's like sucking air in or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the whole ass book.
Hitting her fucking meth pipe.
And there was a minor
Sorry, guys.
formatting
Sorry,
problem.
I hadn't talked in a little while, and since I'm trying to emulate and be more like the YouTubers who you all want me to look up to, like Sue and RSN and Wes and stuff, since I got to be more like them, I thought I would pull an RSN and just, I don't vape. So I had to just kind of breathe into the microphone, because apparently it's transformative content. If you just sit on your stream and look at nudes on your phone and vape, well, you're playing something. Who knew, right? So, well, I guess I could look at all your people's dick pics, but I really don't want to. My husband's sleeping with the kiddo right now. Don't want to bother him. Damn, I have no porn for this, so I can only do it half-ass. I hope that suffice. Does that sound kind of like, yeah, no? Okay, just don't let me know.
In the Kindle edition, that could have been solved in a couple of days. But the book has been down this long because we were waiting to lose some of the heat. But since then, and there's another thing I have out on purpose. You don't get this edition of cognitive processing unless you're in what now? Oh, I suck at this. See that word? Since I've been working in this therapy,
Is the military and the Navy the same thing in the US? I'm just wondering because it's different here. So I'm just, maybe just let me know in the chat or, don't just keep lurking. Keep lurking. Yeah. Do that instead. Yeah. We don't want to pop into the chat and then have to admit our wrongs now, do we? Trolls. That would be awful.
things have gotten a lot easier for me because it dovetails in with the dialectical behavior therapy that I've had. And it kind of untangles some of the distorted thinking, the stuck points, stuff like that, where you're letting your trauma talk for you instead of letting your intellect, what DBT calls wise mind.
You said
take
it also
charge.
you said it also affects your body language, that it can throw a body language reading off.
Well, actually, what affects my body language is I'm on the autism spectrum.
Well, this was going back to I was asking this question specifically because of the whole Mugnuts thing. Having Mugnuts in the side chat, giving his readings on her and talking about how everything Bells said, she was showing signs of deception. Again, I'll believe Mugnuts when he decides to actually have a controversial opinion and not just go along with what everyone else in the chat is saying.
And I also have PTSD.
Remember, everybody, Bells is the main victim here. Okay, not me, not Dina. Bells is the main victim at all times, okay? Because she doesn't just have PTSD like Dina and I. Okay, no. She also has autism. Oh, wait. Don't I also fucking have autism? I just found out. Shit, what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do now? I think we're tied, Bells. I think we're tied. How long was the war? I'm just wondering. Because I was abused for the first 26 years of my life. So I'm just kind of wondering what's the war?
She's comparing being in a war zone to her childhood abuse now. That may or may not have even occurred. I hadn't watched this before, but wow, man, this is rough.
Or 26 years.
It's the same shit she's been doing forever, just buried in this fucking live stream. Again, no one, by the time this live stream came out in August of 2021 or 2022, no one cared about any of this.
Desert Storm on the Gulf when Saddam Hussein was coming, just wondering.
And some of the things that you see from me are because I look up hypervigilance. That can throw your body language, and boy, howdy, can autism do it. So, and also, frankly, I'm not entirely comfortable with the quote unquote science of body language, because that can be thrown from anything from my issues to, just the fact that some people aren't as good at it as they think they are. They're not qualified to do it. I'm not going to get into, I'll tell you this in private. I'm not going to get into the things that I know and the suspicions that.
So I guess AK Mugnuts then, when he did the body language reading during that 5-hour video that we all did saying that Arison was innocent, you just watched that whole thing the whole time thinking it was bullshit? I'm just wondering, Bells. I'm just wondering, did you sit there the whole time and you were like, oh man, I don't believe in this body language expert. He's definitely a rapist, but I'm still going to go be his best friend and help him threaten revenge porn and attack this woman on the internet for like 3 years because she didn't stop Soup from making a video on me because she controls Suit Yourself. Interesting.
That I have about that being involved with everything, because that's going to open cans of worms I don't think either of us need. And frankly, I'm too angry to be fair about it, and I will just.
And yeah, Suit, that's a great quote. That pretty much sums it up. She's her own worst enemy.
Wind up ranting, and ranting gets me in trouble.
Mm-hmm. And so like how many, like from your perspective, how many videos or streams were made?
About me?
Yeah, just how many do you think were made? Like how many were you told were made?
Shit. The only thing that I know is that he was using my face or caricatures of me on all kinds of shit. I want to say there were like, between 5 and 10 videos or streams where I get talked about a lot, and then it didn't happen for a while, and then it started happening again. And frankly, I think it's because his game streams aren't making him enough views.
Okay. Well,
how pathetic.
My gaming streams don't give me any views. But
yeah, well, I don't stream my games because frankly, I don't want somebody getting all up into what I do on No Man's Sky.
His gaming streams still aren't doing good, especially on Twitch. You should look him up on Twitch. His name is something Sooty Pie. But he spelt it wrong. Instead of a Y for Sooty, it's an I. Someone tell the man to fucking fix that shit.
Wait a minute. He's making fun of PewDiePie. Sooty Pie. You're a dumbass, Queen. It's obvious what he's doing. He's literally the biggest fucking creator or he was the biggest creator on the platform for fucking years.
I still, for some reason, get emails telling me I have unsubscribed from everything from this man, and then I still somehow get emails. It's fucking creepy. I'm like, he stalks me in my email, even when I unsubscribe from everything, and I try to get off the mailing list, and I get fucking emails. Every time this guy goes live, I get a fucking email. I have emails in my inbox of every single stream that he's done. So I don't know why you guys keep wanting to lie saying he never did streams on me too. That's fun. That's a fun one when you try to gas me with that. That's a good one. But they're still not doing good, by the way. So is that why you just sit on the internet all day attacking people all day, Bells? Is that...
Yeah, his gaming streams on Twitch don't get many views, Queen, but you're one of them. Guaranteed.
Why? Because you have no other content to make. So you just go around trying to bring down other people that try to make content because you're fucking jealous. Yeah, that sounds about right for all of you. Yep.
And causing me a fucking problem.
That's a multiplayer game, right?
Now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. If I stream a multiplayer game, people are gonna do what's called griefing. They're gonna, especially if they don't like you.
Precisely. Yeah. I don't. I'm not gonna let that. That's bullshit. I go to No Man's Sky to fucking relax.
But the thing I noticed is that I think he did 2 streams about you, maybe that I remember, and I
know for a fact because I've got time.
And then he had
some of the big long streams where he would like pause a little bit and rant about me for a little while, or somebody would bring me up and he would rant about me for a little while. There was one live stream where he was threatening to, take great joy and passion in destroying me. This is a quote, really? And that he would find it fun to do so. There was a stream where he was threatening to come back when, and start a bunch of bullshit and drop an even worse video when my book went up again.
What I want to say is that he did those couple of the video and a few streams about you. And then I think he did some game streams specifically. And then he had this thumbnail made that was like you, but it was still game streams when he started. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think he was actually streaming about you. I think he was just using the thumbnail to.
Yeah, you were like putting her face up for like your Red Dead Redemption online streams. Great game, by the way. I've played it since then. Too bad they killed it.
Some of those, and he uses my, caricatures of me to this day. I mean, who does that? That's fucking ridiculous. I mean,
Yo, guys, it's 2.5 years later. Well, that was 2 years later. All these people still doing it to me, and they started it back then. How pathetic is that, Bells? How pathetic that you and your friends all sit there and still meme me and shit when it's 2.5 years later. How sad and pathetic you and Sue and the professor and Kaylee and Valkyrie and Heather and all you fucking losers are. Just pathetic. You have nothing to do with your time, so you've spent 2.5 years on.
You know, my favorite thing is a lot of these people she mentioned didn't have channels or subscribers of any kind, and then they're kind of like me in a way. They had to defend themselves from some psychotic creator, and now they themselves are creators doing their own content. It's a beautiful thing.
On that, when you could have been working on your fucking channels more. See, when I have to talk to you, it usually fucks me over. Although I think everyone's done with you people now, and they just want me to take you out.
Everyone's done with us, and Queen needs to take us out, and everybody wants it, guys. You heard it here.
I'm an artist. I use my art to elevate people. I'm an author. I use my writing to give people an escape, to give people like a good story to, get their teeth into, like taking them to the world where the bombs have fallen. What do we do? There are a lot of people like that.
I think the intent of it was for one to be like a bit of satire and to get a reaction out of you. To sort of like he could play his video games. He could play his video games, but still troll you in a way.
Well, yes, and that's what he did because that has been what's been getting him views. And I'm sorry, that's disgusting.
I don't know if it necessarily. I mean, I don't know. It might get some views, but
So then what about when you and Sue and a bunch of people streamed my daughter's birthday? Was that disgusting? What about the fact that you still try to bring me up all the time, Bells? Is that disgusting? What about the fact that you're all still sitting on my fucking social medias trying to report them all the time? Is that disgusting? What about the fact you called child services on my home 15 times and cops on me a handful of times too? Hey, what about that? Why don't you tell us, Bells? Let us all know how disturbing it is when Suit Yourself attacks someone. Show us what kind of woman you are who sits here and plays victim to something like this and then
Yep, the legit for real dangerous view.
turns around and does it with the guy to someone else. You do belong over here with the real stream news people. People that let men victimize them and then they go back because they have fucking Stockholm.
Oh, Queen makes birthday videos for her stalkers. I caught some weird ass videos she made for Valkyrie for her birthday, and it was clips I hadn't seen since early 2020. I mean, she has everything, I guess, in these giant Google Drives for every person on her hit list.
Home syndrome or something. No wonder why you guys are all mad at me for fighting off that guy in the elevator. You would have invited him over for the night, huh?
And the video she made for Valkyrie's creepy as fuck with the music and everything. How she's singing Happy Birthday in the background. Yeah, happy birthday videos for stalkers.
I think he feels that he can make a lot of entertainment. He's got this this GIF he made of either Queen turning into you or you turning into Queen, and it's like this transformation. Yeah,
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I don't know if Queen is still in the chat ranting. I don't really give a fuck.
She is.
Because that the cognitive processing therapy has injected me with the ability to not give a fuck to a greater extent, which is why I'm back.
One of the accusations being what is it? Were you on your way to the hospital? You were taking selfies. What? I've never heard that.
No.
That
I was at the hospital. They hadn't taken my phone away, and I took a picture to prove that I actually was physically at the hospital. Because
okay.
people were already accusing me of that being fake, and I'm like, look, dude, it's not fake.
Well, I would recommend you don't do that. I think Queen of Spades did something similar, and
Yeah, she did something similar. But
yeah.
you know, and you know, I've given people.
But that's what they want you to do, right? They want to push you into the hospital, want to push you to suicide, and then they say, "All right, show me that it's true." And then you do, and then they use that against you. It's always the exact same thing, like over and over and over again with every single person that these people do. Over and over and over again. And they've been doing it for years. And then all these jackasses all sit here and watch it as entertainment. Or if they have it done to them, they almost get bullied into like going and hooking up with the dudes to do it to other people. It's the weirdest, cultiest, most manipulative, Stockholm syndrome thing I've ever seen in my life. But remember, I'm the crazy one because I don't want to go back and haven't gone back and haven't wanted anything to do with any of these people since fucking early 2020. Remember that. All right. And also remember, she casts spells and tarot tells her future, and she talks to the gods. She knows that they're real, and she talks to them in her living room all the time. Okay? So we should definitely listen to this woman. She's obviously the woman who we should all be listening to and taking advice from in life. For sure.
Screenshots of the paperwork that I had when I came out of the hospital, which I'm not going to do again because that just leads to nothing good. I've learned my lesson of taking my blows, and frankly, I want people to leave me the fuck alone. I mean, you want to drop in on one of my.
Actually, I just want to point out, Bells, I actually stuck up for you for the selfie thing because I had gone through it. Because once again, I'm not like you people, and when people do things to me, I don't then turn around and cancel people for things that I do, right? I only cancel you assholes and do the things back to you now that you've been doing to me because I haven't done anything to any of you yet. I haven't done one thing to you. I've literally just sat here, done videos, done streams, and written on my community tab. That's it. That's it. But you've all gone around harassing me. You've called cops, you've called child services, you've reported my shit, you've false copyrighted me, you've tried to attach me to Chomos, you've sent Chomos after me, you've threatened me with revenge porn. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. All the things that you've done. Right? For 2.5 years, because you are trying to cause someone to harm themselves out here. So let's see who it is first. Will it be me? Will it be Negs? Who will it be first? Will it be RSN? Will he OD on heroin? Will Wes finally OD from a fucking shot of meth in his arm? Because he's actually a really big meth head. Will Mrs. Parker?
Whoa. I have heard from Wes's ex-girlfriend and his ex-wife that he was doing Molly and shit. I haven't heard anything about meth. Doesn't seem like a meth head to me. Not in the same way you do. So I'm not going to believe that for a second.
Finally die from the last crack hit? Or will her family get rid of her for good for all of us? Because she probably wished death on the family member that died. Because if I was experiencing a family member dying, hey, oh wait, that did happen to me, didn't it? You all attacked me during it. So I should care about you. Why? Again, I don't know why everyone's allowed to do whatever they want to me. And then I'm not.
Hello, Chaotic. And yeah, I'm confused too. After this, we're going to go react to my interview with her. And that will make a lot more sense. We'll get to see how much things have changed.
Not ever allowed to fucking do anything back. I haven't done anything back. You all make up I do. So I might as well start, right? I mean, because if I'm going to be out here and I'm going to be blamed for doxing, I'm going to be blamed for swatting, you want to blame me for being for getting Harold out of jail. I mean, I might as well help get Harold out of jail then. Because if you're gonna blame me for this shit, I might as well actually do it. So let's see how this goes going forward, guys.
Streams and listen to stories about cats, or see me do a couple of tarot readings, or just hear me, stream of conscious babble about something, fine. But stay your fucking ass out of my shit unless you have something positive to contribute, because I'm not willing to put up with anybody else's toxic ass harshing my mellow.
Yeah. Now, since that has happened and some time has passed, you've had people from the Suit Yourself community reach out to you, and like you are good with
yeah.
some,
Oh yeah.
Some of them are good people, right? Would you say?
Anybody that's had the courage to walk up to me and say, hey, I did /said shitty things and I'm sorry and you didn't deserve that. That's called courage. When somebody gives an apology with both hands and no butt slung on the end of it, that's integrity. And I will reward that behavior until and unless the person proves to me that the apology was insincere through actions later. I'm going to embrace them.
Okay,
Because
so
this is the thing. You applaud the behavior you do want to see, and you ignore the behavior you don't want to see. It's simple,
Okay.
psychological conditioning. That's
So
how.
while you and Suit have some personal issues, you don't condemn his entire community. You like there's some
No,
good
not
you
community, because there's some people that one person I will mention in an
Now, if you listen to what I'm trying to do here, I think at this point that Bells actually is, or is not stolen valor, was in the Navy. I'm trying to slowly bridge a connection there because I think this can all get solved. Because Suit Yourself seemed very reasonable at the time. Bells of Nevermore, when she wasn't freaking out, seemed very reasonable at the time. All I wanted to do was to get them talking in a civil manner and to get her to stop freaking out the way she was on her live streams. And you see, like, I'm going to broach the subject very tactfully. Oh, so you're not condemning his entire community.
Awesome way. Retro Reviews is kind of a goddess. I really like her. And she's close as hell with Suit, and she's also a moderator.
Yeah, I would say you're reasonable all the time, Suit. Though at that point, I didn't know you as well as I do now. I don't even think at this point the Queen of Spade stuff had truly kicked off completely. Or it was brewing heavily. I think you had started to cover her, but it hadn't escalated at that point. That's where I was mostly in your community.
Yeah, that's the catfish. Remember the fact that it was Bells and Kaylee and Valkyrie and all these losers who got together and got Retro to do this. So it's hilarious now seeing that the only person Bells wants to talk good about, of course, would be Retro. You had to talk up Retro.
No, Suit, you have never lied to me. Not once.
And talk
And I've never lied to you either.
how close they were together and everything, right? Because this is when he was still with Hypa. But y'all had already planned that, right? Y'all had already planned to like break them up and go in there. Again, I'm waiting for the honesty to come out from any of you at any time. But it's been 2.5 years, and
I don't get like what her whole thing was. That wasn't even a huge public thing right away. She's saying it was all scripted.
Give up on that. I'll give up on the fact you all going to admit that this has been a troll op since New Year's Eve. I'll give up on the fact that y'all faked the fucking doxing on New Year's Eve, right, Wes? I don't actually, I swear to God, you planned that shit. I give up. Okay. I give up trying to warn people. Whatever these people do to you, don't blame me. I tried to warn y'all, and you were all like, no, I actually don't want to believe you, Queen. I want to fucking go. I even told Suit that Retro was a man. I tried to save him from this And every step of the way, even at this point, I was still trying to save this jerk from this. You're welcome, Sid. By the way, how were the dick pics from Retro?
In my Discord, because she can keep the two things separated and just continue to shine light no matter who she's with. And that's beautiful.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it is
I
good.
would reward that.
Yes, I think it is good when you can still associate with people that maybe they don't get along. You don't, your friends don't have to be friends. So to speak.
Right, exactly. Because who am I to choose somebody else's friends for them? That's not only immature, it is just plain bad human. I want to be a good human.
Yes, and trying to think if there's anything else that we should probably cover. Like what are you doing now? Because I know you've come back to YouTube. You've proven that Apollo is real. Like what else are we doing on YouTube?
Possibly some chapter reads of stuff I'm writing or stuff I have written. Definitely some tarot readings and maybe even some bones readings, that takes a lot out of me. So that's a real specialized thing. You know, maybe showing off shit that I'm making because I'm in the process of making. That's why another reason the glue is out. I'm in the process of making my wedding headdress. So I might just stream a consciousness babble while I'm gluing things or beading. An example.
How did that wedding go, by the way, Bells? I mean, this was in 2020. You got money from deity for your wedding. You had to go for.
Oh, Suit, that whole situation still weirds me out. I don't know. You've had more time to cope with it. I came back at the beginning of 2023, started looking up all the old crew, and one of the first things I find is the Retro Reviews interview with Bells of Nevermore here. And then I was like, all right, cool, that sounds interesting. I click on that, and I hear a man's voice. Still not quite over it. I don't know how you ever got over it.
Fund me going. You collected money from a bunch of people for your wedding, right? How did it go? I mean, COVID's been over for a while. You guys would be married now, right? Right? Because when you're actually in love with someone, like me and my husband, we just got married at a restaurant with like 20 people. I'm not the girly girl type that cared about all that shit. See, I'm just not that girl. And I didn't care. I just wanted to marry the man, right? That's all I cared about was being married, marrying him. So I'm just wondering, you say you've been with this guy for 20 years, right? You wanted to marry him. COVID happened. You got all this money going towards the wedding. So you guys have gotten married by now, right? Like you've shown people the wedding pictures now. You're married to him, right? He's not worried at all about you streaming with Suit about other women for 12 hours a day or anything. Okay, I'm just,
Free! My 12-hour live streams. We're going to go for 13. Suit's right. I can't copy him. I got to go for 13. We are at 9.5 hours just about now. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch.
Let me know how it went. I hope you had a wonderful wedding, Bells. There's no way that you're just a crazy jealous cunt with me because I actually am married and actually do have a kid and people actually do want to spend time with me and I don't have to lie about my past to have a story, right? Yeah.
And yes, the Adorables, I did miss a lot. I mean, like they said, it was all scripted. I missed like 2 or 3 seasons of this show.
This necklace that I bought ain't going to stay the way it is. Because if you notice, you see how the bells are attached to these rods? If I break this apart, I will be able to have these standing up this way in a few places. And that looks really fucking cool. So there's a lot of repurposing and all kinds of shit that I do like that. I didn't have time to run and get it, but I have another headdress that I made that's got a bunch of bells and shit on it. It would probably take me too long to go in there, get the headdress, untangle it, put it on my mannequin head. But yeah, Maybe next stream. Maybe next stream. You know, you might see me doing some crafting. You're definitely going to see me having streams where I have Kara the Argue Bengal. One of my cats, the Bengal, her name is Kara. And she's a loud motherfucker, and she's very mouthy. And, you know, I can set it up to where, you know, I'm petting her and I've got her really spun up, and then be like, well, what do you think of the Trump administration? She goes, meh. It's really funny. So I've got, you know, I'll have Kara the Argue Bengal. I'll have the other cats. You'll occasionally see my camera doing shit like this because some damn kitty is rubbing their face on it. That's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to see. I'm not going to tear down anybody else. I'm not going to focus on drama. If somebody brings drama to my doorstep, I will ask them to stop. And if they don't, I'll hide them.
Yeah. I would say that the sort of content you were trying to make, probably, would you say that the origin probably of all of this was being moderated by deity?
Not really. I had planned to like do some shit anyway.
Okay, no, like the origin of like the drama stuff started there.
The origin of the drama, to an extent, yes. My association, you know, and I wish Shiloh the best. She's an amazing woman. She's very, very strong. Regardless of anything else, you know, I still really like and respect her. Another thing that probably caused it was the fact that people knew that I was talking to Shiloh.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't help. Any association of Onision, Chris Hansen tends to cause people problems.
Yeah, it creates a situation. And I haven't heard from her in a long time, and I'm sure it's just because she's busy, because fucking she's a recording artist. What time does she have for any of this?
Yeah, if any of the YouTube videos or anything like that, she has a lot going on constantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely I think getting moderated by deity is.
What about now, Bells? Are you and Shiloh like really super close now? Does she know that you've become really close to Real Stream News and Suit Yourself? You should tell her. She'd be so happy to hear that. Go and let her know that after you modded for Deity, that you decided to go hook up with the very people that said she was lying and attacked her over her trauma before they came after me over mine. Go let her know. She'll be real happy to hear it, I'm so sure. Us Canadians, we love getting attacked over our trauma.
Is what opened you up to all of this.
To an extent, yes. And also just me talking about too much of my personal shit. Boy, did I learn my lesson on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, never share your personal shit.
And I will.
Me.
I will go ahead and say now, I have to take some responsibility. If I hadn't been making the deity videos, you would never been dragged into it.
Skits, love. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I did something wrong. The shit that happened,
I mean, technically, it goes a bit deeper than that. How Bells of Nevermore or Heavy Down at the time got into this community is I mentioned her on a Holly Undead stream, and we reacted to her video freaking out. And Real Stream News watched that, and then that kind of set her on the path to being brought into the community up on his panel and everything. Just us reacting to her fucking rant about something. I think it was about the deity stuff, actually. It was that far back. One of the first times I had ever been on someone else's panel. Maybe the first time, actually.
You were trying to do the right thing. We were just working at odds with the same goal. You were trying to protect people. And I recognize that. And that's, I give you light.
It probably, like, what opened you up to the RSN Holly Undead stuff is we actually reacted to your scooter stuff on a live stream. And
Alrighty. So we've gone through a lot of Queen stuff here today already. I think our final closing one should be our old interview from, when was this? May 6th of 2020. Queen of Spade never really spoke out about what had happened outside of her own channel in one cohesive place. I offered her a platform, and she came on for an interview. And it was one of my earliest interviews. So it's a little rough. I'll admit. My Bells of Nevermore one was clearly superior. But I asked some good questions here. I actually watched this one back when preparing for my my stream with Emma because I'd forgotten so much of the history. So this is one of my source materials, my own video. And I've seen this referenced in that big expose on Queen before, some of my interviews. So it's nice to revisit them, especially with Queen, because things have changed so much out of her own mouth. So this is the OG. Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Bunny, Trisha, Kanish, our early comers. I'd like to welcome, I guess, Queen of Spade. The true
The whole
queen.
internet just fucking.
Yeah. So, let's get into it. Like, why did you start your channel in the first place?
I started my channel because I had done It Works in Sensi, and I wanted to get into anti-MLM.
What's up, Suit? Play my new Queen model. Where is that at? Where can I find that? I'll definitely play that. All right, here it is. I see it. Gotta kill time anyway for 13 hours. All right, I see it. Hold on. All right, you all can see that all right? All right, let's play it. It looks like a video game. I like it. Her animations are fluid. Ugh, she's gross looking though. She's so so decrepit and gangly, and then her hips are big. She does not look human. It might be an improvement to how she looks now, though. Like here in this interview, here, this is actually when she still looked somewhat healthy. Her face gets really gaunt later on. Her healthiest was still probably her channel intro. And then all the stress on the internet, like she said, it gave her gray hairs. It ruined her physically. I noticed that with a lot of these lolcows. The years wear on their bodies dramatically because they stress themselves out so much. Oh, you remodeled her based on feedback in 4K? Yeah, it looks really good.
I've been doing the advocacy online for a couple of years or so jumped into doing a channel. That was in October.
Now MLMs are like, how would you describe them? Like scam companies in a way?
Multi-level marketing companies. So like those pyramid scheme things that Karen's asking you to join on Facebook every day.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sure everyone probably has experienced that to some extent.
Probably.
Now,
Probably not as much as.
And yeah, here I'll go ahead as well, and go ahead and subscribe to Suit yourself if you haven't already. He makes a lot of good animations.
The girls on here though.
Oh yeah, yeah. But as you are making videos, like how long would you say you were doing the MLM content, like just unbothered?
Till the beginning of December.
All right. And like you were a growing channel at the time, what did you say?
Still
Yeah. Well, now, you said there was an incident where, like, all of a sudden your channel started getting a little bit of hate. Like, what happened there early on?
I did a stream on Twitch and I shared it to YouTube where I said that there was probably going to be no charges on Onision because of the Chris Hansen investigation, and that was December 4th. So I got some traction from that because I shared it on Twitter, and I had some of the anti-O people on Twitter, so they weren't happy with me.
Well, it's safe to say we're kind of vindicated on that opinion.
Yeah, and then I found a Loki.
Now you'll see like I said, it's one of my early interviews. I'm a little awkward here in the beginning, but once her and I find our groove, it was actually having some fun. I'm not gonna lie. I actually enjoyed interviewing her.
Right around, like, I had already kind of watched a few things of his without even really realizing. And then I started to watch him, like, more regularly because he at the time also didn't believe that there was going to be an FBI investigation.
Yes, I remember. I'm still a subscriber who can still watch him. Yes, he kind of called on early on. He was uncomfortable around Vincent Nicotra early on as well. Yes. Like, so what happened between you and Loki? Now, I missed that stream, so I've only seen clips.
I really don't know. I asked him a question, and he kind of, like, took it the wrong way, and then went on, like, a huge
what would you
rant.
ask him? Like,
Like,
did you
just went off.
Like, what was the question that, like, set him off?
He was watching some, like, oh, what day was it? It was the day that Chris Hansen was having someone on, and I don't remember who it was right now. A minute. Yeah, I don't remember who it was.
Wait. You
I
kind of
don't
robot
remember, but
Oh, suit. Here's the thing though. I'm secretly dating Queen of Karma, but it's all scripted as well.
yeah, he was doing a stream. Someone was going to be on Chris Hansen that night, and basically I just asked him, since he was watching some, like, old Onision debate. So I was like, how is this pertinent to tonight? Like, I thought I missed something.
Okay, I understand. And he took it the wrong way.
And he,
like,
like, somehow...
From the clips I've seen, he definitely was a little harsh. I think he has admitted that since then. I don't know if you two have apologized to each other or anything.
Nah, suit. She showed up at my house.
He
told me
I
to quit
tried
stalking.
to go into the Discord, but it was with Phoenix, so that was probably not the best decision in the entire world. And then it just didn't turn out very good. We ended up just kind of yelling at each other.
Yeah,
I tried to talk to him that night afterwards too, like, in the comments, but he was just adamant that he was.
She still talks about Amber Phoenix to this day, by the way, who actually is legitimately one of the people who are bothering her. But they were friends once upon a time, like everyone else Queen of Spade has issues with.
Right about what I was trying to say. And
yeah, I mean, it's a problem with, like, text things too. It can get taken out of context as well. You know, like, people take things the wrong way. I feel like there's a lot of, like,
well, it would have been fine, except then later on that night he did another stream. So he had found some, like, posts I made where I was getting mad at, like, the anti-O people. I made some, like, post where I was like, if you really care about Onision and his kids, then, like, maybe you should call CPS or something along those lines.
He had your thing up on a stream at one point. I was there.
The Adorkables. I was in the elevator. I orchestrated the whole thing.
For that one, yes.
Well, what happened is he kind of alluded that I was, like, running some CPS calling group on Onision. Then I had, like, a whole bunch of people just coming and being like, you're trying to wreck the Onision investigation and you're calling CPS. And
yeah, I definitely know that you had some people coming after you during that time. from the impression I got from that stream, I think that stream's gone now because people private their live streams for some reason. I think the impression I got anyway was that he was like going after you for like in a way encouraging people to call CPS. I think that's what he was trying to get at, which I don't think that posting that really encourages people too much because nobody really saw it. You know what I mean? It's not like it was getting mass shared. So
No, I just ended up with like hate from like I still have like Trash Human and like Bethany going off and like a few of the people from his community.
yeah, well,
They're like still on me today.
Did you accuse Trash Human of being took?
But then what happened is then later. I don't know. I've been told that it is, but then I've also been told it isn't.
They
I'm
are
sick
not
and
the same
tired of
people.
trying to
I
figure out
promise
who
you.
all these people are.
They're I promise you, they are not.
I
the
don't
same
know.
people.
That's what I mean. It was Phoenix that told me that's who she was. Phoenix was a
Trash Human was a Loki moderator who, after her and Loki started, or after Queen and Loki had their issues, Trash Human was one of the mods arguing with her on Twitter. Then she, Queen of Spade, started accusing Trash Human of being some other fucking content creator called Tush or Tushy or whatever their name is now. Someone who's connected to the RSN community. Like I said, even back then, she was nuts.
Goes by Trash Human. She's used that name. It was actually me and CJ that were like, I'm not sure about that. And Phoenix was like, no, I know this. And we were like, okay.
Okay. Well,
that's what happened with that. That's why I thought it was her. It was because of Phoenix.
Okay. That's interesting. I was very curious about that. Yes, there's a lot of misinformation and like confusion that goes around in the thing. I've noticed that.
Well, you have to understand that any information I got about anything that happened came from CJ and Phoenix.
All that misinformation came from there.
Pardon?
All of that misinformation came from there. Would you say? Like it was like that little sphere was spreading it?
Yeah.
So that
Phoenix
situation.
spreads a lot of misinformation.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. But all right. Now going on from that, from the Loki thing, you then I noticed around the same time period you managed to anger like what Repsion who like did the thing where they quote tweet you, so that way they can sick your fan base on you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Repsion had two issues with her. One that he probably was a minute thing that he forgot about, and the other is when he booted her from the Discord. Two separate interactions with Queen of Karma here.
Well, no, what happened after that is CJ got a hold of me, Urson got a hold of me, like, because of Loki picking on me. That's how we met. Because he came to me and he was like, I want to know what happened. Apparently Phoenix told him to. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know the story, but that's just what I'm told. And so then a little while after that, yeah, that was during Vince sharing the Crank Yankers joke. That's what that was. And Repsion went and supported his Crank Yankers joke. So I tweeted at him and I was like, yo, like, there's a lot of people mad about this right now. And there's a lot of shit going on with Vince with, like, doxing and shit behind the scenes. Like, and like, viewers getting doxed over this Antio stuff that you should look into.
Yeah, they were
And
kind
he
of
just
like
was like,
psychotic, the Antio community.
yeah, so Repsion just kind of like laughed and sent me back a Crank Yankers meme because he just was like, I don't give a fuck. And then I was like, your last video decade was a bullshit lie, because he had just done this video where he was all like, I love my fans so much and my viewers are so important to me. And I'm like, some of your viewers are getting doxxed. He's like, ha ha ha, Crank Yankers meme. I was like, the fuck is this?
Yeah, there's a certain Google Drive that you
So
can
then
get
he
access
shared
to.
that.
Repsion guilty of some doxing.
Him
in
and
his community
CJ
himself.
were getting into an argument too.
Interesting. Repsion and CJ? Interesting.
Yeah, so CJ came in to start arguing and be all like, yeah, she's right, blah, blah, blah. And so they were getting into some argument. So I think he, like, mixed me in with whatever was happening with them because I think they were arguing over a video or some shit. So he like retweeted me and said that I was getting mad at him for like not making a video or something. And I was like, that's not what we argued about. Like, what the fuck? And then he wouldn't change it and he wouldn't fix it. So I just got really mad at him.
Interesting. Well, what happened after that? Would you say, like in the next step of the internet harassment? Because I know it kept escalating from there, right? I know that Deity was coming after you at one point.
Yeah, well, like right before that, I had shared Regina's tweet about CJ, saying that he should be canceled because he was a predator, and I was like, no, we shouldn't do that. And like all this is happening like all in like December.
Yeah, I noticed it was all
So
in a
I
very
had
short
like a
time period.
mob of people also yelling at me about CJ then too. I of course got like Heartbeats Vanity. I'm pretty sure Tush showed up then. I had like Mass
Yeah,
Babe showed up.
like how many people would you say after you? Like because since your Twitter was like I think
the whole
it's very
group of people.
Oh yeah, Converse. We're going for 13 hours. Since Queen hates these 12-hour lives, we're gonna go for 13. We're so close now. I can't stop. I'm so invested. Oh, and you talked to Repsion too, Suit? Yeah, I used to be in his Discord. I left because he's got a lot of weirdos in there. Like fucking like beyond my kind of trolling. If you catch my drift.
Like the whole group of people that are in Suit's live streams all of a sudden now that hate CJ.
Okay.
Like Sir
Okay.
Reginald, Phoenix, No
Like-
Name, whatever their name is,
Like
Kaylee, Heartbeats
like
Vanity.
all of the big
Like I could go
anti-RSM
on,
people?
like
Would you say?
whole group of them. There's probably like 20 to 30 of them that dedicate their lives to it.
Well, I don't know about like people actively participating, but probably viewers, yes. Viewers, yes. I think so.
Yeah, no, they're all like viewers except for like Heartbeats Vanity, I guess, has a channel, and Mass Baby used to have a channel.
So Heartbeats Vanity is now known as like K Turtotties. I still watch them from time to time. Like they're another person that Queen of Karma, Queen of Spade refuses to let go and just move on from that drama. I don't think they even think about Queen anymore. Other than just to check up every once in a while like most people do. To see what she's up to.
People already now. But I think everyone else is a viewer, and they just sit on Twitter all day and YouTube all day and just yell at everyone.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I have one dedicated Twitter troll who responds to everything I write. I've asked him to marry me, but he rejected.
I had like 30. I had 30 of those, and then they made a subreddit of me.
I found the subreddit. Yes, beware Queen of Spade.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a dedication. I need to.
And she had a tiny channel too. I actually thought when I did this interview, I actually considered this to be like, what in the world? This is obsessive. Like, she was such a tiny channel, and she had a whole subreddit dedicated. Now I understand, but at the time I was just like, man, that's a bit much. A whole subreddit already, that was my thing. She's not even at 1,000 subs yet.
To hate subreddit of my own, I think. But well,
it is.
What happened?
It's a dedication to be stalked that hard and have every single thing you do on the internet and everything in your life from like age 19 to 33 get shared in a subreddit.
Oh, there's some people out there.
They've
I know
done
someone
some
who would very much
research.
agree with that. I know someone who would very much
Some
agree.
research, man.
Yes, it's some next level stalking, some interest, right?
Like they've dedicated from December till now to me, to just paying attention to my life.
Would you say that since you started YouTube, you've been like
honored.
targeted for harm in some way?
What?
Like since you started YouTube, you've been targeted by people for harm?
I just don't care anymore, so I just got fed up of everyone and just started telling everyone to get fucked.
I noticed that recently, but going on from that point,
That
like you
was
said, we're
the
still
real
in
tea.
December. Yeah, it's okay. Everyone
Yeah,
gets
that
their
was
limit.
December. And
Well,
then January
January.
came, and then that's when Phoenix got mad.
Yes, I remember some of that.
Well,
So,
everyone keeps saying that I got Phoenix kicked out of the RSN Discord. I've been seeing that in places, and I've had people come and ask me, like, why did you get Phoenix, like, just in the last, like, week or so, they're like, why did you get Phoenix kicked out of the RSN Discord? And I'm like, I didn't. Like, she did that to herself.
okay.
She made up a
And-
rumor right before, like, New Year's or something that CJ and I were sending pictures to each other, and went around and told a whole bunch of people and tried to, like, get creators to cover it, I guess, and all this. And I didn't know anything about it for, like, weeks. It was kept from me. Like CJ kept it from me, Marie kept it.
So that was a rumor at the time. That was just a complete fabrication at the time.
That was
So, you're right. It wasn't a rumor. My whole thing I was leading into this is, I think I brought this up earlier. At one point, Realstream brings her up on his panel to confirm that there's nothing going on between them. And the Queen's like, well, I'm married and everything else. What I'm leading into is the question to ask, were they together at that time? Was that whole thing, like him bringing up her up on the panel, a total lie to the internet? That's what I was getting to. Some leading questions, if you will.
the rumor at the time. And then what happened is Deity started doing streams, and he was talking about RSN's next Canadian victim. And I was like, who's your next Canadian victim, CJ? Like, who are they talking about? And then Holly did a stream, and she said it was Yap Yap. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then all of a sudden, like, people started asking me if I was sending nudes. And then Muse was up on a Deity stream saying, if Queen of Spade wants to get a hold of me as a victim, then she can come get a hold of me. And I was like, what is going on?
I'll ask her. I'll have to ask her.
So I went to CJ, and I was like, what's happening with all this? Like, what's going on? And he was like, okay, well, Phoenix made up this rumor, and, like, I'm dealing with it. And I'm not sure if that's when she was supposed to go to the Mayo Clinic, or if her and Sid Chasey Lane did the Discord and she was supposed to go to the Mayo Clinic, but there was something to do with a clinic and she was supposed to go. And I still didn't really know what was going on with anything. But then she was back in the Discord, and I was like, I need you to apologize to me for that rumor. I'm talking about the rumor. I don't know anything about the Discord. And she, like, flips out, and she's like, I'm not apologizing to you. Like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. So she got booted. And then afterwards, Marie sent me a DM on Twitter with a screenshot of a Discord with, like, all pictures of me and Ray Reynolds in it.
Yes, I remember that.
So it came out that I guess the two of them, like, right around New Year's or shortly after, had, like, created this Discord or something, and
yeah,
then they doxed his family in it.
Yeah, I do know there were some screenshots going around about that Discord.
Well, it was also because they took to Twitter very shortly after, and they actually started harassing him on Twitter, like, really hardcore. It got to the point where he actually had to put out, like, a tweet saying, do not talk to Sid Vicious and Amber Phoenix about me or, like, RSN, like, they're...
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, we're still in January. Like, what? As we go further in January, was there anything else, or?
Yeah, just since then, it's just been, like, constant calls. Pet CAS called on me. I had, like, a really hard time in my personal life throughout last year. And so I had some personal things going on, and everything got to me about the end of January. And my mental health was, like, failing in January. And I think the whole internet was watching that happen. Um, then I had like a suicidal ideation online that was leading me into an attempt, which was becoming very planned that day. So that ended up being a public thing, and Kaylee and Squiddy, whoever, and Valkyrie 420 decided to attack me during that with a bunch of screenshots of stuff that I had said in like some live stream. So
Okay. Okay. Well, chat, we will be taking questions at the end. Don't worry. Trying to keep a timeline in
so
order.
yeah.
But all right.
So yeah.
As we go a little further.
Oh, there we go. That was the issue. Okay. No, what I was saying was that you heard her husband laughing in the background. Okay. Keep an eye out for that, because you're going to see her mute her own mic and start getting mad at her husband at the same time as she's saying that she's going to be working things out in her marriage.
Into it. Like there's some like in those streams, those 12-hour streams, which I have watched, they level some heavy accusations your way.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy accusations. Now, I was hoping maybe you could give me anything.
I assume you can hear me now.
Things from your perspective, because I understand things can be taken out of context, maybe. So, like, it's from your perspective, some of these accusations, because they're saying, like, they probably should we start with an order of severity, probably. They're saying, number one, that you tried to blackmail someone with their nudes. Like, what's the story behind that?
I got kind of angry at G-Sniffs because when the drama between like Sue and RSN and I broke out, I had left Suit's Discord, and then they came into the RSN Discord and they were starting crap, and I went to her and I was like, can you delete their stuff? Like, they shouldn't be pulling it in this Discord. She said she had the ability to delete, and she was like, no, I just want to see where the drama goes. So I had actually kind of gotten like mad at her a couple times because she kept then trying to get involved in things, and I was just like, you wanted to see where the drama goes, like you should be happy with the show now, girl, like what's your problem? And so I lashed out on her because I had heard that mine were out. I had heard that there was some personal things being told about me that I had said in some conversations with him that like shouldn't get out. A lot of like backstabbing stuff that I was hearing about, a lot of lies about things that he had told me that I've been finding out aren't true. And so I got kind of pissed off, and I was like, you know what, fuck him and fuck his fucking nudes, like, because he likes the fucking revenge porn. I didn't mean it to be like, I'm gonna.
So yeah, she was threatening to revenge porn Real Stream News CJ and I was kind of trying to lead her into like saying what it was. I don't think I could never get her to admit it was a threat, even though it blatantly was. But I could lock her into some kind of an answer, which I don't know. Remember what I said? Something like, "Oh, were you being ironic?" I think that's what I said. Like, yeah, were you just being, dramatic and ironic? Pretty sure is what I went with.
Go off and share his news, but I could see why it was taken as that way. That was the end of it, though. The part.
Yes, Sue. That's the best part. Her husband's right off camera. You're gonna be able to hear him.
I don't understand is how it went from like that one message to me then apparently extorting him with them and telling him that he has to then go stop Suit from streaming. Because like I'm in a position right now where I was getting hate from Heavy Down and still am for not stopping Suit from doing the video on her. And she also blames me for CJ putting her suicide up on the screen. So she blames me for both these things. And there's a lot of other people out there that blame me for them too, with her. Like she has her own little community. Yeah. So I'm not going to then go to CJ and be like, you have to stop him from streaming about me now, or else I'm going to do this and that to you. Like, that wouldn't. So, like, I don't know why that was said. I don't know if maybe he just flipped out and wanted the drama to stop because he realized that him and I have all the same haters and they're all now in that chat. Okay. And I had tried to warn him of that, and he was like,
would you say,
no, you're just.
Did you say the comment was meant to be like a dramatic irony, not an actual threat?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like exactly like that.
Okay.
It was not supposed to.
Oh, I think I asked her how many were I think I asked her about if she uses voice to text in this interview, and then she gives me her number for how many words she can type. Yep. God, this is I forgot like how many core questions I was asking here. These are important to her character. This isn't. I don't think she mentions it on this stream, but in a different stream she did on her own. She mentions that she schedules her drama posts. She types them all up at once for her Facebook, and then schedules them out for the entire day. Because that's an extra level of psychotic.
To be a threat, because trust me, if I wanted to threaten that, I would have legit been like, I'm gonna be posting them all over the place, brah! Like, come on now.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there's, like I said, you actually mentioned the second accusation. Apparently, you've leaked 2 people's suicide attempts. These are 2 accusations now. One of them is that you leaked the Heavy Down one, which you just touched on, and the second one was apparently Suit mentioned something about how he had a suicide, and you in one of the DMs you accidentally leaked that. I would have censored that part out personal.
Yeah, I probably would have too if he hadn't done a bunch of live streams resulting in a lot of CAS calls to my house.
Well, how would you say your docs get out there? Because I'll be honest, I was only somewhat paying attention as I noticed your docs was already up there. You know what I mean? Like you had it as your name, I think.
What do you mean?
Her name on Twitter was @Elizabeth Gibbons. It was even that in several of the screenshots that's been in this stream. Her information was out there by her.
On your Twitter,
my name.
On your Twitter account at one point, I think it had a thing that connected to your name, like really early.
Yeah, my Instagram's in my name. That's not what was doxed about me, but my maiden name was doxed out. Which would never.
She alternates between CPS or CAS. Maybe she's just using them interchangeably because a lot of people just do that on the internet. But yes, I do notice that. Even now, she still does that.
Have been connected to anything, and I know who did that, and that person has since apologized.
Suit, I have her maiden name in one of my streams apparently, and she flipped out on me about it. I don't even remember what it was. I even censored it in that stream. And then I think Brain in a Jar Wizard at the time verbally said it on the stream accidentally. But either way, if someone's name and shit's already out there and you've already been posting police reports with your name, your address, and your phone number, who cares about your maiden name, dude? That shit's so easy to find with everything else you've just given people on your own.
To me for anything that they've done.
She used me trying to be nice and about it as evidence against me, because that's what Queen does. Used evidence of me censoring it so that way she couldn't accuse me of doxing her, of evidence that I was intentionally doxing her.
And to me,
all right,
as of like 2 days ago, so I don't really want to talk too much on that. But yeah, no, I had fine. That dox. I had like my.
And also, what Queen fails to mention is the fact that she was suicide baiting, using her child to suicide bait. There was no way in the world people were going to be able to watch that go down and not call. She doesn't bring up her role in all this. She just says, oh, well, he did streams about me and it led to CAS calls. He just glosses over the details.
My street doxed out, so people already knew what street I was on. And I had, like, my live journal from when I was 19 posted up. I had all kinds of stuff posted up about me. That's where the drug accusations come from, is my live journal when I was 19, because I'm sure we're going to get there soon.
Yeah. Okay. We actually have a question from the chat that's relevant because you mentioned it. What you meant by Arthur wanting you to be nice to Heavy Down? This is an interesting.
Yeah, so as everybody is probably aware, Heavy Down was not very liked in that community. She had, well, yeah. So she had that stream with Deity where she came on and she was like going on and on about being in the Navy, and like everyone hated it. Like everyone was like, stop bringing it up. And she interrupted a lot. And then she had said some things about Holly. And as you know, Holly's very well loved in that community as well. So like nobody liked her. CJ was bringing her on. She came on the first time and I had gone off on her like about Holly stuff, about I was a bitch. And so were a lot of us. And she wanted to come on the second stream with him, and apparently she had said something to him like, I'm not going to come on if Queen is like a bitch to me again. So he had come and spoken to me and was like, can you please be nice to her so that she'll come on the stream? And so I was like, okay, like I can be civil. I'm a grown up. I'll do that. So I was.
Again, this was just probably because Heavy Down / Bells of Nevermore. I know I'm dead naming them. Because of them coming onto the scene, he was trying to be like a good community leader and say, hey, you know, this person's going to be part of this. If you have a problem with it, you got to be respectful to them. He was actually in the right here, pulling her aside and telling her, you know, look, if you want to be part of this community, you have to respect other people in the community. So yeah, this seems reasonable to me.
Doing that, and I know there was a few other people that I even went to that were kind of being rude to her, and I was like, listen, like I have to be nice to her, like so I have to be nice to her. Can you just be nice to her? And then she kind of won over some of them, like, you know, some of them ended up not minding her. I know her and Kanish like made up.
She's a very sweet person sometimes.
Yeah, so it ended up like being all right, and I was just like, okay, well, whatever, it's working out better than we thought. And then, you know, Suit was there and we saw how that went.
Yeah, I don't know about necessarily stolen valor, but some of that other stuff that just Heavy Down said herself was frankly disturbing.
Well, there was a stream that
even then, I wasn't too sure about stolen valor. Again, I'm pretty consistent with my opinions if you start going through my content. You know, the truth doesn't change and it's pretty easy to remember.
She came on with CJ and I where she kind of like outed that she had an experience with her teacher when she was underage.
Oh, the Egyptology professor. Yes, I remember
and
that
he
story.
might have like had other, and like it wasn't that worrisome like we were all kind of creeped out, but then the part that I think worried most people was when she had mentioned that like someone asked, do you think that he would have had other victims, and she was like, oh yeah, he probably had all kinds of victims. And then everyone was like, well,
Yeah,
whoa, girl.
definitely not something
There was
you're gonna be
that.
saying on a live stream. Yeah.
There's
Well,
suicide baiting going on. I heard that it happened again. I kind of missed that. And then,
yeah.
yeah.
That's one of the accusations against you. You've been accused multiple times, apparently, of suicide baiting. What is
Accused of suicide baiting. So, what do you think her answer is going to be to this? After everything else we've just shown on this stream already. It's got a whole section in her expose video. Suicide baiting.
what is your opinion? Yeah, multiple people have accused other people of suicide baiting in this community, apparently. Like,
The suicide baiting.
Look at her fucking incredulous face. Like, how dare you ask me about that?
It comes from Kaylee, because she doesn't want to admit that I was already in a bad mental state when she started bombarding me with all these live stream screenshots, and I was telling her to like leave me alone the whole time, telling her I'm not in a good place, go away, I don't want to answer for stuff I've said on a live stream right now, like what are you doing? So she's
was
told
Callie, like, your
everyone
friend before all
that
this?
I just my thing that night because of her coming at me. So she says that I suicide baited her, and that's my apparent suicide bait.
Okay. Was this like, were you two friends at the time, or?
Well, the thing with Kaylee is Kaylee came to me in like December. She wanted to talk to me about CJ because she does this with everyone she can. She will find you if you're in his community and she thinks you're getting close.
She was also talking about her child and autism, and now Queen herself is claiming autism, by the way. Just want to throw that in there. These days, Queen also says she has autism, along with her child.
She'll find you. She'll message you. She'll try to tell you about the Harvard chickie. She claims to be best friends with Harvard chickie.
No.
And so she'll come and tell you all about that and tell you all about how awful CJ is and you need to get away from him. And her and I had kind of like gotten along because I guess her mom does MLMs, so she liked the anti-MLM stuff. And so we made it.
He's speaking about the Adorables, I believe.
We made a deal that, yeah, and we made a deal that she just like wouldn't bug me about the CJ stuff because eventually I was just like, listen, like I'm not gonna come onto your side. I'm not gonna like leave the community. I'm not gonna hate on CJ. Like it's not gonna happen. So like you either have to stop with it or else I'm gonna have to stop talking to you. And she was like, okay, I'll back off. But then end of January came and she used to kind of like try to slip it in every once in a while here and there, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it just
I mean,
freaked me out too because I was like, why are you like watching me on live streams, like SSing everything I'm saying?
yeah, there are some people out there that are very obsessed with doing that. Very obsessed.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand that like behavior.
Personally, I do not post in public discords. I barely ever text chat with people for the most part. That's because people, you know, they do things like that. They leak things. Well, everyone does it.
Yeah,
it's very dangerous.
apparently.
Yeah, like Queen here. Like Queen. She will crop shit out to make you look psychotic. She'll threaten you with all this shit, and then if you threaten her back, she'll crop the part where she threatened you just to make it look like, oh my god, they're threatening me, they're calling CAS on me, digging into my sexual assault.
I mean, what would you say? Would you say that, would you ever leak things first, or would you have so many of your things leaked they just broke you? What would you say?
Hello, Moon. Welcome in. Welcome to the 13-hour Queen stream.
What do you mean? They leaked my stuff and then I just went, I'll talk about it.
Okay. Okay, I was just curious who did the first.
I had brought
first
up
leak.
on my channel that I had CPTSD just because it pertained to my whole why I left It Work story. Like it was a piece of information that you kind of have to know in order to fully understand why I left the company. So I just kind of briefly mentioned it, but it wasn't like I ever told my stories or like why I had it or ever went into detail with it until people started digging up things about me and then asking me about them and trying to figure out my mental health and blah, blah, blah.
No, they were digging up all sorts of things on you. Apparently, they dug up like this is a touchy subject. They dug up the amount of the assaults in your area on like the date you said of your case or whatever. I mean, that's weird stuff to be digging up on people.
You can't do that.
I saw that in one of the live streams with them. Like, it's one of the
Yeah,
things they were talking about.
here in Canada, those aren't public records. It's different than in the US. So there would be no way to be able to, unless they hacked into the Ottawa police station records to pull.
my face. They hacked into the police station. Oh my god. They're hacking into everything.
That
I don't
information.
know what resources they have at their disposal. They could do it.
I
don't know what resources they have at their disposal. They can do it.
Sexual assault did happen. It was a lot more serious than what is portrayed. Unfortunately,
Yes, we did hack. Yes, we did hack into the Ottawa police station, but it was all scripted. They were in on it.
I did a radio interview about it for CBC. However, even in that radio, I couldn't tell the full story.
You said there's like laws in your country that don't allow you to do that.
Well, right now, yes, I have a publication ban. So what happens here is when you have like a sexual assault case, let's say, they give you a publication ban. So in order for me to talk publicly about it, I would have to go to court and apply to have the ban removed.
What she did try to do, she tried to have her publication ban removed so she could have her name published and everything because of the mentally handicapped guy grabbed her ass in the elevator. Me and Emma went over this whole thing that she's about to get into.
I actually tried to do that before my interview that I did with CBC, but they denied me. They said, no, we don't think that you should lift the ban until the court case is done. Once all that's done, then I am free to discuss it. So even for my radio interview, they had to do it anonymously. Like they had to take pictures of me like not showing my face and all that kind of stuff. And the only reason why you would know it's me is because I had some people in my area recognize my voice because I volunteer a lot here at my daughter's school. I like showed up to her school like a day or two later, and one of the teachers came up to me and was like, I'm really sorry, but I have to ask you, like, did you do a CBC interview the other day? I recognized your voice. And I was like, yeah, I just got one of those voices, eh? Like, you'll recognize it.
Awkward station, huh?
Luckily, like I said, because
Sue yourself and the Wizard of the Valkyrie. Yeah, it's pretty goddamn recognizable. I imagine the police are very familiar with it, with how much you call on us.
Because of the publication ban, I couldn't go into details.
Yeah.
So it's not like a detailed interview. It's just very. I gave the information I could, but that's what I mean. I even had to withhold some things from that because if I said something wrong in that, and they even talked to me about it before, because the girl before the interview, of course, she's going to be like, we're doing the interview on some sensitive topics, but we have to be careful on some of the things we touch on, because if you say one thing here that's different from your testimony that you gave to the police, because I did a written testimony and they had.
Oh my god, guys. Could you imagine if Queen ever contradicted herself? Wow. I mean, could you imagine her up on the stand?
Have also video footage of my apartment and stuff. So it's like, if it's different, they can then use the radio against me in my court case. So she's like, we try not to ask too much detail. We're probably not going to ask for like the details fully of what happened because we don't want you to have to go into all that. But it was mainly about his release because he got released back into my apartment building. He ended up actually residing
on Halloween Day, your favorite day of the year. Womp womp womp. Again, it was a day later, by the way, and she was late, and she tries to claim that she was brutally beaten. It was an attempted rape. Impossible.
Here.
I remember seeing something about that. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't know until he was at court. Because he came in from outside and like followed me into my building, so I didn't realize that he lived here until like he did his bail and everything, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, by the way, he lives in your building."
Okay. Now, so basically, the main point is that the records in your country are very much so sealed. Like, there's no way to access any of that stuff legally for them to make that claim.
No, like what they
Legal,
could
okay.
do, like, is they could try to look up maybe some of the news stories that came out that day, or like shortly
Or like the interview you did.
after, but I don't know.
But yeah, they could cross-reference that maybe, but
like I said, the only news source that I would be aware of would be the radio interview I did. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to cover it in a story. I live in Ottawa. It's a huge city. We have shootings here, stabbings every day, a lot of like rapes and very serious gang crimes and stuff. And so I don't want to sound cruel when I say this, but a sexual assault won't make it in my newspaper anyway, unless it's a very big, violent.
Oh,
did you hear that? She's admitting it wasn't a big and violent thing. At this point, it's still a butt grab in an elevator. Holy shit. Out of her own goddamn mouth.
Thing.
Interesting. You can search people with the police here in Canada. Is that true?
You could probably apply to like get their records, but the only way that you would be able to do that is if they knew the name of my perp, which they might know now. I mean, I did show my, because everyone's like, why do you have the bail papers? And I'm like, they send me the bail papers that he gets released out, so that if he breaks his bail, I have the rules. What do you mean?
Moon, that article is the interview she did. It's supposed to be an anonymous interview, but she has the exact same hairstyle she has right now in our interview, and her silhouette's clearly her. That's what me and Emma covered, is her interview. And yeah, like, not a violent thing, but you supposedly had bruises. Yeah, we just heard her do that fucking big speech against Deanna. I looked worse coming out of the elevator earlier in the stream. And yep, she went out of her way to get an article done, then wanted the publication ban removed so she could put her name on it and get even more attention. And here she is in her own mouth saying it's just a butt grab. It was nothing serious. It would never have made the papers.
Me.
Okay. Well, good. I mean, at least we got that part cleared up.
So like that's why I have that. It's because, and do you know what? They didn't send that to me for a month, and this guy got released on Halloween, and I was pissed about it.
That's creepy timing.
Gets released back into my apartment building on fucking Halloween, and they're like, oh, and he's not supposed to be outside. I'm like, everyone's in fucking costume. How would I know this motherfucker's even outside right now? Like, worst day ever to release someone back into the public from jail is Halloween.
Oof. Yeah. Now, what about the specific heavy down situation? Like, apparently, like I said, that's one of the things with leaking suicides. Like, she's made very heavy accusations against you. as far as that goes. Like, what is the backstory to that? Because I understand that you said that you weren't.
See, about 30 minutes and we're in a flow. It was a little awkward there in the beginning. Like I said, I'm a young interviewer. But we're getting better.
Too sure on Heavy down at first.
Well, no, I didn't like her because of the things, like the way she acted on that stream, and then the things she said about Holly, and the fact that she was like, I don't like Deity, and she was Deity's mod, so I just didn't like her. But then, like I said, after she was in, like, she kind of grew on me a little bit. I was like, okay, like, I can deal with her. Like, it's not a big issue. But
she just said that she never liked Bells in the other stream we just did. But now it's like, oh, well, now she grew on me. She's definitely, for this big interview, trying to come off as very likable.
Suit questioned her stolen valor, and I was like, I don't know. Like, it could be. She does talk about it a lot. Like, the first stream, she drove everyone nuts. I don't know.
I'm still not too sure on it either. It's still an iffy, like, what the definition of stolen valor would be, because I don't know.
Well, see, the thing is that what happened was her and Suit got into their argument. She was already in my inbox all the time because she had decided that me, her, and CJ were like best friends. So she was like always in my inbox and always in my inbox about CJ all the time. And then when her and Suit got into the fight and she left the Discord, I had her in my inbox going off about Sue, and then I had Suit in my inbox all like, what the hell's up with this SJW bitch? Like, and so what happened was I'm trying to like calm her down in some way, because I'm like, it really wasn't that bad. Like, he just questioned a spelling error in your book, like, kind of wigged out a little bit there.
And then she like left the Discord after the 165.
But then she was like
comment.
making such a huge deal of it afterwards too. Like, it was this awful thing, and she couldn't believe that CJ would allow someone like him in the community to treat her that badly, and CJ's supposed to be her friend, and like just like going off.
Yeah, and would you who have you ever made the accusation of suicide baiting, or like was that other people?
Well, what happened was she told me.
Oh, well, thank you for the cake. And no, that's my favorite part. We've seen two different sides of her already in this stream. One where she's like going on about body shaming and playing the fucking SJW card, and then when she's going after a black dude and she wants to drop the N-bomb on him and shit, then it's all like, oh, you're just being SJWs. I'm Canadian and I'm not offended. She has no real beliefs. She will say whatever to make herself sound more appealing at the time.
That she was committing suicide and she went off the internet for half an hour, and I kind of like freaked out because I'm writing her and she's not responding. And what happened is she told me she wanted to commit suicide. I kind of talked her down. And then she was just like, fuck this, I'm gonna go do it right now, and then like disappeared. So I was like, oh my god, she just said she was gonna go do it right now. So I message her and I'm like, stop, like, come back here, I need you to answer me. And I'm trying to message and trying to message. She didn't answer me back for a little while. I'm freaking out. So I was like, she had a Discord. It only had like 10 people in it, maybe. And it was hers. It wasn't CJ's Discord. It was her Discord. And I would have considered it even to be a private Discord. She had made it pretty apparent when she created it that she only wanted people that she trusted in there, and that it was supposed to be kind of like a private Discord for her.
Yeah, she kicked all my spies out, so yeah, it's pretty secure over there.
Well, yeah, and at that time, like, I don't know if it's the same one or not, but there was literally only 10 of us in there, if that. Like, at the most, there was 10 of us in there, including her, kind of thing. And so it was really just the people that she felt like she could trust, and she did feel like it was private. CJ has an issue with thinking that all Discords are public. So if CJ's in your Discord, everything that ever gets put in that Discord is fair game for him to use. Which has been like kind of a thing. So he had been getting mad at me for posting in his Discord sometimes because I became private. because him and I were doing a thing. So I became private. I was no longer supposed to be posting in the Discord. So I went and I posted in that Discord. I never thought that CJ would share it. He had made a deal with me that he would never ever use anything that I said or anything I did as content or ever put it up on his screen. That was like a personal, private deal him and I had made. He even said we'd never talk about each other if we ever got into a fight.
Well, Paris loves dolls. You could think of it like this: if you drop Queen of Spade in a Nazi rally, she will support Hitler. If you drop Queen of Spade in a pride parade, she will be the biggest SJW she could possibly be. Okay, but at the same time, if Winston Churchill went on RSN's panel, she'd start simping for Hitler. That's Queen of Spade in a nutshell for how she will behave towards you.
Anything ever happened, never talk about each other, never use each other. It was a promise that we had made like a little while ago.
Similar promise.
So I never thought that he would take that and then go live stream within minutes of me posting it in there. And I was really pissed because I was like, I have a whole subreddit of people that are already talking about me and suicide baiting, already accusing me of telling people to go kill themselves. Now you've gone and done this live stream where you take this message of me talking to Heavy Down about suicide. She's going to be in my subreddit tomorrow. Like, this is going to cause a bunch of shit for me. And he was like, no, it's not. Like, you're being stupid. You know that it's public. You know everything posted in a general Discord is public. And I was like,
yeah.
That interview would just be her screaming about me the whole time.
Here's the thing, okay? Me and Heavy Down were cool.
It's funny. I went on to interview her. And guess what it was? She got loud with you, Queen, after you told her to off herself.
She had done three separate apologies for some reason. I need 3. That was fine.
I remember that, yes.
I don't need a 4th one. Okay. I might need a 4th one now. What she was doing, apparently, she was watching Suit's stream, basically. And I posted something about how I thought people false flagging things was dumb. It's not cool to do. Okay. And apparently, then minutes after that, I was getting messages saying, like, I trusted you. And like, just weird shit flipping out on me. I was like, okay, whatever. I don't know.
No false flagging, because she false flagged me too, and I'm pretty sure that she false flagged Sue, because I just had someone message me and tell me that apparently he can't stream on his main channel anymore, so he was streaming on another channel, and apparently I'm being blamed for this for some reason, and I'm really pissed off because they already tried to bait me with Joyce to see if I would flag him. So, and I was like, no, don't flag. I'm against flagging. I've had other people come to me and be like, I want to flag Suit's videos down because I find them really mean about you. And I've been like, don't do that, because he's just going to blame me. And then he's going to do a stream where he talks about how I'm false flagging him.
Interesting.
That's so funny because she's false flag and false struck people now. I don't think she had at that point. At least not the way she has now. Now she admits to doing it.
So
or
is it
I'm going to get false flagged by like Kaylee, Valkyrie,
is there like
Phoenix.
an additional letter at the end of it on their username? Is that Joyce K individual?
Yeah.
Interesting. They were also publicly, while I had spies and everything watching, trying to get people to bait me. It was interesting.
Oh.
They're an interesting individual. Apparently, they just go around causing chaos. Anyway, don't worry, chat. We will soon be taking questions. I think we're just got to cover a few more things, and then I will open up to you people. All right, we good?
Yep.
All right.
Hello, Curse Mama. Welcome to the 13-hour Queen stream from hell.
Let's see. I think in terms of severity, the next accusation, they say you're a chronic DM leaker. That you like, if you send you a private message, everyone's gonna see it.
No.
No, you don't do that.
No, I leaked Heavy Down's DMs because she said that I like gassed her up about the suicide.
Okay.
And she also made some accusation that I was coming to her with private stuff. So yeah, that's why.
Right.
Hey, listen, look what she does here. This is the part I was talking about earlier, where she mutes her mic to talk to her husband being obnoxious in the background. Let me go back so you can read her lips. She's gonna say that, oh yeah, her and her husband are working things out right now. It doesn't sound too good.
So yeah, that's why.
Right.
She either says, "Can you please fuck off," or "Can you please knock it off?" I can't quite make it out which one, but either way, she is like frustrated. Like, she's clearly trying to do an interview. She's taking it seriously. I'll give her that. She's loving the attention, loving me asking all about her victim status, and he's over there going, "Ugh."
So yeah,
Right.
that was why.
Well, you said there was like someone else who, like, I know you leaked some, like, was it Suits DMs as well? Like there was a few other people you
Yeah,
leaked.
I leaked CJ's DMs and
I know
Sue's
you
DMs.
said, yeah. Are there any others you can think of? Like, if you had like reasons, like you said that they leaked yours first, correct? Is that what you're saying at one point?
No, I leaked CJ's because he was making a lot of real false claims about me. And Suits was just to kind of explain why I didn't let him be there for me, I guess, in a weird way, because Suit used to get kind of upset with me when he couldn't make things better with me, if that makes sense.
Okay. And
probably because he was trying to reason with you, and you were looking at the reason and the logic, and then just going, no, I don't accept that. I'm gonna make up all these other things and accuse you of being with all these other people that he's never met. That might be a part of it. He might have been thinking that he could still get through to you.
What do you mean? Like, he would get upset with you? Like,
he always wanted to fix things.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So when you started, as you started to, like I said, all these controversies started to begin. You had all these people who don't.
Oh, Sue, her big thing has always been that you wanted her. All these male creators want her sexually, and then they all have her nudes somehow too. They all have her nudes, and they're threatening her with them. Again, I don't have them. I don't want them. The way they've been described by Real Stream News is enough. I'll use my imagination. I'm good. I don't need the gaper staring at me.
Don't even have YouTube channels, like I said, coming after you, but they're still, like, you just say they're prominent members in the community, where they're respected.
Well, they're well known in the community, and a lot of them are well known for doing really serious stuff to people. Like Kaylee in Reality Check, or they doxed Joyce Sparkle's boyfriend. And there's a lot of them are known for doing some really cruel, mean things to a lot of people. So a lot of people won't speak out about them.
RSN made some very heavy accusations that Adorkables, that the Kaylee individual was there just to record things to get him arrested. I was like, Jesus, this person sounds hardcore.
That was I know that what that might have been was Chasey had obtained a recording of a conversation that he, like, RSN and I had in private about Harvard Chickie. It's up on the Sid Vicious channel, and yes, they took that conversation and they did bring it to the court, and he did get in trouble for talking to me about Harvard Chickie in a private voice chat conversation that was just supposed to be between us two. But I guess you could say we were illegally recorded. But then people don't care about that, because then they just turn around and they say, Well, he legally records people without forgetting, like, I've never legally recorded anyone. Do we care? Anyone? I don't.
Yeah, look, at this point, Adorables, I didn't even really know much about Joy Sparkles. I still don't. I've only watched a little bit of Joy Sparkles ever. I do know that she denies telling you to drink bleach like Joy Sparkles told you to. The I'm sort of kind of bored video showed a screenshot, and then I pulled my own screenshot out from my own comment section, her adding you and saying it. And here, since you're here, we can pull it back up again. Like, she denies doing it, but she's actually done it more than once. Charges laid today. Told you not to contact me. Police are being called now. My husband is done with your shit too. Done. And if you drank the bleach like Joy Sparkles told you to, so many women would not be a victim of your psycho arson obsessed stalking. It's sick how obsessed you are and how you attack women over it. Seriously, you know how many people you've hurt over him? Amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. Let's get back to the interview with Doom.
Do that. I got legally recorded.
I think if you're on the internet, you have to assume that unless you truly trust a person, everything you say is being recorded or is going to be reposted somewhere else. That's the
Yeah,
advice
well,
I would give.
Kaylee did that to herself, though. She very openly bragged on Twitter that she was the one that ensured to take that conversation and get it to Harvard and ensure that it was brought to the courts.
Oh, that is.
She's very involved in trying to hurt him and anyone that is connected to him, hence why she likes me so much.
Interesting. I don't know. Like,
that's all true. The only thing that frustrates me is it's like, they'll be like, oh, she's a psycho because she says these things are happening to her. And then he'll turn around and do a live stream with Holly where they'll both be like, oh, but we're going through all of these things with all the same people. It's just Queen's lying about it.
Okay. Now here's another accusation. Now this one is one that I have evidence for. Actually, you even said it, you have spies. Is it true you have a spy network of your own? I have one.
I don't even need to set any up. They just do it for free for me. Like,
yeah,
I know, it's great. Yeah.
So she actually has a shit ton of sock accounts. Her and her husband both. That's where they get their info from.
Yeah, they just send me stuff all the time. Yeah,
right.
I just chill here.
That's a good accusation to have against you, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, a queen should
have to do
spies.
anything. I even had one of my real life friends end up in my subreddit to poke around and spy for me, and I never even had to ask for that either. It just kind of happened. I was like, cool.
Oh, I was poking around in the subreddit a little bit before this interview to see if anything new had posted. There was a nice video. Would you like to watch it? It's just a short little music video, actually.
Is it a music video?
It's kind of like it's one of those things with all these screenshots or whatever, but it's to music. It's the "You're a Cunt" song, apparently.
Oh, so they took it from Stu. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to watch it?
And is it all mine? Is it all mine? Is it
all
me yelling at everyone?
It's you yelling at everyone. Yes, these giant walls of text, which are just.
Because I think what they did too is
Yes, I called her out for the walls of text to her face. And I'm going to ask her questions about it because I think that's an important part of the Queen of Spade lore. Does she use voice to text? Does she type all this shit out? I was curious, so I asked.
I know that I did flip out the Night of the Heavy Down in RSN server, so I think they took those, and then they tried to say that was my flip out in the Suit server.
Okay, but you have a lot of you are very good at typing. I mean, you could out type the best of us because
yeah, I
you
can type 210 words per minute.
I believe it. I mean, I've seen you type out some serious stuff quickly in these things.
Yeah,
that's impressive. You're one of the reasons I will never win an argument in like a text message because people can just out out text me. I'm like, I can't keep up with that. But yes, I suspected you were good at typing because of the way you can. Because people were like another accusation against you that you had like some voice to text program. I was like, nah, there's no way.
No, I type.
Okay. Well, does the chat have any questions? I know the chat's been dying to ask. Yes, I'm talking about the Valkyrie video. Yes. That was
Oh,
posted.
Valkyrie's my stalker. Valkyrie came at me about a masked
you're
babe.
a dedicated stalker.
Yes, Valkyrie made her whole Twitter about me. One of the people that opened the subreddit became very obsessed with me because I was trying to bait Masked Babe and accuse her of the Amanda Todd stuff. And Valkyrie decided that she wanted to stick up for Masked Babe. And she's been going at me ever since, demanding evidence. And then just chasing me around the internet. She'll rate everyone that talked to me. And yeah.
Iris, your question about the nudes has already been answered. I believe the conclusion we came to from her perspective, it was not meant as a threat. It was to be a dramatic irony. That got right. Would you say it was? Would you say you claim it's taken out of context and everything?
Well, and I also don't have any clue where like the extortion stuff came from, because I did hear that CJ came up on a stream and said that I actually extorted him for his.
Oh shit! So if I want it to be viewable later, it has to be 12 hours. Fuck. Well, that sucks. I guess I will probably end it at 12 hours then. Because I do want this to be viewable later. Because I debunk her video in this. And I really don't want to go through that again.
Notes and told him like, if you don't stop Stu from streaming, I'm going to. And that never happened. I have no clue what anyone's talking like. Why that was said.
From my perspective, that as it's been told to me, is just wild. It's an absolutely wild story. Is that basically? Now this is the order of events as it's been told to me. You had the quote unquote blackmailing incident, then that caused CJ to lose his mind, going onto that stream, starting to say that, oh, you didn't really make $500 in a stream, and it's basically.
Yeah, it's good. It's good they said that. I had thought before I had seen longer live streams. I always thought the limit was 24 hours, right? Like I thought that was what you had issues with. Like the one stream that was over 24 hours got completely eaten.
Basically making a fool out of himself on.
So I might go ahead and just break it into 2 parts for that extra hour. Yeah, definitely a good idea.
Suit's live stream, calling him a liar, and Suit basically threw it back in his face because he was acting like an asshole. And those two had their falling out from that incident. Okay, but the impetus from that they're claiming is because you were allegedly blackmailing, and that's why he went in there and did that. Well, I don't know. Maybe he took what you said, like I said, took the dramatic irony out of context and then lost his mind. Would you say? Because didn't someone run it off to him? Maybe.
Well, it would have been G-Sniffs doing that message. But there was no extortion or anything. I got rid of everything that I had on him. Everything's deleted.
Okay.
I don't have anything. So that wouldn't have been able to happen anyway. I've deleted conversations and everything. My husband and I are working things out, so I don't want anything to do with his conversation being in my inbox, so I wouldn't have kept it.
Well, since you have like insight into his character, like what do you think was the reason he went in there and flipped out on that live stream the way he did?
I don't really. I honestly I don't know, because as far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't have cared about me being streamed about. So I think he just was. I think he might have been flipping out over who was in the chat.
Yeah, there was some of that as well. Definitely.
Because like that's the only thing I can think of, because there's wouldn't have cared I was being streamed about.
Okay. Well, what is your current opinion? Because I've seen like some back and forth. Like, what is your current opinion of real stream news currently? Like, what are your thoughts on it? I know you just did a stream about you.
I just recently found out that there was a lot of lies anyway, in terms of involvement with his child. Things that were said about me behind my back the whole time anyway. So my opinion is that he is a liar and a manipulator, and he likes to gas girls up to stick up for him and use them in any way he can. And then when he's done with them, then he discards them like garbage and then tells everybody that they're insane. And it's happened over and over and over again. And it happens, and he gets away with it because most of us, like myself and Raina and Phoenix and Tush and Heartbeats Vanity, have anxiety or some kind of mental health disorder or some rumor about us or something going on at the time.
And beef with each other as well, right? You're divided and conquered. So
I think they're all together and I'm over here because I don't want any part in anything any of those people are doing and never have.
Okay.
I just only get insulted now when I get grouped in with those people because I'm also fighting those people. So I'm like, what? I'm not like these people. I'm telling them to go away. What do you mean?
Someone is asking about the timeline a little bit. Like, had you already ended the affair?
It was would have been around second live stream.
I want to say that, yeah, she really does seem very heartbroken. This is very recent. This wasn't too long after their breakup.
Excellent.
So we were still during the first 2 live streams, and he recently said he found the first 3 funny. So just take what you will from that. Just keep that in mind. I found that interesting.
All right.
The other thing is, like, they both knew that, like, who Kaylee was and that she was coming back. She was bragging all over Twitter about using Reality Check to, like, get Suit to deep dive into him and stuff. And I sent it to them. So I don't know if Suit's, like, doing it on purpose now or I don't know.
I think they're doing it because they can poke and prod you and get a funny reaction for themselves. Closed in and reserved would probably be more of a protective type thing. That's what I try to do.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people on YouTube that have a similar issue where, like, if you expose yourself, it kind of leaves you vulnerable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about personal things. You know, you've aired a lot of personal things, you know, on the internet that has been used against you and things like that. Would you say?
More like they got exposed, so then I brought them up to tell the real story because people like to expose things about me and tell it in a fake way, like with my sexual assault. So they'll dig at me like that. They'll be like, oh, it's just an ass grab, it's just an ass grab, and they'll spread it all around. And then eventually I feel the need to come out and explain to everyone what the actual story is. And that's kind of what's been happening.
Yeah.
But I never came out here to be like, I'm going to start talking about all of the personal things to do with myself. And
would you say they just eventually they just found where it all began anyway? They immediately just found these things. Okay. And then would you say they've compelled you to bring it up? You weren't talking about anything personal before that?
No, like I said, the only thing that I'd really mentioned that was super personal about myself was that I had CPTSD, but it was just kind of mentioned, because I was telling my It Work story, and it has to do with me leaving because of a medication they were trying to get people with that to replace. So I just mentioned I had it, and that's why I knew it was bad to like use a product to replace your medication for it, was because I suffered from it. And then that was the end. And that's really all I said about it. Never went into detail about it or anything like that until I just recently did a video on it, where then I finally touched on it, because then I have people doing live streams claiming that I have it because of my last assault, or I have it because my husband's apparently abusive now as well.
Is that a new one? Is that a new one they're leveling?
I don't know. I've had a couple of people now ask me about that, so I don't.
You got to be careful, because sometimes people ask you if like certain allegations are true that don't exist. They will just create things and then send it to you. I've had a few of those myself.
Well, apparently I've had some of that happening, because I don't know what's going on with like the wizard and like accusations to do with that. But I had somebody come and tell me that they were going to use me in some way and Kaylee's voice in order.
Wow, God, all this crap connects. That's the false. That all links back to the false CP allegation RSN made against Brain in a Jar / Wizard. That all started because he was making weird videos. Wizard was making weird videos, and then he used the Adorkables, Kaylee, to do a voice for his horror video about Real Stream News, because like I said, he's making weird, creepy videos about him with hidden like messages. You have to pause it because they only pop up for one frame. So that's the story. Okay, and he took that because it was a creepy childlike voice and said, "Oh my God, they're trying to set me up to have this like person put on a fake child voice and entrap me, make it look like I'm into kids." I don't know how he got to that point, but that's what he was going around saying, and that's what she's talking about now.
Or to like child bait CJ or make a video, and the joke was because I look underage, so he must be a pedo.
I didn't see anything that looked like there was any kind of pedo baiting going on. I saw some weird stuff, but I don't see anything. I think it's a weird leap to go from what like a child's voice and like being recorded to pedo baiting. Personally, I don't know.
Well, I think it's because it came from the wizard kept saying that I looked underage, and he kept making accusations about how CJ must be attracted to young girls because I looked like I was 16 and I was underage. And then there was apparently I look like Momo, so then they were going to use that and try to say that, yeah, he was a pedophile.
There's someone in the chat that you would like to talk to. Would you like to address that real quick? My business associate, about the accusations that you called them an RSN victim. Can we get that cleared up?
Who?
Oh, that is the one you know as Muse Talks, or formerly Muse.
I know Muse isn't an RSN victim.
No. You were saying that she claimed you were an RSN victim at one point.
Yeah,
right?
she said something on the Deity stream about how they were talking about RSN briefly, and then she said that I could get a hold of her as a victim.
Okay, so was that just some misinformation? Most likely, probably not, because I know that Deity likes to.
No, I watched her say it on the live stream.
Had Deity.
Well, actually, what was going on was Deity was the one claiming she was an RSN victim first, which is why people were up on stream claiming it in the first place. It's because Deity started that rumor.
I sat there and like watched her say it. Was it one of her alters?
After that point,
I'm just gonna start saying that from now on. Whenever I piss someone off, I'll just be like, "I'm sorry, guys. That was one of my alters. That must have been Bethany or some shit."
Well, I don't know. I haven't actually seen the footage from those interviews, so I can't confirm or deny that, because he privates all his live streams as well. So I don't know. I do know the interview that she.
Oh, Deity with. Yeah, no, he probably privated
it.
Because
here's the thing, though. I've heard a few people around that time claiming you were a RSN victim. So I don't know who started that rumor. Whether
Well,
it was
I
started
don't know
from there or
either, but it was, well, it would have come from Phoenix and that rumor. And
okay.
basically, anytime a girl gets close to CJ, then a bunch of people just run around saying that you're going to be his next victim anyway. So that's what happens. Unless I'm like lying about it because I'm crazy. Don't believe me. Just go believe CJ and Holly, I guess.
Yes. What is your issue with Holly? Would you say?
My issue with Holly is just that she's watched a lot of this shit go down. She knows the hate that the girls get in the community. She's been around for like 2 years or something. She's watched CJ do the same thing to these girls like over and over and over again. And I just like she knows the hate that people like Kaylee and them bring. And she's never once stuck up for me. So I just get fed up with her. It's because like her and CJ act like I like exaggerate it or like make it up. And it's like, no. Like
They act like I exaggerated or I make it up, and it's like, no. Oh my god. Man, we gotta clip that one.
then she said something about how I was supposed to know that her dog got shot 2 years ago, like I was here 2 years ago, and I'm like, I don't fucking know about this. Like,
Interesting. Okay. Well, here's a question. Because you said that this association started around the second shoot stream, right? In terms of the timeline.
Yeah.
So would you say that is accurate?
Yeah, which would have been like, I think the first one with the cartoon of me, I believe. Because he did the stream about, now the funny thing is, I did the wizard reply, and actually CJ supported me doing that.
Him and the Wizard seem to have an issue.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think the wizard just got obsessed with him. I don't know, but I definitely got brought up into that somehow. Apparently, I like said something about the wizard, but I don't ever remember him coming up until I was mentioned by him and Sue like streamed about him.
Interesting.
But if he would have done a stream or something where he said something about CJ and then CJ watched it, then I would have been mean to him.
I know that there's some accusations going around that he went after you pretty hard, apparently.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he did before because I had a few people named Chahulu. I know everybody loves how much I say that. Chahulu. Like, yeah, a couple of those people that came at me like in like January, February anyway. So I've always wondered if he was maybe one of them. There's a few people named Chahulu out here.
It's Cthulhu, right?
No, it's Chahulu. It's Chahu?
Okay.
Chahu?
All right. Well, here's a good question. Are you doing better?
Chahulu and deity. Those are her pronunciations. Deity.
Yes, I am doing better. I've been doing better since then. They actually had left me alone for a little while in March even until the heavy down stuff happened, and that's why I didn't want that to happen because I knew it was going to bring all the people back.
Okay.
But I've been doing well. I just ignore most of them. I got kicked off of Twitter too. Like they mass reported me, some Sacred Hearts person. I don't even know who the hell that is, and like a whole bunch of other people.
Yeah, I haven't managed to get kicked off Twitter, and I tweet at the CEO of Twitter horrible things sometimes. So
Yeah, no, they mass reported me. I had a big campaign to like mass report and get me kicked off. So they did that, and I got kicked off like the day after Valentine's. But like, I have a lot of people out there that are like, "Oh, she came at me like at the end of February screaming at me on Twitter, and I'm like, I wasn't even fucking on Twitter then. Like, what are you talking about? And I know in my subreddit, like I had some random streamers that like went in there and they were like, she came and bugged me to be on a stream, and I was like, I don't even know who you are. Who is this person? Like, it's really weird. YouTube's weird.
Have you been in contact at all?
No.
None at all.
No.
Have you blocked him as well?
That's a lie. We had a few emails back and forth. That mainly involved CJ yelling at me to take things down. Okay. And then privating. He privacy struck me a couple times.
Oh.
And I yelled it back at him a few times, and that was really it. He just came at me to be like, he blames me for the drama, so.
Interesting.
Because I apparently control like his hate mob now somehow. So I don't know. And it's been like that for a while, because every time that I came to him and I was like, listen, these people are calling like cops on me again. Like they just came here the other day. Like this is getting to be too much. He'd be like, don't bring me this fucking shit. This isn't my problem. Stop bringing me into drama.
Hold on. I'm looking for any questions. I feel like some of my questions are getting lost in the chat. But anyway, going forward from that point, like what are your plans? Because I know you've said before that you were done with drama, but it seems to not be the case. So what are your plans going?
I know you said you're done with drama, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't think she picked up on that one.
Going forward.
I don't have anything else to do with this, because one of my main issues was I had a group of people that really wanted me to frame CJ, and they were basically not going to leave me alone. I feel like Kaylee and them have to get or like they're gonna get bored eventually. They're gonna have to move on because I'm not around CJ anymore anyway. So like they don't have a reason to come at me anyway. But there was a few other people that were really hardcore wanting me to either do like some kind of video where I just talk mad shit or say that he groomed me to send pictures and I'm a victim and blah blah blah. And we got into like a semi-little argument, and then I did a public announcement that I would do the frame job if they would just leave me alone like they said. And my hope...
That's the one Roger Brown called out. She said she would accuse Real Stream News of anything, and she brought it up in the interview unprompted. She's proud of it. She's smiling about it.
Was that everyone would be smart, but apparently nobody is smart that I'm dealing with out here. So they were all like, she's gonna frame him. And I was that goes to show you.
I know they were just not as smart as you, Queen. How dare they look at what you say and take it at face value? They should be able to look into your freaking mind and know that you're just trolling, possibly, maybe, in Minecraft.
How stupid these people are out here that I could actually publicly announce that I'm going to do something like that, and then these people would all get ready to believe me.
Okay. I love the trolling attempt. I'm a big fan, believe me. Okay, but
it wasn't even a trolling attempt. The best part was that
there were people actually contacting
one of these idiots actually told me it would probably be a good idea. That's the best part. Is that they also were like, yeah, that. I was
I'm just saying, just maybe scale that.
You want me to publicly announce that I am going to frame him, and then like wait a week and then frame him?
You hear me? Maybe scale it back a bit. And she's just like, no, I'm gonna sit at the camera and make psycho faces.
You want me to do that? I will so fucking do that. And then honestly, I also heard that Heartbeats Vanity was about to do a stream where she was gonna say some stuff, and I was like, Good luck now, bitch.
Do you plan to continue doing like your normal MLM content since you're like moving on from the drama?
Oh, I'm sure there was a lot of legitimacy to it. She's definitely lying, Moon. At this point, I don't think there's, like I said, I've said this many times already. There is no low too low for Queen. If you can think of it, she'll do it. She'll do it, and then when you come at her, she'll be like, "Oh, well, I'm getting 20 CAS calls." She'll basically make it all about her. And how, well, sure, I did these bad things, but you should feel bad for me. I'm the real victim here.
I've been doing my normal anti-MLM content the whole time.
I know you've been doing it like in between, and then you've been like removing some of those old drama videos and like making new ones.
Well, to be honest with you, I had put up some drama videos actually sticking up for some idiot, and then I decided to take them down because why should I stick up for people that don't stick up for me?
I mean, that makes sense. You know, you gotta have each other's back. So, I know some of the older drama videos were also related to the anti-O community. I don't know if those are still up. Those would probably get you actually some respect now.
Yeah, they definitely didn't at the time. But yeah, I think I still have a couple of those up. I know I have my bite model on anti-RSN that was like half fun and half real information. Some people got mad at me over it though, because they wanted like more proof of the behavior. Like, we haven't all been on Twitter this whole time or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, I think that one's still up. And I think I have my anti-O mob got out of control video still up.
Okay. So,
but yeah,
like
I'm not going to be doing anything on drama. And Sue wanted me to apologize, so I actually just went on his live stream and that he was just doing. And first thing I see when I go on there is someone making some claim about me. I'm like, "Hey, you're wrong." And then now I went to go apologize, and I went to say, "I am sorry if I misspoke something that you said. However, me misspeak one sentence, you make up 50 lies and do 12-hour live streams. Like, do we not understand this? Am I like the only one?"
We're almost at 12 hours. I mean, it took us 12 hours to untwist your shit, get to know your lore a little bit better over the last 2 years, and then we're coming back to this old one to see how much has changed. It takes however long it takes.
So I don't know why I have to apologize, but I'll apologize for my one misstatement. But I think he should also have to apologize for the like drug claims and other, because that's another thing that he's done is say that I was on drugs.
I think. I don't think they seriously believe you're like. I think they called you like a meth. They look like a meth head. I don't think I've been called a meth head before.
But that's the thing that they don't understand. Like, Soup doesn't understand in his head that the people that he's around right now, anything he says about me, they then take, decide it's true, and then they actually do call the police. Like, I've had the police come to my house for dealing drugs with CJ twice.
I don't believe... Dude, she's in Canada. I don't believe her. Why would they even think that?
Wow.
Like, that's what I mean. So when I say, like, I'm having issues that are becoming real life and cops are coming in my home and it's involving fucking RSN, I actually mean the cops are coming here as people are calling them saying she and him are dealing drugs together. And then the cops come up here and they're like, "Who is this person on the internet you're dealing drugs with?" And then I have to like be like, "Wow."
Yeah. Now, would you like? Yeah, so you talk about the 12-hour live stream. I don't know how many hours the total he's done, but I know most of those live streams. It is broken up. It's not all about you. It's not quite as bad, but he's done quite a bit of content.
Now this stream is 12 hours of nothing but Queen, so she can read about this one being 12 hours about her.
Going through a lot of screenshots, to say the
He's
least.
done more content on me than he has on Onision.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heavy Down has you beat. I think he really likes Heavy Down.
That's funny because I feel like in these communities they trade me in for Heavy Down.
There is a meme, I think, where like I think it's Heavy Down like flipping out, like shaking rapidly, and it evolves into you, or vice versa.
I brought that up to Bells of Nevermore too when I interviewed her. That's great, and her face was so disgusted.
Versa, one of the two. There's
Yeah, people like to compare me to Heavy Down because they claim that I suicide baited. But I mean,
I have seen the live streams where you are where you freak out about the trolls and everything. They're nowhere near as bad as hers. I can tell you that much.
I don't think I've had a live stream where I've actually full up freaked out.
Well, I mean, I think it's gotten flustered. That would be a better term. You've gotten flustered, I would say. Like kind of.
But there was a couple live streams that I actually did with CJ about that, and also Marie. There was the live stream about the Discord. I know that.
Yes, I think you went on. Like I know you went on there once to deny the nudes thing with when Phoenix was spreading the rumor. So
that's what it was. Phoenix was spreading the rumor that they were together. Okay, and then I'm going to ask her it right now. I believe when she went up on RSN's panel to deny it, were they together at that point? Were they manipulating the internet?
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, she really has no reason to actually lie in this interview. If she had just said yes, he pressured me, that's where I figured she would have went with it.
You've been on there a few times. Yeah.
Which is enough.
Queen froze.
Hold on. Wait for her to come back.
Oh, this is where Queen
we touched on this a little bit. Said, yep, they're frozen.
Let's skip ahead.
How you doing? Oh, we lost them. We shall wait for their return. So, Chet, what have you been doing? How was your day? They'll likely return very shortly. Well, hello there, Gravy. Nice to meet you. Interesting. Okay. We'll see if they make it back. Surprise me at all. Surprise me if they make it back. No. We don't have any proof of that. Okay. I don't think perspective.
It's like,
hello.
Hey, sorry, my internet is like.
Oh, I've had some issues myself sometimes. Don't worry.
Am I? I'm just being silly.
Play a lot of those MMO type games, so it's like the internet goes out, I get all mad.
My internet also likes to like reboot on me right now at weird times.
Okay, we've got two things.
Suit, that's the same guy. You did a. Okay, I don't know if you remember this or not, because I remember this because this was hilarious for me, but not funny for you at all. You did a debate between Jesse, Sid, Johnny Bravo, whatever name he was using at the time, and the Wizard, because apparently, the Wizard doxed him and was like posting voter registration shit. Well, that you did this big debate and it basically went nowhere. It was a huge waste of your time, and everyone just acted very childish with it. Come to find out, I recognized that screenshot that you all were fighting over. It was in my comment section and was deleted 10, 20 minutes after it was posted. So you went up there and wasted all your time over something that if any of these brainiacs had just went and actually looked at the source, was already gone way before that stream ever occurred. You can't write this shit.
I need to bring up. First off, an apology.
Again, I don't like this Jesse Sid person. Okay? He just likes to start drama and LARP as a detective and think he's going to put everyone in jail. And yes, he schizo posts screenshots that you can barely fucking read as if they're evidence.
Has been issued. And then we're going to get into some questions that I saw while you were gone. But all right. And then the question. Definitely curious about this one. If people were actually doing that. Were people actually asking? Or
Yeah, I had a couple of people ask.
okay, that doesn't surprise me at all that people were like, hey, leak them to me, leak them to me.
People that wanted them to be leaked. Because they
That
heard that I said I was going to leak them.
oh, they would feel justified, I guess, because he's done it. And then that's
And that
why
was
they
the
would get
reason.
that.
That was the only reason why people that weren't mad at me for saying that apparently weren't mad.
Yeah. A lot of people believe turnabout is fair play, but I don't know. That was chaotic because apparently, like you said, you claim it was not even a threat. It was just an irony.
It was, yeah. And then
yeah, she's like, oh yeah, I said that. Oh my god.
It turned into something really big that it should have never turned into because
that's why you gotta be very careful what you post.
We haven't really spoken since before that, other than via a couple emails where he just asked me to take. He asked me
Well, you have a good day at work, Mud Duck.
to take down the Kaylee video.
Yes, I remember. I remember like the Kaylee video. That was
Yeah, he wrote me and was all like, "What are you doing, Queen? Take that video down right now. Why are you trying to create all this drama for me?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, I am looking through the chat real quick so I know that there are people. Oh, we'll bring this up real quick. Apparently, you refer to Kanish as you all. Is there a particular reason why you believe that he's multiple people?
Yeah, I think Kanish has DID as much as Muse does.
Okay, interesting.
No, I'm just joking. You think she has it. We'll have to talk about that later, you and I. But no, I just often group people with the same views in the same group of people.
Okay, you believe that you well. I get what you mean. The collective mob, the globalists, so to speak. But,
Yeah.
But I think
Kanish isn't usually one of them, but I had heard recently that he was stirring up the pot a little bit.
Kanish is a little bit of a troll. I mean, he seemed like, I think you were in his Discord at one point. He seemed to be at least trying to be kind of nice.
No, me and Kanish usually get along really well. I just don't need anybody that's going to be like stirring the pot over here at all. Because there's enough of that going on.
Okay. Well,
I already know that there's some people that are saying things that aren't
some
true.
could argue I am stirring the pot as we speak.
Yeah, well, some people didn't want me to come on here. But you're gonna be accused of being a simp even more now. That will probably happen. Because now you're simping for me, you know?
They're gonna tell me I'm creating a harem of crazy women.
Well, I mean, I don't know why they'd be so mad, because isn't it better you than you
Some would argue I still am.
than him?
Yeah.
You think they would be relieved and be like, yeah, here, take them.
Yeah. That's right. We're gossiping up in here, Hogan. Gossiping.
No, we don't do gossip. That would be the other people. But no, I think you just wanted to know what was going on.
Yeah, I don't think there had been a comprehensive like breakdown of your perspective through all the events.
No, I'm usually silenced and told that I'm not supposed to talk about it. I've had a lot of times where I'm not allowed to talk about things.
Yeah.
Messages disappear in Discords like nothing, just like gone.
I think messages disappear in the YouTube chat sometimes too.
Yeah, they can.
Like, I'm like paying attention to it, and I like have people telling me they wrote these extra long questions. Like, I don't see anything, but I can go up pretty far. Anyway, it's interesting. So, as we were saying before, like, is there any other accusations that you have against you that I have not mentioned that you want to bring up? I know there's a lot.
I don't know. I think we brought up all the ones I know about. I know there's some out there that I don't even know of. I'm sure I'll find out all the things that I've apparently been doing. There's some accusations that I've told people to kill themselves because of some sarcastic tweets I did.
Well, I can't judge people too much for that. I'm guilty of that myself. I'm a mean person sometimes. That's why I don't interact with people. It doesn't go well.
I just don't interact with stupid very well.
Me neither.
It just ends up in me getting mad and telling them to like F off, and then they tell me that I'm bullying them, and then they go make a subreddit or something, and I'm like, okay.
That subreddit, by the way, like I said, that's dedication. It's got a lot of activity for only like what is it, like 100 some subscribers, 200 some subscribers, something like that.
How many do I have?
No, like the subreddit.
Or in this, I don't even know. I stopped counting in that subreddit, but it was up to like 80 the last time I went. Yeah, it was about 100, probably
active.
up bigger now.
Yeah,
the funny thing though is that I used to share the subreddit to be like, check out this bullshit. Like, this is a fucking joke. And then people are now like this, some of the same people that like came back and would be like, yeah, this is like so stupid, are now like, oh my god, look what the subreddit says.
Yeah, like I said, subreddit is interesting. I would love to just. So she goes around sharing all the evidence against her with people, and then wonders why they turn on her. Yeah, I can see why you stopped sharing it. Whoever started that subreddit, like to get them on, like what encouraged you to do that?
Well, it would have been Valkyrie. I think it's like Reality Check, and I don't know who the other person is. Like, I don't even know. I don't know these people. They just like got obsessed with me for having an opinion and then demanded that I talk to them about it. And when I'm like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, and I block them, they create like 50 accounts. And then I publicly had to ask Valkyrie to leave me alone on Instagram because they started writing like.
Yeah, Sue, that was the plan. I was going to stop it around that point. And that gives me another hour to finish our 13th hour here in a moment.
Like everyone that added me on Twitter, they would like write to and be like, stay away from Queen. She's this evil person, like being all Kaylee about me. And I was just like, I need you to stop and like go away. Like, showed up on my Instagram, my Facebook, all over my Twitter. I was like, just go away. So I had some people that were like, well, you know, usually if you ask them to go away and then they don't listen, then you like ask them publicly in like a post or something. And then if they don't listen, then you do a video. And then if they don't listen, then you can proceed with like charges and stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll just do that. Yeah. So I posted her up on an Instagram and I was like, leave me alone. And then she was like, you're slandering me on Instagram. And
yeah, we should have a conversation about that. About the how many YouTubers have you threatened to call the police?
She has to think about it. That's the problem. She's like looking and like, huh, how many have I threatened? And we're still in 2020. If I asked her now, she'd just laugh.
How many
Like,
YouTubers?
Like I know you did it to Loki. You said didn't Loki was claiming you threatened to call the police on him.
I never threatened to call the police on Loki.
You never did.
No.
Okay. Like there were things saying
I
that
think I said something to Repsion about it.
Like I remember there being like a thing that.
But I was like fucking
on
with
Twitter at
him,
one
and I
point,
thought he
right.
knew it. He was like fucking with me back. I thought we were like trolling each other with it.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I
Because he was like, "You're gonna send the Mounties after me or something," and I was like, "I don't know what I said," but I was like
Your
being
Twitter,
a brat.
okay,
The
your
only
Twitter is
person that
gone
I've
now, so it's hard
said
to find
the only people I've called the police on are Amber Phoenix, Sid Vicious, Valkyrie 420, and now Kaylee.
Okay.
That's it. Other than that, like in terms of threats, I believe I told CJ that I would call the police on him if he like did something.
Okay. That makes sense, I guess.
I think that's it though. I don't even remember if I did or not. But like that would have been the only other person.
All right.
Because I never threatened to call the police on Sue. He's in Australia. Like,
no, I don't think
I think that would be
never
even harder for me than like dealing with.
Oh my god. Hey, Sue, she never threatened to call the police on you. That would be kind of dumb, right? You're in Australia. This aged like milk.
Because the thing is, like, it's going to take me forever to go through with Valkyrie and Phoenix and Sid because they're in the US, whereas Kaylee's in Canada. She's in the same province as me, apparently. So, like, she might get charged in a few months here, whereas they might take longer because it's a different country.
Well, Kaylee, I'm glad you eventually got out of the slammer after serving your sentence for threatening Queen of Spade.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean that makes sense. I never heard anything
People
about.
don't understand, like, these people have used the services. Like, they've been discovered now for calling falsely on me enough times here that, like, they're not pleased.
Like, is it specific people that you know of, or is it just like a bunch of people in general?
No, it's specific people. I've had, like, she's admitted to doing it. I had somebody else admit to doing it, and then I know who did the other calls, and I'm pretty sure that Kaylee's responsible for more than one because she's apparently very adamant about my child being in danger, even though you could see my child is absolutely fine on Instagram.
Okay. I think this is something we touched on a bit earlier. Would you say that there was like some miscommunication there, that you thought that Suit was saying something that he wasn't? Because I think the context to that is
that Suit used to be in my inbox all the time making fun of how CJ was kind of a cook.
Okay.
Not directly calling him one, but he used to like allude to the fact that CJ doesn't know what he's doing with streaming, and CJ's kind of dumb, and CJ. So I just meant like in that I know that he never thought all that highly of him.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
They may have been friends, but he also thought he was kind of a joke the whole time.
Well, my interpretation of events was, at least from the things I have seen, was that basically you basically misinterpreted something when he was defending CJ at that point. Okay. Well, if going into that context, maybe I can see why that would happen. That you were defending CJ at one point, and then all of a sudden you somehow run off to him. You run off to him, I think, telling him that like he's making fun of him when he wasn't. That's something that occurred. That was that never.
Not that I know of. I do know that I tried to warn about the people that he was around.
Okay.
But I don't, like, that would have been during my response to the wizard video, I believe, when I mentioned something about him where it was mentioned that he was a cuck or something.
Okay.
And I think what he was, my understanding was that Stu like tried to say that he was repeating it because the wizard had said something to that effect. So he was like sticking up for him and repeating it. And then I misinterpreted it, but the way that he said it made me think that maybe he was doing almost like a play on words with it because of how I knew he thought of him.
That is the Hogan. That is.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this one up here. It's top of the hour. We're going to start another stream here in just a minute to finish up this interview with Queen, and then we are going to wrap it up. We will have done 13 hours of Queen. Was it worth it? I would say it was. I would say it was. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, as is tradition. And I'll see you in a few minutes.